Chapter 376. Wait and see. Li Yun'er saw that everyone was still in a state of low morale. Suddenly, Li Yun'er slapped her hand on the table with a loud and clear pop sound. He said hoarsely, "What's wrong with everyone? Couldn't we win without Shen-Yi? Have you forgotten how we got here in the first place?" Li Yun'er's tone and eyes full of fighting power ignited the fighting passion of every member of the Tianqiang team. The members of Tianqiang team were also stimulated by Li Yun'er, and they were as energetic as chicken blood. Under the leadership of the chatty boy, everyone carefully analyzed the strategy. Han Xiaomu stretched out his arms to hug Shen-Yi from behind. Half of Shen-Yi's anger disappeared immediately, and he quietly enjoyed the gentle embrace. Han Xiaomu leaned against Shen-Yi's ear and whispered, "Let's go back." Shen-Yi grabbed Han Xiaomu's arm with one hand, held Han Xiaomu in his arms and said, "Will you stay with me forever?" Han Xiaomu's face was rosy, and he smiled and said, "If you are willing to go to this hospital now, I will not only be with you in this life, but also in the next life." Han Xiaomu pointed to the hospital across the road. Because of love, Shen-Yi had no resistance to Han Xiaomu and kept saying, Okay, as long as you are willing to marry me, I can do whatever you want me to do." With that said, the two of them stood up, side by side, arm in arm, and walked towards the hospital opposite, forming two long shadows under the streetlights. Shen-Yi was sitting on a chair in the hospital, waiting for Han Xiaomu to line up to register for him, while worrying about the next game of the Tianqiang team. Even though I was extremely angry just now, I couldn't really give up on the members of Team Tianqiang. The time for the competition is getting closer and closer, and Shen-Yi is getting more and more worried. He is worried that the chatty boy will not be able to lead the fight against the powerful enemy. As Shen-Yi is thinking, Han Xiaomu comes with a list with a smile and says, "Let's go!" Han Xiaomu supported her carefully, and Shen-Yi leaned against Han Xiaomu and said with a wicked smile, "I would rather stay sick like this, so that I can always rely on you." Han Xiaomu rolled his eyes, pinched Shen-Yi's arm and said, "I want you to bully me." Shen-Yi pretended to be in pain and shouted, "Help! Someone killed her husband!" Han Xiaomu was so frightened that she jumped up and covered Shen-Yi's mouth, saying, "You are going to die. There are so many people in the hospital." Shen-Yi looked at Han Xiaomu evilly and said, "What are you afraid of? Are you afraid that people will know that you are being bullied by me?" Shen-Yi and Han Xiaomu talked and laughed all the way to the doctor. At this moment, on Li Yun'er's side, although everyone's morale has been restored, their strength is really worrying. Losing two core members all at once would be unacceptable to any team. Not to mention that Li Yun'er is a woman. On the other side, the only remaining members of the Tianqiang team were Zhao Yi, Chatterbox Boy, and Iron Fist. Having lost two generals, the Tianqiang team could only temporarily change their combat plan. Li Yun'er called everyone together and said in a low voice, "The IT team that competes with us in this game is the IT team. But we lost Shen-Yi and Han Xiaomu, so we have to change the battle plan. Let's do this. Substitute Mu Yi and Xiao Han Jin." Li Yun'er continued. "The main forces are Zhao Yi, Chatterbox Boy, and Iron Fist. Chatterbox Boy is the sniper. Zhao Yi covers Chatterbox Boy. Iron Fist is in charge of taking the lead. Mu Yi and Xiao Han Jin are responsible for attracting each other's attention. Try your best to protect ourselves and distract the enemy team so that they can't guess what we are doing." Iron Fist thought for a while and added, "Our principle is that if you can be a dog, you will be a dog. Everyone must have a tacit understanding. Come on." As the boss, Li Yun'er always encouraged the team members when they were about to take the field. She was the first to shout, "Come on! Tianqiang will win." Everyone agreed. "Tianqiang will win." Suddenly, a burst of cheers came. "Myoka! Myoka! Myoka!" The charming Myoka walked to the center of the stage with the microphone. She glanced around the audience with a smile, trying to find the position of the Tianqiang team. But Shen-Yi was not found. There was a flicker of doubt in her eyes, but it quickly disappeared. Myoka picked up the microphone and said, "Hello to all the players and viewers who love PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. I am the commentator Myoka. Today we are going to challenge the IT team and Tianqiang team in the regional competition. This competition will use the latest star system. Players will feel the actual combat more realistically. Even the gun holding, running and even hand-to-hand combat during the battle are more realistic. This also means that players must have good physical fitness and strong willpower. Otherwise it is easy to lose their minds during the game. Now, we have invited both sides. The team is seated." Both the IT team and the Tianqiang team quickly stepped onto the PK stage. Myoka found that there were no Shen-Yi and Han Xiaomu in the Tianqiang team, and she couldn't help but worry. But a burst of cheers brought her back to reality. The captain of the IT team looked at the opponent with disdain and said provocatively, "Without Shen-Yi today, you trash can just wait to be laughed at. If you want to win, just dream." "Yes, it's you who dream," Zhao Yi replied unconvinced. "Okay, the game is about to start. Let's wait and see." Team members from both sides quickly entered the system. Compared with before, several members of the Tianxiang team felt significantly less uncomfortable when entering the system. This was all due to Shen-Yi's training for them. Suddenly, Shen-Yi was missing. The team members looked calm on the surface, but they were all confused. The chatty boy signaled everyone to turn their voices to the team channel. He said, "When we jump later, everyone should not jump to the factory buildings in the factory area. The factory area is open and the enemy can easily find the target. So jump down. After that, we need to find cover quickly. Mu Yi and Xiao Hanjin jumped to the factory building. Zhao Yi and I jumped to the office building. And Iron Fist, you jump outside the factory building. The IT team must have jumped to the factory, because there are a lot of materials in the factory, and there are many containers, which are suitable for cover. Therefore, everyone must be careful. Zhao Yi, follow me and cover me." "Okay, no problem." After a while, the plane arrived over the factory, and the Tianxiang team parachuted as planned. After all, they were professional players, so they were quickly ready. Mu Yi and Xiao Hanjin successfully entered the factory. The factory was filled with large and small containers. They were afraid of an ambush, so they could only lower their steps and walk quietly. Suddenly, a figure flashed past the container at the corner. Just as Mu Yi was about to catch up, Xiao Hanjin said, "The IT team is too quiet. Be careful of an ambush." Mu Yi said, The two continued to move forward. Mu Yi was holding the M4A1 in fully automatic mode, and Xiao Hanjin was holding the M24. Suddenly, a small sound came. Xiao Hanjin immediately took his gun and shot in that direction. Just as Mu Yi was about to help Xiao Hanjin, a bullet flashed past on the left side, grazing his left hand and causing it to bleed immediately. Chapter 377. Strength remains the same. Mu Yi ignored the first aid and fired a few more shots to the left. However, the opponent was too fast, and there was no time to kill him. At this time, the enemy who appeared directly in front of Xiao Hanjin saw that person throwing a smoke bomb at Xiao Hanjin. Xiao Hanjin's body obviously felt uncomfortable, but he still half closed his eyes and fired at the person. The person may not have thought that Xiao Hanjin was so powerful that he wanted to take advantage of the smoke to kill them. But unexpectedly, he was shot directly by Xiao Hanjin with a machine gun. He took several shots alive and died. Ziahongan used act to kill Liu. Yes! Xiao Hanjin played well this time. Without Shen-Yi and Han Xiaomu, the Tianxiang team seems to be still strong and is expected to win the game, Miyaku explained outside the court. Mu Yi took the opportunity to hide in a container nearby, wanted first aid, and grabbed an ambush spot. Unexpectedly, Aining, the sniper of the TX team, was squatting there. Aining had been hiding there for a long time, but never sniped at them, so he was not attacked. The two discovered, when Mu Yi saw Ning, it was too late to pull the trigger, and he was beaten into pieces by Ning. Zanning used his M4A1 to kill Smuyi. Li Yuner saw such a battle outside the court and couldn't help but sigh. It would be better if Shen-Yi was here. She called her assistant over and whispered a few words into his ear. The assistant nodded and left the competition venue. The battle situation on the field was still difficult to determine the outcome. Both sides lost one player, and their vitality was severely damaged. On the other side, Chatterbox Boy and Zhao Yi arrived at the top floor of the office building. The terrain here is open and airdrops are usually available. It is also suitable for high-altitude sniping, but it is not conducive to concealment. The chatty boy was lying on the ground, relying on the balcony to protect himself. At this time, a light and shadow flashed across the face of the chatty boy. "Oh no! There is someone on the other side," the chatty boy said. "Zhao Yi, there is someone on the opposite side. A light flashed past me at 3 o'clock. You put on your thick and bulletproof suit and act as a bait to lure the other party's people out. You must be fast. You also need to pay attention to your positioning and don't let the opponent catch you. As soon as he shows up, I will kill him with one shot. Trust me." Zhao Yi didn't have the slightest doubt about Dia Tongzi's marksmanship, but he was extremely unwilling to use him as bait. But he had no choice but to sacrifice himself for the sake of the team. Zhao Yi quickly ran towards the chatty boy's 3 o'clock direction and grabbed the gun in his hand. Suddenly, A bullet was fired at him and grazed the side of his helmet. Good guy. This is going to be a headshot. When Zhao Yi saw that the chatty boy had succeeded, he immediately ran back to the chatty boy. The chatty boy looked around with a magnifying glass and went to support the other two opponents. Li Yuner looked at the IT team and saw that there were only 3 people left in the IT team, and the Tianxiang team also had 4 people left. She breathed a sigh of relief. If they couldn't win the regional competition, those shareholders might want to do something wrong. Therefore, in her heart more nervous than anyone else, because Iron Fist did not jump into the factory. He stayed outside the factory. When he jumped, the people from the IT team noticed him. So they also sent people to kill Iron Fist. At first, Iron Fist hid in the thorn bushes outside the factory. But he was unexpectedly targeted by the opponent. The opponent's people faced him without saying a word and faced him with a row of magazines. Iron Fist could only rely on the thorns as a cover and quietly crawled back. Iron Fist lost a little blood, but was fine. He quietly retreated to the edge of the thorn bush and found a motorcycle parked about 50 meters ahead. He thought to himself that if he got up and ran, he would be completely exposed. If he continued to crawl, the opponent would quickly pass through the thorn bush. The speed of crawling was not as fast as walking. It was dangerous anyway, so it was better to just run. Go for power motorcycle. It's fast when you say it. It's fast then. Iron Fist ran towards the motorcycle quickly. As soon as the opponent saw him getting up, he shot him 3 more times. 1 bullet grazed his head. Another flew past his face. And another hit his leg. His blood volume began to drop rapidly. But he didn't care about first aid at this time. He immediately started his motorcycle and left as quickly as possible. After Iron Fist got rid of the man, he leaned against a small house and gave first aid. The chatty boy looked at the map and found that everyone in the IT team had evacuated outside the factory. What did the people in the IT team want to do? So he sent a voice message to the team and asked Xiao Hanjin to evacuate the factory. When they just left the factory gate, a grenade rolled in front of him. The chatty boy exclaimed, and then quickly fell down. Xiao Hanjin, who was walking in the front, was blown away with only a trace of blood left. He reluctantly stood up, picked up the M4A1 in his hand, and fired wildly at the front. Chatterbox Boy and Zhao Yi hurriedly followed. Xiao Hanjin withstood most of the firepower with his body, and fell down after not holding on for long. Zhao Yi was talking. The moment the tubercular boy fell down, he hit the person opposite him with his pistol. Tizanning used M4A1 to kill Tizayahungan. Tizhao used a pistol to kill Tizanning. In this way, Tianxiang only has 3 people left, Chatterbox Boy, Zhao Yi, and Iron Fist. The opponent only has 2 people left. There are only 10 minutes left before the mad wave hits. He must kill the opponent within these 10 minutes. Otherwise it will be very dangerous. May be engulfed by wild waves. So, Chatterbox Boy and Zhao Yi continued to run towards the enemy. Iron Fist, there is someone around 870 meters away from you. Please be careful and kill him before the waves come. Got it. No problem. Iron Fist, who had used up a first aid kit, put on his gun and drove his motorcycle in the direction of the enemy. Iron Fist was halfway through the journey. In order to avoid being discovered, he chose to run. He found a pile of supplies on the side of the road. So he ran over to pick up the supplies. Suddenly, a sharp pain hit him. Iron Fist was shot in the abdomen. It turned out that there was an ambush, and he hurriedly hid aside to give first aid. At this moment, a man suddenly rushed out and shot him. Iron Fist couldn't care less, and kicked the enemy's gun away with a roundhouse kick. The opponent immediately took out a knife and rushed over viciously, aiming the knife at Iron Fist. Iron Fist was forced to have no way to fire. At this time, another person rushed out in front of him and shot Iron Fist again. Iron Fist's counterattack was fruitless and fell into the river next to him. The water in the river was turbid and cold, and a biting chill passed directly from his hands to Iron Fist's spine. Iron Fist had only a trace of residual blood left. He wanted to struggle to the river, but the opponent came up and shot him a few more times. TXPO uses M4A1 to kill T-Staiquan. Iron Fist, who was sitting in the iron ball, turned pale at this time. A chill was still lingering in his body, and his body was as sore as if he had just been hit by a ball. Now there are only 10 minutes left before the wild wave hits. There are 2 people left on both sides. Who can win the chicken? Chatterbox Boy and Zhao Yi looked at the enemy getting closer and closer to them. He knew that the opponent was going to fight back. They decided to disperse each other's forces and act separately so that they would not be blamed for everything. The talkative boy crept forward with a Glock 18 pistol. He stepped on the wet and muddy soil. The dark black soil was like a smelly abyss. The stench hit him, making him suffocate. The consumptive boy felt faintly nauseated. Hack! The chatty boy cursed inwardly. Chapter 378 approaching step by step. At this time, there were soft footsteps behind the chatty boy. The chatty boy immediately ran forward. The man behind him hurriedly caught up, shooting while chasing. The chatty boy didn't know the strength of the gun on his back. However, he couldn't stop, so he sprinted forward crazily, trying to run to the river and escape on a valve boat. The bullets roared towards him like the cold wind on a winter night. The audience was stunned by the chatty boy's speed and sweated for him. The chatty boy came to the river, jumped off the river, and wanted to swim to the valve boat. When he just climbed onto the valve boat, a violent wave rolled in from the direction he just ran from, overturning the house and the boat. Trees! The wild waves are coming! The chatty boy watched the other person being swallowed up in the wild waves. He knew that if he continued to ride the valve boat, he would be swallowed up by the wild waves. The best tool at this time was a motorcycle. He saw the motorcycle in front of him, so he hurriedly got out of the valve boat and crossed the river. The wild waves were approaching step by step. He felt that his heartbeat had reached a limit and was about to explode. At this time, a man appeared on the motorcycle, a member of the IT team. He drove the motorcycle away first. The man also spotted the chatty boy and drove the car as fast as possible. Suddenly, he let go of his hands, hanging upside down, holding a gun in his left hand. He shot at the chatty boy. The chatty boy felt his blood draining. He was exhausted and fell to the ground in pain. A wave of heat rushed over him. His eyes turned black, and he lost consciousness. TXPO uses M4A1 to kill T-Stanjiang. Although Zhao Yi on the other side was not hit by the wild waves, they were approaching him step by step. He jumped onto a large container. When the wild waves hit, his body clung to the container, and he held the rope tightly with both hands. He barely managed to avoid being washed into the wild waves. The PO of the IT team is good at hand-to-hand combat and sniping. His physical strength is the highest among the entire IT team. Zhao Yi couldn't help but feel dizzy when facing the rolling waves. At this time, Pio also grabbed a piece of wood and floated near Zhao Yi. Pio only had a few bullets left. He didn't know Zhao Yi's strength, so he didn't dare to shoot. Zhao Yi looked at the tall Pio and could only barely huddle on the small wooden board. He couldn't help but feel a little funny and shouted at him. Hey, weren't you very powerful just now? Why are you so timid now? Humph. You trash. You want to consume me, but you can't defeat me. Zhao Yi took out his pistol and fired at the Pio. Due to the recoil of the pistol, his body swayed and his hands were a little numb. It turns out that when the system is set up under wild waves, the user experience reaches 98%. Pio saw Zhao Yi getting closer and closer to him, and he thought of a plan. When the board floated under a tree, he jumped up and grabbed the branch. Zhao Yi saw that he had found shelter and ignored the numbness of his hands. Zhao Yi opened fire and shot at Pio. Unexpectedly, Pio kicked his gun. Zhao Yi was almost lifted into the wild waves, and Pio was also shot in the leg. Zhao Yi only had the knife left in his backpack. He looked at Pio on the tree and thought about giving it a try. But he was far away from the tree and could not jump directly. He jumped onto a tree next to him. At this time, Zhao Yi and Pio were not far apart. Pio had lost too much blood and had no first aid kit or gun, so he could only lie on the tree reluctantly. Zhao Yi touched his pocket and was surprised to find that there was still a grenade in his pocket. Whether he can win or not depends on this grenade, he thought to himself. The grenade must explode before falling into the wild waves, otherwise it will lose its effect. So he pulled the grenade open and held it in his hand for 3 seconds before throwing it towards the Pio. Bang! Along with a loud noise, a burst of fire exploded from the tree. At this time, a burst of cheers erupted on the stage. Good luck. Let's eat chicken tonight. Congratulations to Zhao Yi of Team Tianxiang for becoming the Chicken King this time, Miaoka said excitedly. Several people slowly launched the iron ball, and Li Yuner came forward excitedly, because it felt so real. Everyone in the Tianxiang team felt that they were about to collapse. Shen Yi, who had calmed down, had a fierce look in his eyes, like an angry but dormant wolf. Han Xiaomu has never seen Shen Yi like this. In her eyes, Shen Yi has always been a cheerful and unruly person. His calm and fierce look made her feel strange and scared. Neither of them spoke, and each was deep in thought. After a while, the silence was broken by a knock on the door. Han Xiaomu felt a little relieved. She ran to open the door, only to find Li Yuner standing at the door. Sister Li Yuner. Han Xiaomu's voice was a bit muffled. Han Xiaomu, please go out first. I want to talk to Shen Yi alone about some things. Han Xiaomu turned around and looked at Shen Yi. Shen Yi pretended not to see Li Yuner and said to Han Xiaomu with a playful smile. Little girl, I'm hungry. Can you go downstairs and buy me something to eat? I want chicken like rice. Eat it. No matter where you apply it. It hurts me to death. After hearing this, Han Xiaomu looked up at Li Yuner and found that Li Yuner's face was expressionless, and it was impossible to tell what she was thinking. So she responded, closed the door, and went downstairs. Shen Yi still pretended not to see Li Yuner. He picked up the remote control, cut off the replay of the game, and lay on the bed casually, changing channels out of boredom. Li Yuner was angry at his neglect. So she walked over, snatched away Shen Yi's remote control, turned off the TV, and threw the remote control onto the table with a pop. Shen Yi looked at Li Yuner teasingly and said, Little girl Li Yuner, didn't your Tianxiang team just win? Why? As the boss, shouldn't you be setting up a few tables to celebrate the victory? Why are you still here? Why are you caring about me? A useless person who is injured and can't play for you? Isn't this a waste of your precious time? You? Li Yuner was so angry that he couldn't speak. Neither of them spoke. Shen Yi turned his head to the other side and looked out the window. After a while, Li Yuner spoke and took the lead to break the deadlock. Shen Yi, don't be so naive. Okay? Do you think I don't want you to go up? But you were injured too badly. The new system has enhanced the sensory effects of the game. The stimulation, especially under strong waves, is more real and intense. Do you think you can handle it with your current body? Shen Yi still ignored her. Li Yuner continued, I am the boss. But I am not the only shareholder of this team. This is a regional competition. If you lose the game, how will I explain to the other shareholders? Therefore, not letting you participate in the competition is the most correct choice I made as a boss and decision maker. I am not doing it for my own personal benefit, but for the entire team. Do you know that if we lose this game, the entire team will face the possibility of disbanding or reselecting players? Chapter 379 Championship Competition. After hearing this, Shen Yi whispered, But didn't we win? Yes, we won. But our points are still the lowest. Only 168 points. And this victory was a close call. If you ask me why there is no celebration party, it's because I asked them to go home and rest. The sensory stimulation this time was so strong that the few of them who were not injured were almost exhausted when they came out of the iron ball. If it were you, what do you think you would do? Okay, I get it. It's my fault. Anyway, you see, now that I'm gone, you're still winning. So, wouldn't Tianxiang be able to win without me? Oh, that's not what I meant. Forget it. Whatever you think. After you left, I asked the secretary to go to the place where you were attacked. And I went to the Public Security Bureau to check the surveillance. We found that these people who attacked you, the people actually followed your car. Which means they have been monitoring you. Then who did it? I don't know who it is yet. But I know that this attack must be to prevent you from participating in the competition. Not to kill you. You don't want my life? They all drove towards us. And the front of my Audi was deformed. Girl Li Yuner, the front of the car is deformed. You have to pay for the repairs. After all, I only suffered this for the team. Hurt. Are you just now thinking that you are still a member of Tianxiang? Okay, I can pay for the repair of the car. But I want you to promise me that you will still return to the team to train after the injury is healed. Because the championship competition is about to usher in. I hope you and Han Xiaomu will come back. Also, I have found someone to investigate this attack. In order to prevent members of our team from being attacked again, I have paid a couple of bodyguards to protect you. In addition, you should not go home recently. I am in the city. There is also a house, which is quiet and spacious. Few people know that I have arranged for others to live there. Little girl Li Yuner, are you so thoughtful? I don't want something like this to happen again. No matter who it is. I can't explain it to anyone. By the way, your injury is nothing. Right? Ouch. My arm hurts so much. Li Yuner, please bring me that painkiller. Li Yuner rolled her eyes at him angrily. What a lot of bullshit. Li Yuner handed him the painkillers and water on the table. Shen Yi tried to break free, but accidentally hurt himself. Li Yuner had no choice but to put a pad on his back. Pillow! Han Xiaomu came back just at this time. She felt a little uncomfortable when she saw the two of them so close outside the door. And there was a clang in her heart, as if something had been knocked down suddenly. But she didn't say anything and coughed lightly. Li Yun'er was a little embarrassed when she saw Han Xiaomu coming back. She was somewhat aware of what was going on between the two of them. So she got up, straightened her clothes, and said to Shen Yi, "I'll go back first. When you are discharged from the hospital, call me, and I'll have someone pick you up. Remember, you must be careful these days, and don't go home." After that, Li Yun'er picked up her small black satchel and left, leaving only the sound of a string of high heels. "You must be starving. I bought you some food. Come on. Eat first." Han Xiaomu opened the rice and handed it to Shen Yi. "Thank you, daughter-in-law. I love you so much. Come and give me some fragrance." After saying that, Shen Yi lowered his head and kissed Han Xiaomu. "You didn't even take good care of yourself in the hospital. So hurry up and eat. As you command, my dear wife." "Shen Yi, please don't be like this next time. There are so many people surrounding you. Why don't you run with me and try to act like a hero? Look at you now. You can't compete in the game, and you're injured all over. Fool, how could I let you stay there in such a dangerous situation? What would I do if they threatened me with you? Don't you still know how important you are to me?" Han Xiaomu's eyes filled with tears after hearing Shen Yi's words. "Okay, stop crying. I haven't done anything yet. Why are you crying? If you cry again, you will become an ugly old woman." Shen Yi hugged the little Han Xiaomu tenderly. On the other side, in Li Yun'er's villa, the rest of the Tianxiang team were arranged here, although no one lived in this house. It was luxuriously decorated and showed exquisiteness everywhere. In order to protect them, Li Yun'er not only arranged bodyguards for them, but also hired an aunt to take care of their meals. After everyone had lunch, they sat on the sofa and waited for Li Yun'er. After a while, Li Yun'er arrived. "Everyone has been waiting for a long time. I just went to the hospital to see Shen Yi. Shen Yi is not seriously ill, but he was injured and will have to lie in bed for a few days. Now, although I haven't found out who did it, but no matter who it is, whoever dares to touch me, I will definitely make him walk around in pain. In order to avoid this happening again, we are all living here together during this period. After Shen Yi recovers in a few days, I will also let him come here. In addition, there is another game tomorrow. Although our team has finished the competition, we cannot be careless because tomorrow will reveal which team will participate in the championship match with us. So everyone should not slack off." Seeing Shen Yi, the chatty boy was the first to greet him. Although the chatty boy didn't like Shen Yi at first, after getting along with him, he found that Shen Yi was really for the good of the entire team, and his skills were indeed far superior to theirs. The chatty boy punched Shen Yi. Shen Yi's body was different from ordinary people, and he had almost recovered. Seeing that Shen Yi was fine, the chatty boy said happily, "Okay, Shen Yi, you boy, you have good physical fitness." Shen Yi smiled and said, "Although I wasn't here yesterday, you were really awesome. You defeated those arrogant guys from the IT team. I wonder if they will dare to be more aggressive in the future. Now it's better. Their gang, my grandson was probably so scared when he saw us that he had to take a detour. Ha ha ha. Shen Yi, it's all thanks to the training you give us. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have any confidence that we could beat them." Jiao Yi said, "It's okay. We are all a team. I can't rely on myself as a team. Only when a group of us unite can we, Tianxiang, be invincible and invincible." Shen Yi said, "So are you coming back to train with us this time?" "Yes. Because of my injury, I was unable to play in yesterday's game. So when I come back this time, I want to prepare for the championship game with everyone." Chapter 380 in silence. Han Xiaomu said nothing next to Shen Yi, lowered his head and said, "I'm sorry to everyone. I was too impulsive yesterday. I shouldn't have left and caused trouble to everyone. I'm sorry, little girl Han Xiaomu. We understand. It's okay. Ha ha ha. Just come back." Iron Fist joked, "Let's go in first, and then discuss how to play the championship game," Shen Yi said. Everyone walked in. As soon as Shen Yi stepped into the villa, he couldn't help but sigh that Li Yun'er was really rich. Such a big mansion was empty when it was said to be empty. The difference was not a slight difference. Sure enough, rich people are willful, Shen Yi said. "Have you watched today's game? The winner is the BGL team. The BGL team can be said to be stronger than the IT team. Their points are 193 points, and we only have 168 points. There is a big gap. If you want to beat them, I'm afraid it's a bit difficult." After Shen finished speaking, everyone fell into silence. Now let's analyze the situation of the BGL team one by one. Please take a look. Shen pointed to the big screen. This is Li John, the captain of the BGL team. Li John is a veteran. He has very good physical fitness, is good at close combat, has practical experience, and is well versed in how to defeat the enemy and win. He can be said to be the soul of the BGL team. It is said that the best way to catch the thief is to catch the king first. So when we play against the BGL team, our first task is to take down this Li John first, and then gradually break through BGL. The second one is Sniper Xiao He. Xiao He is relatively thin, moves very fast with one hand, and has extremely accurate marksmanship. Because we must not be squatted by Xiao He. He used to be able to shoot with just one gun, kill a member of the team. What about Xiao He? Zhao Yi asked. Xiao He will leave it to Chatterbox Boy and Zhao Yi. I watched the last game. You two cooperated very well and took down the opponent's sniper in one go. Therefore, this important task will be left to you. Shen patted the chatty boy on the shoulder. What? It's me and the chatty boy again. So I must be a bait again. It's too uncomfortable. I have to wear 2 bulletproof suits and 2 helmets. Zhao Yi said depressedly. Aren't you afraid that you won't be able to run fast in 2 pieces of bulletproof clothing? You might as well pay attention to changing your position and make yourself more flexible. Oh, Zhao Yi, you also need to exercise. You are too fat and you can't run fast. Ha! Said the talkative boy. Everyone couldn't help laughing after hearing this. Okay, next is Han. Han's physical strength is also good. He is often with Wei Wei and is responsible for the backup. Finally, there is Lu Jinghe. He is very fast and cunning. Then, there are 3 of them, and they will be handed over to Han Xiaomu and Iron Fist. What about you? Han Xiaomu asked. I will first attract Li Zhan's attention so that Li Zhan cannot join forces with him. Because the only one in our team who can contain Li Zhan is me. Now ours is just a preliminary strategy. If you talkative boy and Zhao Yi, you got it first. So be sure to come over and support me. Understood, the chatty boy and Zhao Yi said in unison. Then Han Xiaomu and Iron Fist. You are responsible for attracting most of their firepower. You try to delay it. Once we kill these 2 strong opponents, Li Zhan and Xiao He, there will be no problem with the rest. Another problem is that the system has enhanced our sensory stimulation. So everyone must avoid injuries during the game. Do you have any other questions? Everyone felt that Shen Yi's style of play was quite acceptable. So they all shook their heads to show that they had no objection. Li Yuner was riding in her assistant's car on the way to the Zijing building. Li Yuner's father's office was on the top floor of the Zijing building. Although he ran a team and played games, his father rarely said anything. And he didn't know what his father would say this time. What's the matter with her? When she arrived at the Zijing building, Li Yuner went straight to the private elevator and went to the top floor. She came to her father's office and found a young man sitting there. The man was wearing a suit. He looked to be over 1.8 meters tall, with clean skin and sharp eyebrows and starry eyes. Although he was young, his face had a hint of maturity. Father! Li Yuner, please take a seat first. This is Xu Cheng, the boss of the BGL team. I heard that you also formed a team. He said it was very interesting, so he wanted to meet you. You guys can talk first. I have a meeting to hold. Let's get busy first. Li Yuner didn't understand what her father's intention was, but she couldn't get angry easily, so she planned to fool Xu Cheng with just a few words and then leave. Hello, Miss Li Yuner. I'm Xu Cheng. The man stretched out his hand to shake hands with Li Yuner, but Li Yuner ignored him. Xu Cheng retracted his hand and said, I heard that you are the boss of Team Tianxiang. In a few days, there will be a championship match. Our BGL team will vs Team Tianxiang. Miss Li Yuner, who do you think will get the first place? I am very confident in my Tianxiang team, Li Yuner said dismissively. It's a good thing to have confidence, but the overall strength of our BGL team is stronger than yours. This is obvious to all. Miss Li Yuner, there can only be one champion. I have a suggestion I don't know whether to say. Well, tell me. Li Yuner thought to herself. I want to see what ivory can come out of your dog's mouth. Miss Li Yuner, I know that there are some very powerful people in your team, and I also love talents. Instead of fighting with each other, it is better to take the path of win-win cooperation. These days, it is not possible to fight alone. Only through cooperation can we work together. Win. Cooperation. What kind of cooperation method? I think that after the game. We will officially invite your Tianxiang team to join our BGL team. You can rest assured. Since it is cooperation, we will invite the entire team to come over, and we will not let any talent be lost. Oh, really? I didn't expect that Boss Xucheng loves talent so much. I was really presumptuous just now. As long as you come over, the welfare of the team members will only be better than before, and all resources will be shared with our BGL team. Miss Liuner, if you have money, everyone will make money together. Isn't this better? Then I really want to thank you. You are really broad-minded and can treat your opponents so favorably. Preferential treatment is only for my own family. I will not show mercy to my opponents. Are you merciless? So, the injury our team Shani suffered before has nothing to do with you. Boss Su? Miss Liuner, you can eat randomly, but you can't talk nonsense. How can you spit on others? Don't worry. Boss Su, our Tianxiang team will not pass. No matter how high BGL's salary is, I can still afford it. As for these resources, you have your resources, and I also have mine. We don't interfere with each other. After a while, Li Yuner's father walked in after the meeting. Li Yuner, have you adopted Xucheng's suggestion? Father, do you know that he wants to acquire my team? Chapter 381 Mobilize the Atmosphere. Yes, Xucheng came to me and explained his intentions to me, and hoped that I could draw a line from him and advise you. Father, I founded the Tianxiang team. How can you help outsiders bully me? Li Yuner complained. I'm not helping others to bully you, but the gaming industry is too deep. It's not safe for you as a girl to hang out in it. I've also heard about the attack on your team before. You don't even know who did it. It's too unsafe. So I hope you can either disband the team or sell it. It is impossible to disband the team, and it is impossible to cooperate with Xucheng. I know that this industry is very deep, and now that I have stepped in, I will not look back. Why are you so stubborn? Another purpose of asking you to leave the gaming industry is to hope that you can return to work in the company and prepare to take over my position. Father, you know I'm not interested in doing business. Li Yuner, my father is old. I have made the Zijing group so big, and I don't want anyone to take over it when I get old. You are my father's only child. And if you take over, what will happen to the entire Zijing group? I am getting older, and I will give up this position to you in a few years at most. Therefore, you must prepare well from now on and go back to the company to learn something. While I am still here, I can give you some tips. But father. No but. I didn't care how you played or made trouble before. And I didn't care about your formation of a team. But now you must focus on the company. Do you understand? Li Yuner didn't dare to disobey her father's words, so she could only say, oh. The championship competition started 3 days later. Li Yuner sent people to move the things in the training room to the villa and asked the members of the AK team not only to practice how to compete in the game, but also to perform physical exercises to enhance their physical fitness. Ouch! I get beaten up again and again every day in the game. Why is life so miserable? Zhao Yi complained while rubbing his shoulders. There's nothing we can do about it. Who told us we're going to PK with those big guys from BGL? Our team's physical fitness is indeed far behind, so physical training is also indispensable. Iron Fist comforted. While everyone was resting, Li Yuner came. Li Yuner's assistant placed a box on the table. After opening it, he found that it was ORY2, a drug developed by Dr. Lu Si. Iron Fist asked, Li Yuner, what is this? Li Yuner replied, this is a medicine I bought from a doctor who specializes in developing human body enhancers. It's called ORY2. This medicine can quickly enhance your physical strength and relieve various stress caused by the stimulation in your system. A discomfort. Is there such a magical thing? It must be very expensive. Right, the chatty boy asked. You don't have to worry about the price. This is a resource that belongs to our Tianxiang team members. Everyone has it. I, Li Yuner, promise you that as long as you are willing to continue to follow me and play the game well, your benefits will only increase. Reduce. Li Yuner. Does the drug organizing committee know about this? Shen Yi was silent for a while and then asked. Don't worry. I, Li Yuner, will never do such dirty things. This medicine is not prohibited, so you can still take it with peace of mind. I will not do such shameful things, nor will I ask you do it. Everyone nodded. 1 bottle of this medicine for each person. Take it before the championship match tomorrow. Is everyone clear? Clear. Okay. Shen Yi, how is your recovery going? Li Yuner looked at Shen Yi, who was aside. It's almost recovered. That's good. One thing I want to tell you today is that from now on, Shen-Yi will be responsible for everything in the team, including games and training. I have more things to do, so I may have less time to come and watch your training and games. Tomorrow's championship competition is about the honor of our Tianxiang team. I hope everyone can unite and win this game. Good. Do you have any good strategies for tomorrow's championship game? I'm in charge of their captain Li Zhan. Chatterbox Boy and Zhao Yi are in charge of Sniper Xiaohei. Han Xiaomu and Tai Fist are in charge of the 3 backup men, spreading their forces and defeating them one by one. Shen-Yi said. Li Yuner looked through the BGL team's information and said, yes. You also learned to collect the opponent's information this time and analyze the opponent instead of blindly playing. This plan is okay, but we don't know what the situation will be tomorrow. I know. So everyone still has to act according to circumstances. On the other side, in the office of Xu Cheng, the boss of the BGL team, Dr. Lucy, have you given all the medicine to Li Yuner? Yes, boss. Does Li Yuner have any doubts about the authenticity of this medicine? No, boss. Don't worry. This medicine won't kill people. As long as our people attack them, they will feel pain. The people of Tianxiang team will only think that the other party is strong, not the medicine. After Dr. Lucy finished speaking, he showed a sly and cunning smile. Because of the last attack, Li Yuner now protects Tianxiang very well. We can't attack on the road again like last time. Therefore, the key to victory tomorrow depends on this bottle of medicine. I don't have the other people. In my eyes, this Shen-Yi is too powerful. With him around, Tianxiang's chances of winning will increase. Boss, don't worry. With my medicine, I guarantee they won't win. Yes, if you win tomorrow, I will give you 20 million. If this medicine has no effect, you know what will happen. Xu Cheng did not look at Dr. Lucy. His voice was very gloomy. Dr. Lucy listened and said, I couldn't help but shudder. The next day, members of the Tianxiang team were escorted out of the villa by bodyguards and came to the competition venue in the city center. The commentator for today's championship match is not Myoka. I don't know why, but Myoka seems to be rarely seen recently, and she has not contacted Shen-Yi. Hello to all players and viewers who love PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. Today is the championship battle for our PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds regional competition. The winning team will represent our province in the national finals. This is undoubtedly a great honor. Dear audience, are you ready? The commentator worked hard on the stage to adjust the atmosphere. Ready? Okay. 5 seconds into the countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Dear players, dear viewers, the PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds regional championship competition has officially begun. Use your strength. Chapter 382 easily. Teams from both sides entered the system one after another. It's okay. Don't worry. If you can't run fast, just borrow transportation if you can. You know? Yeah. After Han Xiaomu said that, he kissed Shen-Yi on the face. Hey. Can you two stop being so boring in the game and care about us singles? Besides, this is a live broadcast, and people all over the world are watching. Zhao Yi said a little sourly. Okay. Let's be serious. Let's discuss skydiving now. This map is a new map. We haven't played it before, so we will jump into groups as we said before. There are houses here. Han Xiaomu and Tai Fist hopscotch. I, Tuberculosis Kid and Zhao Yi hopscotch outside. And then everyone acts according to the situation. Do you all understand? Got it. No problem. After a while, the members of the Tianxiang team jumped to the designated position. Han Xiaomu and Tai Fist entered the house. As soon as they entered, Han Xiaomu heard a sound from the second floor. She signaled Tai Fist not to walk around. Han Xiaomu stepped on the stairs with one foot, then came down immediately, and continued with the other foot before going up. Come down. After repeating it several times, a figure suddenly appeared on the second floor. Han Xiaomu immediately picked up his gun, shot at the man, and shot him in the head. Jiangson killed Tizan with a pistol. The commentator explained from the sidelines. Friends in the audience, please don't underestimate Han Xiaomu. She is an esports genius. Her positioning judgment just now was accurate, and there were no mistakes. The way she went upstairs misled the other party, making them think that she had already arrived. Go up there and hit the head with one shot when the opponent wants to shoot. Accurate. Perfect. Han Xiaomu and Iron Fist picked up Han's supplies and quickly ran out of the house. Tai Fist and Han Xiaomu were hiding in the large container behind the house. The red dot on the map was getting closer and closer to them. There seemed to be 2 or 3 people. Iron Fist asked. Should we continue to ambush or retreat? They have a lot of people, Han Xiaomu said. Ambush. After a while, 3 people from the BGL team arrived near Han Xiaomu. Obviously, they also knew that there was someone from Tianxiang here, because the gap between the containers was too small. They could not see clearly, and could not estimate the opponent's firepower. At this time, people from the BGL team began to throw smoke bombs into the room. Han Xiaomu and Iron Fist were very uncomfortable with the smoke and felt like they couldn't breathe. Han Xiaomu secretly screamed, and rushed out while the smoke and Iron Fist were taking advantage of the smoke. Suddenly, a person appeared on the balcony of another house. It turned out to be Xiao He from the BGL team. He saw 2 moving black spots in the smoke, so he quickly opened fire. T Xiao Hei used a sniper rifle to kill T Staiquan. Han Xiaomu escaped in a hurry, and saw a truck parked outside the house. She opened the door, and tried to drive away. Wei Wei from the opposing team immediately followed on a motorcycle. Han Xiaomu was driving a large truck, and saw Wei Wei chasing after him in the rearview mirror. So he put on the M4A1 in fully automatic mode, grabbed the steering wheel with one hand, and fired backwards with a gun in the other. But Wei Wei was very smart. He used the truck's cargo box as a barrier to hide in Han Xiaomu's shooting blind spot. He took out his pistol and swiped at the truck's tires. Han Xiaomu's big truck suddenly gained momentum in the city. She immediately opened the door, abandoned the truck and ran away. When Wei Wei saw Han Xiaomu coming out, he immediately shot her. Han Xiaomu was accidentally shot in the back, and she felt as if someone had been stabbed in her body. As if torn apart, Han Xiaomu's pace became slower and slower, and she even felt a little dizzy. This intense discomfort was something she had never experienced before. She slowly stopped and fell to the ground. T Swiwai used a sniper gun to kill T Jiangxin. Wei Wei ran over, picked up Han Xiaomu's supplies, and then drove away on his motorcycle. When Shen Yi heard the news that Tai Fist and Han Xiaomu had been killed one after another, he felt a little bad. Now there were 3 of them left, while the other side had 4. The other party could easily kill Han Xiaomu and Iron Fist. This strength must be said to be terrifying. You chatty boy! Zhao Yi! Where are you? We can't disperse now. We have to concentrate our firepower to fight them. Shen Yi! We are 600 meters away from your 5 o'clock direction. Okay, I'll be right over. After Shen Yi finished speaking, he ran quickly. Since being transformed by Jiangwu, his speed is very fast, and ordinary people cannot catch up with him. After a while, he came to the chatty boy and Zhao Yi. After discussion, the 3 decided to walk along the path, with Qianlan in the front, chatty boy in the middle, and Zhao Yi in the back. When they passed a tall banana forest, the originally quiet banana forest shook violently. The 3 of them pointed their guns at the shaking place, and slowly approached step by step. Suddenly, a giant python came out of it. The python was very long and its body was about as thick as a bucket. It slowly approached Shen Yi and the 3 of them. Dear viewers, this is a new wild monster in our PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds game. There is only one wild monster in a set of maps. The team that defeats the wild monster can increase its points. The giant python opened its mouth wide and spat out the seeds. It looked very scary. The hot and humid breath spread around Shen Yi and the others. Shen Yi shivered and got goosebumps all over his body. The giant python is getting closer and closer. Compared with this behemoth, the 3 members of the Tianxiang team are really insignificant. Shoot! Shen Yi ordered. So, all 3 of them pointed their guns at the giant python and fired wildly. But the python didn't seem to feel anything. They all opened a magazine. But the python still didn't fall down. Shen Yi! What should I do? Zhao Yi asked, crying. Shen Yi! Look! This giant python is completely immune to your bullets, which shows that it is very resistant to beating. When designing it, the designer took into account the fact that you will shoot it with a gun, so it increased its defensive properties. It increases the difficulty of the game. When you were fighting just now, I noticed something. That is, the fatal point of this giant python is its throat. Jiangwu said. What? Throat? Shen Yi asked, confused. Yes, it's the throat, but its upper body is upright. Compared with you, it is too tall. If you want to beat it, you have to hit its throat. In this way, you let your 2 teammates continue to use you attack it with artillery fire, draw its attention, and then you go up from the banana tree and attack its throat. After listening to Jiangwu's words, Shen Yi felt that this was a solution. He said to Tuberculosis Boy and Zhao Yi, You 2 continue to attack it with guns to attract its attention. But don't let it hurt you. And keep its mouth open. I will go to the tree nearest to it, go up, and find an opportunity to attack its throat. The chatty boy and Zhao Yi nodded. And then fired. Shen Yi took advantage of the giant python not paying attention, and quickly ran to the banana tree closest to it. Chapter 383. The fight begins. The banana tree was slippery and difficult to climb. Shen Yi took out a rope with an iron hook from his backpack. He threw the iron hook to the tree and climbed up smoothly. On the other side, the giant python was angry, and the bright red letter was drooling. Shen Yi felt that he was about to faint from the fishy smell. A wave of nausea came from his stomach, and he felt that he was about to vomit. He calmed down and pointed his sniper rifle at the python's throat. But because the python kept shaking, Shen Yi had some trouble aiming. Leave 15 degrees to the right. Hurry up. Now! Jiangwu said suddenly. After Shen Yi deviated 15 degrees to the right, he immediately pulled the trigger, and half of the magazine was empty with a click, click, click. The giant python felt pain and wanted to pounce on Shen Yi. He just moved half a step, and a burst of the severe pain grabbed it. Pung! And the giant python fell to the ground. Shen Yi, you are so handsome! Zhao Yi cheered from the side. The chatty boy patted Shen Yi on the shoulder and said, You do have 2 brushes. This is our first time seeing a python. We don't know how to fight it at all. Fortunately, we have you, and we can fight this giant python. Our team's huge points can definitely be increased. Don't be too happy. We still don't know who will win or lose. There are still 4 people in the BGL team, and we only have 3 left. Look at this map. There are 2 people in the southeast and 2 people in the southwest. They must be. It's time to rendezvous. Let's fight separately at this time to make up for the wise. Let's go and kill the 2 in the southwest together. They are only more than 1,000 meters away from us, Shen Yi said. Shen Yi lowered his steps and walked quietly towards the main road. There were several boxes messily placed next to the barbed wire fence on the side of the main road. Shen Yi walked towards those boxes, shooting and moving forward. Suddenly, a bullet flew from his back. He immediately turned around and hit hard in the direction where the bullet had just come. At this time, another bullet flew over and hit Shen Yi. Shen Yi felt dizzy and nauseated as before. He felt that his body was very heavy, as if he was falling. Quick! First aid! Jiangwu shouted loudly. Shen Yi was awakened by Jiangwu's roar and immediately took out the first aid kit to provide first aid. Soon, his blood volume recovered. However, his muscles were still very sore. At this time, a person appeared directly in front of Shen Yi. Lu Jinghe from the opposing team. Jiangwu saw that Shen Yi was in poor condition, so he manipulated his body, picked up a gun and shot at Lu Jinghe. Lu Jinghe may not have expected that Shen Yi recovered so quickly, and was a little surprised. But soon, he also picked up the gun, and the 2 began to fight. Shen Yi's eyes were blood red, and he shot at the opponent viciously. Lu Jinghe was forced to the barbed wire fence, and just when he was about to run away, Shen Yi ran over like lightning. The sniper rifle in Shen Yi's hand was empty of magazines. He picked up Lu Jinghe and crashed directly into the barbed wire fence. The barbed wire fence was electrified, and Shen Yi threw him on it. In an instant, the electricity bit him like thousands of ants. Lu Jinghe fell to the ground, with only 1/3 of his health remaining. Shen Yi picked him up again and threw him onto the power grid. Lu Jinghe was lying weakly. He wanted to resist, but Shen Yi took a knife and stabbed him directly in the chest. T Skinlin killed T's Liujing with a knife. After Shen Yi killed Lu Jinghe, he felt as if his body had been hollowed out, and he lay on the ground. On the other side, Chatterbox Boy and Zhao Yi were surrounded by Li Zhan, Wei Wei, and Xiao Hei. Chatterbox Boy wanted to counterattack, but it was obvious that the opponent's firepower was much stronger than them. The 3 men pushed them to the ground and beat them hard, crushing them with firepower. Chatterbox Boy and Zhao Yi suddenly ran out of bullets. They wanted to hold on until Shen Yi came over, but their health dropped quickly. After a while, T's Lizan used M4A1 to kill T Stanjiang. T's Iohei used M4 to kill T's Heoi. People outside the field were sweating for them when they saw the Tianxiang team members being pushed to the ground and tortured. Especially many little girls, who like the chatty boys secretly wiped away tears. Only Shen Yi is left in the Tianxiang team, and BGL still has 3 people. The boss of BGL looked at the colorful Shen Yi on the big screen, and a sneer appeared in the corner of his mouth. This Shen Yi still wants to fight with me. But there is no way. Now, as long as Tianxiang loses the battle, the shareholders of their team will definitely take issue with Li Yuner. Huh? Li Yuner. Let me see if you have any other ways to keep them. Shen sat on the ground. He wanted to struggle, but he was too dizzy. Jiangwu was trapped in his body and wanted to control Shen Yi. But Shen Yi's physical strength was exhausted. He had no choice but to shout over and over again. Shen Yi! Wake up! Wake up! BGL people are coming. If you don't get up, you will lose. Wake up! Soon, the people from the BGL team came to Shen Yi. They couldn't help laughing when they saw that Shen Yi had only a trace of blood left. Xiao Hei just wanted to kill him with a gun, but was stopped by Team Li Zhan. Captain, what are you doing? If we don't kill him now, what if he comes over for first aid and kills us instead? What are you afraid of? He doesn't have the strength to pick up the first aid kit now, Li Zhan said contemptuously. After Li Zhan finished speaking, he put down his gun, walked up and gave Shen Yi a hard hammer. Shen Yi suffered the pain and regained some consciousness, but he had no strength to fight back. Severe pain hit his whole body, and he fainted again. Shen Yi, you have no strength, Li Zhan said proudly. After that, he hit Shen Yi hard again. Shen Yi completely lost consciousness and his health was reduced. Good luck. Let's eat chicken tonight. Congratulations to our BGL team for winning the regional championship this time. Let us cheer for the championship. The commentator shouted loudly outside the field. The members of the Tianqiang team helped each other out of the iron ball. Li Yuner was standing next to her. There was no expression on her face. She only said one sentence. Go back. When Li Yuner was leaving the competition venue with the Tianqiang team members, Li Yuner met Xu Cheng. Xu Cheng blocked Li Yuner's path with a smile and whispered in Li Yuner's ear. I said, you guys, you can't win. So you should think carefully about the suggestions I give you. Li Yuner glared at him fiercely. No one had seen Li Yuner like this before. They didn't dare to speak along the way, and the atmosphere in the car was extremely quiet. Back at the villa, Shen Yi said weakly. Ahem, Li Yuner. I'm sorry. We didn't win a game for you. Li Yuner looked at the people slumped on the sofa and said, losing this game not only means that we cannot enter the national competition, but also means that our Tianqiang team may be disbanded. What? Disbanded? Zhao Yi was the first to exclaim. Iron Fist also expressed confusion. That's right, Li Yuner. We can't disband just because we lost a game. Our Tianqiang team was established not long ago. How can we disband it casually? Chapter 384. I won't return until I'm drunk. Li Yuner was silent for a while and said, I don't want to disband the team. Tianqiang team was founded by me. I have devoted a lot of effort to the team. However, the shareholders did not agree. They felt that the team could not make money, so they decided to disband the team. Li Yuner, we usually spend so much time training. Isn't the team a family? How come it has become a money-making machine in your eyes? How many of the shareholders understand the game? Are you just going to let those people do whatever they want? Did you disband the entire team with just a few words? Shen Yi said angrily. Shen Yi, do you think things are really that simple? Without the support of shareholders, you will have no money at all. In the beginning, you joined Tianqiang. Wasn't it just for money? Shen Yi retorted. Then we can't just disband Tianqiang. Okay, if the shareholders withdraw their capital, let them withdraw their capital. I don't care at all about the dirty money they gave me. Let them go away, and we will form our own team. Form your own team? You think it's too simple. You form your own team, and you have no resources at all. Who will give you training rooms, medicines, and equipment? I don't believe we can't survive without these. If you want to disband, just disband. If you are willing to play games with me, just follow me. A gentleman's revenge is never too late in 10 years. Those who lose today, I will win back in the future. Li Yun's son, don't regret it when the time comes. Shen Yi, if you are so good, then you can form your own team. Anyway, the team has been disbanded. After Li Yuner finished speaking, she slammed the door and walked out. Everyone witnessed the quarrel between Li Yuner and Shen Yi, but they remained silent. After a while, Shen Yi said, You have all seen that Li Yuner and the shareholders have decided to disband the team. Are you going to leave or stay? I know that with your strength. Without the Tianqiang team, it will be impossible. There will definitely be other teams poaching you. And those who are willing to stay can stay. If you want to develop better, I will definitely stop you. Shen Yi, I will go wherever you go. Han Xiaomu looked at Shen Yi with his big eyes and said, Little girl, thank you very much. But this way, you, a little money-crazy person, will no longer have an Audi. Are you willing to give it up? I can't let Audi go. But I can't let you go. Hearing his girlfriend say this, Shen-Yi finally felt a little better. Shen-Yi, I looked down on you at first, but over the past few days, I have seen all your contributions. I have regarded you as a brother. As a brother, I will not let you stay alone. Tianxiang, I'll stay, the chatty boy said. Shen-Yi glanced at the chatty boy gratefully and said, Thank you, brother. I just want to have fun playing games. I feel great being with you. I'll stay, Typhus said. Zhao Yi said hurriedly. Ahem. Cough. Cough. Why are you looking at me? I must have stayed here. I can't bear to leave you brothers. Thank you for your support. Tianxiang has not disbanded. I promise you that as long as Tianxiang does not disband, we will definitely win the championship with you, the chatty boy then said. With such a powerful team like ours, plus you and Han Xiaomu, the Condor Heroes couple, it will be difficult not to win, Zhao Yi said hurriedly. Yes, we just accidentally stumbled this time. When we meet them next time, we will beat him to the point where his parents don't even know who he is. As he said this, everyone laughed loudly. Laugh. Seeing everyone laughing so happily, Han Xiaomu said, Since everyone is so happy, why not go to dinner together to celebrate the re-establishment of Team Tianxiang? Shen-Yi put his arm around Han Xiaomu's waist and said, Okay, little girl. Everyone can eat whatever you want tonight. I'll treat you. Then, everyone cheered and shouted that they won't come home until they get drunk tonight. Just as everyone was getting ready to set off, Shen-Yi said to Han Xiaomu, Little girl, take everyone to pick a better store, and I'll go out to do some errands. After saying that, he kissed Han Xiaomu on the forehead, said hello to everyone and left. The team members were caught off guard and took a bite of dog food. Single Zhao Yi said, Brother, how can we eat later? As Shen-Yi walked away, he turned back and said, How about I give you a kiss before I come back? Zhao Yi waved his hands repeatedly, making a look of nausea and vomiting and said, No, brother, I can't accept it. Besides, you are not afraid of returning? Do you kneel on the washboard at home? Shen-Yi, who left the battle team, ran frantically towards Li Yun'er's house. As he ran, he looked around, looking for Li Yun'er. He put his hand to his mouth and shouted in the shape of a trumpet, Li Yun'er, where are you? Team Tianxiang can't live without you. How can you be so selfish? Leaving the entire team alone and leaving? Li Yun'er. Li Yun'er. Finally, Shen-Yi saw Li Yun'er's figure under the tree in the distance. She was squatting silently under the tree and crying softly. Shen-Yi walked over cautiously, sat next to Li Yun'er, and put his palm on Li Yun'er's shoulder. Superior. Li Yun'er's shoulders were shaking from crying, and her scattered hair covered her face. Shen-Yi gently brushed Li Yun'er's hair away with his hands, put it behind his ears, leaned Li Yun'er's head on his shoulder and said, I've known you for so long, and this is the first time I've seen you cry. Shen-Yi looked up at the sky, sighed and said, But it's okay to cry. In this way, you can release the pain accumulated in your heart. You have paid so much for the Tianxiang team, and your feelings for the Tianxiang team are no more than any of ours. You people, I know that shareholders are about to withdraw their capital, and the conditions of our team may be a little worse. But our enthusiasm for esports games and Tianxiang team has not diminished at all. So you can't give up on Tianxiang team. Hearing this, Li Yun'er raised her tearful eyes and sobbed and said, Shen-Yi, are you telling the truth? Withdrawing capital from shareholders will not only affect the usual training environment, but I may not be able to pay your wages. Shen-Yi gently touched Li Yun'er's head. Don't worry. It won't happen. All of us will continue to stay in the Tianxiang team. No one wants to leave. We are all looking forward to the day when we win the championship. Before Shen-Yi's eloquent speech ended, Li Yun'er kissed her directly. Shen-Yi was stunned and did not recover for a long time. About 10 seconds later, Li Yun'er said to Shen-Yi, Shen-Yi, thank you. Starting from tomorrow, I will continue to lead you to continue participating in the competition. If you cannot win the championship in one day, we will not give up. Although Shen-Yi came back to his senses and didn't hear what Li Yun'er said clearly, but seeing Li Yun'er's high mood, he quickly catered to her and said, Yes, we want to win the championship, because we are born to win the championship. He laughed loudly. Shen-Yi, let's go. The chatty boy and the others are celebrating. Today's celebration cannot be without you. Chapter 385 Drunk. Li Yun'er opened her eyes wide and asked, What are you celebrating? Of course, it's to celebrate the rebirth of Team Tianxiang, Shen-Yi said. Then lead the way. As the leader, I have to participate. Shen bent down and extended his right hand like a gentleman and said with a smile, "Please, Miss Li Yuner." The waiter had just brought the food and everyone was about to use their chopsticks. Li Yuner and Shen pushed the door in. Seeing Li Yuner back one by one, they were as happy as if they were seeing a big shot of the country. They gave up their seats, poured water, and served tea. No. When Li Yuner saw every member of the Tianxiang team, she felt nothing but gratitude. Before she even finished the food, she picked up the wine glass and said, "Members of the Tianxiang team, I'm sorry. I lost my temper this afternoon. I'll give it to you." Everyone apologizes. "Please do it first as a courtesy," he said and drank it in one gulp. The chatty boy said with tears in his eyes, "Li Yuner, Team Tianxiang is our home. You can't just give up just because you say you're giving up." Li Yuner nodded quickly and said, "I will never do it again." Zhao Yi also quickly stood up and said, "Li Yuner, no matter what happens in the future, we will all shoulder it together, because each of us is a member of the Tianxiang team." Han Xiaomu also came over with a wine glass and said, "Sister Li Yuner, I have only known you for a short time. You can't just leave. I want to drink coffee, go shopping and eat with you in the future." At this time, Shen stood up and said, "Come, let's all drink to the rebirth of Team Tianxiang. Every one of them is worthy of being a warrior of Tianxiang Station. And eating is the same. In just half an hour, an entire table of chicken, duck, and fish has been wiped out. Unknowingly, for cases of beer and 1 case of liquor have also been consumed." Li Yuner stood up holding the table and said, "Starting from tomorrow, I will be stricter and hold everyone to higher standards. Moreover, we will train for 2 hours every day and implement a continuous sitting system. As long as one person cannot complete the task in time, the whole team was punished collectively. Do you have any opinions?" Shen Yi was already drunk and fell asleep leaning on Han Xiaomu's shoulder. Zhao Yi and the chatty boy were still a little conscious. They heard Li Yuner's last sentence about the whole team being punished. Although they complained a little, they didn't have the strength to refute. On the third day, at 5:30 in the morning, Li Yuner called everyone to wake up. He kept calling if he couldn't afford it. The madness of a woman is indeed terrifying. Everyone was bombarded by Li Yuner's phone calls and abandoned their soft beds. "Run to the training ground," Li Yuner ordered. "Now, everyone is running around the playground. No one can fall behind. As long as one person falls behind, everyone will be punished." Although everyone has some minor complaints, everyone knows that improving personal physical strength is a better way to cope with the next game. Although the Tianxiang team was tricked this time, there were also factors of their own involved. The shame of Team Tianxiang will one day be repaid to those people by these re-energized team members. Early the next morning, the members of the Tianxiang team just finished their 2-hour training, and everyone was lying on the ground to rest. "Everyone, get up." As soon as Li Yuner came in, she couldn't help but shout loudly when she saw this state. Shen said angrily, "Miss Li Yuner, you can't let us rest. Everyone, look at what I have given you. The sensory stimulation this simulation system brings to you has reached 100%. It also has different types of virtual reality scenes, and will use algorithm programs to randomly switch between these modes." "Li Yuner, what does this mean?" Zhao Yi asked puzzledly. "That is to say, after you enter the game, the system will randomly assign modes to you. You will fight in different modes and eliminate the weak. The strong will meet in the last level for PK. This mode is called Peak Battle. So, do you understand?" Everyone nodded. "Alright, members of Team Tianxiang, let me see your strength." After Li Yuner finished speaking, everyone came to the new training room. The new equipment Li Yuner mentioned was right in front of them, and everyone was stunned when they saw it. Shen asked, "Li Yuner, why is there no iron ball in your equipment?" Li Yuner introduced to everyone. "Yes, the iron ball has been cancelled. This game equipment is equipped with battle suits and ropes. After you put on the special battle suits, you can then connect the ropes. The battle suits use the latest nanotechnology. It can automatically adapt to your body shape. As long as you press this button, you can dress with 1 click, and artificial intelligence is added. The suit is connected to the rope, and the artificial intelligence will stimulate your body, and you will get the real feeling in the game." After hearing this, Zhao Yi was very surprised and asked, "Li Yuner, this is so cool. Don't be too happy first. The modes matched with this game system will be more difficult, and its excitement is so strong. Therefore, you are not just playing casually in it, although it will not kill you. But if you don't protect yourself, I guess you won't get much benefit from the game. It's okay, young master. I like exciting games best. If you have any tricks, just come over. Iron Fist pushed away the crowd and stepped forward. Okay, let's start the game now. For the sake of fairness, you will be in a group by yourself today. Let's get started. Team Tianxiang. After Li Yuner finished speaking, she logged out of the system and watched the battle in the monitoring room. Everyone came to their respective suits and ropes. As soon as they pressed the button, the suits were automatically put on. The seemingly tight suits fit just right. Then, they connected the ropes, put on VR glasses, closed their eyes, and entered game. Since everyone was in a separate group, they took different planes to prepare for skydiving. Shen-Yi looked at the map above and found that the map in the peak battle mode was more complicated than the previous one. There were volcanoes, swamps, glaciers, cities, wilderness, deserts, etc. The plane took them to the first level, Desert City. In the Desert City, they are on different routes. But these routes will lead them to cross encounters. And along the way, in addition to facing different players, they also have to defeat wild monsters and obtain a certain number of items within a certain period of time. If you have 10,000 points, you will successfully advance to the next level. Otherwise you will be eliminated. After the 5 of them jumped on their own routes, the game officially started. When Shen-Yi came to the desert, a strong wind blew, and the yellow sand fascinated his eyes. He felt that he was about to be wrapped in the sand. He wanted to move forward, but could not move. After a while, the wind and sand subsided, and Shen-Yi saw a black shadow appear in the desert. He picked up the M4A1 in fully automatic mode, lowered his steps, and moved forward quietly. Chapter 386, Burning All Over. Ha ha ha. Shen-Yi, are you scared? Jiang Wu laughed. What are you afraid of? I'm not afraid. It's just that the sensory stimulation of this battle suit and rope is so strong that I thought I was in the desert and met this big black guy. Oh, after all, you are just scared. Just admit it. You are a man. Look. Shen-Yi interrupted Jiang Wu. Through the sand and dust, Shen-Yi saw the black shadow beginning to move slowly. As if looking back, Shen-Yi quietly raised his gun. No matter what, he fired wildly at the black figure. The black figure felt pain and roared angrily. Shen-Yi felt that his eardrums were about to be shattered. The black shadow turned around, and Shen-Yi was shocked. Even a professional player like him had never seen this guy before. The black shadow was 2 or 3 meters tall, covered in black, covered with hair, with long and sharp teeth, and a mouth his grin reached to his ears, and his eyes were extremely red, revealing a shuddering ferocious light. Shen-Yi immediately came to his senses, took out a grenade from his backpack and threw it at the black shadow. The grenade rolled to the feet of the black shadow. Shen-Yi was just happy that he could blow up this scary thing. But unexpectedly the black shadow actually stepping directly on it. Shen-Yi didn't see the fire as the black shadow was blown away, and only heard a muffled sound. Is this guy more resistant to beating than that python? Shen-Yi cursed in his mind. The black shadow saw Shen-Yi and understood that the pain just now was due to the person in front of him. He opened his claws and looked like Shen-Yi was rushing towards him. Shen-Yi retreated while shooting. After a while, the magazine was empty, but the black shadow didn't seem to have it receive any harm. Shen-Yi hurriedly retreated behind a small sand dune, holding the gun in one hand and quickly changing the magazine with the other hand. After changing the magazine, Shen-Yi took out a grenade from the bag, pulled the safety catch, and lifted the grenade from midair. Thrown. Boom. Shen-Yi stood up quickly, turned on the machine sight, pointed at the grenade and fired. And the grenade exploded above the black shadow's head. The black shadow was a little dizzy from the explosion and lost a little blood. Shen-Yi didn't give him a chance to breathe. He rushed out and made a handsome horizontal pull at the black shadow. The black shadow was hurt, roared angrily, stretched out its sharp claws and struck at Shen-Yi. Shen-Yi felt a gust of wind coming from his palm, and his whole body was blown away. Jiang Wu, I can't be beaten to death. What should I do? Don't ask what to do. Just run away. Look, it's actually on fire. Shen-Yi took a closer look and saw that the black shadow suddenly burst into flames for some reason, and the flames surrounded it tightly. Shen-Yi was so frightened that he ran back quickly. The black shadow saw Shen-Yi running and immediately chased after him. But because of the pass tall and not as fast as Shen-Yi, Shen-Yi just ran forward without seeing the road clearly. Suddenly his foot slipped and he accidentally fell into a hole. You can actually dig holes in the desert. It's such a vast world, full of wonders. It seems like this game is really extraordinary. Shen sighed in his heart. Shen followed the map and continued walking forward. The light in the cave was very weak. When he came to an intersection, a large number of bats suddenly poured out in front of him. The bat's mouth had sharp teeth, trying to tear Shen into pieces. The bats screamed and flew toward Shen. Surrounding him, Shen felt like he was trapped in a black cave. The bats jumped on Shen neck and tore off a piece of meat with its sharp teeth. Shen blood was like a fountain. Go down. Shen endured the pain, grabbed a bat, threw it to the ground, walked over, and crushed it with his feet. Shen endured the nausea and pain, and took out an AKM and an M416 in his left hand from the bag. The AKM on the right hand started working at the same time. In an instant, the walls of the cave were covered with black juice. Shen continued to walk forward. At this time, he found a box. He walked over and opened it. It turned out to be a first aid kit. He put the first aid kit into his backpack. He suddenly understood that in the desert city, the only way is to keep killing. Only these wild monsters can get points. After a while, he said with some annoyance, "No!" Shen walked around the boulder and found that there was a particularly weird rune on the boulder. He touched the rune as if he was possessed. As a result, the door behind the boulder slowly opened. Shen walked in doubtfully. He found that there was nothing behind the door. Just as he was about to walk out, the door was closed. At this time, a 9-headed corpse monster ran out of nowhere. The 9-headed corpse monster had 3 eyes, 2 of which were green and cunning. The third eye was closed. The 9-headed corpse monster was approaching Shen. At this time, the third eye suddenly opened and shot green light at Shen. Shen couldn't avoid it. Most of his blood volume suddenly dropped. He felt as if his body was being pricked by needles, and his whole body was weak. Shen picked up the gun and shot at the 9-headed corpse monster. Fortunately, his shooting skills were excellent, and he could control the handle stably even in a dizzy state, without any misfire. I saw Shen switch the M416 to fully automatic mode, aim at the zombie monster's head, and shoot continuously without any pressure. After a while, a row of bullet holes appeared on the zombie monster's head. There was a loud click, and the zombie monster's head fell to the ground. Shen only felt his scalp numb. The corpse monster continued to approach it, opened its bloody mouth, and rushed toward Shen. Shen pointed his gun at the corpse monster's throat and shot directly. The bullet passed through its throat and flew straight into the wall. What the hell kind of game is this? Is this fox so stubborn? How can I fight with 9 lives? Shen cursed. The corpse monster was in pain and waved its claws, trying to tear Shen into pieces. Shen hid behind a pillar and replaced the M416 in his hand with a powerful pistol with 7.62mm bullets. After Shen changed his pistol, he ran out quickly. When the corpse monster saw Shen, it stretched out its sharp claws to grab him. Shen knelt down with his legs, his upper body straightened, and used the inertia to rush directly in front of the corpse monster. Facing it, the body rushes wildly. The corpse monster was in pain and kept shaking its head, but Shen pistol kept following its head. Boom! The pillar behind Shen was pulled up by the corpse monster and swept toward Shen. Shen saw that if the pillar were to be smashed down directly, he would be killed, so he retreated and shot back. As Shen was running, he accidentally stepped on something empty and fell directly. After a while, Shen slowly woke up and found himself in a dark forest, surrounded by dots of green light. Shen stopped, closed his eyes, suddenly turned around, and fired forward. As a professional player, Shen could easily identify the location by listening to the sound. He could also identify the location from the small sound just now. Bang! 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 3 bullets flew away, and the pile of green light began to shake, getting closer and closer to him. Chapter 387. A plan in mind. Shen threw a flash bomb at the green light. In the bright light, he saw clearly that the green light was the wolf's eyes. No longer caring about complaining, Shen threw a grenade at the wolves. Fortunately, he brought a few more grenades today. Otherwise, he would really be skinned alive by these wolves. The grenade exploded among the wolves, killing several wolves. Shen's points increased a lot at this time. Although several wolves died in the pack, they did not seem to be afraid. A huge, snow-white wolf roared, and the wolves immediately rushed toward him. Shen immediately opened fire, and a battle between man and wolf began. Fighting. Although Shen had a gun, he couldn't hold back so many wolves. At this time, the wolves surrounded Shen. No way! Am I going to fail the first level? Jian Wu, do you have any good ideas? Shen, It is said that to capture a thief first, capture the king. There is one wolf in this pack of wolves. The biggest one. If you want to win the game, you must kill that wolf first. As long as you kill him, Avatar, this pack of wolves will lose their direction. As soon as Jiangwu finished speaking, Shen pointed his gun at the wolf. Bang! And killed him with one shot. The wolves that lost their leader were a little restless and wanted to pounce on Shen and tear them apart. Shen quickly added a few shots, changed the angle, and killed the wolves one by one. After a while, all the wolves were killed by Shen. Shen looked at the points score at this time. Shen 4798 points. Han Xiaomu 4533 points. Chatty Boy 4650 points. Zhao Yi 4125 points. Tekken 4166 points. After the wolves were killed, Shen gradually woke up. He opened his eyes and felt the white light dazzling his eyes. Shen, this is the territory of the nine-headed corpse monster. If we want to pass the level, we must kill it. If you kill it once, it will lose one head. I have heard of this kind of corpse monster in the tribe before. One head. A life. Then I have to kill it 9 times. I have so little ammunition here that I am no match for it. When I was in the tribe, I heard the old man tell the story about the nine-headed corpse monster. Their fatal point is the eye in the middle. As long as you hit its eye, it will be fine. After listening to Jiangwu's words, Shen had a plan in mind. He threw a flash bomb at the corpse monster, and the corpse monster's third eye was blinded by the strong light. Shen took advantage of this moment and shot it in the eye, blinding it. The corpse monster that lost its third eye was unable to fire green light to attack Shen. Shen threw a smoke bomb. In the thick smoke, it could not see Shen's figure. Shen brought new equipment vision. The sight glass can clearly see things in the thick smoke, but it is difficult to obtain. This is what Shen just picked up after defeating the wolves. Shen put the audition on his face, took out a rope, and swung the rope while running. When he was almost at the feet of the zombie monster, he swung the rope, and the end with the snare was accurately inserted into the zombie monster's hand. Superior. Shen ran quickly. The rope slipped and held its hand tightly. The corpse monster stretched out its other hand and wanted to tear the rope directly. But Shen didn't give the corpse monster a chance. He took the pistol he had just made a meritorious service with, switched the perspective, and aimed the sight directly at the side of the corpse monster. Shen raised the sight upwards and aimed it at the head of the corpse monster. Several rounds of bullets passed by, instantly piercing the corpse monster's head. The brains burst, and the entire ground was filled with disgusting thick juice. At this time, Jiangwu suddenly controlled his body, took out the knife that had just killed the nine-tailed fox from behind, and stabbed the pile of vines. But there were too many vines, and Jiangwu, who was imprisoned, could not get rid of them at all. Suddenly, Shen regained consciousness. He took out a bomb, pulled away, and threw it in the cocoon. Hey! 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 Shen! Don't blow yourself up! Jiangwu said anxiously. With a bang, the cocoon exploded, and the burned vines immediately dried up. Shen grabbed a vine and climbed up. You kid! You can do it! Shen came under the big tree and found that the entrance of the cave was really on the top of the tree. Just as he was about to climb up, several zombies emerged from the tree. What the HL? Are you still coming? Shen couldn't help but curse. Hey! Don't worry. I've never fought this zombie before. Let's try something new today. Jiangwu started his bloodthirsty nature. There are more and more zombies, and there is a gloomy will-o'-the-wisp in their eyes. Shen didn't care about studying how to fight these zombies, so he picked up a gun and shot them. However, these zombies were light and could move instantly. They had already moved before the bullets hit them. Shen, have you noticed that these zombies all move in one direction? They can only move left and right and forward. Isn't this nonsense? We are in front of them, so of course they are going to attack us from the front. No. What I mean is that you can go around to the back and hit them. In this way, you first throw a grenade to the left to attract their attention, and then immediately run over from the right. Go around to attack them from behind. After listening to Jiangwu's words, he felt that this was a good idea. So Shen took out the last grenade and threw it to the left of the zombies. The zombies heard the sound and swarmed into a ball. When Shen saw this, he felt like running behind them. Shen climbed up the tree, occupied a high position, and shot at the zombies. The weakness of the zombies was not in the front, but in the back, as Jiangwu said. After a while, they would be gone, was wiped out. After Shen watched the zombies being eliminated, He climbed up happily. Soon, he climbed to the exit. Just as he was about to get out, a cold wind hit him with a roar, which was so loud that it almost made people's eardrums tremble. The sound was about to break. Shani secretly screamed. The black shadow came again. If it was really that black shadow. It turned out that the exit of the cave was right next to the black shadow. In other words, if Shani wanted to win this level, he had to defeat this black shadow. When facing these monsters, we can only outwit them, not attack them by force. Shani, you put on the M14 EBR. This gun has a faster rate of fire. And then jump up quickly and use the impact to jump to the side of this black shadow. What? Jump next to him. What if he tramples me to death? This guy is not even afraid of grenades. It's okay, because he is taller. So he has a blind spot right under his feet. You have to be careful about those flames. Once you touch them, you will turn into smoke and dust in an instant. I think this guy is the man in the desert, the boss of this level of this city. You jump at his feet. How are you going to fight him next? After jumping to his feet, you use the M14 EBR to attack his feet to cause pain and distract him. Did you notice just now that before he caught fire and turned into a burning man, his legs there is a black hole, and inside that black hole is a parasite, right at the knee of his left leg. After distracting his attention, you run out and beat his parasite wildly. Chapter 388 Aggressive. After hearing Jiang Wu's method, Shani praised loudly. It's really a brilliant move. Shani immediately replaced the gun with the M14 EBR, and then put on the rapid combat boots with spring power. After the equipment was replaced, he immediately took off and jumped to the feet of the black shadow. Sure enough, as Jiang Wu said, the black shadow's blind spot was at his feet. But because the black shadow was covered in fire, he felt like he couldn't breathe. Shani unexpectedly discovered that he also had a gas mask. Although it was for gas protection, it also had the function of supplying oxygen. So, he put on the mask, picked up the gun, and fired at the black shadow's feet. Bang bang bang, bang bang bang. Fortunately, the M14 EBR fired at a very fast rate, and soon the black shadow's feet were bleeding. The sticky blood flowed out from the black shadow's feet, and the smell was very fishy. Although Shani was wearing a gas mask, he was also smelled by the blood. It's disgusting. It's so disgusting. I would rather go down and fight zombies than smell this disgusting smell. Shani roared in his heart. It's really disgusting. I can smell it. It seems that the experience of this game is indeed becoming more and more real. The black shadow was in pain. His feet couldn't bear the strength, and he knelt on the ground with one foot. Quick! Shani! Attack his knees now that he has no strength. When Shani heard Jiang Wu's words, he changed the magazine while running. He ran in front of the black shadow. At this time, most of the flames on the black shadow's body were extinguished. He knew that Jiang Wu's trick worked. Quickly, Shani picked up the M14 EBR and fired wildly at the black shadow's knees, causing the black shadow to scream in pain. However, since he was the big boss after all, Haiying did not die directly like that. Instead, he raised his hands and aimed at Shani. When Shani saw something bad, he activated the bounce button of his boots and jumped several meters away before avoiding the impact of the black shadow. The black shadow struggled to get up, dragging his half-lame leg towards Shani, as if he wanted to eat Shani to heal his injuries. Shani looked at the menacing black shadow and felt goosebumps all over the place. Shani! Try holding the M14 EBR in one hand and the M4 in the other. I will control the M4 and attack his head. You continue to attack his knees. This may be our only way to win. Okay, then I'll leave his head to you. Time is running out. Hurry! After Shani finished speaking, he picked up the M14 EBR in his right hand and the AM4 in his left hand. Shani and Jiang Wu cooperated with each other, one attacking the other. Although two people were using the same body together, they did not feel that there was any peacekeeping. It seemed that the more time passed, the better the tacit understanding between the two. The black shadow was already injured and had difficulty moving. He could not withstand the attacks of the two men. After a while, he fell to the ground. Shen Yi's points also increased rapidly when the black shadow fell to the ground. He scored 14,501 points and successfully advanced to the next level. Shen Yi looked at the score ranking at the entrance to the room. Shen Yi 14501. Han Xiaomu 14273. Chatty Boy 13,998. Zhao Yi 12860. Tekken 11,968. Although Shen Yi's score is currently at the top of the rankings, The scores of others are also not low, especially Han Xiaomu, who is closely behind. This little girl Han Xiaomu is really a genius at gaming. After about 10 seconds, the system brought them to the entrance of the wilderness swamp. The sky here is gray and gloomy, filled with smoke. Low bushes grow on the damp land, and a winding river flows slowly. Time seems to have stopped here, and the surroundings are eerily quiet. Shen Yi stepped on the wet ground. He could truly feel the softness when he stepped on the sticky ground and the heavy weight of the mud sticking to the soles of his shoes. Because the land in the wilderness and swamp was too wet, the people from the Tianxiang team could not walk on it. Gotta go fast. This land will be doomed if it is chased by wild monsters. Shen Yi took the M14 EBR and continued to walk forward cautiously. Suddenly, he stopped and shot to the right, successfully killing a wild monster hiding in the bushes. Because in the mode of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, Peak Battle, the map will not remind players where there are wild monsters. So the requirements for players listening and positioning and marksmanship are higher. This mode will not be open to ordinary players, only for players like Shen Yi. It is used by local professional players for training or recreational competition. Shen Yi has gone from being an ordinary player to being able to accurately identify positions and shoot headshots with high accuracy. In addition to Jiang Wu's contribution, it is also inseparable from Li Yun'er's torture to him. Shen Yi continued to walk forward. At this time, the surrounding smoke seemed to be disturbed and became a little restless. Shen Yi knew that the big guy was coming. I saw a big snake in front of me, greedily spitting out bright red snakes, staring at Shen Yi. Shen Yi was a little frightened by the big snake's stare, and his scalp was numb. He picked up the gun and shot without saying a word, because there was based on his previous experience of hunting giant pythons in the banana forest. Shen Yi focused on its head this time. However, the weakness of this big snake did not seem to be in its head. It looked at Shen Yi with some contempt. Shen Yi took out a grenade and threw it at the big snake. In order to increase the firepower, Shen Yi threw 3 grenades in a row. Boom! The big snake was no match for the power of 3 grenades, and was blown away immediately. The flesh and blood on its body were blown up everywhere, dyeing the wet land red, and the black water in the swamp was mixed with blood. The scene was simply spectacular. The smell of death came, and Shen Yi felt sick. Not long after the calm passed, a large number of alien bats flew out from the place where the big snake died. These alien bats are different from the ones Shen Yi encountered in the desert city. These are much larger than the bats in the desert city. They are almost as big as a 7 or 8-year-old child. They have sharp teeth and wings covered with prick. The bats flew toward Shen Yi in unison, and Shen Yi immediately shot left and right. The bats that were hit screamed and fell into the swamp, and were slowly swallowed by the swamp. However, these bats seem to upgrade. The more they hit, the faster they move, and it becomes difficult for Shen Yi to hit them. Shen Yi, these bats also have parasites in their stomachs, so you have to hit their parasites. After listening to Jiang Wu's words, Shen Yi put on the M14 EBR, which shoots very fast, and hit the bats in the belly. Jiang Wu watched these child-sized bats fall from the air and said curiously, Shen Yi, he said, if this bat falls and hits someone, will it kill them all? Shen Yi said angrily, these alien bats weigh at least 20 or 30 kilograms, and they have thorns on their bodies. If they hit you, let alone kill someone, the thorns will pierce your skin. I don't know if they are poisonous or not. Then why don't you hide? What? Shen Yi screamed, awe. It turned out that the bat fell on its back and was only 20 or 30 centimeters away from his head. Jiang Wu hurriedly controlled his body and shook Shen Yi far away. Chapter 389 Incredible. Damn it! Why is Shen Yi jumping up and down on his own? Li Yun'er, who was sitting in the control room watching the battle, was shocked when she saw this scene and rubbed her eyes in disbelief. Fortunately, Jiang Wu shook Shen Yi away. Otherwise, the bat would have fallen and killed him. Shen Yi fell heavily to the ground, and the mud wet his clothes. Shen Yi felt that his whole body was not well, and complained, I said, Jiang Wu, can you choose a better place for me next time? This place is so dirty. It makes me feel uncomfortable all over now. This is a swamp. Where else do you want to go? Thank you for saving your life. I didn't even say thank you. It's so kind that I treat you like a donkey. Next time I won't save you again. Stop talking. Shen Yi interrupted Jiang Wu. At this time, a miserable and sharp sound came from the swamp, like a sharp claw, clawing at Shen Yi's heart. When Shen Yi heard it, he felt that his body was about to be torn apart by the sound. Shen Yi calmed down and tried not to be disturbed by the sound. He picked up the gun and walked towards the source of the sound. The thick smoke gradually dissipated, and a bunch of skeletons with sharp claws surrounded Shen-Yi. The skeletons did not pounce directly, but quickly circled around Shen-Yi clockwise. After Shen-Yi killed one skeleton, another skeleton immediately filled the gap. The skeleton didn't seem to be afraid of the gun in Shen-Yi's hand at all. The circle was getting smaller and smaller. Shen-Yi was like a rabbit in a hunting circle, and would be caught by the hunter at any time. Jiang Wu, what can you do? These skeletons are not afraid of being beaten at all. They are really in trouble. Ha ha ha. These are ghosts. Have you encountered many ghosts today? Look, these skeletons are spinning clockwise, and I was standing still just now. I couldn't aim at them at all. If I run clockwise like them and shoot while running, do you think it's okay? You can do it. But Shen-Yi, it's no use just running clockwise. You have to keep up with them. Their speed is faster than ordinary people. But your body has been modified by me. You have to catch up. They're easy. After listening to Jiang Wu's words, Shen-Yi stared at the rapidly spinning skeleton in front of him and muttered, 1, 2, 3, 4, 59, 10. As soon as he counted 10, Shen-Yi started to run clockwise with the skeleton. Is extremely fast. As fast as a skeleton. As he ran, he fired with the extremely fast M14 EBR. This time, because he found a pattern, the skeleton was killed by Shen-Yi before he could catch up. Soon, the skeleton formation disappeared. Shen-Yi was tired from running and stopped to take a breath. At this time, a prompt came from the system. In 1 minute, the poisonous gas device is about to be activated in the wilderness swamp, and the poisonous gas is about to be discharged. Players, please escape immediately. Please escape immediately. Then, the system started counting down, and the white thick fog in the wilderness swamp gradually turned red, as if it was about to drip blood. Shen-Yi saw a small hole in front of him, and he thought that this should be the exit. He seemed to see the hope of dawn and rushed over like an arrow. But there was a guard in armor standing in front of him. Shen-Yi looked at the time prompted by the system and saw that there were only 40 seconds left. Shen-Yi walked over and wanted to shoot at the guard. The guard flew over and picked up the big knife and was about to hit Shen-Yi. Shen-Yi dodged in time and was not hit, but he was accidentally scratched by the knife. His blood volume began to drop rapidly, and his body seemed to have been struck by lightning. The guard was in vain. Turned around and slashed at Shen-Yi again. Shen-Yi bent down and dodged the knife. The guard seemed to be angered, roared angrily, and continued to rush toward Shen-Yi. Shen-Yi did not dodge this time, but stood still. When the guard was about to pounce on him, he turned aside and quickly picked up the knife, stabbed the guard's neck, and a pile of dark green juice instantly sprayed out from the guard's neck. Shen-Yi couldn't avoid it, and a lot of it was stained on his body. The juice had a corrosive effect, and most of Shen-Yi's level 3 armor was corroded in an instant. He threw away the level 3 armor as he ran towards the entrance of the cave. Shen-Yi opened the lid of the hole and looked at the extremely small hole. Shen-Yi couldn't plug it in at all. Seeing Shen-Yi holding his breath, his bones shrunk by half, and he immediately got in. Just when he got in, a large piece of thick red smoke came out of the bushes around the wilderness swamp, shrouding the entire swamp, giving no one a chance to survive. Shen-Yi saw a shaking in the bushes and screams one after another. It turned out that the poisonous gas would not only kill the players, but also the wild monsters. Shen-Yi pulled the lid of the hole and slid down the passage. Saving the city mainly involves rescuing Dr. Boehner in the urban area of City B. Now he has been captured by the black arms dealers in City B. They use Dr. Boehner's family as a threat and require Dr. Boehner to create an extremely lethal weapon. Dr. Boehner had no choice but to follow orders and create a batch of biochemical weapons for the black arms dealers that could destroy the entire City B wildfire. Wildfires burn when they meet water and produce toxic gases after burning. The black arms dealer is very ambitious. He wants to destroy the entire City B, and even the entire Earth. In the level of saving the city, players not only have to prevent black arms dealers from detonating wildfires, but also rescue Dr. Boehner, because only Dr. Boehner knows how to resolve the crisis. If the rescue is successful, you will advance to the next level. If the action fails, you will be eliminated. According to the prompt, Dr. Boehner was imprisoned in the home of a black arms dealer. Shen-Yi decided to save Dr. Boehner first. Shen-Yi came to the home of a black arms dealer. The place was extremely strict, and each guard was equipped with a large number of arms. In comparison, Shen-Yi was much weaker. The enemy's numbers and equipment obviously suppressed Shen-Yi. If he faced the enemy head-on, There would be no chance for Shen-Yi to survive. Shen-Yi decided to use a lightning sneak attack to sneak into the arms dealer's home. Shen-Yi discovered that there was a back door to the black arms dealer's home. There were few guards there, but there was an electrified iron mesh. Shen-Yi took the AKM in his hand, installed a silencer, and hid it behind the trash can at the back door. There were only 2 back doors. Guards. If Shen-Yi wants to succeed in a sneak attack, both guards must be killed quickly with one shot. Otherwise they will cause a commotion and raise the alarm. Shen-Yi Tsung secretly stuck out the muzzle of his gun from the gap between the trash cans, and pointed the gun at one of the guards. The bullet accurately flew into the guard's head, killing him with one shot, just as the other guard was about to take out his gun. At that moment, Shen-Yi shot him in the head again. It was like a faucet was turned on the guard's forehead, and blood continued to pour out. Shen-Yi immediately ran over, picked up the guard's gun and put it in his bag, then took out a key from the guard's clothes, opened the door, and went in. Chapter 390 Caught Off Guard. Shen-Yi secretly sneaked into the home of the Black Warfire dealer according to the prompts. Fortunately, there was no one at home, and Shen-Yi relaxed a little. After a while, Shen-Yi came to a basement. He walked in quietly. As soon as he entered, he found that it turned out to be a dungeon. There were only a few weak lights in the dungeon, and the yellow light shone dyingly on the ground, with water dripping all around. There was a large piece of pitch-black stuff stuck to the dilapidated wall, and a pile of spider silk was entangled. It was strange and eerie, and Shen-Yi couldn't help but cry. A cold war began. Shen-Yi clenched the gun in his hand and continued to walk forward. Suddenly, something dark on the wall suddenly moved. For a moment, the entire wall was shaking. A group of huge black spiders flew toward Shen-Yi. Shen-Yi didn't care. 21. Shooting at the wall. After the black spider was hit by Shen-Yi, it fell down along the spider silk and turned into a puddle of black water at Shen-Yi's feet. There was a loud bang, and the spider silk originally tied on the ceiling fell down, hitting Shen-Yi's feet heavily, and then grew higher and higher, forming a snow-colored wall, blocking Shen-Yi's way. Shen-Yi took out a knife and wanted to cut the spider silk, but the spider silk was extremely hard, just like iron wire. No matter how Shen-Yi cut it, it would not work. He stretched out his hand and wanted to try to pull it. Who knows? The silk was like a thorn, pricking his finger. Shen-Yi screamed and took a breath. He didn't expect that the spider silk was so sharp. Shen-Yi lost a little blood, but he didn't care. Shen-Yi! Look! There is a small hole here, Jiangwu reminded. After listening to Jiangwu's reminder, he looked at the spider silk carefully from a step away. He saw a small whirlpool-like hole in the middle of the spider silk. The entire spider silk seemed to be a ball with this small hole as the center. Our hand-spinning nebula. Jiangwu! This small hole should be the key to getting in. But this spider silk is extremely strong and can't even be cut with a knife. It can also sting people. How do you get in? Have you tried burning it with fire just now? Burn with fire? Yes. Although these spider webs are very hard, it does not mean that they are without flaws. You see, spider webs are not afraid of being cut by knives. That is because they are hard. But no matter how hard things are, they have their enemies. You said, this spider web is what is the nemesis? Jiangwu did not tell the answer directly, but asked Shen-Yi to say that he wanted to see if Shen-Yi could tell the correct answer. Shen-Yi thought for a while and said, I know. They are afraid of fire. Yes, that's right. They crawl on fire. But there's no fire here. How are you going to find it? Shen-Yi smiled evilly and said, I have a clever plan. Shen-Yi took out a grenade from his backpack, stuffed it into the small hole in the middle of the spider web, then pulled the safety catch and ran to the side. There was a loud bang, and the spider web was blown open. The blown spider silk turned black, fell from a high place, and instantly turned into ashes. Shen-Yi, it seems that you have made great progress, Jiangwu praised. Hey, you taught me well, Shen-Yi said to Jiangwu gratefully. Shen-Yi continued to walk forward. There were groups of zombies of different shapes in the cell. When they saw Shen-Yi, they all leaned on the door and stretched out their hands, trying to pull Shen-Yi. Shen-Yi, be careful. This group of zombies is different from the previous ones. They have the ability to assimilate. As soon as they touch you, you will be transformed into a zombie. Jiangwu looked at the group of zombies worriedly and said, It's okay. Look, they are all locked up and can't touch me, Shen-Yi said softly. He didn't want to become a zombie. Shen-Yi continued to walk forward and saw Dr. Boehner in the small cell at the end. Dr. Boehner was sitting on a chair with his head lowered. Outside Dr. Boehner's cell, There was a zombie wearing a police uniform. He was holding an iron chain in his hand. When he saw Shin-Yi coming over, he flicked the iron chain and his whole body was on fire. He waved the iron chain, which was also on fire, towards him. Shin-Yi came. Shin-Yi shot at the zombies covered in fire. But the security guard knocked the bullet away with a wave of the iron chain. Shin-Yi thought to himself, is there such an operation? This guy has security there. Like a demon from H.L. The security guard got closer and closer, waving the iron chain and hitting Shin-Yi. Shin-Yi couldn't avoid it, and was hit hard. He was knocked away by the iron chain. A burning sensation came to him, and the pain numbed his body. Nervous, his blood volume dropped rapidly. Before the security arrived, he took out the first aid kit and stepped back to give first aid. Soon, Shin-Yi recovered. He saw that the security guard was only a few steps away from him. When the iron chain in his hand was about to hit him, Shin-Yi quickly moved his position. Yes! Shin-Yi moves so fast! He is truly a genius! Lee Yuner praised while watching the battle on the screen. After the security guard saw Shin-Yi deviating from his position, he chased after him with an iron chain. Shin-Yi couldn't dodge and took another bite, and the blood from his body was drained. Shin-Yi! This is the evil spirit warrior! According to legend, the evil spirit warrior can control the flames of H.L. The flames of H.L. are extremely lethal. You are not hurt after being hit twice, which means that your body is different from ordinary people. No matter how different your body is from ordinary people, it can't withstand the flames of the third H.L. Do you have any good ideas? Shin-Yi asked weakly. Look at the evil spirit warrior. His eyes are the eyes of H.L. You have to hit his eyes before the H.L. flames will be drawn away from him. Without the H.L. flames, the evil spirit warriors have nothing to do with ordinary zombies. The difference. Okay, hit the eyes. After hearing Jiang Wu's words, Shin-Yi stood up weakly. Shin-Yi leaned against the wall, with the muzzle of the AKM in his hand pointing downwards, and his other hand weakly supporting the wall. Shin-Yi picked up the first aid kit and restored his blood volume after a while. He walked to the cell where Dr. Boehner was being held, kicked open the cell door, and helped the weak Dr. Boehner out. On their way out, the zombies in other cells stretched out their claws desperately. Shin-Yi shot one of the zombies, and saw that the tumor on the zombie exploded instantly, and brown pus gushed. The earth is coming out! Shin-Yi and Dr. Boehner walked out of the cell and secretly came to the warehouse where the wildfire was set. There were many iron barrels and containers scattered outside the warehouse. At this time, alarm bells went off. It turned out that not long after Shin-Yi rescued Dr. Boehner, the Black War fire dealer returned. The Black War dealer led people to surround the warehouse. Shin-Yi and the doctor hid behind the iron barrel at the entrance of the warehouse. Shin-Yi secretly popped up and threw the iron barrel with the grenade in the opposite direction while others were not paying attention. The opponent was caught off guard. Shin-Yi saw the opportunity and ran behind the container to the right of the iron barrel. Through the gap, he saw the Black War gun dealer. Chapter 391 Fragmented. The Black War fire dealer held an AKM in his hand and was approaching Shin-Yi. Shin-Yi quietly pushed aside the grass in front of the container, put the silencer on the M416 in his hand, quietly stuck out the gun tip, and shot the Black War fire dealer in the head. Several bullets flew out, but the Black War merchant was extremely vigilant. While hiding, he fired at Shin-Yi. Several soldiers surrounded him, and the container was beaten to pieces. Shin-Yi rushed forward, just as the soldier closest to him was about to shoot. He was kicked by Shin-Yi, and the gun fell to the ground. Just as he was about to pick up the gun, Shin-Yi shot him in the head, killing him instantly. At the same time, another soldier also rushed forward. Shin-Yi fired with one hand to shoot at the enemies coming from behind. With the other hand, he directly pulled the soldier's elbow and twisted it hard. He only heard a click. The soldier huddled on the ground in pain. Shin-Yi went over and took out a knife from behind. Without looking at it, he threw it directly at the soldier. Blood spread from his feet. Suddenly, a bullet passed by Shin-Yi's ear. He bent down and avoided the war dealer who wanted to pounce. Shin-Yi ran quickly and ran behind a bunker. He squatted down and wanted to change his gun, but found that the bullets were used up, and only an R1895 was left. The R1895 is a pistol with an extremely slow firing rate and extremely slow reloading speed. Generally, players can only use it when there is no gun available. Shin-Yi turned on the wheel, and there were bullets on the ground one after another, while the bullets behind him flew by quickly. Finally loaded with ammunition, Shin-Yi put his body between the two bunkers. The black war gun dealer was getting closer and closer to him. But Shin-Yi did not fire. Suddenly, there was a bang. Shin-Yi pulled the trigger at an extremely fast speed, and the bullet shot out in an instant, blasting the black war merchant's head. At the same time, the system's voice came, "Congratulations. You have successfully rescued City B. As a reward for promotion, you will get an opportunity to open a treasure box. Choose any one of the 3 treasure boxes. Please select the treasure box." Shin-Yi chose the 3rd treasure box and opened it. It turned out to be 2 first aid kits. It seemed that he was very lucky. Shin-Yi and everyone entered the 4th level. At this time, his score was still the highest, 39,894 points. The game background of Highway Crisis is on a winding mountain road. The winding and steep road looks calm, but in fact it hides murderous intent. Players must reach the top of the mountain within the specified time to be considered a victory. Shin-Yi came to the foot of the mountain, where trucks and motorcycles were parked. Shin-Yi chose motorcycles. Although trucks could provide some protection, their speed and flexibility were not as good as motorcycles. Shin-Yi started his motorcycle and drove up the mountain. The scenery on this mountain is relatively good in the entire peak battle mode. Compared with the wet mud in the wilderness swamp and the extremely hot heat in the desert city, Shin-Yi really feels that the design of this level is more humane, with beautiful mountains and clear waters, and the fragrance of birds and flowers. It's really cool. The more beautiful things are, the more dangerous they are. Jiangwu said something unexpectedly. Compared to those harsh environments, my body honestly told me that he likes it here, Shin-Yi replied. After a while, a huge stone appeared in front of Shin-Yi. The motorcycle had no time to avoid it and collided with the stone. Shin-Yi was thrown out. At this time, the originally flat road became a little undulating, and the mountain began to shake. Shin-Yi just remembered. But because of the shaking of the mountain, he was thrown to the side of the road. There was no fence on the side of the road. If he fell, the system would directly determine death. Shin-Yi grabbed a road monument next to him and jumped up with all his strength. Fortunately, his strength was amazing. Otherwise, he would have been thrown down directly. A feeling of dizziness hit Shin-Yi, and he was a little unsteady on his feet. Suddenly, the boulder exploded, and a stone man jumped out of it. The body of the stone man is made up of large and small rocks and broken soil, which is extremely ugly. The stone man walked toward Shin-Yi step by step with heavy steps. Shin-Yi was not afraid and threw a grenade first. One of the stone man's arms was blown off, but he felt no pain and continued to walk toward Shin-Yi. When Shin-Yi saw this, he immediately fired, but the bullet could not penetrate the rock, and the stone man pressed forward. Looking at the stone man who couldn't be killed, Shin-Yi had a plan in mind. Although this guy is big, he can't be killed at all. Its movement speed is not as fast as Shin-Yi's. Shin-Yi ran to its feet with a swipe sound. The stone man was about to continue walking forward, but when he saw Shin-Yi rushing over, he stopped a little at a loss. It saw Shin-Yi right under its feet. He wanted to lift his foot and trample Shin-Yi to death, but Shin-Yi ran to the other side when his foot fell. The stone man stepped on the air and saw Shin-Yi running to the other side again, so he raised his other foot. Unexpectedly, Shin-Yi ran away again. This was repeated for several rounds, and the stone man was a little dizzy. Shin-Yi took advantage of the fact that the stone man was confused and ran to the motorcycle. Shin-Yi, who had amazing arm strength, took the motorcycle and smashed it against the stone man. The stone man was directly knocked down. After Shin-Yi dealt with the stone man, he picked up the motorcycle and continued to drive the motorcycle forward. Not far away, there was a small hill on the road ahead. Shin-Yi usually liked to play some racing games, but he didn't expect to be able to experience racing in the peak battle mode. He found it very exciting and drove straight over. Shin-Yi grabbed the handlebars tightly, drove as fast as he could, rushed up the hill, and then rushed down again with the help of inertia. He had just driven over the hill, and a bunch of large and small hills appeared in front of him, and flip up and down. Shin-Yi moved his lips and continued to drive forward. His skills were excellent, and he quickly passed most of the distance. When he was about to continue twisting the accelerator, there seemed to be something hidden in the hill in front of him, trying to break through the ground. Suddenly, Shin-Yi accelerated his speed and rushed over. Unexpectedly, the hillock actually followed him. Following Shin-Yi closely, Shin-Yi was shocked. What was hidden in it? Suddenly, a giant python with claws burst out of the ground. The giant python stretched out its claws, grabbed Shin-Yi's motorcycle, and threw the motorcycle to the ground. Shin-Yi was pressed under the motorcycle and felt like he was hit. broke into pieces. The ground was shaking, and Shen-Yi was a little hurt from being hit. He lay on the ground unable to move. At this time, a gust of wind blew, and gravel and debris were thrown at Shen-Yi. Shen-Yi was in pain up and down. Shen-Yi saw that the giant python was getting closer and closer to him, and his right hand was pressed tightly. He used his left hand to picked up 98K on the ground and shot at the python. The python felt pain, grabbed Shen-Yi from the ground and threw it against the rocks beside the highway. "When I go, it feels like my internal organs are going to be smashed out," Shen-Yi said. Chapter 392 successfully promoted. The giant python was getting closer and closer. Shen-Yi ran over, grabbed the motorcycle on the ground, and fled as fast as possible. "Shen-Yi, why are you such a bitch? You actually escaped," Jiang Wu said disdainfully. "What do you know? Just look at me," Shen-Yi said calmly. The giant python was hurt by the explosion and released its claws. Because the motorcycle exploded under the giant python, Shen-Yi had no time to react and fell straight into the fire. Li Yuner, who was watching Shen-Yi being thrown into the fire in the monitoring room, couldn't help but stand up from the chair, slapped the table angrily, and cursed. "This Shen-Yi is really desperate for his life. He can use such a dangerous move." As you can imagine, although the death in the game is not life-threatening, being burned alive by fire will make him feel better. As soon as Li Yuner finished speaking, she saw Shen-Yi holding his head in his hands and rushing out of the fire like flying. "This Shen-Yi, you really underestimated him." After Li Yuner finished speaking, she sat back on the chair. Only Shen-Yi knew why he was able to escape from the fire this time. After Shen-Yi escaped from the fire, he found himself on the top of the mountain. It turned out that the giant python was the last level. Immediately, the system announced, "Congratulations on successfully advancing to the next level." Shen-Yi was taken to the entrance of the last level by the system. At this time, only he, Han Xiaomu, and the chatty boy were left. The scores at this time are not much different. Shen-Yi 50986 points. Han Xiaomu 49899 points. Chatty boy 48,709 points. According to the rules of the game, they have to have a decisive battle in this level, and the one who stays until the end is the winner. The background of the decisive battle on the ice field is under Mount Everest, where snow falls all year round and the climate is extremely cold. Players are at the same starting point and choose different routes. They must reach the end first and get the Dragon Crystal to win. In this level, several of them will start a fierce battle for the Dragon Crystal. After the system announced the rules, they were put on a helicopter and took them to the foot of Mount Everest. Han Xiaomu saw Shen-Yi on the plane, happily walked over and said teasingly, "Shen-Yi, please don't let me go in a moment. I won't show you mercy." Shen-Yi felt happy after hearing this, thinking that this little girl dared to come over and declare war. So he said, "Let go. You are thinking too much. I am a professional esports player. Will I do anything that goes against the spirit of esports?" Han Xiaomu said, "Then don't let me beat you to the ground and beg for mercy." "Begging for mercy? I'm afraid that I will scare you into crying like a little girl. Let's make a deal first. If I win, you must not be angry." Shen-Yi approached Han Xiaomu and said, "You win first and then I'll talk." After Han Xiaomu finished speaking, he began to prepare for parachuting. "Brother, I won't give in." The chatty boy patted Shen-Yi on the shoulder and said with a smile. After saying that, he also jumped down. Shen-Yi watched the two people open their parachutes one after another, and jumped down himself. In midair, he felt the cold wind against his face. He lowered his head and looked at the vast expanse of white beneath his feet. As a southerner, Shen-Yi had never seen snow. He was a little excited to see snow in the game today. Shen-Yi landed smoothly. He saw that Han Xiaomu and Chatterbox Boy were on his route, so he took a gun and ran quickly, trying to catch up with them. Shen-Yi came to a small wooden house. He thought that there should be some supplies and the like in the wooden house. Seeing that there was no one around, he lowered his steps and gently opened the door of the wooden house. Sure enough, there was a wooden box there, but the box had been opened and fell to the ground, along with the guns and ammunition. Shen-Yi did not walk over in a hurry, but stood at the door and glanced around with his gun. Suddenly, a black dot flashed from behind him. Shen-Yi immediately turned around and shot, but the black dot flashed too fast and Shen-Yi missed the shot. There was another sound in Shen-Yi's ear. This time, he did not hesitate and immediately shot towards his 3 o'clock direction. Suddenly, Shen-Yi heard the sound of something running in the direction just now, and he fired 3 more shots there. The whole process was fast and without any delay. Shen Yi took a closer look and saw that it was a foreign special soldier wearing camouflage uniforms. These special soldiers are controlled by a gang force. They smuggled in from abroad and want to steal the dragon crystal. In addition to getting the dragon crystal, Shen Yi also wants to kill these special soldiers so that they will never dare to covet our land. Shen Yi picked up the AWM in the hands of the special soldier and happily put it into his backpack. This kind of gun has great damage and can kill the head instantly. But it requires extremely high marksmanship. It requires superb marksmanship. Shen Yi's marksmanship is one of the best. With the blessing of this kind of gun, it will be much easier to be invincible. Shen Yi put all the supplies in the wooden box into his backpack and carefully exited the cabin. When his feet just appeared at the door, a bullet flew over his head. He thought to himself, "Who is so sinister and dares to sneak attack me? Let me show him how powerful I am. It would be unworthy of a gentleman not to take revenge." He turned around, kicked the door, and closed it. There were many small gaps on the wooden door. Shen Yi peered through the small gaps and quietly observed what was going on outside. He saw a person lying down at 4 o'clock. It seemed that the shot just now was done by this special soldier. Shen Yi wanted to kill him, for the special soldier lying on the ground. The gap in the wooden door was too small, let alone the muzzle of the gun, and the bullets could not fly out. Shen Yi didn't know how many troops there were outside besides the special soldier, so he didn't dare to act rashly. If he kicked the door and ran out like this, he might be beaten into pieces by the people hiding around. Shen Yi looked around the wooden house. A gust of cold wind came in, and Shen Yi shivered from the cold. Cold wind? Why is there wind in this wooden house? Shen Yi looked around and found a hole behind the wooden house, but it was just blocked by the special soldier. Shen Yi approached the dong. He lay down and looked outside from the hole. After a while, he didn't find anything unusual. It seemed that this was the enemy's blind spot, and they didn't put anyone here. Shen Yi replaced the gun with the M416, which was switched to full automatic mode, and gently got out of the hole. After Shen Yi got out, he quietly walked towards the door of the wooden house. He hid behind the wall. At this time, the special soldier who was ambushing him had noticed him and fired in the direction of Shen Yi. Several bullets grazed him, but they did not focus on Shen Yi. Obviously, the wooden house blocked many bullets for him. After a while, Shen Yi estimated that the special soldier had emptied a magazine and was replacing the magazine. Just when Shen Yi wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to kill that person, a person rushed out from his left and faced Shen Yi. Shot. Shen Yi turned aside, and 3 bullets flew directly from the left side of his face. Shen Yi turned around and saw a special soldier walking toward him fiercely with a gun. Shen Yi quickly shot him and hit the special soldier. Chapter 393, Massacre. Shen Yi continued to walk forward. He looked at the map. At this time, the red dots of Han Xiaomu and Chatterbox Boy were getting closer and closer to the end. He started running quickly. Shen Yi arrived at the finish line and found that Chatterbox Boy and Han Xiaomu were not here, and there was no sign of Long Jing around. Shen Yi found a place to hide. At this time, a bullet hit him on the left, and then another bullet quickly made up for it, grazing his face, and his face was wiped with blood. With such a ruthless fighting style, who else but Han Xiaomu could do it? Shen Yi thought to himself. Shen Yi knew that Han Xiaomu was nearby. He raised his gun, looked at the direction where the bullet had just flown, and quickly pulled the trigger. But there was no movement there. It turned out that Han Xiaomu moved quickly again after firing 2 bullets. At this time, a bullet was shot towards his right leg. Fortunately, he dodged in time and was not hit. He rolled down, rolling in the snow while shooting in the direction just now. Soon, Shen Yi rolled behind a rock. Defensive. Shen Yi calmed down. At this time, he heard a small sound coming from behind him. Shen Yi immediately turned around and fired, and found that the person was really Han Xiaomu. Because Han Xiaomu was a little far away from him, he missed the hit. Shen Yi discovered that Han Xiaomu did not seem to be running over, but was hanging in midair. It turned out that Han Xiaomu had a rope tied to him, and one end was tied to a rock exposed on the mountain. This Han Xiaomu. No wonder he couldn't hit her. It turned out that she hung herself on the mountain and could kill the opponent with one shot easily and silently. This move was really good. Shen Yi picked up the gun and pointed it at Han Xiaomu's rope. Let me see if you will fall to death this time. Shen Yi's marksmanship was excellent, and he hit Han Xiaomu's rope with just 1 bullet. The rope was disconnected, and Han Xiaomu was seen holding his head in his hands, his body making a dive, and falling down. There was a loud bang. After a while, Shen Yi didn't see Han Xiaomu's score list dimming, and he realized that they were still in the snow. The snow was relatively soft and would not cause too much impact. He was a little annoyed. If he had known it, he would have shot him in the head with one shot. This was great. Letting Han Xiaomu, a powerful enemy, live. It was like letting the tiger go back to the mountain. Annoyance is annoyance. Han Xiaomu, this little girl, has a strong desire for revenge, and he must kill her first. Shen Yi lowered his steps and walked over quietly. For a moment, gunfire broke out. It turned out that several special soldiers suddenly rushed out and surrounded Han Xiaomu. Shen Yi thought to himself, this girlfriend is an opponent again. Should he save her or not? After thinking for a moment, Shen Yi decided to kill the group of special soldiers first. Shen Yi, be careful. There are 2 people on your right, both holding rifles. The 2 of them are dueling with Han Xiaomu, and the rest are fighting with the chatty boy. Jiangwu reminded. Shen Yi nodded, with a sneer on his lips. Today, he was going to go on a killing spree. Shen Yi sneaked over and saw that Han Xiaomu was really dueling with the 2 people. Shen Yi picked up the gun and fired a bullet. Han Xiaomu's bullet also flew towards the special soldier. Suddenly, he saw 2 bullets flying together, entered that person's body. Another special soldier took advantage of the gap and rushed towards Han Xiaomu. Shen Yi took out a grenade from his bag and threw it from the air. Han Xiaomu was fighting with the special soldiers at this time. She had no idea that there would be grenades flying towards her. The sound of the gunfire perfectly covered up the sound of the grenade landing. There was only a loud noise. And suddenly the fire shot into the sky, and Han Xiaomu's name dimmed. Shen Yi, the chatty boy is in the truck. He has successfully killed those special soldiers. After listening to Jiangwu's words, Shen Yi walked over secretly. He saw a series of footprints leading to the lower part of the truck. He knew that the chatty boy was lying in wait there, waiting for him to go and throw himself into the trap. Shen Yi did not walk over. He was originally hiding in the 7 o'clock direction of the truck. He thought that the chatty boy might have discovered him. But the chatty boy was hiding under the car, and he had no grenades. So there was no way to kill him. Unless you draw him out. So, he deliberately fired several shots at the front of the truck to mislead Chatterbox Boy and make Chatterbox Boy think that he didn't know where he was. And Chatterbox Boy would shoot according to the direction of the bullet. Run out before the shot is fired and you will win. Shen Yi picked up the gun in his hand and fired 2 shots at the front of the car. In order to convince the chatty boy, he paused for a few seconds and then continued to shoot a few more times. After shooting, he quickly ran behind the rocks on the left. Sure enough, as soon as he hid, he saw the chatty boy running out and shooting at his position. After the chatty boy fired several shots in succession, he saw that there was no movement. Just as he was about to turn around, Shen Yi stuck out the muzzle of his gun from behind and fired several shots at the chatty boy. Brother, I'm sorry. Shen Yi looked at the chatty boy lying in the snow and muttered silently. Shen Yi immediately ran to the tower where the dragon crystal was placed. There were 2 special soldiers under the tower. As soon as they tried to take down the dragon crystal, Shen Yi shot them in the head easily. Shen Yi took off the dragon crystal, and the system's voice sounded, "Good luck. Let's eat chicken tonight. Congratulations on becoming the first player to pass the game." Shen Yi opened his eyes, untied the rope, and after pressing the button, the uniform took off automatically. He walked out and saw the rest of the Tianxiang team waiting for him. Shen Yi, you can do it. I have been sitting in the monitoring room watching the whole game. Shen Yi did play well. His physical fitness is excellent. The 5 levels are 5 different environments. The purpose is to allow you to adapt to different environments. Competition mode. You all did not disappoint me today, Li Yuner said happily. Li Yuner, do you think the stimulation this system gives us is 100%? Zhao Yi asked. Yes. The pinnacle battle will give you more stimulation than the previous modes. Although it will not kill you. The feelings inside are real, and it places extremely high demands on your physical fitness. Shen Yi, do you feel unwell this time? Jiangwu asked. Because everyone was here. Shen Yi couldn't answer directly. Otherwise they would definitely think he was crazy. Shen Yi silently said in his heart, "No. Have you noticed that I couldn't control your body in the last regional competition? I originally thought that the stimulation given to you by the system was too strong, and you would faint because you couldn't withstand such a strong stimulation. However, today, judging from this model, the excitement you felt in the peak battle was more intense. But you did not lose consciousness. So the last game was weaker. Why did you lose consciousness?" Jiangwu asked puzzledly. Chapter 394 Isolated and Helpless. Hey, I said it's okay. So why don't you believe it? Don't worry. Just take a rest and you'll be fine. Shen Yi said angrily. Although he knew that his team members were caring about him, his own body still knew it. Okay. Since you said it's okay, then it's okay. Have a good rest. We have a more important game next. I hope we can win the championship next time. Only then did Shen Yi remember the importance of the next competition. If he could finish in the top 3, it would mean he could qualify for the national competition. Not only that, it would also mean that his career would enter a glorious turning point. Yes, he must take good control of it. In the following days, Shen Yi's Tianxiang team trained unremittingly every day, just to prepare for the game. The days passed quickly, and in a blink of an eye, it was the day of the competition. The location of the competition was set at the gymnasium in City C. On this day, the contestants arrived as scheduled. They were all confident, and the audience around the stadium was even more excited. The game was in full swing, and by the last battle of the game, only Team Shen Yi and their opponent Team Li Ping were left. What should I do? What should I do? Li Jia held his head in his hands, frantically trying to find an excuse. But the moment he raised his hands, he found that his hands were covered in blood. All this blood seeped out from Shen Yi's skin when he squeezed his hand. Shen Yi, are you okay? At this moment, Shen Yi no longer had any thoughts to pay attention to anything else. His hand was so painful that he almost couldn't breathe. The heart-wrenching pain, as if his hand was being hit by countless hammers, penetrated deep into the bone marrow. As the saying goes, 10 fingers are connected to the heart. This kind of heartbreaking pain is unbearable for anyone. No, we have to go to the hospital quickly. If something goes wrong with his hand because of this game, none of us can afford it. Jiang Wu frowned, and his heart was completely gloomy. In fact, it didn't matter to him whether he won the championship or the runner-up this time, as long as he could get into the top 3. But I didn't expect Shen Yi to come up with such a weird lineup and win the championship easily. Not to mention, this guy rarely played in matches or rankings before, let alone playing games. A genius who could only play with humans and machines, but has achieved miraculous results is simply a gift from God to him and Han Xiaomu. Such a guy cannot fall here no matter what. When everyone was thinking about their own things, Li Ping suddenly thought of something. He slowly moved over and whispered, "Is Shen Yi okay?" It was a good thing that he didn't say this. As soon as he said this, everyone's eyes were fixed on him. Those cold and angry eyes were like a knife piercing Li Ping's body. At this moment, Li Ping finally knew what it meant to feel a needle stabbing his back. He never wanted to try this feeling again in his life. Countless pairs of eyes off the court, his teammates and the 5 opponents on the court. This was simply overwhelming. He fell into a helpless situation. Brother, I can only say that this is a misunderstanding. I really didn't mean it. Li Ping knew that the more he explained, the more confused he became. But he still couldn't help but said, when anyone shakes hands, they will think about pinching and putting, secretly competing. I did mean that. But I didn't notice and pinched your left hand. At this point, he didn't dare to say any more, because the chatty boy and others had already shown cannibalistic eyes. They really couldn't control their emotions, and it was not impossible to rush up and beat Li Ping violently. As for his teammates, instead of coming to help Li Ping, he sneered, this guy has always been domineering and arrogant, and he is even more arrogant in the esports club. Now that they are finally defeated, they want to kick him in the back, add insult to injury, and then beat him up. However, the esports club hasn't dealt with this matter yet, and they don't dare to jump to conclusions, so they can only restrain themselves from giving Li Ping a pigtail. Shen Yi, please tell me how to solve this matter. As long as you say a word, I will ask someone to get rid of him immediately. An unprecedented anger showed on Jiang Wu's face. Yes, he had never been so angry. This was the first time. This time it's not just him. If Han Xiaomu were present, she would definitely say the same thing. You are threatening me. Do you want to get rid of me? Unexpectedly, after hearing this, Li Ping not only was not afraid, but also used a rhetorical tone. He originally really wanted to apologize and soften it. But when he heard Jiang Wu's tone, I can't bear it anymore. These days, losing your head is no more than a scar the size of a bowl, as long as you are not really hacked over. Who is afraid of whom? There are so many trolls in the country because of all the hard work on lip service. Li Ping doesn't think he's a troll, but he won't be frightened by someone else's words. You don't believe it, do you? Jiang Wu pushed the glass window and whispered, Li Ping, Li Jia, the eldest son and second son of Li's real estate company in City C. Their father started from scratch. Although he is doing well now, But the family's assets so far are only around 50 million. Am I right? It's just such an understatement. But it contains too many meanings. If someone wants to really investigate, this information can still be discovered. But the last sentence is what Jiang Wu really wants to express. The family assets are about 50 million. This is not information that can be obtained through investigation. To put it bluntly, except for their own family members, outsiders cannot be sure what to do. Give such a reply. Because outsiders have no idea that in addition to real estate, their family also invests in catering. The real estate investment is only about 30 million. At this moment, Li Ping finally felt a chill in his back. The people in front of him looked unattractive. Not even threatening at all. They were all dressed like Yakuza. Especially Jiang Wu. Not only wearing old-fashioned clothes, but also wearing such a thick glass bottom. In the eyes of outsiders, Lung looks like a nerd. How on earth do you know this? Are you investigating me? Li Ping stared at Jiang Wu coldly, and all the hair on his body began to stand on his head. Like a kitten facing a powerful enemy, with hair all over his body. Seeing him like this, Jiang Wu suddenly laughed, with contempt in his laughter. Isn't it easy to investigate you? Besides, do you think there is no one around you who can betray you? When he said this, Jiang Wu inadvertently turned his gaze to the place where Xiner and Li Zhi were before. However, when he turned his eyes there, he found that there was only a slender figure left there. What's going on? Did that damn guy run away early? Chapter 395 Relapse of Old Injuries. Not seeing Li Zhi's figure, Jiang Wu suddenly gritted his teeth in annoyance, and his face became increasingly livid. Li Ping followed his gaze, and felt a chill all over his body when he spotted Xiner over there. Is it her? Did she betray me? An unprecedented shock and anger filled Li Ping's heart. Although he had no intention of staying with Xiner for a long time, he didn't just want to play around. Since he got together with Xiner, he has never flirted with others. At least during this period, he was extremely serious. Otherwise, he wouldn't be angry because of Xinyi's matter. But he never expected that this woman who could even put his brother second and Xiner first would betray him. Jiang Wu, you are awesome. But this matter is not over yet. Don't you want to take revenge on me? Just come. I will wait for you. Before, Li Ping would never have had the courage to say such words. But now, he was really passionate and completely lost himself. Without saying another word, he just shook his head and left the arena. What followed was just the award ceremony. After a simple interlude, Li Ping rushed out of the stadium without staying any longer. Holy shit! Xinyi! You can do it! You actually won the championship! As soon as he got off the field, Xinyi's best friend Liao Wenyan couldn't wait to rush forward. Although Han Xiaomu behind him had always been aloof, he couldn't hold back this time and looked excited. Why are you looking at me like that? Is there something wrong with my face? Seeing Han Xiaomu's expression, Xinyi was suddenly confused. Have! Han Xiaomu nodded seriously, then gently reached out and pinched Xinyi's nose and said, Okay, I really didn't read you wrong. Hiss. Although Han Xiaomu's actions were very gentle, Xinyi still gasped in pain. It was not his nose that hurt, but his hands. I don't know why, but as long as there is pain in my body, the severe pain in my hands will be transmitted immediately, and the pain will penetrate into my bone marrow. What's wrong? When Han Xiaomu saw his expression, he was stunned for a moment, but it didn't look like he was pretending, so he was dumbfounded. Hands! My hands can't hold it anymore. Xinyi had been forcing a smile until now, just to win the championship in an upright manner and go through the award ceremony. Now that things are over, he naturally can't hold on anymore. People are often supported by their willpower. Once they relax, they will immediately collapse. Seeing this scene, Han Xiaomu did not hesitate and hurriedly called for a car and quickly sent Xinyi to the hospital. On the way, Jiang Wu quietly said to Han Xiaomu next to him, I seem to be in trouble. His bitter smile showed a hint of helplessness in Han Xiaomu's eyes. And she asked, What's wrong? What did you do? Jiang Wu looked at Xinyi in front of him and lowered his voice as much as possible. That kid Li Ping is too crazy. I gave him a little warning, but I didn't expect that his mental endurance was so poor that he went crazy. Did you provoke a mad dog? Han Xiaomu's eyes widened. She glanced at her mouth and wished she could bite Jiang Wu to death. Everyone is easy to mess with, but madmen are the most annoying, let alone mad dogs. Seeing her being so excited, Jiang Wu waved his hand and said, Actually, it's not too troublesome. If that kid dares to retaliate, I will naturally have a way to deal with him. Don't worry. While talking, The car has already arrived at the hospital. The results of this examination are more serious than last time. The recurrence of old injuries is much more difficult to treat than new injuries. In the end, the doctor seemed to have thought of something and forced Shen-Yi to be hospitalized. There is no other reason. Because when Shen-Yi was examining, a patient next to him was watching a video on his mobile phone, which happened to be the video in which Shen-Yi and others won the championship. Here, why does that person look so much like the top laner of Team Tinxiang? No way. Is this really the one-armed hero Yanghua? The moment Shen-Yi walked out of the specialist clinic, the two young nurses next to him began to exclaim. The action of covering their mouths looked extremely cute. The one-armed hero Yanghua? Hearing this name, many LOL fans turned their heads and looked this way. This is a new nickname given to Shen-Yi by fans, but it seems particularly domineering and revealing. I can't tell. You are quite famous. Jiangwu gloated. With the celebrity effect, you are in big trouble now and have to be hospitalized. Ha ha ha. Things have passed. After winning the championship and winning tickets to the national competition, Shen-Yi's career has reached a glorious turning point. Even if he quits now, the halo still surrounds him, and no one in the entire Sea City knows about it. Although no one came to visit, Liao Wenying came over every once in a while to hang out. The obvious meaning was that he was afraid that Shen-Yi would be lonely alone. In fact, every time he comes, he brings many photos of Shen-Yi, and he even calls them autograph photos requested by fans. Forget the autograph photo of his uncle. He is clearly using it to subsidize his internet cafe and use it to attract fans to come and patronize, thereby making a lot of money. He can also use it as a reward or to sell merchandise. After Shen-Yi guessed the fat man's intention, he exposed it directly to his face. This guy really had no choice but to sneer and say, everyone helps each other, and he can be considered a sponsor after all. He can't just give money without getting anything in return. Bar. They are both brothers. They grew up playing in the mud. Although Shen-Yi said this, he was still very happy in his heart. However, because his left hand was injured, he did not dare to sign too many autographs in one day. But who knew that this damn fat man would go even further, and even say that Shen-Yi's right hand was fine, and that the signature was effortless at all. During the past few days in the hospital, Shen-Yi also privately asked Liao Wenyan to visit Xioner's parents. This was also a condition for his help by signing autographs and photos. Fatty went there several times, but every time he came back he brought bad news. Uncle Li was in a particularly bad mood recently. He even quarreled at every turn and even thought about running away from home. Such a simple and honest person has become like this because of gambling. If he continues like this, his wife and children will probably be separated. Thinking of this, Shen-Yi finally ignored the doctor's orders and secretly escaped from the hospital. Taking the money he got from the last training session, he hurried to Wang Rui's house. On the other side, after Li Ping lost the game, he fell into a state of collapse. Winning or losing the game was on the one hand, and offending Chen Fei was on the other. But what made him the most angry was Xioner. He heard Jiangwu's words very clearly. This time it was Xioner who snitched. Chapter 396 Don't do stupid things. Because of his family matters, he only told Xioner and Lija. He really likes Xioner and has thought about getting married. However, Lija seems to dislike Xioner very much. He always says that this girl is following the crowd and is purely interested in their family's money. So even though Lija was the eldest brother, he didn't dare to say anything in person. But behind the scenes, she always speaks harshly to Xioner when she meets her. In the past, he felt that Xioner was really innocent. She was bullied by her younger brother and could still treat him like this. But now it seems that Lija is really discerning. At least on this point. It's really accurate. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. And Li Ping almost exploded. He really didn't expect that the woman he treated wholeheartedly would persecute him like this. Boom! Li Ping punched the keyboard hard, and the brand new mechanical keyboard was directly smashed away. The keys on it flew into the air, fell to the ground again, and were everywhere. Brother Ping, what's wrong with you? Xioner was just looking for Li Ping when she suddenly heard a loud noise inside and rushed in quickly. He has always been regarded as the proud man of heaven, the proud man of Sea City, the holder of the #1 spot in the internet cafe competition. But now he was suddenly defeated, and he lost so miserably. Not only that, the one who defeated him was considered his love rival. This humiliation, coupled with the handshake after the game, completely pushed him into the abyss. Xioner knew very well that if she was not by Li Ping's side to comfort him at this time, there would definitely be problems in their relationship. At this moment, she had the urge to kill Shani. Both of them were over it. Why would he do it again? Is it just for revenge? What are you doing here? Seeing Xiner entering the house, Li Ping said this abruptly. His tone was extremely cold, without any emotion at all. Xiner was stunned. This was the first time she heard such a tone from Li Ping's mouth. She was a little dumbfounded. Li Ping had never treated her like this before. Brother Ping, what's wrong with you? It's normal to lose a game. And we got second place and have qualified for the national competition. We still have a chance to take revenge. Xiner rubbed the corners of her clothes with her hands. She was always comforted by Li Ping. I have never experienced comforting others. Do you think it's great that I came in second place? Is it an honor? Li Ping turned his head suddenly and stared at the other person with a pair of blood-red eyes. Anger and resentment revealed in every word. Xiner was stunned. Li Ping was like a monster now. His entire body was displayed in an extremely terrifying posture. His expression was extremely ferocious, as if he was seeing an enemy of life and death. She couldn't believe that this was the expression her boyfriend, Li Ping, would show to her. Li Ping was definitely not like this before. He never got angry with himself. And he never even spoke in a strong tone. What happened to him? Brother Ping, don't be angry. It's all over. We still have a chance. Don't be like this. I'm scared. Xiner's eyes were dim, and tears almost flowed out. But the more she behaves like this, the more artificial she looks in Li Ping's eyes. Such a woman, who betrayed herself, still had the nerve to pretend here, was simply shameless. Get out of here! Do you hear me? Get out of here! Li Ping was so angry that he didn't know what to say. He had fallen into a state of madness. Brother Ping, what's wrong with you? You aren't like this before. What's wrong with me? You ask me what's wrong? Li Ping pointed at his nose, widened his eyes and asked, Don't you know why you did what you did? You bastard! Get out of here! What did you just scold me for? Xiner took a step back. She couldn't believe her ears. Even if Li Ping went crazy, it would be impossible for him to say such things. Calling a woman a stinky cousin is simply the most vicious insult. I called you a bad cousin. A dead cousin. What's wrong? Don't you understand? Li Ping sneered and said, Don't pretend to be innocent here. You know what you do better than anyone else. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiner cried immediately. She really couldn't believe that her man would speak to her in such a tone and use such ugly words. The previous vows of love and sweet words have all turned into nothing at this moment. They are all illusory bubbles that have been completely burst. What on earth did I do wrong to make you say that to me? I'm not pretending to be innocent. I'm really innocent. Xiner couldn't help but said with sadness and anger in her heart. Tell me, what on earth am I going to do? Can you believe me? You don't have to do anything. Just get out of here and stay away from me. Li Ping snorted, turned his back to her, and focused his attention on the computer screen. At this moment, Xiner's cell phone suddenly rang. She took it out and saw that it was a call from her mother. Wiping her tears and holding back her tears, she pretended to be calm and asked, Mom, why did you call me at this time? On the other end of the phone, Aunt Lee's words were full of anxiety, even crying. Girl, come back quickly. Those debt collectors are here again. Your dad can't hold on any longer and wants to commit suicide by jumping off the building. What? Xiner suddenly felt like she was struck by lightning. Her father was about to commit suicide by jumping off a building. How could she bear such a blow? In the final analysis, it was all because of the debts my father incurred from gambling. If you can pay back the money, everything will be fine. But if she still can't, what can she do if she goes back? The most she could do was give her father a glimmer of hope and give up the idea of seeking death. But if I owe so much money, how should I pay it back? It would be even more troublesome if those people had evil intentions and had any thoughts about her. Thinking of this, Xiner hurriedly said, Mom, don't be impatient. Tell my dad to stop him from doing stupid things. I may have a way to make up for this shortfall. You have a way. But where do you get so much money? Aunt Lee was stunned, and an unknown thought suddenly occurred in her heart. If Xiner became a delinquent because of this incident, she would have to go to 18 levels of HL to make up for her sin. Thinking about it, she hurriedly said, Girl, you must never do something stupid. We can get through it, but you must not do anything stupid. Don't worry. Mom, I will definitely find a way. I won't do anything illegal. Xiner took a deep breath and hung up the phone. Then, she slowly moved her steps and came behind Li Ping. Chapter 397, draw a sword to help. Li's words all echoed in Xianer's mind at this moment. Yes, he said that Li Ping was just playing with him. Even saying it would help him pay off his debts was a lie. If this is really the case, my next step will be the key. You can even test Li Ping's sincerity. She had never been so suspicious before. But when Li Ping used such vicious words to slander himself today, everything became obvious. Brother Ping, I have something to ask you. Xianer tried her best to keep her tone calm. Li Ping snorted. What other nonsense do you have to say? Get out of here now. I don't want to see you. Is that so? Xianer bit her lower lip and said this sentence with all her strength. Does the promise you made last time to help my father pay off his debt still count? My father has been forced to jump off the building, and I have no friends or relatives who can help. You are the only candidate. Huh? The fox's tail is finally exposed? Li Ping suddenly burst out laughing, his laughter full of sadness, and said, So you have been doing this for a long time, and this is your ultimate goal? Right. Sure enough. Lisha is right. You are close to me just for money. I didn't. That's not what I meant. When Xianer heard Li Ping's words, she suddenly felt a little stupid. I approached him just for money. What kind of rumor is this? But at this time, Li Ping had already approached. He pointed at Xianer's nose and said, Even if it's for money, you have to be hacked by me before you have the nerve to speak. I pretend to be noble and innocent all day long. If you don't pass, you just want money? After saying this, Li Ping directly grabbed Xianer's arm, forced her out of the house, and then slammed the door. Boom! The sound of the heavy door closing was like the last knife, piercing into Xianer's heart. She had no hope. Absolutely no hope. At this moment, everything is over. Yes, everything Li Ping said before was a lie to her. The real purpose is just to possess her. And in the end, just like Lisha said, after that, you can just throw it away casually. What should I do? The feeling of being abandoned in an instant is as if the whole heart has been pulled out of the body, and the soul has nowhere to go. Something like this happened at home, and her boyfriend abandoned her. In the end, she got nothing, and instead faced such a big crisis. Xianer didn't know how to choose at all. At this time, Li Ping's voice suddenly came from the house again. Don't you want money? You can sell yourself. There are a lot of people out there who like college students like you. Moreover, the price is very reasonable. You only need to sell it for a month, and it will be enough to pay off the debt. As he said that, Li Ping suddenly laughed, his voice full of lewdness. You can give it to me. I'll give you 2,000 yuan, which is much more than the market price. If you think about it, you can contact me at any time. You bastard. I will kill you. Li Ping gritted his teeth and finally vented all his anger. Xianer wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and ran away quickly. Regarding matters at home, she had to go back. Even if she even wants to die now, she still has to go back. If it doesn't work, just do what Li Ping said just now. Pay off his father's debts, and then die. This can at least repay the parents for their upbringing. Sister, let's go to Uncle Li's house quickly. I've already collected the money. When he arrived at Shenxi's residence, Shenyi directly took the money from his bag and put it on the table. Shenxi was dumbfounded. Although she had earned so much money after working for so many years, there was not much left after excluding expenses. In other words, she had never seen so much money in her life. Where did you get so much money? Shenxi suddenly raised his head, looked directly into Shenyi's eyes and said, Tell me, have you done something bad? I'm telling you, if you don't do your job properly, believe me or not, break your legs. He had long known that the old girl would say this. Shenyi chuckled and said, Sister, don't worry. I earned this money from acting as a training agent. My other 14 members also helped a lot. So don't worry. Okay, this money is definitely from the right source. Real? Shenxi didn't see any other meaning in Shenyi's eyes, and he understood immediately. The latter didn't lie. He really earned the money. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but smile happily. Although Shenyi has always been a prodigal son in the eyes of his family. But this time, he may have really turned around. In other words, he really took the right path and finally got rewarded with his own efforts. In this case, let's go to Uncle Li's house as soon as possible. They have been made unstable by debt collectors these days, and Uncle Li is about to collapse. With that said, Shenxi hurriedly changed her clothes, then took a taxi with Shenyi and rushed home quickly. When I arrived at Uncle Li's house, there were 3 strong men at the door. In front of them, a thin middle-aged man with a sinister look, was knocking on the door frantically.
Anyone with a surname Lee must be willing to admit defeat if he dares to gamble. Do you think I can't go in if you hide in the house? I tell you, you have to pay it back today. Otherwise, I will kill you.
The middle-aged man knocked on the door frantically and yelled loudly. Inside the room, Uncle Lee said loudly,
Come if you have the ability. If you dare to come in, I will jump off the building. When the time comes, the law enforcement will definitely not let you go. Loudly, get down from the windowsill quickly. Don't be stupid. We can pay it back slowly. Don't do anything stupid.
Aunt Lee's cries suddenly made Shin-Yi and Shin-Chi's hearts twitch. It seems that Uncle Lee is planning to commit suicide by jumping off the building.
You can jump if you can. It's his grandma's. If you don't pay back the money you owe, you will commit suicide and you won't come to me. But don't forget, if you dare to die, I will destroy your house. I can't afford the 60,000 yuan.
The money is used as demolition fees.
The middle-aged man snorted and winked at the three strong men behind him. The three of them rushed to the door and started banging on it. Boom! The huge force directly opened a hole in the door frame, and countless dust fell from it. It looked like the door would fall down after 2 or 3 more blows. Seeing this scene, Shin-Yi had no intention of waiting any longer. He winked at Shin-Chi and said loudly, Stop it. The middle-aged man looked back at Shin-Yi and Shin-Chi and said coldly,
Why? When the road is rough, do you draw your sword to help? I tell you, you can't control this matter.
Chapter 398, Worried.
I'll take care of this.
Shin-Yi took out the newspaper with the money from his bag, opened it, spread it out in front of the middle-aged man's eyes and said,
A total of 60,000 yuan. Take the money and leave. Don't let me see you in the future. This is...
When the middle-aged man saw the money, his eyes suddenly lit up. He hurriedly said,
Yes. Since we give you money, everything will be easy to talk about.
He stretched out his hand to take the money and looked at it. After identifying the authenticity, he slapped it on his hand a few times, smacked his mouth and said,
TSK. Loudly, I didn't expect you to have such rich relatives. Not bad. As he said that, he nodded to Shin-Yi and said,
Come on. Since you gave me the money, I won't make it difficult for him. This matter will be settled like this. Bye.
After that, he waved to the strong men and walked out of the alley.
How did he know we were relatives?
Shin-Chi looked at the middle-aged man's leaving figure with some suspicion and asked Shin-Yi in a low voice. Shin-Yi smiled bitterly and said,
To be able to spend so much money to help, and to come prepared, what else can it be if it's not a relative? Do you really think there are still people who face injustice like this these days?
When Shin-Chi saw him talking like this, she curled her lips and said,
Okay, now that you are promising, do you even dare to teach your sister a lesson? Don't dare. Don't dare. How dare I teach you a lesson?
Seeing Shin-Chi pretending to hit himself, Shin-Yi hurriedly put his head in his hands, looking like I was wrong.
You're a smart kid.
After solving the problem, Shin-Chi's mood improved. A few days ago, he was really worried about this incident. But for my urgent need, I spent a long time collecting it. But it still cost less than 10,000 yuan. At this time, the door was opened cautiously. Aunt Lee's tearful and haggard face was revealed from inside. Her eyes were red and swollen, and she looked completely different from before. Obviously, this time because of Uncle Lee's gambling. She was really crying to the point of drying up her tears.
Xiao-Yi?
Seeing Shin-Yi, Aunt Lee was stunned. She might not be surprised if someone else helped her with the money. It's impossible for Shin-Yi to come forward. Not to mention Shin-Yi's drunken kiss. Although Shin-Chi worked, she was just a girl and couldn't make much money. As for Shin-Yi, he only played games all day long and was kicked out by his family. Aunt Lee wiped her tears and waved to the two of them.
Come in quickly, lest those people come back again.
After the two of them entered the house, Aunt Lee turned her gaze back from the entrance of the alley, locked the door again, and then breathed a sigh of relief. But Uncle Lee was still squatting on the windowsill, looking like he was about to jump off. It was obvious that he didn't believe those guys would leave at all.
Loudly, calm down. Those people are really gone. They are not lying to us.
Aunt Lee rushed up and pulled Uncle Lee down. The latter's eyes widened and he said,
What's going on? Someone really paid back the money for us. Uncle Lee, don't worry. They will never come to you again. Don't worry and go to work.
Shin-Yi said with a slight smile.
What? You helped us pay back the money?
Uncle Lee's eyes widened, and he said with a look of disbelief,
Xiao-Yi, I watched you grow up. Just like half of my sons. I can tell you. Uncle Lee was confused this time. But one person does things and the other takes responsibility. Even if I die, I don't want you to do something wrong. Tell me, where did you get this money?
Seeing Uncle Lee like this, Shen-Yi was relieved. At least the old man was just confused for a moment. Not as hopeless as his father. But it was hard for him to say. After all, even if he explained this kind of thing to Uncle Lee and Aunt Lee, they wouldn't understand. Seemingly seeing his difficulty, Shin-Shi came over and explained for him.
Uncle Lee, Aunt Lee, hasn't she been playing games? He recently participated in a competition and won the championship. And the bonus is so much.
With that said, Shin-Shi took out a newspaper from his bag. The photos published above are the photos taken by the 5 people after Shin-Yi won the championship. The red text in the title is particularly obvious. Internet Cafe Team Champion Tianxiang Team. Uncle Lee took the newspaper and read it. His eyes suddenly turned red. He took Shin-Yi's hand and said in a trembling voice,
Xiao-Yi, you have finally made a difference. We were all against you playing games at first. But we actually didn't understand it. You young people have your own ideas. And so do we. We can't keep up with the times.
It is understandable that the older generation does not understand this. Of course, you can only get their approval if you show off. Speaking of this, Uncle Lee seemed to have thought of something, and said with an apology on his face,
Xiao-Yi, actually, your Aunt Lee and I both know what happened between you and Xiner. But you were ineffective at that time. And we didn't dare to if you say anything more. I can only let you create it yourself and wait for your prodigal son to turn around. Yes, we have actually watched you grow up since childhood. And we hope that you will be well. You and Xiner have a good relationship. So naturally, we are all so happy.
But Aunt Lee took over the conversation. She was very happy at first. But suddenly her expression changed and she fell silent. Obviously, Xiner and Li Ping were together. And they knew it. Sighing helplessly, Uncle Lee said,
It's hard for us to interfere with your children's affairs. In short, if Xiner is willing to come with you, of course we will be happy. But if she doesn't agree, we as parents can't do anything.
Shin-Yi nodded and said,
Well, I will participate in the national competition next. If I can get good results this time, maybe I will really become famous. Everything can only rely on my own efforts. Come on. Your kid has been smart since he was a child. He is not a fool.
Aunt Lee said with a smile. At this time, Shin-Shi suddenly said,
Xiao-Yi, didn't you say that you still have something to do? Uncle Lee and Aunt Lee will take care of you. So you can go and do your work.
Speaking of this, Shin-Yi suddenly remembered. I escaped from the hospital this time. If I never go back again, and the doctor comes to find me, it will be really troublesome. If Han Xiaomu and Jiang Wu were notified, they would definitely create unnecessary trouble again. At this time, Shin-Yi stood up in a hurry and said,
Uncle Lee, Aunt Lee, I have to go to the hospital first. The injury on my hand is not healed yet. So I ran out secretly. What? Is your hand serious?
Aunt Lee frowned when she heard what he said. Generally, hand injuries are nothing more than fractures, dislocations, etc. But Shin-Yi said he was going to be hospitalized. This was definitely not a minor injury. He was injured and had to take his own money to help them pay off their debts. Thinking of this, Uncle Lee almost knelt down.
Uncle Lee, what are you doing?
Seeing that he really wanted to kneel down, Shin-Yi hurriedly supported him and said,
Uncle Lee, you are being treated like this. I have been eating and drinking at your house since I was a child. And I can't stand it anymore.
Chapter 399 Worries about the Future.
We have remembered your favor. Uncle Lee has nothing to give you. He can only hope that you will make a name for yourself and live a good life so that your father and mother will not suffer so much.
Uncle Lee was in tears. His lips were trembling, and he didn't know how to continue. Shin-Yi winked at Shin-Shi, and then said,
Uncle Lee, don't worry. I will do a good job. The matter is over. You can resume your previous life as soon as possible.
After speaking, under the words of Uncle Lee and Aunt Lee, Shin-Yi walked out of the house, took a taxi, and hurried back to the hospital. Not long after he left, Xina hurried back. There was no expression on her face. It seemed that she had put aside all her emotions on the way here. This feeling is like going to the battlefield to die, without any worries. Seeing Shin-Shi, Xina frowned slightly and whispered,
Sister Shin-Shi, why do you have time to come to my house?
Her tone was very bad, as if she thought she was here for Shin-Yi. She must still be thinking about her relationship with Shin-Yi. Seeing her speaking in such a tone, Aunt Lee hurriedly scolded her.
You girl! Why are you talking to your sister? She is the great benefactor of our family. Benefactor?
Exiner was stunned for a moment. And when she saw her father sitting and smoking sadly, she felt a little strange and said,
Mom, didn't you tell me that there was an emergency at home? And my father was about to jump off the building? Damn girl! What are you talking about?
Thinking of the previous scene, Aunt Lee's face also felt a little hot. After all, Shinshi is here, so I feel a little embarrassed to say it, Uncle Lee said.
It's she. He brought the money and paid it back for us. Shinny?
Exiner said in disbelief. Shinshi said from the side.
Exiner, don't worry. There's nothing wrong at home. Just study hard and don't think too much. Sister Shinshi, it's not that I said anything unpleasant. Shinny only knew how to play games before and knew nothing else. Now he has indeed won a championship. But what's the use of it? Besides, where can he get the money to help us? Pay off the debt?
As she said that, she looked at Shinshi with a strange look and said,
Did you take the money and give it in his name, hoping to change my parents' view of him?
After hearing these words, the smile on Shinshi's face gradually disappeared, but was replaced by a slight anger. She took a deep breath and said,
Exine, whether your relationship with Shin-Yi is good or bad is your destiny. We can only help, not force it. What you said is already insulting. Am I insulting people?
Exiner sneered.
If Shin-Yi hadn't caused trouble, would Brother Ping have lost? Would he have broken up with me? Did you break up with Li Ping?
Aunt Lee grabbed Exiner's hand and said,
What's going on? Weren't you very good before? He even came to our house for dinner. That young man is pretty good.
When talking about Li Ping, Exiner's heart felt like a knife twisting. Her tears couldn't stop flowing down, and she said with resentment in her voice,
It's not because of you. I owed money for gambling, and I went to Brother Ping for help. He couldn't come up with so much, so he fell out with me. He also said that I was gold worshippers. It's all your fault.
Exiner cursed angrily, not caring about her parents' feelings at all. Uncle Lee coughed, slammed the cigarette butt on the ground and crushed it, saying,
This smoke is really uncomfortable. So choking.
Aunt Lee glanced at him, then at her daughter, shook her head helplessly and sighed.
That young man seems to be just pretending. Since he said this to you, it also means that he cannot withstand the test and is not reliable. How do you know you are unreliable? If you don't cause trouble for me, what will happen to me?
Exiner gritted her teeth, glanced at Shinshi and said,
Sister Shinshi, I think you are very good to me. So I called you sister? Let me tell you, Shin-Yi and I are impossible. So don't waste your efforts. He is a waste. A complete waste. And is not worthy of me at all.
No matter if she is angry or emotionally unstable, Shinshi couldn't bear it this time. She suddenly sneered, stared at Exiner's face and said,
Girl, why didn't I realize that you were so talkative when I was a kid? Shui is indeed very naughty and only knows how to play games. But this is the path he chose. He has already made a name for himself. You are not qualified to speak against him. I'm not qualified. Why am I not qualified? He has been chasing me for a long time. But now that he can't catch up, he came to mess with my brother Hepping again and broke up with me. He is a shameless loser.
Exiner held her head high, stared at Shinshi angrily. Shinshi squinted his eyes, looked at the embarrassed Aunt Lee and Uncle Lee, then shook his head slightly and said, Since you think so, I have nothing to say. In short, Xiaoi will not do anything to disturb you. Really? Then what happened to him this time? He stole Brother Ping's championship and pretended to use the money to pay off our family's debts. He wanted to please us and asked my parents to give me to him as a gift of gratitude. Want to be my wife. Just like him. 60,000 yuan. Where did he come from? Did he steal it or rob it? Enough. Uncle Lee shouted loudly.
You girl. How can you talk? Uncle Lee. Let her talk. I think she can talk more.
Shinshi stretched out her hand to stop Uncle Lee. Exiner held her head high and sneered.
I tell you, I will pay you back the money. And you don't want to have anything to do with me. I just looked down on Shin-Yi. What's wrong? We don't need you to look down on us.
Shinshi stood up, looked at Exiner and said,
First of all, Xiaoyi's money was not stolen or robbed. Second, we are here to help you purely because Uncle Lee and Aunt Lee were kind to us when we were young. Third, Shui earned his money by playing as a power player. His hand was so serious that he was hospitalized. But it's better to take this money and give it to you to pay off your debt. He has a clear conscience.
After saying these words, under Exiner's stunned eyes, Shinji said one word at a time.
Based on your performance today, I find that it is right for you to separate from Xiaoyi. It's not that he is not worthy of you.
You are not worthy of him.
After saying the last word, Shinji nodded to Uncle Lee and Aunt Lee, and then rushed out of the door without any intention of staying any longer.
Girl, don't leave in a hurry. Exiner is still young, and she is not sensible.
Uncle Lee hurriedly chased him out, but Shinji had already walked out of the alley quickly, hailed a taxi, and left quickly. After she left, Uncle Lee frowned fiercely. Yes, Exiner's performance this time was simply outrageous.
Humph. Just leave. We don't ask them. Shut up.
Chapter 400 Furious. Uncle Lee looked at Exiner, feeling an indescribable anger in his heart. But in the end, he was unable to have an attack. After all, it was his gambling that got him into trouble, which led to today's takeover. As for Aunt Lee, she also looked disappointed and returned to the house without saying a word.
You go to school. Don't stay at home. It's not stable lately.
Uncle Lee couldn't find an excuse to ask Exiner to leave, so he could only say this. Exiner glanced at him, then at Aunt Lee, and finally said with an absent-minded smile,
Yes, you also think I'm annoying. Right? In this case, I'll leave, and I'll never come back.
Exiner covered her mouth, suppressed her tears, and rushed out of the door quickly.
Old Lee, after all, this girl cares about you. So she came back in such a hurry. You didn't even let her have a meal. So you let her go?
Aunt Lee is a woman after all. With a soft heart, Uncle Lee said,
You heard what she said today. Xiaoyi was injured and lacked money for treatment. But he gave us the money. What she said is really inappropriate. I feel that the girl is not normal today. Is she in a bad mood because she is broken up in love? If what she just said is true, will it be hard for her to think about it?
Aunt Lee seemed to have thought of something, and she suddenly sat up. Can't stand it anymore.
Take things too hard?
Li Shu was stunned for a moment and rushed out in a hurry. But Exiner's figure has disappeared. After leaving, Exiner walked alone on the street. At this moment, she already hated Shen-Yi to the core. Not only did she break up with Li Ping, but she also made her parents hate her so much. Her parents had never treated her like this since she was a child. This time not only did her father let her go, but her mother also didn't say anything, which clearly showed that she disliked her. In the end, these are all Shen-Yi's fault.
I'm going to make him pay. What on earth am I going to do?
Exina thought for a long time, but in the end, she didn't know what to do. Suddenly, she found a newspaper on the side of the road, which contained information about Shen-Yi and others.
Damn it. If you put it in the newspaper, I'm going to kill you.
Exiner picked up the newspaper and tore up Shen-Yi's photo with her hands. Just when he logged into his account, Lavender sent a message immediately.
Hey, I haven't seen you online for so many days. What have you been doing?
Uh-huh. Shen-Yi was stunned for a moment and typed slowly with one hand. But he quickly replied,
I suffered a minor injury and was hospitalized. You're hospitalized. Is it so serious?
Lavender replied,
Will your hands leave any hidden dangers? Can they be cured? Of course it can be cured. It's not a disability.
After replying this sentence, Shen-Yi was suddenly stunned. He continued to ask,
How did you know my hand was injured?
Guess. Liar. After a simple conversation, Lavender compromised. She said,
Actually, I know who you are. And many people know who you are now. Internet cafe competition. The top laner who won the championship in C-City. The one-armed hero.
I'll go.
What the H.L.?
At this moment, Shen-Yi was a little stupid. Could it be that Lavender is also from City C? Otherwise, how would she know her information? Thinking about it, he asked,
Are you from City C? How do you know my news?
Lavender replied,
Of course I know. A friend of mine went to watch your game and told me. You know, I was surprised at the time.
There is really no need to draft a lie. Xiao Xuan snickered while looking at the computer to reply. I was watching the battle backstage. It's so fun to know the other person. But the other person doesn't know you.
Okay. Since it's okay to know each other. Do you have anything to do with me?
Shen-Yi didn't bother to ask. It's okay to be known. At least it's not a bad thing. What's the matter? Xiao Xuan thought for a while and said,
Actually, it's nothing. I just want to see you online to say H.L.O. But it would be best if you could help me improve my score. By the way, if you play games, have the injuries on your hands been completely healed?
Shen-Yi said,
No. My hands can't type on the keyboard yet. But you seem to have forgotten that I am a one-armed hero. Haha. Do you like this title too? I think you will be angry when you hear this stamp number. The one-armed hero has unicorn arms, but his fingernails are a bit long.
With a joke in mind, Shinny also started a joke, especially telling dirty jokes to girls. For Dieucy, it is simply a great pleasure, even more enjoyable than watching an action movie from an island nation. Sure enough, Xiuxian saw the news and replied with a series of ellipses. Seeing that the other party was speechless, Shinny also knew that his joke was a bit too much. He opened the ranking interface and invited Xiuxian. The latter did not hesitate and quickly entered the room. I haven't seen him in the past few days, but Xiuxian has also reached Golden 3. She was still struggling in buying last time, but she didn't expect her strength to improve so quickly.
Sister, what position do you play?
Shinny typed and asked. Xiuxian was shocked when he saw this line of text.
How do you know I'm a girl? Who told you? Damn it. I'm not an idiot. This ID is inherently feminine. Plus speaking so shyly. It seems like a ghost only if you're not a girl.
Shinny thought so in his heart, but he still pretended to say,
Oh, I am a person who can pinch and calculate. Otherwise, can I torture others with one hand? It is absolutely impossible to think about it. Boast.
Seeing these two boys, Shinny chuckled and clicked start. The speed of gold level matching is still very fast. It is basically the largest ranked group among League of Legends matching groups, because most of the people above platinum level are masters. This group of people is relatively small. As for silver and bronze, although there are many rookies, most of them are novices, and some people are just curious and playing for fun. Therefore, the gold tier belongs to the group in League of Legends that can play this game, and is also a group of senior players who work hard to increase the score. So matching is the fastest at this time. In less than a minute, the game has entered the screening interface. After everyone clicked leave to confirm, they officially entered the competition interface. Since the ranking revision, the choice of bans has also added a lot of help to the balance of the game. In the past, 1L, 2L and 3L were in charge of banning players and selected them in advance. So 4L and 5L basically had no choice but to pick up and play whatever position they got. Therefore, after the revision, 3L, 4L and 5L are responsible for banning, which also allows them to target the opponent when selecting players from behind. Improve your weak position. As for the floor that selected people first, after naturally taking advantage, it could only find a way to deal with the position where it was targeted.
Shall we continue to play the bottom lane?
After Xiuxian had a sense of accomplishment from the last assist, he still wanted to play the bottom lane this time. But after looking at the player's position, Shinny suddenly had a dark look on his face.
Chapter 401 Escaped. Now that the rankings have entered the game interface, the positions have been set in advance. Why is this girl still thinking about taking the bottom lane? And this time Shinny chose the jungle mid laner, and was assigned to the middle lane. Xiuxian chose support and fill-in, and was assigned to ADC. Shinny typed,
Look at your position. I am in the middle, and you are the ADC. How can we cover the bottom lane? Ha ha.
Don't be ridiculous.
Bro.
A player with the ID.
I'm a crazy man,
said,
but you can take care of the bottom lane. I won't support you anymore. I'll go to the mid lane. Forget it. You have already chosen support. You will definitely not play well. If you are given a position, it will explode.
Originally, Shinny chose to compromise, but Xiuxian uncharacteristically let me continue to assist. She also knows that the person who has chosen a position here cannot be replaced easily. It was the ban's turn, and Shinyi's side banned Yasuo, Echo, and the little Murloc. The opponent banned Jia, Leopard Girl and Void Prophet.
Oh, what a pity. I was going to play Grasshopper.
Shinny curled his lips helplessly. Void Prophet Malzahar. The player's short name is Grasshopper. After all, after the revision, this guy is simply a scoundrel. Without the Grasshopper, Shinny decisively chose Victor. In the last game, he played this hero with one hand. On the one hand, he wanted to try it boldly, but on the other hand, he had no chance to continue playing Garen. But just because of this attempt, he suddenly discovered that Victor was still very strong. So I wanted to give it a try myself.
Victor, are you going to do your trick?
Xiuxian asked in the feed.
Last time I saw you operating with one hand. It was incredible,
Shinny said.
It's okay. Last time I played as a top laner. I think Victor is better at mid lane. After all, in the current version, it's not good if the top laner is too crispy. Since you choose Victor, let me choose one of my unique skills too.
Xiaoxuan seemed to be prepared and decisively chose Virus. Virus played ADC, which really surprised Shen Yi. This hero has now entered a disadvantage. Basically, playing ADC is very bad. Not only that, after Virus developed into the mid laner, he has gradually declined in the bottom lane. Is it really good to use him to play ADC? After the two of them were determined, Shen Yi no longer cared about the choices of other teammates. Because of this kind of segmentation, thinking about the lineup is useless. If you play well, you can carry the whole team. With the lineup confirmed, Shen Yifeng, top lane Vampire, mid laner Victor, jungler Xi and Zhao, ADC Virus, auxiliary Lux, opposite lineup, top lane Troll, mid lane Evil Mage, jungler, ADC Policewoman, assistive Robot.
Oh my god! There's a robot on the other side. This is going to be difficult.
The last time Xiaoxuan played as a wet nurse, he encountered a robot from the opposite side. Fortunately, Shen Yi was on the side directing her to move, so she escaped the disaster. But now that she's playing ADC, and she's a non-displaceable character like Virus, it's really scary to meet a robot. As the game enters the loading interface, the summoner skills ahead are also in front of the opponent's eyes. Mid laner Victor brings Flash and Teleport, which is really surprising. Generally, the demand for solo kills is relatively high in the middle lane, so I basically bring Ignition. If you bring Teleportation, you will generally get more support. But for the mid lane that is in urgent need of development, this is obviously not suitable. And Victor himself is much stronger than Xiaofa. The latter is just a development-oriented character, and is very weak in the early stage. If Victor has Ignition, he can kill alone.
The teleportation brought by Victor on the opposite side makes it much easier for me in the early stage.
Xiaofa, the opposite side, was extremely happy when he saw this scene. However, the next moment, he was suddenly dumbfounded, because he saw Shen Yi's ID.
Damn it! I read that right.
This is, Xiaofa had gone to watch the game live before. In the entire Tianxiang team, he remembers Shen Yi's ID the most clearly. After all, a player who can handle it with one hand can't help but be remembered.
Damn it! How did I meet him? It's over now.
Xiaofa was saying something in his heart, and the game had already begun. He hurriedly got his cell phone and sent a message to the WeChat group.
Everyone, please pay attention. I saw the top laner of the Tianxiang team. I saw it. Where is it? I'll go find him and get his autograph photo.
Passerby A asked hurriedly. Passerby B said,
Yes. Tell me where he is quickly. I want to hook up with him. My god!
Seeing the replies from the two of them, Xiaofa suddenly had black lines on his face. He said,
I met him in the game. Come and watch the game. I faced him in the middle. I was so nervous. You're in the middle of the lane. How many more games do you want to play?
Passerby C asked.
Okay. Let's go and see it. Maybe after the typing is done, we can ask him to take a photo or autograph or something.
Passerby A wanted an autograph and a photo, and kept talking about this topic.
Okay. Let's watch the game first. I'm starting.
Xiaofa was too lazy to continue talking nonsense with him, so he hurriedly bought the equipment for going out, and then quickly went online. After going out, he quickly typed on the public screen.
One-armed hero. You have to give way to me. I am very good.
Seeing what the other person said, Shen Yi was suddenly confused. Does this guy know him?
Who is the one-armed hero? What are you talking about? Xiaofa?
The ADC policewoman asked.
Ha. Don't you know? The opposite Victor is very good. We are the champion of the Urban Internet Cafe Championship.
Xiaofa seemed to feel proud to know Shen Yi, and continued to brag.
TCH. Gold one. You told me that he is the champion of the Internet Cafe Championship? Why are you bragging?
The policewoman said disdainfully.
Watch me beat him up. Yes. You are awesome. Don't be beaten to tears later.
Xiaofa snorted. Obviously, he can't bear it when others insult Shen Yi. It is equivalent to the fact that after the Mantis ultimate move is upgraded, its skills can evolve. But being the strongest now is indeed not because of this. It's Shen Yi's rhythm. Now in this kind of game, he no longer needs to think too much. And based on Xiaoxuan's purpose, she just wanted him to win a game with her. Since it was such a request, it would be really unjustifiable if he didn't need it. Thinking of this, Shen Yi didn't hesitate. He decisively went online and began to suppress the opponent to the maximum extent, and then prepared to gank the whole game to win the game. Xiaofa seemed to know how powerful Shen Yi was, and he became very wretched from the beginning.
and even didn't dare to come up for a last-ditch attack. Occasionally, when you see a minion with residual health, you can use the Q skill to kill the minion, and then get a certain amount of accumulated damage. In this kind of matchup, Shin-Yi simply had no idea at all. There is no pressure at all. Thinking of this, he did not hesitate and decisively charged forward. Control the line of troops well, and then suppress the small French so that they don't dare to come over. Chapter 402 Exclusive Equipment. The reason why he didn't choose to push the lane is because this kind of segmented jungler is brainless. You won't die if you are caught once in a while. But if you are caught all the time, it will be very annoying. Not only will it delay your own development, it will also cause your own rhythm to be lost. No matter how good the player is, if they are caught endlessly by a jungler, they will eventually collapse. In this way, Shin-Yi felt relieved. No matter what he does, there is no big problem in winning this game. Xiaofa was suppressed, and completely chose the obscene route. He didn't even come up. He just refused to listen, and gained experience. I want to rely on level to achieve output. But Shin-Yi finally suppressed him so much that he didn't even dare to take the experience. The junglers on the opposite side saw that the middle lane was being suppressed so miserably. After defeating the decisive red buff, head towards the middle to gank. Shin-Yi was not afraid at all and decisively hit him with a set of skills. Although he was also hit by a man and a horse. And then the Q skill took away a piece of health. But he was not in the slightest hurry, and continued to follow the men and horses, while moving to keep distance, while using skills. When the opponent collided, Shin-Yi hit the opponent with his Q skill, and then relied on the shield to offset part of the damage. Biscuit's recovery effect is still good, and he recovers while fighting with the horse. After the men and horses caught a set, they found that they couldn't bear the damage and were attacked by soldiers. So they decisively chose to retreat. The most hateful moment was when Xiaofa was at level 3. He didn't come up to help him lose the control effect of his E skill. Instead, he stood back and watched the show. The men and horses managed to escape, but most of their health was consumed. It was very painful to play in the jungle before. But now in this state, I have to go home. But at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in the grass on the lower road. I saw Xi and Zhao rushing over in a hurry. Then the E skill poked over, and the Q skill triple claw attack was easily hit. With the cooperation of the red buff, the man and horse were directly disabled. At this time, Shin-Yi rushed forward and ignited the death ray with his E skill, and successfully took the head. First blood. With first blood in hand and a red buff, this advantage has been instantly expanded. But Xiaofa never dared to come over from the beginning. After the men and horses were dead, he decisively started typing and shouted, "Xiaofa, you are dead. Your whole family is dead. I helped you catch him, but you actually watched the show. Go. How dare I go up just now? If I had gone up, I would have been squatted by Xi and Zhao. I knew the jungler on the other side was there, so I didn't dare to go up." Xiaofa hurriedly defended. "Hack your mother's bitch. Don't you dare to do it? You obviously just want to see me die." Centaur felt hatred in his heart. Xiaofa just said that Victor knew how to play, but I didn't expect that he would be so cowardly. The bottom and middle lane would definitely explode. Even he himself lost his life and lost his rhythm. In this way, the middle laner cannot be caught at all. He is a jungler after all. How can he deal damage with the mid laner? If he continues to be caught, he will definitely be beaten together with Xiaofa. "Screw you. You are just a kid sent by the other side. Victor can play tricks, but you are just a bastard, giving away people's heads. Go out and report it later." The centaur was extremely angry, and finally decided to buy new equipment to clear the jungle. At the same time, he also brought hatred to his teammates. The female police officer on the bottom lane saw the two of them exchanging blows and typed, "Hack, you didn't bother to touch up the kill. You just stood under the tower in a daze. This dog coin must have taken away the QB on the opposite side." As soon as this was mentioned, the teammates immediately began to quarrel with each other. Everyone wanted to kill Xiaofa right now. At this time, Shin-Yi saw Xiaofa not moving. I didn't know what the opponent was doing, so I rushed forward decisively and fired the Q skill. Then the red buff followed by A. Xiaofa is very fragile in the early stage. One Q combined with the second draw will cause a full 150 damage. Seeing that he was motionless, Shin-Yi decisively threw another death ray at him. Xiaofa's health bar instantly dropped by 1 level. Seeing that he still didn't move, Shin-Yi went up to level A again. He is playing ranked now, and he doesn't care if the opponent disconnects or anything else. If you rush forward decisively and consume them, you will make a lot of money if you get the heads. Xiaofa stopped typing at this time.
After sending a bunch of messy letters, he hurriedly retreated. After arriving at a safe place and returning to the city, he typed and said on everyone's channel,
Master, don't be like this. I was just typing. Why did you sneak attack on me?
Seeing what Xiaofa typed, Shen Yi suddenly felt disgusted. When playing games, whether you are a bad guy or a master, you must treat it with a serious attitude, so that you can play well. The most shameful way of playing like Xiaofa is to just wait for death instead of finishing the last hit. Shen Yi ignored him and continued to develop in the middle, decisively sneak into the middle lane and reach level 6. Shen Yi returned home and strengthened the exclusive equipment for the first time, and then purchased a demon seal. This thing can extend the time of the potion, and the battery life is very good, and it can increase the spell strength 10 times. When the murder book can be purchased, the number of layers remains unchanged. It is equivalent to an enhanced version of the murder book that can enhance the function of the potion, which is extremely good. After taking out this equipment, Shen Yi did not hesitate and decisively began to rush towards the bottom lane. Then he started to output wildly to a bunch of people on the opposite side. The policewoman and the robot opposite were in a state of complete confusion. It was clear that the river had eyes. Why did this victor suddenly appear? Although they had a good eye on the river, if they didn't go home in the early stage, the time for the jewelry eye was very short. Therefore, when the river is supplementing wards, ADC and support should take turns to release. In this way, they have no eyes on the wing. Shen Yi walked all the way from the bottom lane and then came out of the grass on the side lane. How could the other side have a chance to react? Although Xiaoxuan and his opponent are not at level 6, they can still act. Lux first pretended to make a movement error and was pulled over. Then Xiaoxuan slowed down the policewoman with an E. Shen Yi went up and exploded, and used his ultimate move to kill him directly. The robot wanted to leave at this time, but was locked by Lux's Q skill. And then her E skill slowed down and placed it on the ground. But she just didn't explode. This is the true essence of Lux. The E skill can not only be used to consume, but can also be used to slow down the enemy and then cooperate with teammates to produce output. Shen Yi successfully got 2 heads in the bottom lane. Lux and Xiaoxuan also successfully reached level 6 through these 2 assists. In this way, in the next wave of bottom lane landing, they can play crazy and use their skills to crush the opponent. After all, with level suppression, there is damage suppression, so there is no problem in defeating the opponent. Chapter 403. Sure enough, after getting 2 heads, the demon seal instantly reached the 6th floor. The output has been significantly improved. Xiaofa in the middle also took advantage of Shen Yi's absence to seize the time to develop. But before he was fully developed, Victor suddenly appeared. A Q and an E. Although Xiaofa has released his own E skill control, the revised version of Xiaofa's E skill is not instantaneous, so Shen Yi easily dodged it. And then a set of output knocked out half of his health. Seeing this injury, Xiaofa was simply shocked. Such a high burst. If Victor has a big move and follows up with A, he will definitely die. Thinking of this, he hurriedly ran towards the tower. Shen Yi no longer has the skills, so naturally he doesn't want to chase him and continues to develop on the military line. Xiaofa didn't dare to come, so he naturally felt great. When he returned home for the second time, he directly strengthened the exclusive by 2 levels, a Q and an E. After these 2 skills are strengthened, there is no need to continue to purchase them. Because of Victor's control, the effect in the early stage is not that great. After all, damage is needed in the early stage, mainly skill damage. So after Q and E are strengthened, he can create a demonic codex, which can not only increase the mana recovery speed, but also increase the cooldown reduction. Instead of putting on shoes, he put on a CD shoe. This is partly because there is not enough money. The second reason is that Victor's equipment cannot easily increase the cooldown reduction to 40%. After all, each exclusive piece of equipment occupies 1 grid, and this equipment does not have a cooling reduction effect. Now that the damage was exploding, and he was crushing the opponent, he no longer needed to use a piece of equipment to increase the magic penetration effect. It is completely enough to add a magic penetration rod later. Now, Xiaofa has no chance to play in the middle. When he saw Victor, he could only dodge, because Shen Yi can instantly kill the opponent with a set of skills. After another wave of money was spent in the middle, Shen Yi asked Xi and Zhao to help him hit a blue, and then quickly rushed towards the opposite jungle area. If you guessed correctly, Centaur and Horse should be playing red now. Sure enough, less than half a minute after Shen Yi squatted in, the bodies of the men and horses appeared in his sight. But what surprised Shen Yi was that this guy only had half of his health left. He clicked on the status of the centaur and the horse, only to see a stone symbol in his status. It was obvious that the men and horses had just beaten the stone man. If it is not the player who pulls wild monsters to fight, hitting the stone man will still be very hurt. Q skills like centaurs and horses are even more harmful to characters whose damage to wild monsters is only 50%. Nowadays, people only have a gorilla saber without any equipment to increase the output. When facing the stone of the stone man, there is no meat and no output, and they can only rely on the power of the jungle knife, which is far from enough. But his idea is very good. After beating the stone man first, then hit the red buff, using the recovery effect of the red buff to maintain his blood volume. However, this also has a drawback. That is, once he is caught, his blood volume is particularly dangerous. Sure enough, the troops rushed over with their skills, stepped on the red buff, and then began to throw out punishments. The advantage of the gorilla saber is that it can reduce the opponent's damage after punishment, which is a good choice for junglers. After centaur punishment increased blood and weakened the damage of the buff, he continued to hit the buff leisurely, as if everything else in the world had nothing to do with him. All he wants is to have fun with buff. Time passed quietly, and the red buff had lost its health, and the health of the centaur and the horse also dropped to about 1/3. Seeing this scene, Shen-Yi knew that the opportunity had come. He decisively came out of the bushes, used an E skill and AQ, and then, when the troops were confused, he successfully took him away with a flat A. When he died, Centaur realized that he had been betrayed. When he just heard the sound of Victor's death ray, he already wanted to leave. But he couldn't leave at all, because when he was startled, his brain fell into a brief state of sluggishness. Even though he knew he was going to leave, his fingers had already reacted and operated. With the head in hand and a red buff in hand, the demon seal instantly reached level 9. Shen-Yi's damage increased by another level. He did not hesitate and continued to move quickly towards the center, because at this time, Xiufa had already noticed the movement here and wanted to come over and arrest people. But he really didn't think about his own abilities. Should he come to arrest people? Or should he take the initiative? At the corner of F4, Xiufa met Victor head-on. After Shen-Yi's W fell, QE and Ultimate were instantly thrown to the ground. Before Xiufa could realize what was going on, he had already been slowed down. Then a set of skills came down, and his health bar bottomed out instantly. "I'll go! This hurt! Help me!" Xiufa screamed. But just as he wanted to escape, it was already too late. A flat A made up by Shen-Yi successfully killed him. Killing spree. A big killing spree. There were 2 heads on the bottom lane. 2 heads on Centaur and Xiufa. In just 8 minutes, 4 heads were obtained. Moreover, these 4 people are all different people. If Shen-Yi continues to do this, the death of the other party will probably be even worse. "You idiot! You didn't say anything about the miss in the middle. You came to send me away after I was caught. You have shit in your head." The man and horse looked at Xiufa's dead figure and immediately started typing insults quickly. This Xiufa really pissed him off. Not only did he give out benefits in the middle, but now he also bought one and got one free. If this continues, this Victor will be a fool, and he will probably get up soon. "Right? Who are you scolding? I wanted to help you when I was rebelled, but I gave it away for nothing. Now you are scolding me? You are a jungler and Victor is rebelling against you. How can you be so embarrassed?" Xiufa was not willing to show weakness, so he shouted, "Road! Hack you! You're a piece of shit! Report it!" Centaur's scoldings became more and more cruel, as if he didn't take Xiufa seriously at all. He was really pissed off. If Xiufa hadn't played in such a mess, it would never be like this now. After being caught by Victor in the bottom lane, the rhythm has begun to counterattack. Xiaoxuan has level suppression, and he decisively used a big move to forcefully throw it at the policewoman. Lux is very smart. While using the W skill to increase the shield, he blocked the robot's hook with his body. Xiaoxuan had a perfect output space, and his skill hepping A hit the policewoman crazily. The robot's E skill will hammer Lux into the air. After landing, the latter will directly use the Q skill, E skill and ultimate move as a set. Chapter 404 Vision Assault. "Drink!" Lux yelled, and the huge damage directly disabled the policewoman. Xiaoxuan went up and made a flat A, and got the head smoothly. When the robot saw that its ADC was dead, it didn't dare to stay any longer, and started to sway around in W speed routine. Don't chase a poor bandit, let alone a poor bandit with full blood. Xiaoxuan was too lazy to deal with the robot, and continued to hit the bottom lane. The economy and level had gradually become overwhelming. "You're dead.
I'll give you Dogecoins. And I won't even say miss. Originally, I still had an advantage in the bottom lane. Now I've been caught by Victor, and 2 people on the other side are level 6. How can I still play?
The policewoman was shot to death, and she immediately vented her anger and resentment on Xiaofa. That's right. If he hadn't been caught, he wouldn't have been in such a miserable state. The culprit, Victor, after clearing the line of troops in the middle, continued to return to the spring without pushing the tower. After purchasing the Book of Murder and the Devil's Codex, Shen Yi's current spell power is close to 200. Such a high output is simply beyond the reach of ordinary people. After he left the door, he didn't go to the middle at all. Instead, he ran all the way to the top road. When they arrived at the location of the troll, the latter was having fun with the vampire. The vampire's ability to rely on the line is very strong, whether it's blood-sucking or blood vein explosion. Now, although there is no super blood-sucking enhancement of the ancient will, there is an additional hex technology. Although the vampire has not been released yet, it has already done most of it. Now if his set of output is used, the troll will not dare to resist. But when he wanted to retreat, he lost many opportunities. Because if the other side really wants to hack him, he won't have any chance to resist. However, the vampire is a soft output after all. Although the lane dependence is ruthless, the killing ability is still very lacking. As long as the troll doesn't want to give away, the vampire can't kill him at all. In this way, the trolls will have no problem gaining experience on the top lane. In terms of last hitting, you can also use the tower knife appropriately. But after seeing the miserable scenes in the bottom and middle lanes, the trolls were undoubtedly heartbroken. The men and horses did come to catch them on the road, but with little effect. Later, after being sneak attacked by Victor in the jungle, he stopped coming at all. Instead, look for opportunities to develop in the lower half of the jungle. After this wave of Shani came up, he had no intention of blocking his vision and rushed forward. The vampire saw Victor rushing forward, and he rushed over with him. The troll immediately released Ice territory, and then the huge icicles of his skill stood up, trying to block their pursuit, but these were all in vain. Victor directly uses 2 QE skills. The vampire Q skill sucks blood, and the E skill explodes, send it directly to the west. The troll didn't have much health to begin with. Faced with so many skills, he couldn't hold it back, and was killed directly under the tower.
I don't really want to say anything. And I don't want to say anything to you. Anyway, wherever Victor goes, people will die. So why don't you just care?
The troll typed and asked after being killed. He was indeed helpless. And everything exploded. Even if he wanted to persist, he couldn't find a reason to persist. This is simply nonsense. The most important thing is that Victor has already taken off. Now he can beat anyone he meets. How else can they play? After Shani killed this time, he cooperated with the vampire and decisively took the tower. Then he returned home with a useless stick. He doesn't need the mana recovery from the Demon Codex, because the blue buff is gone. He can return to the city directly after using a set of skills. If you have blue buff, you can use it wisely. After the useless stick synthesized Liden's Echo, the increased movement speed of this equipment was simply a blessing for Victor. This character has no displacement, and what he worries about most is being controlled. Similarly, when he is chasing someone, the control of his output is also crucial. So the speed he must move is a key auxiliary item for Victor. After breaking the upper lane, everyone gathered in the middle lane. After breaking the opposite middle lane, the other side couldn't come out at all. All 3 groups have been beaten like this. Now that we are in a group, what else can we do on the opposite side? Xuan even narrowed his eyes when he smiled. She finally saw Shen Yi's power. I didn't expect this guy with a low rank to have such a strong ability. To outsiders, this is just like power training. After breaking through the high ground on the opposite side, Shen Yi and others quickly took down the Canyon Pioneer and Xiaolong. After Liden's Echo was updated, a wave of regiments directly demolished the opposite base. The entire game ended in the last 16 minutes, and the opponent didn't even have a chance to surrender in the end. After the game, Shen Yi came out and had a few words with Xiaoxuan. Then because of my hand, I did not continue to fight, but chose to rest.
Can you take me with you next time you have time?
Xiaoxuan seemed to have developed an attachment to Shen Yi. When he thought about not playing the game, he felt very reluctant to give up. Shen Yi typed and resumed.
Don't worry. If I have time to get to the next level, I will definitely take you flying. I have to go to the hospital now, so I won't talk to you for now. It's so uncomfortable to type with one hand. Okay. Bye-bye.
After saying that, Shen Yi decisively closed the game window, then stretched out and moved his gauze-wrapped hands. After finding nothing abnormal, he said to himself,
"Hey, taking care of a girl is such a burden, but I'd be embarrassed if I didn't bring it. I'm so confused."
After saying this, he shook his arms and was about to get up and leave. But just when he stood up, he suddenly found that his chair could not move at all, as if something was blocking it behind him. Just as he was about to turn around and ask, he was suddenly startled. Before Shen Yi could react, he found that several people around him had also come over, all looking like they wanted to become their disciples. Internet addicted boy. Shen Yi sighed. This kid obviously didn't want to play professionally yet. But although he suddenly thought of something, he whispered,
"Brother, although you are very stubborn, you are only Gold 1. You asked me to take this path to become a professional, but you don't have the ability. Right? Gold 1?
Shen Yi looked at his game settlement interface and his rank, and finally could only smile helplessly. When others know you, of course you can pretend to be a comparison and enjoy the feeling of being admired. But this guy doesn't know himself, and talking about his career is simply a fantasy. However, just when Shen Yi was about to answer Huang Mao's words, a person from behind suddenly shouted loudly,
"Hack me! The one-armed hero! The one-armed hero!"
When Shen Yi operated with one hand, many people began to doubt. Finally, a smart guy opened the mobile app and found Shen Yi's photo through the video. Chapter 405, Influenced by What One Sees and Hears. Shen Yi looked at him, shook his head slowly and said,
"Actually, very early on, I was just like you. Just a rookie who only knew how to play human machine games. But I had a dream, and in the end I persisted until now. Not only now, but also in the future. And in the near future, I may have to face a failure. Because in this esports road, there is only success. No failure. If you fail, no one will pay attention to you. And no one will care about you. So, your thoughts haven't reached that level yet."
After saying this, Shen Yi stood up and went to the bar to pay. With so many people watching, if you don't leave, you won't be able to leave later. The fans were enthusiastic. But in the end, it was Shen Yi himself who was hurt. If he was crowded together, his injured hand might be aggravated. Seeing him leaving, many people rushed forward eagerly to stop him. There are even people who want to become disciples. They all regretted it. Why didn't they think of becoming a disciple just now and let Huang Mao take the advantage? Moreover, this guy also offended the one-armed hero with one sentence, which caused the latter to leave angrily. And in the end, he got nothing.
"One-armed hero, just accept us. We will all study hard. I have 300 here, which will be used as my tuition. Go to NI. You think it's Shiman Kingbai, and you still have to pay 300 yuan for tuition. Are you dreaming? It's 300 yuan. Go buy the video and watch it yourself. It's just such a small amount of money for someone to become a disciple. Why don't you go and eat it?"
Hearing the comments from the people around them, everyone exploded instantly. It is simply insulting to ask Shen Yi to accept a disciple for such a small amount of money. Isn't this just adding to the chaos? Shen Yi was originally unhappy, but what he said now simply added fuel to the fire. Huang Mao stood there and thought for a long time. And suddenly, he clenched his hands tightly. Then he rushed up, broke through the crowd, and chased Shen Yi. But he didn't catch up immediately. Instead, he followed silently, and then he caught up after Shen Yi passed 3 intersections and was about to enter the hospital.
"One-armed hero. It was my fault just now. But I want to say that the ignorant is not guilty. I had that idea absolutely unintentionally. But I felt strange."
The first time Huang Mao caught up with Shen Yi, he didn't want to be his apprentice in the city, but to explain his previous slip of the tongue. Although Shen Yi was not angry, he still felt a little funny when he saw Huang Mao's appearance. After thinking about it for a moment, Shen Yi said,
"Do you really want to learn? But no matter how high your score is, what's the point? This is just a game after all. And there's no point no matter how much you indulge in it. I want to play professionally. I've wanted to play for a long time. But my dad won't let me play. He won't let me play no matter what."
Huang Mao sighed helplessly. Then he fiddled with his hair and said,
"You see, I dyed my hair yellow not to look cool at all. In the eyes of outsiders, I look like a fool. I just did it to piss off my dad. This time I came out and ran away from home."
"What?" Shen Yi's eyes widened, and he ran away from home. Huang Mao was not young anymore. It's a bit ridiculous that he actually has this idea. But thinking about it carefully, Shen Yi suddenly felt that it was really ridiculous for him to have such an idea. He also had a falling out with his father, and ran away from home. Anyone can only see other mistakes and blame others. But when I encounter this kind of thing, I often do what everyone else would do. Sighing, Shani said,
Actually, it's not impossible for me to help you. But you have to remember that if you really can't persist, it's best not to have such thoughts. Not only that, you even failed one step on this path. And then you couldn't hold your head up at all. In the end, you had no choice but to give up. Have you really thought about it?
Hearing Shani's words, Huang Mao seemed to be about to let go. Huang Mao's eyes suddenly widened and he said with hope,
Master, as long as you are willing to accept me, I can do anything you want. I will listen to you in everything. Okay.
With that said, Shani took out 100 yuan from his pocket and handed it over and said,
Take the money and dye your hair back. Then go to the Beyond Internet Cafe to report. The boss there is my brother. After you go there, he will give you free internet access.
Seeing the 100 yuan, Huang Mao was so moved that he almost cried. He has been relying on friends for financial support these days. And he has no money left. If Shani doesn't help him, he will really be ruined. Thinking of this, he hurriedly said,
Master, don't worry. I will train well, and I will not let you down.
After saying that, Huang Mao thanked him profusely and ran to a barber shop on the roadside. Looking at his back, Shen Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. He really envied Huang Mao. And he also had a feeling of sympathy for Huang Mao. Otherwise, let alone accepting a disciple, he would never pay the 100 yuan. First of all, he is not a wealthy person. And secondly, he has never been a master. Shen Yi himself does not know the extent of his skills. But Shen Yi is not a fool. He doesn't know how to teach his disciples. And Jiang Wu definitely knows. After so many days of contact, he can be sure that Jiang Wu is an extremely expert, because he never felt nervous during the game. Moreover, those kinds of operations and commanding minds are not something ordinary people can possess. In addition, Han Xiaomu said that a team will be established soon. This matter also happened naturally and logically. In addition to the 5 regular players, the team naturally also needs several substitute players. It's not impossible to make arrangements after collecting Huang Mao.
Hey, I didn't expect that I would become a great god. Until now, I can't even react. It's really weird.
Shen Yi smacked his lips, rubbed his sore nose, and quickly walked into the hospital.
Lisha, listen to me. I really didn't lie to you. You must investigate for me, because this is my only chance to make Brother Ping believe me.
In Lisha's ward, Xiner tried her best to explain, but the former didn't want to listen at all, and even put on earplugs. The injury was too serious last time, and Lisha has not been discharged from the hospital yet. I talked so much with Xiner last time. If he hadn't had good hands and could turn the wheelchair very quickly, he wouldn't have been able to walk away at that time.
Listen to me. I have to help you even if you don't want to help me with this matter.
Xiner suddenly leaned over and took off the headphones from Lisha's ears. Seeing his move, Lisha frowned suddenly and said coldly,
Give me the earphones. If you don't give them back to me, I'm going to call the nurse to drive you away.
Lisha didn't like Xiner in the first place, and now that the latter had done such an outrageous act, he was even more disgusted.
Listen to what I have to say. It's up to you whether you want to call the nurse or not.
Xiner held the earphone in her hand and said,
Are you sure that Shani did your injury? If so, I have a chance to ruin his reputation. Do you want to?
Chapter 406, Disgraced.
What did you just say?
Lisha didn't want to listen at all. But when Xiner said the second half of the sentence, he sat up suddenly and said,
Is what you just said true or false? Of course it's true.
Xiner said with a proud smile.
I can help you. But you also have to help me convey this sentence to Brother Ping. I can't live without him.
Lisha narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice,
Why should I call you my elder brother? I made it very clear last time that I don't like you at all. And I don't like you pestering my brother. Now that you have broken up with my brother, I am very happy. Why should I help you get back to him and make me upset?
Lisha didn't believe Xiner at all, and he didn't want to let this annoying woman return to his brother because of this incident. If Xiner had said this in the past, he would definitely believe it without hesitation and reach an agreement. But this time, he didn't, because his injury was caused by revenge against Shen Yi. As the saying goes, one learns from every experience. And Lisha is not that kind of brainless fool.
No. If I say it, I won't be worth negotiating. I can't be so stupid.
Silly woman. Xiner would not think of herself as a silly woman. What he wanted was for Lija to agree first, and then reveal the information he knew. If she told Lija so easily, would she still have any negotiation value?
It seems like you have already thought about how to deal with me,
Lija sneered, and then said,
Okay, I promise you. If the clues you provide me can really put Shani to death, I won't mind you being with my brother.
Hearing what he said, Exiner was overjoyed and said hurriedly,
Okay, since you said so, I'm relieved.
As everyone knows, after seeing Exiner's behavior about Li Ping, Lija almost laughed out loud in his heart. The reason why he agreed was just to make excuses. According to the fact that there was a rift between him and Exiner, there was no way they would ever get back together. Exiner said seriously,
Let me tell you, if a professional player is a power booster, he will be banned if someone knows about it. Right. Shani started to be a power booster, and it happened not long ago. Judging from the time, he should still be participating in the competition at that time of. What are you talking about? When Shani participates in the Internet Cafe competition, he still has time to practice as a booster?
Lija's eyes widened, and he lost his voice.
Where did you get this news? Are you sure it's true? Of course it's accurate.
Seeing Lija's appearance, Exiner became even more convinced that the news she saw was true. Shin-Yi is really going to be suspended as a power coach. Thinking of this, she smiled knowingly and said,
My father had debts from gambling before. And you know that I asked Brother Ping to help. Shin-Yi worked as a power leveler to pay off my father's debts. I saw it with my own eyes. And he also said it himself.
After hearing what Exiner said, Lija immediately clapped his hands and thought to himself that God his eyes. Shin-Yi had made both him and Brother Li Ping so miserable. It was really unjustifiable to regret this. But these are not what he wants in the end. The most important thing is that he really has a chance for revenge. But after thinking about it for a while, Lija suddenly looked at Exiner with a strange look. When the latter saw this, he was a little confused and asked,
Why are you looking at me like this? Is there something on my face?
Lija suddenly smiled and said with a sinister smile,
Oh, Shen-Yi is sincere to you. Your father encountered such big troubles. He worked hard for his own future and acted as an agent to pay off your family's debts. But you actually paid it back in the end. Want to trick him? How did I trick him?
Exiner asked with some confusion. But in fact, she was all pretending. In terms of morality and conscience, she really couldn't say these words. But for Li Ping, she had completely risked her life.
Looking at you like this, it seems that you have been mentally prepared for a long time. In this case, I have nothing to say.
Lija smacked his lips and said,
In this case, I will help you tell my brother about this matter. You must not lie to me. Otherwise, I will let you know what revenge is. After all, I know what happened to Shani. And I also know what happened to you. Brother Hepping, don't let me do anything too cruel.
After saying this, Exiner stood up and left without looking back. Not even saying H, low to Shali. Such behavior made Lija's teeth itch with hatred. Exiner is indeed very innocent. But that was all in the past. Everyone can change. From the beginning, Lija saw the shadow of his ex-girlfriend in Exiner. That's why he was so targeted towards Exiner. Unexpectedly, his idea was not wrong. And his guess was not false at all. Exiner was really a woman who would do anything to achieve her goals.
Smelly cousin, don't be too happy too early. If you are allowed to enter our house, how can I, Lija, have the face to face my brother in the future?
After Exiner left, Lija punched the table hard. He was very sure that Exiner, this woman, was definitely not a good person.
However, although this woman is scheming, she is still useful for now. Shani, it's your fault that you are too clever and don't realize that you have offended others. You will definitely die without a burial this time. What are you talking about? There was an announcement online that Team Tianxiang is training as a group.
Shani, who was still leisurely in the hospital, was suddenly forced open this morning, revealing the anxious faces of Jiang Wu and Han Xiaomu. After hearing what the two of them said, Shani was stunned. Han Xiaomu took out his phone and found a post pinned to the top of a League of Legends forum. The title is called, Team Tianxiang's collective power training is not worthy of being a professional player. After seeing the news, countless water friends began to speak below, and the insulting words were even more unsightly. Power leveling is well known in the country. Regardless of any game, there is power leveling. League of Legends is so popular, it would be even more abnormal to not have power training. But these are not the main things. Some people are very enthusiastic about power training, and some people hate power training. You know,
When you are working hard to climb the pit, you suddenly encounter a power coach from the opposite side and casually abuses all your teammates. How can you play this? However, some people pretend to be good at high ranks in order to increase their scores, which naturally requires power training. In fact, most people treat power training as dispensable and don't care much at all.
Who revealed this? Didn't I tell you when we were training? Don't talk loudly.
Han Xiaomu looked at the phone with a cold face, a look of frust on his face. She just encountered something at home, and now something unexpected happened so soon. What should she do? Chapter 407. Everyone knows. If this matter gets serious and Team Tianqiang is really banned, all her efforts will be in vain. Even facing his father, he was no longer qualified to negotiate.
Shen Yi, is this what you said?
Jiang Wu also looked serious and asked coldly. Naturally, he, Han Xiaomu, and Lu Jian couldn't speak. At present, only Shen Yi is the most likely. Seeing how nervous they were, Shen Yi couldn't help but take a step back. But after thinking about it for a long time, he couldn't remember that he had said this. Judging from the summary time, this is also impossible, he replied.
It's impossible. I definitely never said anything about this. I've been in the hospital these days. I can't help but go out and surf the internet occasionally. Basically, I have no chance to interact with outsiders. Is that so? Who could it be?
Looking into Shen Yi's eyes, Han Xiaomu couldn't find any hint of lying. She finally looked at Jiang Wu and chose to believe it. But it doesn't matter whether they believe it or not. Things have arisen. And if you don't want to find a way to solve it, it will definitely not work.
What should I do? What should I do?
Han Xiaomu anxiously stamped his feet on the spot, then sat on the hospital bed, staring at the ceiling in a daze. Jiang Wu also frowned. If this matter cannot be solved satisfactorily, it will be really troublesome.
No matter what, there is no point in tracing who leaked it now. We have to find a way to solve it.
Shen Yi had already thought of Zhao Yi and the talkative boy. But although these two guys are usually glib, at critical times you wouldn't do such a mindless thing. So I would rather pursue the issue than focus on the solution to this matter. Jiang Wu pushed the glass window with his hand and said,
This matter is not trivial. If the organizing committee finds out, we will really be doomed. But now it can be seen that this matter is not that big a fuss. At least it is just it appears in such a small forum. It must be done deliberately by someone with good intentions. You mean? Someone slandered you.
Han Xiaomu was stunned for a moment, as if he had thought of something.
No way. It can't be him.
Jiang Wu seemed to have seen through Han Xiaomu's thoughts and whispered,
If it was him, it would be impossible for him to be in such a small forum. If I estimate well, he is either a black fan or a black fan. It's Li Ping.
Shen Yi originally wanted to ask Jiang Wu and Han Xiaomu who he was. But when he heard Li Ping, he suddenly thought of something and hurriedly said,
I finally saw it clearly. He lost the game and lost face and was angry. So he spread rumors to slander us like this? It can't be said to be a rumor. What if they really know about our power training?
Jiang Wu said solemnly. Han Xiaomu interjected from the side.
But I just asked. I know the boss of the acting training, and he will never betray us. There must be something fishy about this. It's impossible for Liao Wenyan. That kid has a tight mouth. Currently, only Chatty Boy and Zhao Yi are capable. Call them over and ask them. If it's true what they said, maybe we can prescribe the right medicine to solve the problem. Good.
Jiang Wu clapped his hands and took Han Xiaomu out. Seeing that they were about to abandon him again, Shen Yi hurriedly said,
No, I'm almost sick from boredom. Anyway, I'm only 2 or 3 days away from being discharged from the hospital. Let's go together.
Seeing what he said, Han Xiaomu thought about it for a moment and then said,
Are you sure? Are you really okay?
She was still a little worried. After all, she had not recovered. If something went wrong like last time, Shen Yi's hand would really be useless.
It's okay. I'm really okay. Don't worry. I'm absolutely fine,
Shen Yi said, patting his chest.
Forget it. Be careful after you leave the hospital. Otherwise you will be the one who suffers. Your hands are what esports players eat. So I don't need to remind you.
Han Xiaomu nodded, and then went through the discharge procedures with Shen Yi. The three of them quickly came to the Beyond Internet Cafe together. After calling Chatterbox Boy and Zhao Yi, both of them were confused and had no idea what was going on. Looking at them like this, it was obvious that they were not the informants. For a moment, everyone fell into deep thought. If this matter cannot be resolved reasonably, it will be completely over. At this moment, someone suddenly said,
Hey,
What are you all doing together? Well, Master.
Liao Wenyan curled his lips helplessly and said,
You have to ask Shidi about this. You?
Han Xiaomu asked differently.
What's going on? Who is he?
Seeing Huang Mao, Shini could only sigh helplessly and said,
Who else could he be? One of my apprentices. Your apprentice?
Everyone was shocked. Shini had been working as a professional for a few days, and now he started to recruit disciples? After the experience, Han Xiaomu could only end up rolling his eyes. She really couldn't say anything about this matter. After all, this was Shen Yi's personal freedom. The chatty boy, on the other hand, reached out and patted Shen Yi on the shoulder and said,
Okay, I've only accepted a disciple for a few days. The young man has a bright future.
Okay,
stop talking nonsense. Let's get down to business. How to solve this matter?
Shen Yi really has no time to joke now. After all, if this kind of thing is not handled well, it will really cost people's lives.
Do you want to let him out?
Liao Wenyan looked at Huang Mao next to him and suggested,
Fat brother, don't drive me away. I am also Master's apprentice after all, and I can be considered one of you. Let me participate. If you have any difficulties, I may be able to help.
Huang Mao begged. Curiosity was obviously at work, but after listening to his words, Han Xiaomu suddenly felt a strange feeling. A member of the Tianxiang team. Thinking back to the beginning, she really didn't dare to think about it. But now, I suddenly feel like home.
Forget it. Let him listen. If it can't be solved, maybe we've reached the end of the road here.
Han Xiaomu waved his hand, and then handed the phone to Huang Mao. Huang Mao took it over and looked at it. His eyes suddenly widened and he said,
This damn thing is simply slander. This kind of thing is simply someone's deliberate revenge. You see? The person who posted it is still the little owner of this post bar. Little bar master?
After hearing this, everyone came over to take a look. And it was true. Seeing this scene, Huang Mao chuckled and said,
I used to like playing Tiaba. There are a lot of trolls like this on Tiaba. It's also possible that the small bar owner's account was hacked. Maybe he was entrusted by someone. In short, this posts like this will only appear in small places like this. Big posts will be deleted instantly.
As he spoke, he raised his hand and said,
Actually, I can delete this kind of post anytime I want. I'm a computer expert. Do you need it?
Chapter 408 Incredible. Hearing Huang Mao's eloquent words and trying his best to show off, Shen Yi could not wait to go up and slap him. What does it mean to be a computer guru? He said.
Okay.
Don't talk about your computer skills. This is true. I did do some power training because of some things. But now it is known to outsiders. If this matter is investigated, we could be banned for life. What do you mean? Banned for life?
Huang Mao was simply dumbfounded. He was only suspended for a period of time as a booster training abroad. Why is it only 1 year in China?
Jiang Wu said. In China, when it comes to power training, esports committees usually turn a blind eye or close one eye. Because we can't kill them all. We can't kill them all. But if someone really hits the target, they will be severely punished. As he spoke, he made a scratching motion with his hand under his neck and said,
To put it bluntly, it's a death sentence. So scary.
Huang Mao's eyes widened in fright, and he said with a look of disbelief,
Boss, don't scare me. So, you won the championship in vain?
Shen Yi glared at him and said,
It's not very clear yet. Anyway, don't be too anxious. Maybe we have other ways. Wait a minute. Is the esports committee you're talking about the management of Riot Games China division?
Huang Mao thought for a while, and suddenly thought of something.
Yes, that's it.
Jiang Wu nodded.
Is your matter reviewed by their headquarters? Or by CDC alone?
Huang Mao continued to ask.
What do you mean? What does a separate review in CDC mean?
Shen Yi was a little confused. He really didn't understand this. Jiang Wu nodded and said,
That's right. When this matter occurs here, our branch will naturally be responsible for reviewing it.
As he spoke, he turned his gaze to Huang Mao's face and said,
Boy, you seem to know this thing very well. Of course. If this is really the one responsible for the review, this matter will be taken care of by me.
Huang Mao suddenly laughed happily.
Do you have any idea?
Han Xiaomu, who had been listening, suddenly became interested when he saw what he said.
Of course. My dad is very familiar with the boss of this branch. Almost like brothers.
Huang Mao patted his chest and said,
Master, you let me embark on this path. Let me if you have the opportunity to pursue your dream. I will naturally do you a big favor.
His words were like the dawn in the dark night. Shinny asked hurriedly.
What's going on? Who is your father? My dad is Chen Hui. Who was in charge of refereeing here last time? Master, you didn't ask me what my name was last time. You just called me Huang Mao. Chen Hui?
Hearing this name, who here is not sure? Last time on stage, Chen Hui secretly helped them a lot. Although that's just mutual benefit.
Wait a minute. Didn't you have a falling out with your dad? Will this work?
Shinny asked with some confusion. Huang Mao smacked his lips and said,
If I go alone, there will definitely be a quarrel. But master, if you go with me, it might be much easier. Why don't you dye your yellow hair black quickly? I gave you 100 yuan to dye your hair. What did you do?
Shinny was overjoyed. I didn't expect that by chance. I would take on an apprentice, which would help me so much and even change my career. When Huang Mao heard what he said, he scratched his head in embarrassment and said,
The hospital is too far here. I took a taxi for a long time to find it. Originally, I was going to get a haircut last time. But then I figured out that I didn't have enough money. So I had to go first.
Coming. I'll go. Why didn't you tell me earlier? I'll give you money.
Liao Wenyan was so angry. Did he still lack this little money? At that moment, he hurriedly took out 1,000 yuan and gave it to Huang Mao.
Go dye your hair with your master, and then go to your father to solve this problem. As long as this matter can be solved, you can come to my internet cafe for free for life. Even if you are no longer in the Tianxiang team. This means it also counts. Without further delay, let's resolve it as soon as possible. Shinny, you must talk to Chief Referee Zhou.
Han Xiaomu was also excited, but he didn't expect the turn of events to be so bizarre. Shinny nodded, then quickly left the internet cafe with his yellow hair, and found a barber shop to cut his hair short and then dye it black. Huang Mao now looked like a good student. This kind of appearance is the best and most honest in the eyes of parents. No parent wants their child to act like a ghost. Just like Shinshi treated Shinny. He knew this truth. After solving the styling problem, the two quickly drove to Chen Hui's residence. In fact, Chen Hui's home is far away in Jiuzhen, which is too far away from City C. I came here this time because I was hosting a competition, and Huang Mao also came together to join in the fun. Suddenly ran out. It happened that a friend was here, so I ran away from home.
Go back and talk to your dad. My life is in your hands.
Shinny looked at Huang Mao and said seriously,
Don't worry, master. I can only tell people stories. And I can't tell ghosts. In fact, that's part of the reason why I'm helping you. It's mostly because I want you to convince my dad to let me play professionally.
With that said, Huang Mao pointed to his nose and said,
By the way, don't call me Huang Mao from now on. Either call me the first disciple, or call me by my name. Xin Xiaobai. Xin Xiaobai. You are indeed fair enough.
Shinny sweated for a while. This guy asked himself to call him his first disciple. Obviously, he wanted to show off again. Chen Hui stayed in a 3-star hotel. Although it is funded by public funds, it is not of a high enough standard. After arriving at the door of the room, Chen Xiaobai knocked on the door first. After a long time, Chen Hui came over and opened the door. When he saw him, Chen Hui was stunned for a moment, then dragged him into the house and cursed.
Little brat, your wings are stiff, aren't you? You ran away from home, and you wrote a letter and left a message. I'll hacking cut you. Wait a minute. Judge Chen, don't be so excited. Xiaobai was also impulsive.
Shen Yi said hurriedly when he saw that Chen Hui was completely ignoring him. Huh? Is that you? Having seen him on the field so many times, Chen Hui naturally knew Shen Yi. He threw Chen Xiaobai aside, straightened his clothes and said,
Did you send him back?
Shen Yi nodded.
Thank you. This kid is worried. You are about the same age, but your brains are too different.
Chen Hui also looked at his son helplessly. It's really childish to argue and run away from home at such an old age. Chen Xiaobai looked embarrassed. His master almost saw him being beaten. It would be really funny if word spread about it. Chapter 409 Strike While the Iron is Hot.
Come in first. I just want to talk to you. So I'm here just in time.
After letting Shen Yi enter the room, Chen Hui asked Chen Xiaobai to pour water, then sat on the sofa with Chang Qian, and spoke first.
I recently received a message. It was an anonymous email sent by someone, saying that your team's power training is really good.
Fake? It's true. I did take over coaching because of personal matters.
Shen Yi nodded seriously and said,
Referee Chen, I came to you this time because of this matter. Can you help me? Have you really taken over as a power coach? This is the biggest taboo among professional players. If it makes a big fuss, you will be banned.
Jinhui was also a little surprised. Team Tianxiang won the championship. And the quality of the players was so good. So he was really optimistic about it. But when this happened, he really didn't know what to say. Shen Yi sighed and said,
I have no choice. One of my uncles watched me grow up. Recently, he got into debt from gambling and was almost forced to jump off the building. I have no choice.
After hearing this, Jinhui nodded and said,
It seems that you are also a temperamental person. I appreciate this very much. At least you know how to be grateful. Whoever looks like this little brat I raised will make me mad. Dad, don't talk about me. Help my master solve the problem first. What did you just say? Your master? Really?
Shen Yi frowned and said,
Referee Chen. First of all, it's a bit too much for you to say this in front of me. A professional player. In addition, haven't you put your whole life on esports? And it has reached this point today?
Jinhui was immediately speechless. He also embarked on this path on a whim back then. It was really difficult at first, but things gradually improved later on. Seeing Chen Hui's appearance, Qin Xiaobai hurriedly winked at Shen Yi from the side. It was obvious that he wanted him to work harder and strike while the iron was hot. Shen Yi understood and followed.
Judge Chen, I am still young, and you came here at my age. Sometimes you have identified a path. Even if the future is dark, as long as you are willing, you will definitely be willing to go on. If someone opposes it, I believe you will not be happy no matter what you do. You are right. I was indeed opposed by everyone at the beginning, and finally embarked on this path. Now I am doing well, and I am indeed doing well.
Jinhui lit a cigarette, took a deep breath and said,
I am in a circle myself. If Xiaobai takes this path, naturally I can help a lot. Many people hope that their children will inherit their father's business.
But in our industry, now I'm really confused. Then you should trust him even more. What if he can go further than you and even develop this industry?
Shen Yi even expressed his wishes. Jinhui was silent. He didn't know what to do. Any parent hopes that their children can follow their own different paths. The path they think is the right path, because they have been there. They understand the warmth of those people, and they know where they will encounter pitfalls, so that their children can avoid them. But sometimes, underneath that pit, there might be a secret realm. It's like a paradise in a novel, with a secret book, but no one wants to take risks. After all, it is best to follow the rules until the end.
Dad, I really like esports. I can go my own way, and it's not impossible for me to even inherit your position in the future.
Seeing his father showing signs of loosening up, Qin Xiaobai hurriedly rushed out to express his position. After Chen Hui thought about it, he waved his hand and said,
Let me think about this matter carefully. I don't want to force you, but this road is really not easy.
Dad. Qin Xiaobai wanted to say something else, but Shen Yi winked at him and told him to stop talking. This kind of thing is just like a confession of love. It cannot be successful at one time. You must give the other party time to think about it. Since Chen Hui behaves like this, it means that he is really relaxed and is seriously considering this issue. After a moment of silence, Chen Hui said,
Shen Yi, I know you want me to help, not only for the sake of my son, but I also really think highly of you.
Hearing what he said, Shen Yi suddenly became excited and his voice began to tremble.
Judge Chen, are you really willing to help me?
Chen Hui raised his hand and said,
Don't worry. I haven't finished speaking yet.
Just listen to him say,
I can help you suppress this matter from above. But first, you have to find the person who released the information. Only in this way can I suppress them all. Otherwise, if I solve it this time, there will be others in the future. If you use this as an excuse, I will be implicated when the time comes. Find the person who sent the message?
Shen Yi slowly lowered his head. This is easy to say, but easier said than done? If he knew who told it, there would be no need to find Chen Hui.
Master, maybe I can do something about this.
Seeing Shen Yi's troubled look, Qin Xiaobai suddenly said,
I'm a computer expert. I can track down the little bar owner and find a way to solve it.
Really?
That's great. I really don't know what to do anymore.
Shen Yi seemed to be grabbing the last straw and looked at Qin Xiaobai for help.
What? You still want to run?
Chen Hui heard what his son wanted and obviously wanted to go with Shen Yi.
Dad, after you decide, I will come back to discuss it with you. Now, I will help my master solve this problem first. By the way, say H, low to my mother for me.
After saying that, He directly grabbed Shen Yi and fled quickly while Shen Hui looked confused.
I'm going. Little bastard. Get back here.
When Shen Hui reacted, the two of them had already run away. He cursed and chased him to the door. But suddenly he laughed. As expected, he is his biological child. Even the way he does things is exactly the same as his own.
Brother, the news has been released. It seems that this matter has been successfully resolved.
In the ward, Li Jie held a notebook and looked at Li Ping in front of him with a smile on his face. After hearing the news from him, Li Jie felt refreshed. The gloom of many days was swept away at this moment. Next to her, Exiner finally plucked up the courage after seeing his smile. When Li Ping had a straight face before, she didn't dare to say a word at all.
Brother Ping, you should believe me now. I really have nothing to do with Shen Yi for a long time.
Li Ping glanced at her, although there was still some resistance in his heart. But he still had nothing to say about this matter. Finally, he nodded silently and said,
I understand. I was too angry at the time and said such unpleasant things. I hope you don't mind.
Chapter 410 to no avail.
Brother Ping, have you forgiven me?
Xianer's eyes were covered with mist, and her voice was filled with great emotion.
Li Ping reached out and patted her head and said,
As long as I can turn that little brat Shen Yi over, what else do I mind?
Even though he said that, he had already thought clearly in his heart. Xiner didn't know that everything he said that day was recorded by Li Jie on his mobile phone. Because Xiner was holding the headphones, she had no idea that Li Jie had secretly tampered with her. The most important thing is that Li Jie secretly played these words to Li Ping. What the latter originally liked was Xiner's innocence. After realizing her virtue, he finally gave up. How could Xiner have thought that the reason why Li Ping was still pretending to be like this was just to use him to correct him? After all, there is no meaning in saying too much. Only in a face-to-face confrontation can sufficient evidence be formed to put Shen Yi to death.
Xiner, are your parents okay now? I actually prepared the money last time. It's true that I didn't give it to you because I was angry. You won't blame me. How is that possible? Brother Ping, as long as you don't misunderstand me, I am willing to endure any hardship.
Xiner was so moved that she almost collapsed. Li Ping was already ready to help her. If Shen Yi hadn't caused trouble, the relationship between the two would have been better than it is now. Thinking of this, Xiner hated Shen Yi so much that her teeth started to itch, and she wanted to rush up and bite his flesh and blood. However, at this moment, Li Jie suddenly shouted. He pointed at the computer and said,
How is that possible? Why did my account become corrupted?
After seeing that his account was in trouble, the posts on the homepage were forcibly deleted, and he was completely out of control. Immediately afterwards, Li Jie found that his position as the bartender had also automatically quit.
Damn it! I'm poisoned! Turn off the power quickly!
Li Ping immediately thought that someone had hacked Li Jie's computer with a Trojan horse, and immediately asked him to shut it down. Not long after, Li Jie restarted his computer, and when he tried to log in again, he found that he could still log in with his account. But he no longer had the position of bar owner. He even lost the ability to post and was banned.
Damn it! Who did it?
Li Jie pounded the keyboard hard, but to no avail. At the same time, on the other side, Chen Xiaobai pointed at the computer and said,
I found the guy's IP. Damn! He even restarted the computer. It doesn't seem stupid. I almost failed to track him. Master, do you want to see what that guy looks like? Oh? Have you found that person's photo?
Shen Yi was overjoyed. He even hacked the other person's account and found the photo.
How can it be so low level?
Chen Xiaobai pinched his nose and snorted.
I said it the way I said it, but I saw it with my own eyes.
After that, he loaded a program on his computer, and immediately after, he saw a camera appear on the screen, and the image on the opposite side was instantly reflected in the box. Seeing this familiar face, Shen Yi was stunned. Opposite him was Li Jie. Damn it! How could it be him? Immediately after Li Jie's eyes appeared, Li Ping's face also appeared on the computer screen. It seemed that the two people were still talking about something, but there was no sound. But it can be seen that they all look furious. It is obviously because Chen Xiaobai hacked their accounts. So they are like this.
Is there any sound? Turn it up and listen.
Shen Yi pointed at the computer screen and asked. Chen Xiaobai helplessly spread his hands and said,
I can only hack his computer system and adjust the camera. But if I adjust the voice, he will definitely find it. Now that I know it was them, I feel relieved. I didn't expect that they would just attack me in front of me after losing the game. But they would use such dirty tricks.
Speaking of this,
Shen suddenly thought of something and asked Chen Xiaobai. Why are these two people together? Are they related in some way? Relation? Chen Xiaobai stared at the screen and said, Boss, isn't this simple? These two guys look very similar. They should be brothers. Right. Brother? Hearing these two words, Shen suddenly felt as if the sky had fallen. Yes, he finally understood now. He tortured Lixia. And then the other party asked someone to hurt his hand. And this happened before the top 36 of the Internet Cafe competition. Obviously, it was only after he found Li Ping that Lixia thought of a way to take action. These two people have such a strong sense of revenge that they actually took such a big detour. But how did they know about themselves? Uncle Li and Aunt Li naturally didn't know what acting training was. So they just followed his words and answered. After Xiner knew about this, she naturally went to tell Li Ping. After all, is it my own fault for talking too much? Wouldn't it be better to just mention the bonus at that time? At this moment, betrayal, deception, anger, sadness, and sadness were all intertwined, making Shen suddenly feel a tightness in his chest. And a feeling of extreme sadness filled his whole body. He reached out to cover his heart, and suddenly felt it was difficult to breathe. Master, what's wrong with you? Chen Xiaobai saw that Shen Yi's face suddenly lost all color, and his lips trembled in fear. He hurriedly came up to help. But Shen Yi suddenly felt that his vision went dark. And then, he didn't know anything. What's wrong with you? Master, don't scare me. Seeing Shen Yi fainted, Chen Xiaobai was immediately frightened. But he had no chance to say anything. In the urban hospital, Han Xiaomu looked at the unconscious Shen Yi and asked Chen Xiaobai next to him. What's going on? Why did he faint suddenly? Is there some hidden disease? Chen Xiaobai shook his head, and then recounted his previous experiences. After hearing what he said, Han Xiaomu suddenly frowned and said, What's going on? You just know who your enemy is, so you shouldn't be so angry that you faint. Right. Wait a minute. I seem to have missed a detail. Jiang Wu pushed the glass window and said, Xiaobai said there is a woman behind. Who is it? Chen Xiaobai suddenly realized it. And after saying, oh, he hurriedly took out his mobile phone and found the screenshot he got from the photos on his mobile phone. He just wanted to leave evidence at that time. So he took pictures of all three people. This woman looks so familiar. Jiang Wu looked at Xiner's face with curiosity. Han Xiaomu looked at Xiner's face carefully. And her daughter's intuition suddenly made her memory explode. She exclaimed, This must be Xiner. Shen Yi went to Jinan University to look for her last time. Oh my god! Am I making a movie? It's not so bloody. Right. Jiang Wu swallowed and said, Shen Yi is the acting coach who pays back the money for her parents. This girl actually used this as a bargaining chip and told her lover. Chapter 411 Open-Minded. At this moment, Han Xiaomu suddenly turned his gaze to Shen Yi on the bed. I didn't realize that this loser turned out to be an infatuated person. Although he may have other reasons for helping Xiner's parents. He never spoke of Xiner. Even when he went to pay back the money that day. He didn't tell her. Regardless of the reason. This shows that Shen Yi is open-minded. I didn't use this incident as a bargaining chip in exchange for Xiner's affection. On the contrary, I really made a free contribution. But even though he did this, he didn't get the slightest reward. Instead, no one can bear the feeling of being betrayed by the person they love the most. Right? Hey, this matter is indeed a big blow to Shen Yi. Jiang Wu took a deep breath and said, He seems to have no relatives except his elder sister. Do you want to inform his sister about this matter? Forget it. Don't notify her. His sister hasn't been doing well lately. When she was helping Xiner's parents, Shen Yi said she was very tired. Boom! While the two were discussing, there was a sudden knocking sound on the door. Who? Han Xiaomu glanced at the door in confusion, and then opened the door. It was Shen Yi's sister Shen Shi who came in from the outside. It was also the first time that the two parties met. So naturally they didn't know each other. Han Xiaomu asked in a low voice. Who are you? Shen Shi was also stunned for a moment. She rubbed her red eyes and asked. Is this Shen Yi's ward? Yes. Who are you? I'm her sister. From being cautious before, he suddenly became cold and ruthless. Shen Shi walked directly past Han Xiaomu and walked to the hospital bed. Looking at Shen Yi's pale face, she suddenly felt the urge to cry. Behind him, Jia He also looked solemn. Seeing the surprised looks on Han Xiaomu and Jiang Wu's faces, Jia He said, This is what the hospital informed us. I want to know how she is like this. He shouldn't have any hidden diseases before. Right. Han Xiaomu glanced at him awkwardly, and finally told the truth. Asshole! Jia, he snorted and said. I've helped their family so much. But in the end, I will repay kindness with hatred. I can only say one word. Surrender! What did you say? It was Exiner who did it. Shinshi wiped the tears on his face fiercely, and said with a cold face. What on earth is going on? Brother Shi did something wrong. Why are they doing this? As she said that, she took out her mobile phone from her bag and quickly dialed a number. After the other party connected, Shinshi explained the matter quickly, and then reprimanded loudly. Let's end the relationship between our two families. I didn't expect that you two elders, who are so kind, would have such heartless feelings. Beast. This time, Shinshi didn't even talk about children, but beasts. It was obvious that after her disagreement with Exiner last time, she had despised that girl from the bottom of her heart. What did the doctor say? How is Brother Xiao Yi's condition? Shinshi sniffed and asked after hanging up the phone. Han Xiaomu sighed and said, At present, the doctor said that there is nothing abnormal about him at all. They even said that the reason why he is like this is because he does not want to wake up. Hey, this situation is very difficult to handle. Isn't this guy just a shameless woman? Why is he so persistent? Jianwu said something aside. His words were very helpless. Han Xiaomu glared at him fiercely, and then said to Shinshi, Sister, since you are here, I will take them out first. If anything happens, call me at any time, and I will keep watch outside. Well, thank you. Jia, you are still busy with work, so go back first. As long as I am here with you, it will be fine. Shinshi said to Jia after being sad for a while. Jia? The moment they heard this name, Han Xiaomu and Jianwu stopped in their tracks. This name is so familiar to them, and it can even be said that many caring people are extremely familiar with this name. For quite some time, this has been a legend, but in the end, for some unknown reason, he suddenly disappeared and could not be found. I didn't expect that I could still meet him in this small place. Could they have the same name? I always think it's impossible. Han Xiaomu whispered. Whatever. It looks like he is Xinyi's soon-to-be brother-in-law, and we will definitely meet him again in the future. If it is true, then we are lucky, Jianwu said with a smile. I'll leave it to you to take care of things here. I'll come to help take care of them at night. After Jia came out, he said something to the two of them, and then left quickly, as if another word was too much. This time, he looked completely different from the last time he met Shen-Yi. Jia had always looked like a good guy before, so how could he have such an aura? After leaving the hospital, Jia went directly to Jinan University. At the door of the esports club, he directly took out a card. A golden card. Seeing this card, the members of the esports club at the door consciously moved out of the way, and then looked at his back and began to whisper. Did you see clearly just now? Jinka! Who is this person? Why haven't I seen him before? I think we are in trouble now. No one can have a gold card except the president. Could it be that this is the president's friend? Didn't the president just come back? After arriving at the esports club, Jia went straight to the president's room. After opening the door, there was a young man sitting inside. His long hair was tied into a ponytail, and there were bangs in front of his forehead. He looked like a character from Audition. Same hairstyle. The young man was smoking. When he heard the door open, he said without raising his head, Why don't you knock on the door when you come in? I told you that I don't want to take care of things these 2 days. So don't bother me. I have a bad temper lately. Is this something I can do to you? Jia's tone was very flat, without any emotion at all. Hearing what he said, the young man quickly turned around and said, Master, what kind of wind brought you here? Do you still know that you have me as your master? Jia, he snorted coldly and said, I thought that now that you were the president, you don't know how high the sky is. Oh, master, you tell me that I can't bear it anymore. I've been bored recently and went on a trip. I was going to take a rest, so I came to find you, the young man said with helplessness in his voice. Okay, stop talking nonsense. It's useless. Jia, he waved his hand and said, I'm here to ask you something. Li Ping and Li Jia are your team members. Right. Yes. One is the captain of my first team, and the other is a substitute player of the first team. What's wrong? The young man was a little puzzled. The master came hurriedly, not to find him, but to find 2 team members. This was to find him. What to do? Chapter 412, Benevolence and Righteousness. Thinking about it, he suddenly said in surprise, Isn't it true? Are they 2 good prospects? Do you like them? I always feel that they have little potential and are stubborn. Based on your words, I won't punish you. After all, you still see people clearly.
Jia, he said with a sneer on his lips.
Give you a chance to kick these two guys out. Why? Even though they have no future. They are the only two that are good in my esports club. If we drive them away, who will I let play in the competition in the future?
The young man said with his eyes widened. Master, why did they offend you? I can't talk about offending them. But what they did makes me feel sick.
Jia, he briefly explained what happened to Shen-Yi and then said,
if you want the esports club to get better, you have to give opportunities to newcomers. Since you know that these two people are headstrong, they will naturally not let the people below them get ahead. So you can be the best. Hey, Master, since you said it, I will kick these two guys away.
The young man smacked his lips and said,
but I really didn't expect that they would be so shameless. But having said that, if you want to make them submit, kicking them away may not be feasible. You can use this threat, and there should be no problem. Do as you say, but you provoked someone you shouldn't have provoked this time. And you use such despicable methods. This is not something that my men, Oh Shun, can do.
Oh Shun glanced at the two of them and said with a sneer,
what happened to Shen-Yi was probably your fault. Before the competition, you looked for opportunities to hurt other people's hands, then pinched their hands in front of them after losing the competition. And then you substitute if you torment them with training matters. Can you still save some face? President, this is not what you think.
Li Ping suddenly became anxious when he heard what Oh Shun said. He knew exactly what these things meant. Oh Shun snorted and said,
I don't care what your reasons are or what you have done. In short, if you let anyone talk about this matter, our esports club will face rectification and be completely destroyed. President, you have to believe us. We really have never done anything sorry to you. This is a misunderstanding. Is there a misunderstanding?
Oh Shun said,
okay, I'll tell you now. Shen-Yi is already preparing to tell the committee about this matter. If the school is notified, not only will I be finished, but the esports club will also be finished. Them.
Li Ping and Li Jia suddenly felt a chill in their backs. If this matter is really exposed, although they are justified, they have really done these things. And Huang Yan'ai has pulled out his crotch. At that time, not to mention staying in the esports club. Whether you can continue to go to school will be a question. Such a big family. They come to the school just to get gold-plated. If your future is ruined because of this, there will be no way to explain it to your parents. Thinking of this, Li Ping hurriedly said to Oh Shun,
President, do you think there is any way to solve this problem? We must all listen to you. And you must not drive us away. Is there a solution?
Oh Shun pretended to think for a moment, and then said,
the other party has made a request to us, but I'm not sure whether I can agree to it. Okay, as long as you don't drive us away, we can agree to whatever you ask of us.
Li Ping said seriously.
Okay, I'm just waiting for your words.
Oh Shun nodded and said,
it's very simple. You don't talk about their power training anymore, and they won't expose you. Both sides take a step back, and the sky is brighter. Is it that simple?
Li Ping couldn't believe his ears. Oh Shun glared at them and said,
why? Isn't this a good solution? That's fine. I'll fire you, and you can handle other matters by yourselves. As the president of the company, I can be considered the most benevolent and righteous person. No, President. We promise. We promise anything.
Li Ping nodded repeatedly. How dare he say no? But even if they don't retaliate against Shen-Yi, they can still be the main force in the esports club and still be super masters outside. This is simply too profitable. Seeing the two men compromising, Oh Shun didn't say anything more and waved his hand to tell them to get lost. Then he called Jia He and told him these things. Jia He said,
don't say that I helped with this matter. You can explain it to them. That's the end of it. Okay, Master, don't worry.
Oh Shun agreed, and then continued to lie on the chair and smoke. After leaving the president's office, Li Ping hurriedly took out his mobile phone. But after searching for a long time, there was no way to contact Shen-Yi and the others. After thinking for a long time, the two finally decided to go to the Beyond Internet Cafe to find someone in person. At this time, Exciter suddenly ran over and said affectionately and nervously,
Brother Ping, something serious has happened. Shen-Yi is in a coma. They know it was me who snitched.
What? Li Ping was completely dumbfounded. He thought that he could take the initiative. But I didn't expect that the people on the other side knew that it was them. Now, even the initiative is gone. Exciter bit her lower lip and said,
My dad just called, saying that Shen-Yi fainted and scolding me for being unfilial. What should I do? What to do? Cold salad.
Li Ping cursed angrily.
It's all you. Damn it. You are such a loser. Nothing good will happen to you. Brother Ping, why did you start scolding me again? Didn't I just want to help you?
Li Ping laughed angrily and said,
If it weren't for you, how would I be in this situation? Now that the other side has caught us. The president said that if I can't deal with it, let me get out. What do you think I should do? Manage?
The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Li Ping slapped Xiner hard on the face and said,
Smelly woman, I can't wait to kill you.
After saying this, Li Ping took Lija and left without looking back. This slap completely stunned Xina. When she reacted, Li Ping and Lija had already walked away. At this moment, she was like a bird floating in the wind, and she had even forgotten the ability to fly. I have worked hard for so long, but all I got in return was a slap in the face?
Li Ping, you stinky man. What do you think I am? Take it if you want it, and throw it away if you don't want it?
Xina cried loudly, threw the drink in her hand violently, and almost collapsed emotionally. At this moment, Shen-Yi's figure suddenly appeared in front of her. No matter whether he was angry or scolded, Shen-Yi had never been angry. And every time, he was smiling.
Why? Why should I think of him?
Chapter 413, Fetching water from a bamboo basket is in vain. Xiner kept shaking her head, but she couldn't get rid of Shen-Yi's shadow in her mind. Yes, don't cherish what belongs to you. Instead, you find someone who doesn't cherish you at all. In the end, you get nothing from a bamboo basket. At this time, Xiner's cell phone suddenly rang. Aunt Lee's voice came again, and she said anxiously,
Girl, go to the city hospital quickly. In any case, Shen-Yi was in a coma because of you, and you must be responsible.
After hearing her mother's words, Xiner wanted to leave, but after thinking about it, she finally decided to go and have a look. No matter what, she couldn't avoid this. After a long time, she finally realized it. She is also partially responsible for Shen-Yi's matter. When she arrived at the hospital,
in the corridor, Xiner saw Lija and Li Ping, who had arrived early. They were discussing this with Han Xiaomu, with smiles on their faces. But this smile that was originally so warm now looked really disgusting in her eyes.
What are you doing here? Get out of here!
Shen-Shi saw Xiner at a glance and stretched out his hand to tell her to get out. Xiner lowered her head and whispered,
Sister Shen-Shi, I'm sorry. I really am not. Snapped.
Before she could finish her words, Shen-Shi slapped her directly. The latter's voice was full of anger and said,
You are a wolf-hearted girl. Shen-Yi helped your family so much, and you actually repaid kindness with hatred like this?
Xiner was about to speak, but out of the corner of her eye, she noticed Li Ping next to her peeking over with a sneer on her face, seeming to enjoy her current appearance. Do you just have a crush on this man? He is simply a scum that is worse than a beast. When she thought that she had done so many wrong things for Li Ping and ended up like this, Xiner just wanted to jump off the building. She is so stupid that she has no brain at all. But it's too late. There was no turning back for her. At this time, Uncle Li and Aunt Li also rushed over. Seeing Shen-Shi's angry face and Xiner's aggrieved look, she suddenly understood. Just as they were about to say something, Shen-Shi waved her hand and said,
Uncle Li, Aunt Li, we're in the clear. I've said it before. Don't come to see Xiaoyi. There's no need. Girl, you can't speak too harshly. Xiner is still young and she did something wrong. As parents, we have to apologize to you.
Uncle Li bent down and actually wanted to bow. Shen-Shi hurriedly stretched out his hand to support me and said,
What do you want to do? Can you please let me be quiet? I'm tired enough now. So you two should stop causing trouble. We just want to see Xiaoyi. We have no other intention.
Aunt Li pursed her lips and said,
No need to look. I'm already awake.
The door was suddenly opened, and Shen-Yi's pale face appeared in front of everyone. There was no emotion at all on his face, which was as pale as white paper, and even his words were as hoarse as frost.
Xiaoyi!
Shen-Shi cried with joy when she saw Shen-Yi wake up. She was about to say something, but Shen-Yi stopped her. The latter glanced at Uncle Li and Aunt Li and said,
You two elders, please go back. I'm fine now, so don't worry. Shen-Yi, I'm sorry about what happened this time.
When Xiner saw Shen-Yi, she didn't know what to say, but in the end, she gritted her teeth, suppressed her inner thoughts, and said this.
For her own sake, she made him become like this. Exiner knew very well how much she had hurt the other party. Shinny glanced at her and said, "No need to apologize. You don't owe me anything." There was no blame or sympathy in these words. They were simple to the extreme and ordinary to the extreme. As if talking to a stranger. Exiner was stunned. She originally wanted to ease her relationship with Shin-Yi through her apology. I even want to go back to that time. After seeing what a scumbag Li Ping was, she realized how good Shin-Yi was. However, she was wrong about it. And she was completely pretentious. This time, Shin-Yi had completely given up on her. "Shin-Yi, please forgive me. At our age, we certainly don't know much about relationships. If we make a wrong choice, we should be forgiven once. Right?" Exiner didn't know where she got the courage and started to attack on her own initiative. Li Ping next to him was stunned. He didn't even know where Exiner's confidence came from. After hurting someone like this, you still have the nerve to say such things? Lija even looked disgusted, wishing he could scold the stinky woman in front of her face. Shin-Yi took a deep breath, slowly closed his eyes and said, "Sister, I want to drink some porridge. Can you buy it for me?" "Okay. I'll go right away." Shin-Yi was so excited when she saw that Shin-Yi was getting better, and immediately rushed to the elevator entrance. After Shin-Yi said this, he opened the door and walked in, not to mention answering Exiner's words. It was as if she didn't hear her. "Shin-Yi," Exiner murmured to herself, and when she was in a daze, she found that the other party's figure had disappeared at the door of the ward. "Let's all go. Let Shin-Yi have a good rest." Han Xiaomu waved to Jiang Wu and others and left first. "Wait a minute. Our request. How are you considering it?" Seeing them leaving, Lija hurriedly caught up and asked, "Request?" Han Xiaomu glanced at him and chose to ignore it directly. "You can talk about our power training. Anyway, we have no plans to build a team." Exiner cried and buried herself in her mother's arms and cried bitterly. Judging from Shin-Yi's previous performance, they are really over. 10 days later, beyond the internet cafe, Chen Xiaobai looked at his golden rank 5, and his eyes began to shine. Gold. Pure gold. 24K pure gold. This is the rank he has dreamed of. In any internet cafe, as long as you are in the gold rank, you are considered a qualified League of Legends player. Especially every time you go to an internet cafe, there will be a voice prompt at the bar. The machine number and rank were announced to everyone present. How domineering it was. "You kid, don't just focus on getting better. Practicing skills is the most important thing." Shin-Yi stood behind him and glared at him. The latter shrank his neck and said, "Master, don't scare me all the time. Aren't I excited? Gold, the dream I have been chasing for so long. From now on, give me 10 human machine games every day. They must be on normal difficulty. Moreover, you can only use one hero. You can choose the specific hero yourself." Shin-Yi began to act like a master and said, "Human machine?" Chen Xiaobai said with a confused look on his face. "Master, what's the use of being human machine? It can't improve skills. You won't fight. Right. If you don't fight, go back to your father. I won't be able to teach you." Shin-Yi snorted, his eyes full of anger. Chapter 414 vividly remembered. Is it useless to hit the human machine? Shin-Yi played 100,000 human machine games and then dominated the entire Sea City. When this kid said this, he clearly didn't respect his teacher and wanted to be struck by lightning. At this time, the chatty boy next to him said, "Xiao Bai, do you know where your master's nickname, the Human Machine Emperor, came from?" Chen Xiaobai shook his head blankly and said, "I don't know. Could it be that it's because the apprentice is always allowed to hit the human machine? Ha ha. You are so damn good at thinking about it. You made me laugh to death." The chatty boy laughed loudly and said, "Shin-Yi, did you hear that your apprentice said that you don't teach seriously? Hack your mother-in-law. You don't teach me seriously, and you let her play with the human machine of chicken feathers?" Shin-Yi snorted, wishing to punch Chen Xiaobai into the pit. At this time, Zhao Yi interjected from the side. "Oh, stop making trouble. Xiaobai, let me tell you, your master fought 100,000 human machine games. Remember? It was 100,000 games. So he is called the Human Machine Emperor." "Oh my god!" Chen Xiaobai's eyes widened and he said, "Brother Bao, don't scare me. Has my master fought so many times between humans and machines? If you don't believe me, just look at your master's record. He's absolutely reliable. And he's fair and square." Zhao Yi said seriously. After hearing Zhao Yi's answer, Chen Xiaobai was about to collapse. Is my master actually so domineering? In this case, he is completely finished. If Xiao Yi said it according to what he said, wouldn't Shen Yi also want him to play 100,000 human machine games, which would last until the end of the year? Seeing Chen Xiaobai like this, Shen Yi said, teaching you how to fight against robots is to make you familiar with heroes. In the same way, you can also practice last hitting and hone your skills. Don't think that playing bots is easy. There are too many things involved in it. You start now. Choose a hero you like, and play 10 games a day. If you can do 100 last hits in 10 minutes, you will pass. 100 in 10 minutes. 10 in 1 minute. Chen Xiaobai swallowed. Although this number is indeed much less than the number of troops sent by the system, it is very difficult to make up for this number. After all, you have to know that there will be enemy interference during the landing, and you have to return to update your equipment and replenish your status. This becomes even more difficult. Do you find it difficult? The chatty boy leaned into his ear and said, Go and see Xiao Yi. It costs $130 for 10 minutes. Isn't it scary? $130 for 10 minutes. Chen Xiaobai almost swallowed his tongue. What kind of monsters are these? A last hit can scare people to death, and a beating machine can turn people into perverts. What kind of circle has he gotten into? Although he was shocked, Chen Xiaobai started a game seriously, then started contacting in earnest. After settling him, Shen Yi came to his seat and opened the game interface. After not playing games for so many days, he felt a little unfamiliar with games. Now that my hands are free, everything seems so natural. The national competition is still half a month away, and now everyone has woken up from the previous episodes and started training seriously. After clicking on the game, Shen Yi chose a new top lane hero, which he had never thought of using in the game Poodle. This hero, known as Tigger, circles around the grass and is simply terrifying to the core. Thinking back to the beginning, the news that a wild poodle made a Korean female anchor cry was still vivid. But since the W skill of this hero was weakened, almost no one uses it in the top lane. Most players like to use him in the jungle. After all, the revised mechanism is that after activating the ultimate move with full brutality value, and jumping to use it as soon as possible, it will continue to recover within seconds. This is a big improvement over the past, because in the past, the brutal value was restored after activating the ultimate move. This reply can only be within the duration of the ultimate move, so the effect cannot be played twice. This change has also transformed Poodle from an explosive hero into a hero that can control battery life. Moreover, the Poodle's W ability to restore blood is also very strong. Have the ability to act rogue online. So Shen Yi decided to use the Poodle as the top laner. Jumping in the grass on the top road can definitely form a deterrent, making the opponent wary when facing the line. They dare not approach the grass above, and can only stand close to the river. Since then, if the jungler comes to catch someone, it will be difficult for the opponent to escape. Although the Poodle cannot jump from the grass to the enemy, who is deliberately avoiding it, it can jump to the minion, and then go over to form control. In this way, the advantages of this hero are obvious. After finding the jungler and top laner, Shen Yi officially entered the matching system. Anyway, Poodle can be used as a jungler or as a top laner. Even if he is a jungler, he can still handle it very well. When the game started, he was simply assigned to the top lane position, which made Shen Yi relax. Although his teammates felt strange about choosing the Poodle top laner, they didn't say anything. The lineups of both sides were quickly determined. Shen Yifeng, top order Poodle, jungle tyrant, mid laner Malzahar, ADC policewoman, auxiliary style girl. Opposite lineup, top lane wandering mage, blind jungler, mid lane hot man, ADC ****, assistant piano girl. In the current version, auxiliary Feng Nu and Qi Nu are not very common anymore. The gradual reduction of these two heroes is mainly due to the strength of the new auxiliary. And this fragile auxiliary is too easy to be killed in team battles. No matter how it is changed, the nickname Tank Alliance will not be changed easily. After entering the loading interface, Shen Yi found himself on the red side. Now his trick can be used again. It couldn't be better to go up the road and steal the blue buff mob from the opposite side, and then grab the level. After both parties selected people, Shen Yi went out and bought duel on Sortie Hong and quickly went out. At this time, mid laner Malzahar suddenly typed, "Damn! I read it right. Isn't that ID Simba? Simba?" Hearing this, Shen Yi couldn't help but glance at his ID. Does he mean to say that he is the Lion King? Immediately behind, on the opposite side suddenly typed, "Young man, are you sure you can do it when you play with a Poodle in front of Simba?"
Shen-Yi frowned slightly. Is it really okay to be so blatantly mocking? And the rhythm on the other side is a bit wrong.
What's going on? What does the opposite mean?
Shen-Yi typed and asked with suspicion. Malzahar replied,
The one opposite is Simba. He is an anchor of a certain banner TV and specializes in playing with poodles. Is that so?
Shen-Yi suddenly smiled. He was really good at dealing with the anchor. They also said that Simba was trying to scare people. But he was just an unknown little poodle after doing it for a long time. Chapter 4:15 Life-Threatening Things.
Be careful. He knows poodles very well. And you may not be successful in catching him.
Grasshopper reminded.
Don't worry. I'm on my way. I don't have time to catch him in the early stage.
Shen-Yi hated people who pretended to be so obvious. He quickly went to hide in the blue buff on the opposite side, and gained experience from the mobs as soon as the buff was refreshed. After going online, the opponent's wanderer was indeed very strong. He just relied on his long hands to come up and deal damage. But Shen-Yi had no intention of competing and instead took the opportunity to grab level 2. Jumping around in the early stage can easily attract the hatred of the minions. If you jump up hastily, you will skip the opportunity to walk back to the bushes and then play a skill to connect with the flat A. It will be a big loss for you to exchange blood. So even if your hero's advantage lies in the grass, you can't jump around. After collecting a wave of soldiers, Shen-Yi did not go to make up for it when the last soldier was about to die, but entered the grass in advance. Wandering naturally seems indifferent. Anyway, if a level 1 poodle enters the grass, it won't be able to kill him. He was still taking the last hit slowly. At this time, suddenly a roar came from the grass.
Wow!
The poodle suddenly jumped out and hit Rise hard, followed by Q and W skills simultaneously, which caused huge damage and instantly took away 1/3 of Rise's health. At this time, Shen-Yi wanted to return to the grass, and Rise hurriedly followed up the output. He would not miss this opportunity to exchange blood. Shen-Yi braved the loss of blood and slowly rushed back into the grass. But just after he reached the grass, he jumped back instantly. Although Rise already knew that the poodle was going to jump, he didn't have shoes and was just greedy for damage, so he couldn't leave the range. The poodle rushes out again, and the brutality value is just full at this moment. The full brutality Q plus the QW's own damage. The last flat A directly disabled it.
Oh my god! This hurts!
Seeing that something was wrong, Rise hurriedly escaped. Shen-Yi moved, entered the grass nearby, and then jumped over to get first blood. From beginning to end, Rise was killed alone before reaching level 2. This is the advantage of a poodle. If there is grass when chasing, it will be more powerful than other people's flashes.
It's so good to hold it in your mouth and kill it so quickly.
On the bottom lane, Obama saw this scene and typed again to ridicule. The blind man was immobilized by the poodlesy, so naturally he couldn't escape through the blue wall by touching his eyes. However, he can leave through Q-Lawn. The poodle's position blocked the blind man's last chance of survival. The blind man had already thought of this trick, but he never expected that the poodle would stand in front of him while he was waiting for the Q skill CD to end, robbing him of his last hope of survival. If the scene reappears, the blind man must be pressing Q crazily, waiting for the Q skill to cool down before hitting blue and then running away. But just when his skill cooldown ended and his Q skill was released, the poodle arrived and stood in front of him. At this moment, the wind can change its color. Leopard Girl suddenly felt that her 3 views had been subverted. This segmentation is indeed not that simple. The consciousness of this poodle is said to be platinum, and even diamonds can be matched by few. Being able to block the temptation to kill someone at a critical moment, and being able to block skills at such an accurate time after a kill, is really terrifying. If he were on the opposite side, he really wasn't sure he could defeat this poodle. But here comes the question. Since the poodle has such good awareness and good operation, why does he lose a lot of money when he is singled out? Judging from his output, Rise, who is on the road now, has probably been killed. Right? Moreover, this blind man was locked in the wild area, and he had no chance to get out even if he wanted to deal damage. Thinking of this, Leopard Girl typed,
Brother, why are you walking around? You don't want to play AP Poodle, do you?
You know, AP Lion Dog mainly relies on W's output. Moreover, excitement increases its ability to restore blood. It's like AP Barbarian King, which has super strong blood recovery ability, but its explosive ability is naturally much weaker. Now that it has been weakened, AP Lion Dog is almost the same as AP Juggernaut, unable to produce output. This choice is tantamount to trapping oneself in a cocoon. Shen-Yi typed,
If I only wanted to kill people, there would be no need for me to provide equipment like this. Of course I am giving you a chance.
The lineup in this game is very strange. There is no front row on their side. Whether they are grasshoppers, leopard girls or poodles, most of them are assassins. And they are very fragile assassins. Our policewoman, leopard girl, grasshopper, and phone girl. These 4 people almost all rely on tug-of-war. Once they are attacked in the face, no one will survive. As for the opposite lineup, Sheen Nu, Obama, Blind Man, Fireman, and Rise. Each of these people has the ability to raid. Moreover, the control is strong. And Sheen Nu supports health increasing endurance ability is aimed at their lineup. So Shani has already thought about playing with a poodle this time. As long as you become more aggressive, you can attack first during team battles. Even if you can't kill a certain C position, it's still good to cripple it. In this way, Sheen Nu's skills will be forced to be revealed immediately, and the chance of killing other people instantly will be much greater. In fact, this is the only way that Shin-Yi found after playing so many multiplayer games that can break Sheen Nu's rogue style. Sheen Nu's health boost is very strong, but her ultimate's group control during team battles is even more disgusting. Therefore, many people will try to kill someone first in a team battle at all costs. In this way, Sheen Nu's ultimate move was thrown away in order to save people. The rest of the teammates were full of health, and even the recovery from the ultimate move when they were in good condition had no effect. But in this way, once the instant kill fails, you will be surrounded and bullied by the opponent. That's why Shin-Yi came up with such an idea. He immediately activated his ultimate move, exploding the brutality value he had accumulated in his body, and used a C position to cripple him. After forcing out Sheen Nu's skills, he used the brutality value recovered from his ultimate move to deal with the second person. In this way, it is fleshy and can resist a lot of damage. It's easy for teammates to catch up at this time and hit everyone with a burst of last-minute hits. Coupled with the blowing recovery effect of Feng Nu's ultimate move, it can also blow away the people on the opposite side and protect Shin-Yi. Just break up the opponent's formation and give them a chance to breathe. It all seems so simple and clear. Their lineup is strong in poke pursuit, and its weakness in frontal attack was instantly eliminated. After getting the double kill, Shin-Yi returned home and felt excited. Then he synthesized the long sword on his body into a serrated dagger. Even for meat, there are 2 output items. Otherwise, what's the point of having a set of output that doesn't hurt others? Chapter 416 Furious Heart. Heroes who are not assassins only want to cripple AC position. Any explosive hero only needs 2 output equipment. Because squishy heroes, like ADC or AP, only have more than 1000 HP. No matter how much output equipment is used, the damage dealt is wasted because it is too high. This time, Shin-Yi didn't even come out with any shoes. He no longer has that need. The effect of surprise is that you can walk through it even without shoes. Anyway, you can jump over when you reach the warning distance. It doesn't matter. But when he went to the road again, he found that Rise disappeared and appeared in the bottom lane soon after. On the road, it became Obama and Sheen Nu.
Hey, you didn't expect it. We changed the line.
Obama stood on the spot typing with a proud look on his face and mocked. But when he just finished typing, he found that the poodle suddenly rushed up, and a set of damage directly disabled him. Sheen Nu was so frightened that she even used her ultimate move. Such high damage was something Obama never expected. Poodle's produce meat. He can see it clearly. Even if there is a serrated dagger, it is not so overbearing. Right? Only then did he notice that the poodle had reached level 9, and he himself is only at level 7. Such a level difference is why the opponent's damage is high. Shin-Yi is indeed a little tempered this time. This guy has been mocking himself for not being able to play poodle. He is so good at playing, and now he actively switches lanes to target him. He really doesn't know how high the sky is. Even if he is the anchor, what's wrong with him playing poodle all the time? Does the fact that he loves to play mean that this hero only belongs to him? And only if he is the best. Others will not be able to do it. Seeing this guy so arrogant, Shin-Yi decided that next, he would hack this guy up.
Sister, don't get excited. He can't kill me. He just used up all his output. And there's no follow-up.
Simba saw that the poodle was stunned, and hurriedly played his own output. While doing it again, Shin-Yi was hit by the ADC, which still hurt a little, and he lost 1/3 of his blood in an instant. But after he hit the grass and threw a few skills at random, his W recovered its blood with a brutal value. Coupled with the recovery of ordinary W, combined with the excitement, his blood was full almost instantly. And after Sheen Nu several times from behind, she finally lifted Obama's blood volume up. After looking at his own economy, Shani collected a wave of soldiers, placed a triangular bush with an eye on the road, and then quickly went home to buy the Filcord Warhammer. Immediately afterwards, his TP went on the road, and his ultimate move was activated smoothly. As the screen turned blood red, the sound of the poodle's furious heart beating could be heard. Obama and Chinnu, who were on the road, didn't react at all, and seemed to be still immersed in the fun of replacing last wounds. Roar! Suddenly a figure flashed on the screen, and Obama was already out of health before he understood what was going on. He quickly moved with his E skill, then flashed and threw it. However, the poodle jumped a minion in the grass, and then the QQ second company with full brutality value flashed up and took it away. Then Chinusher Dog ignored it, and continued to return to the line to finish the damage without even touching it. The blind man was still fighting in the lower half of the jungle at the moment, and he didn't expect that there would be kills on the top lane. In his impression, this poodle was beaten so hard by Rise that he couldn't hold his head up. When did he become so vicious? Even though he and the fireman had just been hacked to death by the poodle and the leopard woman, he didn't think the other party was very fierce. Just wait until they don't have the skills to make a sneak attack. Oh, sister, don't get too excited later. You lost your big move so quickly. Otherwise, if the poodle really attacks me, you won't be able to control it anymore. Although Chinu's milk and acceleration were desperate, Simba was still a little helpless in the face of the poodle's pursuit. He naturally knows this when he plays with a poodle himself. He typed decisively, "You stupid poodle. Don't worry. I will kill you later." When he said this, the hot man in the middle suddenly spoke sarcastically. "Simba, can you be quiet? The two on the top lane were killed alone. What shame do you have to scream? Can you wait until you kill the opponent before you show off? What does it have to do with you? Be careful. You are being caught by the poodle from the opposite side. If it weren't for the head you gave me, how could I be killed alone?" Simba's tone was very disharmonious. After a while, the poodle suddenly started to move. After pushing the line in front of Chinnu on the road, he continued to get into the position of the stone man. After clearing away the wild monsters, Shenyi's economy was still far from 1,000. At this time, it is still almost economical to get out of Yuming. But without his ultimate move, he could only continue to wait for Obama to come online, and then mix up the economy. If the latter was not online, he would not dare to rant in front of Chinnu, because someone suddenly came to arrest him. He had no flash or ultimate move, so it was still a bit stressful to escape. It only has magic resistance, but no physical properties. It still hurts when a blind person is hit. After Yoming's finances were sufficient, Shani went home and gave Yuming a break. Then looking at the CD of his ultimate that was almost ready, he continued to aim for the top lane. Leopard Girl also seems to be very interested in the poodle's current movements. After noticing that Shenyi's ultimate move was ready, he quickly came to the top road. Sure enough, when Leopard Girl wanted to go up and join in the fun, she found that Shenyi had already activated his ultimate move and Yuming rushed forward. Chinnu just noticed an exclamation mark on her head and hurriedly shouted to Simba, "The poodle is coming! Let's run!" Before the word was spoken, Simba had already noticed that a poodle appeared above his head. His E skill shifts the moment the poodle appears. Chinnu immediately activated her ultimate move and controlled the poodle. "Pretty!" Simba yelled, and then furiously attacked the poodle. However, Shen-Yi immobilized him with an E full of brutality, then quickly accumulated brutality with a set of small skills, followed by a Q full of brutality, and sent him directly to the west. Chinnu, who had blood on her back, suddenly turned blue when she saw this scene. Moreover, the most important thing about Yuming is not the active effect after it is turned on, but the attributes it carries. Armor breaking effect, increased attack power and cooldown reduction. This is a perfect attribute for any melee combatant. Of course, Yuming only has some assassin heroes, which will be released when demand breaks out. Poodles happen to be this type. Moreover, Shen-Yi knew very well that the two core pieces of equipment for the poodle were not actually explosive equipment, but Yuming and Hydra. So in this battle, he only needed to use these two pieces of equipment to easily kill Simba completely. The main reason is that this guy is too arrogant and extremely arrogant. If you don't teach him a lesson, he really doesn't know how high the sky is. After being killed, Simba sighed helplessly and said, "Sister, this poodle has been raised too fat. The top and mid laners are too good." Chapter 417 Easily. His words immediately aroused public outrage. What do top and mid laners mean? From the time he changed lines just now, he has given away 2 in a row. The total time before and after is less than 2 minutes. Isn't this the fault of others for being too fat? According to what he meant. Change the line from the beginning and let him and Chi Nu deal with the poodle. So that if they are not killed, they will not blame others for fattening them. What man got angry, pointed at his nose and cursed.
Hack you! You're a rookie! You're still a streamer like this? You pretended to be an ADC and took care of a girl. But someone beat you up. Do you blame us for raising you? I got 2 kills in 2 hacking minutes. Except for being resurrected and online. I basically died in seconds. What the hell are you talking about?
This random curse immediately made several other teammates stupid. This was the first time they had seen someone curse so fast. Without even a typo. And they could see how carefully they were scolding. Simba stared at the screen coldly. Then gritted his teeth and typed.
I am the size of a hunk. I am playing with a poodle. Will I be afraid of this thing? If you hadn't raised me too fat, would I have been killed instantly? Aren't you a professional poodle? Aren't you good at playing that hero? You tortured him.
Fireman took a sip and directly transferred his firepower to Simba. Yes, the latter is indeed a professional poodle. Since he specializes in playing, he naturally knows how to avoid this hero. Right? However, after the fireman said this, Simba began to sweat beads on his forehead. Yes, he is indeed a professional poodle. But precisely because he is a professional, he understands how terrifying this hero is. The poodle activates its ultimate move. Without anyone's help. It's easy to use its ultimate move in seconds. And in the case of equipment crushing, even if others help, it will be of no avail.
What's wrong? Why don't you stop pretending? You also know that the poodle's ultimate move has no solution. Right.
One man snorted coldly and did not continue to say anything, but took the line seriously. When dealing with grasshoppers, if he relaxes even a little bit, he might end up being killed. Moreover, after these 2 groups were arrested, his finances have gradually declined. If he continues to delay like this, he will really be in trouble.
Girl, can you buy a real eye? Without real eyes, it would be really fatal.
Simba finally gave in. He continued to hold on. And in the end, he was the only one who got into trouble. He took a girl with him, but he died worse than her. How can he go out without being laughed at?
Come on, Simba. This poodle isn't that powerful. Lion King. Are you afraid of a Lion King? Hey, I feel like Simba is going to be a naughty girl. He's going to be a naughty girl. He's going to be a naughty girl.
In the live broadcast room, Simba's barrage began to scroll crazily. Obviously, this poodle gave the audience too much fun. Simba was so beaten by his favorite hero that his face was swollen.
It's okay. Everyone has been summoned. Wait until I get up and see how I torture this lion.
Simba's heart grew colder and colder. He just wanted to be shown off. And even the barrage began to mock him. If he continues like this, he will really be disgraced. No, he absolutely cannot allow this to happen. After thinking about it, he finally made a decision. And that was to create an hourglass. As for the Banshee, there is almost no threat to the poodle. After all, the double brutality value means that the Q second damage under the brutality increase is missing. And the poodle also has a subsequent attack speed bonus. Moreover, if the resurrected armor comes out, for a fragile person like me, it will be nothing more than getting up and dying once. The percentage of resurrection blood of resurrection armor is not enough for an ADC. Even if it has full health and mana, it is not enough for a poodle to fill its teeth.
Brother, is it really okay for you to target that Simba like this?
Leopard Girl suddenly typed.
He is also an anchor after all. So save some face.
Leopard Girl obviously said this to Shen-Yi. The grasshopper in the middle suddenly took over the conversation and said,
His abuse of Simba has nothing to do with you. You are not a fan of an unqualified little loser. Are you?
These words obviously drew Leopard Girl into the opposite direction. Regardless of whether Simba is the anchor or not. He started taunting him as soon as he started. This is obviously inviting trouble to himself. No one is afraid of anyone these days. Even through the computer. He feels invincible. So no one wants to do what Simba does. Seeing that Grasshopper actually fell in love with Wu Jiwu and began to turn his anger on himself because of Simba's incident. He couldn't help but smile bitterly in his heart. He typed and replied,
Brother, please don't do this. I'm just saying this. Don't drag me into the water.
Grasshopper saw that he was just talking. Which was nothing. If Leopard Girl is really a fan of Simba, maybe he will join the ranks of poodles. Shen-Yi looked at Obama's equipment on the opposite side. He had barely managed to get out of Yumeng until now. And he had already checked half of it. It's been 10 minutes.
And the last hits are only 65. This is simply too much. For an ADC, regardless of whether there are kills or not, last hit is absolutely important. And it is also the standard to measure whether an ADC can play well. Simba's last hit is almost worse than Silver's. If you come here to take care of a girl like this and make arrogant remarks, can you please give me some face? Shen-Yi decisively bought a pair of CD shoes. This time, he was destined to fight Simba for his life. Under normal circumstances, Poodle will use Mercury shoes or ninja footwear. Because after all, this hero has to rush into the enemy's formation to take damage. Even if you kill someone instantly in a sudden attack, you will still be targeted in the end. Therefore, defensive shoes are a must. But Shen-Yi doesn't think so this time. He wants to buy dual resistance equipment. So CD shoes, combined with Yuang, and inspiration. Only these three equipment can fully reduce the cooldown under the current situation. Whether it's a mage or a melee, the faster the cooldown is reduced, the better. Because the more frequently a skill is used, the more advantageous it is in battle. And for a hero like Poodle, which mainly relies on brutality value to hit bursts, the practicality of small skills is extremely important. At 11 minutes, Qin Nu cast her real eye in the grass beside the wall on the upper road. This position can be seen clearly as long as the Poodle comes. No matter what, Qin Nu has another big move at her back. As long as the Poodle dares to jump over, it will definitely not survive. But Shen-Yi just didn't believe in this evil. When Simba pushed the line and prepared to attack the tower, Shen-Yi went around the river, activated Yuming and jumped directly over, using his extremely fast hand speed to perform his own set of bursts. Although Qin Nu saw the Poodle jumping over and gave her a big move in time, Simba still couldn't survive, and his health bar bottomed out instantly. He just wanted to run. But after using Yi's skill, he found that he had been slowed down. Chapter 418, Strength. But now, Simba finally knew how powerful the Poodle in front of him was. What is the essence of the Poodle? Isn't it just a matter of jumping into a crowd and killing everyone in seconds? But if you want to kill someone instantly, what does the release of skills and the connection of normal attacks look like? For the Poodle, the simplest routine is to use Q, E, W, flat A to connect Hydra when the brutality value is full. After the connection between brutal Q and normal Q, you should instantly throw E instead of W. This kind of control effect is the most reliable when thrown face to face. After the skills are lost, connect A and Hydra to reset the attack, so that you can perfectly deal the highest damage. In fact, a long time ago, in S3, there was a bug in the Poodle. That is, Q and W could be used at the same time. In other words, when the brutality value is full, pressing the Q and W skills at the same time can trigger the brutality reward. So at that time, the Poodle directly jumps to QW. And almost these skills do not need to be connected. Just draw directly. It can kill people in seconds. But after the revision, the Poodle gradually began to connect the W skill with the E skill. After all, stable control can increase the Poodle's higher output. I seem to have ridiculed someone I shouldn't have ridiculed. This guy actually knows as much about Poodles as I do. Simba's heart began to fluctuate. The Poodle was almost instantly controlled by Qin Nu's ultimate move. But at the moment of control, he actually threw out the E skill, according to the order of the Poodle's combos. During the time when Qin Nu lost control, the Poodle had already activated 2 skills. Come on! Why are you still standing there? Even the tone of Qin's girl's words began to change. Simba actually stood still at this critical moment, quietly looking at the Poodle in a daze. When he heard the girl speaking in this tone, Simba knew that something was wrong. But he could only shake his head and smile bitterly. I can't walk away. I was slowed down. And he woke up soon. As he spoke, the Poodle had already woken up. The brutality value recovery after the ultimate move is already full. Just one Q took Obama away directly. Qin Nu's eyes widened immediately, and she hurriedly activated her E skill to speed up and escape. However, the Poodle did not ignore it this time, but followed closely, with the help of the grass above. After maxing out the brutality value, he hit with a very brutal E skill. The girl who was frozen in place was even more brittle than a paper doll, and was killed in the blink of an eye. Double kill. Killing spree. Seeing the message prompted by the system, everyone on the other side became nervous. The pace of the Poodle seems to be a somewhat unstoppable trend. If this continues, it will go against the grain. I can't kill you if I let you brat show off. Shen-Yi had a sneer on his lips. Murderous. With the ferocious kills of the 2 men, Shen-Yi and his teammates had already pushed up the line of troops and were quickly defeated. They didn't even have a chance to surrender.
The game ended perfectly and smoothly. After finally winning the game, Shen-Yi and the others were too tired during this period, so they decided to go on a trip to relax and unwind. They went to Linhai, and Li Yun'er happened to be sent to Linhai by their company, and she also had to stay in Linhai for a while.
Are you leaving?
Li Yun'er asked with a frown. Shen-Yi nodded and said,
Well, we were originally traveling. It's been a week, and it's almost time to go back.
Having said this, he looked at Li Yun'er with a smile and said,
Why, Sister Yun'er, you are reluctant to let me leave. Are you interested in me? Let me tell you, Shen-Yi, am the one you will never get.
Man, don't have any illusions. Get out.
Li Yun'er raised her foot and kicked his butt and said,
Idiot. Forget it. Find Jiangwu and let's go have a meal.
The chatty boy shook his head and said,
I've been here for a month and I feel really tired, so I won't practice today.
Shen-Yi and Li Yun'er nodded, and Li Yun'er said,
Let's go back to Shen-Yi's room in the hotel. We can order food at the hotel. By the way, we can digest the potion.
Okay, Shen-Yi said quickly. Shen-Yi has always been very enthusiastic about this kind of thing if he calls at the hotel. Li Yun'er saw through Shen-Yi's thoughts, and she snorted coldly.
Just pick it. I don't believe you can find a girlfriend in the future. I will definitely find it.
Shen-Yi chuckled.
And it must be beautiful and gentle. Get out.
Li Yun'er kicked him again and left the shooting gallery. Shen-Yi also returned to the locker room. After taking a shower, he changed into clothes. On the other side, in the parking lot next to the shooting gallery, Su Jiang was sitting on it. His face was quite ugly. Lost again. This time I lost another 200,000. A total of 300,000. Maybe it was nothing to him. But thinking about Shen-Yi's face that deserved a beating, he felt very unhappy.
Do-do-do-do.
At this moment, his cell phone rang, and he quickly picked it up.
Hello.
He answered the phone.
Mr. Su. It's all done. The factory has been purchased and Shen-Yi's father has been fired. As for his small shop at home, I have also hired someone to go over there. As expected, his shop will be open at night. It will be smashed.
A sinisterly laughing voice came from the phone.
New.
After hanging up the phone, Su Jiang said with a sinister smile on his face,
It doesn't matter how accurate your shooting skills are. How can you, a loser, fight with me?
Shen-Yi still knew nothing about what happened. After washing, he walked out of the locker room and met Li Yun'er. Just when they were about to go find Jiangwu, suddenly, a majestic voice suddenly sounded in their ears.
Notice that your teammate Jiang, who has applied to leave the team. Do you agree?
When the voice fell, Shen-Yi and others were a little confused. Teams can be separated from each other. After leaving the team, the system will randomly match you with a team again. As for your original team, the system will also match you with a new teammate. The prerequisite for leaving the team is that the remaining 3 teammates must vote. Once more than 2 votes are received, that person will leave. If someone in the team proposes to kick someone out, they can also apply to the system. But Shen-Yi and the others didn't expect that Jiangwu would take the initiative to apply.
Is he crazy?
Li Yun'er frowned and said,
He has never taken medicine at all. Even if he is matched with teammates, he cannot be very strong. There is no difference between being in the elite battlefield and seeking death. We do not blame him for dragging him down. We mean it.
The chatty boy frowned and said,
It's my fault. When I came out today, I spoke too harshly. I guess it hurt his self-esteem.
Chapter 419 raised slightly. Yes, when they came out, the chatty boy said something like he was holding the team back a bit. Jiangwu didn't say anything at the time, and still chose to exchange money. Then after they came out, he actually chose to apply. Leave the team.
Disagree.
Almost at the same time, Shen-Yi and the other 3 whispered, Yes, disagree. Although he had only experienced 2 battles. In Shen-Yi's heart, Jiangwu was already his brother. This was a friendship exchange between life and death.
Previously, Shen-Yi felt that people in a team could definitely trust each other. But since he learned about Zheng Nan, he knew that things were not like this. Some people would change teammates in order to survive. It's hard to say what kind of character it will be to match up with your teammates again. Jiangwu may not be that good now, but it is definitely worthy of their trust. So, they chose not to agree.
Let's pick him up now. No matter what, we will ask him about his family affairs, and then we will find a way to help them. With our current capabilities, I think things in the real world should be quite simple.
The boy said.
Yeah.
Li Yun'er also nodded. Shen-Yi did not dare to interrupt. The family background of these two people was beyond his comparison.
Go and pick him up first, Shani said. We'll ask about the rest. He hasn't said anything. There must be something unspeakable.
Jiangwu himself is very boring and talks very little. The three of them nodded. And the chatty boy quickly called Jiangwu.
Why do you bother? I actually felt it this time. If I am stronger, I have a stronger hope of survival. Next time it is a death mission. Shen Yi's command idea is clear. If you change to a stronger teammate, you will have a chance. Take me with you to get through this. I'm afraid I'll drag you down.
Jiangwu sighed on the other end of the phone.
Stop talking nonsense. Tell us your address, and we will come to pick you up,
the chatty boy said in a serious voice. There was silence for a while. Then shook his head and said,
Forget it. I will apply again. You can agree to it then. I do regard you as my biological brothers. So, I don't want to see you die because of me. I would rather the person who died was myself.
After saying that, he hung up the phone directly. The chatty boy frowned and said,
The phone has hung up. Let me call him. Your tone is too strong.
Shani glanced at the chatty boy with contempt and said,
Be gentle.
As he said that, he took out his mobile phone and made a call.
Hello. The phone you dialed has been turned off.
This time, Jiangwu shut down his phone directly.
I'll go.
Shani frowned. And then he quickly opened WeChat and saw that Jiangwu had already left the WeChat group. At the same time, he found Jiangwu and sent a message. But the message had also been deleted.
I'll go. He deleted me.
Shani scolded.
His grandma. Even if I can't be a teammate, I won't be deleted. Me too,
Li Yuner said to the chatty boy. The chatty boy cursed and said,
No matter how he applies, I won't refuse anyway. I don't have the habit of abandoning my comrades. When the next mission starts, I can't beat him to death. If you give me the arrogance, I will only get too few beatings.
Shani chuckled and said, I think you're right. I'll give him a few beatings next time, and he'll be honest. His grandma actually wants to be a deserter.
Next to her, the corners of Li Yuner's mouth curled up slightly. Although both of them were swearing, she could feel the affection they had for Jiangwu.
If I am in danger, or if I want to leave, they will try to keep me here, saying they will beat me up.
Li Yuner thought to herself. Feeling warm, she looked at Shani next to her, raised the corners of her mouth slightly, and murmured,
This idiot.
Jiangwu was not found. So the three of them returned to the hotel. In the room, Shen Yi and the others were sitting there. They ordered some food at the hotel. Of course, they all used Li Yuner's card. After eating, Li Yuner notified the waiter to take away the things, and then took out the bottle of advanced genetic medicine. Shen Yi also quickly drank the 3 bottles of genetic medicine. He could feel his body being lifted again. Intermediate genetic medicine can transform the body in all aspects. He feels that his eyesight, body strength, and softness are improving in all aspects. The use of the intermediate bolt sniper agent gave him a peculiar feeling. Although he was not holding a sniper rifle, he could clearly feel the distance control, wind speed changes, and the stability of the firearm. There has been a huge improvement. His understanding of Schwann sniper seemed to be directly engraved in his mind.
If you have a chance next time, maybe you can face Sirius directly.
The corners of Shen Yi's mouth raised slightly. Sirius has taken high-level genetic medicine, but everyone's potential is different, and the degree of digestion of the medicine is also different. Shen Yi just has a vague feeling. It's hard to say whether he can win, but he can feel it. If he also takes the advanced sniper agent, then he will definitely be able to defeat Sirius. This is a strange sniper feeling. He opened his eyes and looked at Li Yuner, and found that Li Yuner was also looking at him, with a playful smile on her lips. Shen Yi felt. Now she might punch her shit out with one punch.
The number 1 breakthrough player in our team is probably going to be Jiro.
Next to him, the chatty boy said bitterly. Shen Yi swallowed his saliva. Li Yuner waved her fist at Shen Yi and said,
Don't make me angry in the future. Otherwise,
Shen Yi coughed dryly and said,
How dare I? Don't tell me that you have taken high-level genetic medicine. If you haven't taken it, I don't dare to offend you. Are you saying I'm fierce?
Li Yuner squinted her eyes and looked at him and said,
There happens to be a gym here in the hotel and a ring in the room. Let's go practice.
Shen Yi quickly looked at the time and said,
The time we agreed to meet with Han Xiaomu and the others is coming soon. Let's go quickly.
With that said, he ran towards the door and pushed it open.
This idiot.
Li Yuner had a smile on her face. The chatty boy next to him also smiled, and the two of them walked out. In the hotel lobby, In the booth on the side, Han Xiaomu and 3 people are sitting there. Han Xiaomu is still dressed in a mature look, with big red waves and a tight-fitting skirt, which fully reveals her curvy figure. She seems to exude infinite charm when she sits there. Countless people's attention. Chapter 420, A Hail of Bullets. Next to her, Zhou Su and Han Liling were also sitting there. After seeing Shen Yi and the others, they waved to the 3 of them.
TSK. TSK. I haven't seen you for a few hours. I miss you so much.
Shen Yi leaned over with a smile. Han Xiaomu raised her eyebrows and glanced at him, and said with a wave of eyes,
How much do you miss me? Why don't you come to my room at night, and let's have a good talk? My sister will not reject you. Ahem.
Shen Yi coughed quickly and said,
What the HL? WeChat or Alipay?
Han Xiaomu curled his lips and said,
It's so realistic. Give me your bank card number, and I'll transfer it to you later.
Shen Yi was overjoyed, and quickly reported his bank card number, and then said,
I was talking about 50 points before, with a ratio of 1.3. That's 650,000. And then, there were 4 more heads, and each of them got 3 points. Plus, I won't take advantage of you. Rounding it off, you can just give us 700,000 each. Shen Yi, it's easy for you to not have a girlfriend like this,
Zhou Su said jokingly from the side. But obviously, these guys have experienced many challenges. They are not short of money, so they did not refuse. Han Xiaomu took over the conversation and said,
I like him very much. This is the performance of the Gu family. And his brain is good. Shen Yi, are you interested in marrying your sister? I will wait for you to grow up. And you will grow old with me. As she spoke, she puffed out her chest. The shaking made Shen Yi swallow a mouthful of saliva.
What is your next mission?
Li Yuner took a step forward, changed the subject, and asked softly. Hearing this, Han Xiaomu's face suddenly turned ugly and said,
The next mission is no easier than the death mission. After we passed the death mission this time, our ranking rose to 74th. The next mission, under the condition of entering the top 50, fight against 3 teams.
Shen Yi's expression changed slightly. Fighting against a small team meant there would be danger. In this case, it is very likely that teammates will die.
Hey,
Zhou Su sighed and said,
After entering this place, you may die at any time during the mission. Our mission is 1 month later. This month, let's enjoy life. By the way, what's your mission?
Zhou Su said.
I saw that your team has also entered the list. Your team name is called Hidden Dragon.
The chatty boy nodded and said,
Well, our mission.
This time is a death mission. It is similar to yours. It is also a chicken and 140 people. But these 140 people are divided evenly. It is a bit like an individual mission. Everyone must kill more than 35 people. And those who are not finished will be wiped out. With Shen Yi in command, there is actually a chance.
Han Xiaomu said this, looking at Shen Yi. His eyes moved and said,
I really hope that I can be on the same map with you in the next mission. In this way, with him in command, I feel much more confident. After the death mission, you should have all taken high-level potions.
Shen Yi said,
In the elite battlefield, you will also become the most powerful people.
Han Xiaomu nodded and said,
I did redeem it. But there is still no way to compare it with a team that takes a lot of high-end potions. It's transferred.
At this moment, Han Liling picked up her phone and said to Shen Yi and others. Shen Yi received the payment information. A total of 700,000. He was ecstatic. Now his assets have exceeded 1 million. And he has a total of 1.125 million yuan.
Although there are many crises in this place, the harvest is indeed very rich.
Shen Yi couldn't help but think in his heart.
Now we are settled.
Han Xiaomu glanced at Shen Yi charmingly and said,
So, can you consider coming to my room tonight? I can pay. It's very generous.
Gudong! The chatty boy coughed dryly and said,
What about that? I can come, even if I don't charge you. Scum!
Li Yuner glared at the chatty boy and Shen Yi.
Do.
At this moment, Shen Yi's cell phone suddenly rang. He picked it up and saw that it was his father calling. It was already past 11 o'clock at this time. If it were normal times, my parents would have gone to bed.
Hey, Dad.
Shen Yi answered the phone and said,
Why aren't you asleep yet?
On the other end of the phone, after a while of silence, his father's voice rang.
Shen Yi, are you okay now?
There was some worry and vicissitudes in his voice. Shen Yi felt something was wrong, and he quickly asked,
I'm okay. Dad, is there something going on at home? Hey,
On the other end of the phone, his father sighed and said,
Today our factory was bought, and I was fired. When I was fired, my boss said that my son had offended someone he shouldn't have offended.
Xinyi's face changed slightly. He subconsciously thought of Li Yun'er's home. In order to prevent him from getting too close to Li Yun'er, his family sent people to look for him. Although everything was fine afterwards, there was no guarantee that his family would not continue to do something about it. At this time, his father's voice rang again and said,
There is also your mother's canteen. It was smashed in the afternoon. And your mother was hit in the head. Now she is in the hospital for emergency treatment.
What? Xinyi stood up suddenly, murderous intent bursting out of his eyes. After 2 months of training in a hail of bullets, Xinyi already has an iron-blooded temperament in him.
Who did it? Xinyi asked. I don't know. They said they were gangsters in the society here. I went to find them with a knife at night. But your second uncle stopped me.
Xinyi's father gritted his teeth and said,
As long as you are okay. There is a bit of chaos at home now. You should stay outside for a while first. I'll be right back.
Xinyi said and hung up the phone.
What's wrong?
Li Yun'er quickly asked with concern. Xinyi looked at him and said,
Something happened at home. Someone bought the factory where my dad worked and fired him. Some gangsters from society smashed up the canteen at my house, and my mom was injured.
As he spoke, he looked at Li Yun'er and said,
Sister Yun'er, go home and ask if your family did all this to prevent you from contacting me.
Li Yun'er's expression changed. Then she nodded and said,
Okay, I'll go back and inquire now. I hope it's not someone from your family. But if it's someone from your family, or an immediate relative of yours, I'll come to Hai to talk to him again.
Xinyi said calmly.
If it's not an immediate relative, please also provide his information. Give it to me.
I'm going to kill him. Everyone can feel Xinyi's anger, but he still looked so calm. Chapter 421 Some Anger.
This young man who usually laughs and laughs. But the undisguised murderous intention in his body at this moment is a bit frightening. Yes, he was really angry. Someone was targeting him. And if it was him, forget it. But it actually happened to his own family. And his mother was injured. Xinyi simply couldn't bear it. Li Yun'er's eyes were a little complicated and a little angry. He glanced at the chatty boy and said,
Chatty boy, I'll go home and ask around now. You can take Xinyi to the airport. Okay.
The chatty boy nodded and said. Xinyi quickly returned to his room, packed his luggage in 2 or 3 minutes, and approached the hotel door. Li Yun'er did not leave the door of the hotel. After seeing Xinyi come down, she walked up to Xinyi and whispered,
Idiot! If someone from my family did all this, I will definitely give you an explanation.
Xinyi reluctantly smiled at her and said,
I don't blame you. This matter has nothing to do with you. If it was really someone in your family who did it, I understand their behavior, but I can't forgive it.
When Li Yun'er heard Xinyi's words, she felt slightly relieved, then nodded and said,
Okay, you go back to see Annie first, and I will help you check this matter.
Xinyi nodded, said goodbye to Li Yun'er, and got into the chatty boy's car. In the car, the chatty boy smiled and said,
Xinyi, don't think too much. Your mother will definitely be fine. Judging from your father's words, the person who acquired them said that you offended someone. I think it was either this paragraph the people you come into contact with during time Lehigh are either members of the serious team. Please give me the information about that factory, and then I will check the company that acquired it. It is not that difficult to find the people behind it.
Xinyi nodded and said,
Thank you, chatty boy. I hope it's not from Sister Yun'er's family. Otherwise, I don't know how to get along with him next.
The chatty boy frowned, but didn't say anything. The car started. Xinyi directly booked the nearest flight ticket, and they headed to the airport. In a certain room in the hotel, Han Xiaomu and 3 others were sitting in it. Han Xiaomu said with a smile on his lips,
TSK. TSK. He remains so calm even when he is angry. It's really attractive. Sister Yun, don't you really fall in love with this guy?
At this time, Han Liling said,
His status and family are not worthy of you. Isn't it worthy?
Han Xiaomu chuckled and said,
What's the point of being worthy or not? No matter how good our background is. What's the use? We may die at some point.
The other 2 fell silent.
But he is still too young. He looks about 18 or 19 years old.
Han Liling curled her lips and said,
Maybe he is still a baby. So what? I can wait for him to grow up. Or I can slowly teach him experience.
Han Xiaomu said with a smile. Han Liling. Zhou Su.
Okay.
Han Xiaomu said with a smile.
I like others, but others may think they don't like me. Isn't there that girl Li Yuner in their team? She is quite beautiful. Li Yuner is from the Jiang family. By the way, she seems to be...
Han Liling seemed to have thought of something, then shook her head and said,
They can't get together. It's impossible for his family to let her and Shen Yi's background be reunited. Together. That's the best.
Han Xiaomu said with a smile.
By the way, let's check this matter in his family. After we find out, we can help him solve it. If it is serious, who takes action?
After saying this, her eyes froze slightly, and she said,
Then we can just find out the real identity of the T-Online team. And by the way, the fifth one on the list will change hands. Okay, then I'll go check it out.
Zhou Su curled his lips and said,
I really don't know what's so good about this kid. He's vulgar, lustful, and greedy for money.
Han Shiyun chuckled and said nothing. At 1 o'clock in the morning, the plane slowly took off from Shanghai. 2 hours later, City C, Shen Yi slowly walked out of the airport. At this time, his cell phone rang. It was Li Yuner calling. Shen Yi answered the phone. On the other end of the phone, Li Yuner's voice sounded somewhat relieved and said,
Idiot! It wasn't someone from my family who did it. After I explained to them last time,
they never treated you again.
What have you done?
Hearing the news, Shen Yi breathed a sigh of relief. If it was done by Li Yuner's family, even though it had nothing to do with Li Yuner, but it involved two families, he really didn't know how to face Li Yuner in the future.
Sister Yuner, I was too anxious before and misunderstood you. I'm sorry,
Shen Yi said softly.
It's okay. Idiot. Remember, we are comrades in arms, and friends whose lives are intertwined. No matter what difficulties you have, I will do my best to help you. I will always be worthy of your trust and your reliance. In this life, that's the case. I'm already looking for someone to check this matter for you, and the results will be available within tomorrow.
Li Yuner said firmly on the other end of the phone. Shen Yi is a young man after all. When he heard this, he felt warm in his heart and sore in his nose. He forced a smile and said,
You make it sound like you want to marry me. Huh? You're still in the mood to joke. You've arrived in City C. Go see your mother quickly. I'll call you tomorrow.
Li Yuner said on the phone.
Yeah.
Li Yuner hung up the phone. The phone had just been hung up when another phone rang. This time it was from the chatty boy.
Hey, chatty boy. Have you found it?
Shen Yi exhaled and said,
Well, we found it.
The chatty boy scolded.
His grandma's grandson is Su Jiang. Su Jiang?
Shen Yi's eyes flashed with coldness.
Well, I checked the company that acquired that factory.
The chatty boy said.
They are a company from Linhai. After tracing, it was found that the parent company of that company is the company of the Su Jiang family. This matter must be it has something to do with him. Counting it all, you beat him twice in the club, and he is interested in Shiro. You and Shiro being so close may make him jealous.
Shen Yi's eyes turned cold and he said,
Thank you, chatty boy. Thank you. Remember, your business is my business. We are brothers. Closer than real brothers.
The chatty boy cursed.
Well, chatty boy, help me keep an eye on him, and don't let him leave the Magic City. After I handle the matter here, I will come to him to settle the score.
Shen Yi said calmly.
Okay.
The chatty boy grinned.
Although things may be a bit troublesome, I will bear it with you.
Warmth flowed through Shen Yi's heart. In these 7 days, and 2 months in the game, he really made 2 life and death friends. Chapter 422 Can't Wait. After hanging up the phone, his eyes became cold again. He couldn't wait to take a taxi, and went straight to the hospital. No matter what, whoever did it in City C will have to pay the price. The car stopped at the entrance of the hospital. Shen Yi asked about the location of the emergency room and quickly ran over. Approaching the emergency room, Shen Yi quickly saw the people at home. His second uncle's family, his cousin and second mother were all there, with a hint of anxiety on their faces. Shen Yi's father was sitting next to him. He looked tired and still had an angry look on his face.
Chang Dong, forget it. Those gangsters in society. You went to take revenge this time. They may come back next time.
Shen Yi's second uncle Shen Chengyuan said, and he patted Shen Yi's father on the shoulder. Shen Yi's father is Shen Chengdong.
Forget it. How could you forget it if it were your wife?
Shen Chengdong glared, and said with a sneer,
I will call an old brother tomorrow to deal with these bastards.
His father has a straight temper. If you are good to me, I will be twice as good to you. If you dare to mess with me, I will take revenge even if you don't care about my life. Shen Yi sighed. This matter happened because of him after all.
Hey, I don't know what happened to Shen Yi in other places. You were fired this time. It seems that he has provoked some big shot, Shen Chengyuan said. He is the only male in our family for 3 generations.
In Shen Yi's father's generation, there are only 2 people in his generation, his father and his second uncle. His second uncle only has 1 cousin, Shen Yi, named Shen Si. He is also a single-parent family.
I just said that Shen Yi is a troublemaker. You even agreed to take 2 exams and go on a trip. It's fine now.
Shen Si curled her lips and said with a look of hatred on her face. At the corner, Shen Yi stood there and sighed. His relationship with Shen Sisi was actually quite good. Shen Sisi was 7 or 8 years older than him, and he had grown up following Shen Sisi. The most annoying thing is that Shen Sisi has been the child of the next-door family since she was a child. She has excellent grades and graduated from Peking University. After graduation, I returned to City C and had a good job.
Hey, forget it. I hope he's fine,
Shen Chengyuan said.
I'm afraid I'll have to wait a while to repay the money I borrowed from you this time. Just think of it as my contribution to Shen Yi's marriage and giving her money in advance,
Shen Si said.
It's good that my mother-in-law is fine. We are all a family, and it's okay to earn money slowly.
Shen Yi was very moved when he heard it. The relationship between the second uncle's family and his family is very good. They almost get along with each other as a family. And even now, they all live across the street. Moreover, when he heard that his mother was okay, Shen Yi breathed a sigh of relief. He walked out from the corner and said,
Dad, I'm back.
When Shen Chengyuan saw Shen Yi, he was stunned. He stood up subconsciously and said,
Didn't I tell you not to come back? How could I not come back?
Shen Yi breathed out and then asked,
How is my mother? The operation is over. We are still in the ward now. The doctor said we will observe him overnight, and if it is stable, we will transfer him to the ward tomorrow.
Shen Sisi walked toward Shen Yi and wanted to say a few words to Shen Yi. But in the end, he opened his mouth and did not say anything. Come out. Shen Yi pursed his lips, then patted his father and said,
Dad, you and the second uncle should go back first. I'll just stay here and it'll be alright. I have to keep watch.
Shen Chengyuan shook his head. Shen Chengyuan pulled him and said,
Don't be stubborn. Just let Sisi and Xiaoyi stay here. You go back and have a rest.
As he said that, he glanced at Shen Yi and said,
Remember to call us if you need anything. Okay. Second uncle,
Shen Yi said quickly. When Shen Chengyuan was taken away by Shen Chengyuan and his wife, only Shen Sisi and Shen Yi were left in the corridor. Shen Sisi sat next to him, still wearing professional attire.
Tell me, who did you offend again? And he actually made your parents angry?
Shen Si said, tilting her neck.
I met a few friends in Linhai, and then I won a little money from a rich second-generation bet. He went crazy and started biting people,
Shen Yi said. Shen Si looked Shen Yi up and down and frowned deeply.
You have changed a lot.
After a while, she suddenly said. She had watched Shen Yi grow up, and she was also very attentive. So he felt the changes in Shen Yi immediately. Yes, after 2 months of life and death battles, Shen Yi's temperament has indeed changed fundamentally. Although he tried his best to show that he was not much different from before, Shen Sisi still couldn't tell it at a glance. If the system allows it, Shen Yi will definitely tell Shen Sisi. He and Shen Sisi can talk about everything. But there is no way to say what I said. The system will erase him.
Do you know the person who smashed my mom's shop?
Shen Yi changed the subject. Shen Si looked at Shen Yi and murmured,
Well, I heard from people nearby that the person taking the lead is Yangjin. Who is he?
Shen Yi asked with a frown.
A guy watching the show at the Lilhua bar in Xiqing Bar Street. He seems to be quite famous,
Shen Sisi said.
Let's suffer the loss. It's useless to continue to pester this kind of person. He has plenty of time, and he will harass him day by day. Us. My uncle has skills, so it's not difficult to change his job. It's just that my uncle's injuries will be in vain this time.
Killing intent flashed across Shen Yi's eyes. He glanced at the time. It was almost 2 o'clock in the morning, but the bar street should still be open.
Sister, you take a look here first. I'm going to buy something,
Shen Yi said and stood up. Shen Sisi's expression changed, and she quickly stood up and said,
What are you going to do? Don't do stupid things impulsively. You still have to pass on the family line.
Shen Yi.
Have I ever done anything I was unsure about since I was a child?
Shen Yi turned his head, smiled at Shen Sisi and asked. Shen Si was stunned for a moment when she saw Shen Yi's expression. But when she thought about it carefully, she realized that although Shen Yi had often gotten into trouble since he was a child, He had mostly been able to escape unscathed. Before she could come to her senses, Shin-Yi had already walked away. Shin-Si felt that something was wrong. If anything happened to Shin-Yi, the Shin family would really be in ruins. She quickly ran downstairs. But when she got to the bottom, she found that Shin-Yi had disappeared.
Nurse! Nurse!
She shouted quickly. A nurse quickly ran over and asked,
What's wrong? Write down my number on your cell phone. If there is any situation with the patients in the emergency room later, remember to call me as soon as possible. I have to go out if something happens,
Shin-Si said quickly. At the same time, she took the nurse's cell phone. I lost my phone number in it. Chapter 423, Faint Expectations. Yes. Shin-Yi quickly ran towards Shiching 9th Street. He ran instead of taking a taxi. His speed is very fast. Much faster than ordinary taxis. About 20 minutes later, he stopped at Bar Street. After 20 minutes of high-speed running, apart from being covered in sweat, he was still neither blushing nor out of breath. At 2 o'clock in the morning, the Bar Street was still bustling. Shin-Yi raised his head. His eyes fell on the plaque of Liuhua Bar not far away. And then, he walked over. On the highway from Shanghai to City C, there was a 7-seater Audi Q7. This car is a 7-seater. At this time, Zhou Su was driving in the car. Next to him, Han Liling was sitting there with a half smile. She shook hands and said,
Don't tell me. Shin-Yi is like a sap.
Pretty good. You guys can drive instead. Remember to go to City C before tomorrow night. I'll squint for a while. I'm a little sleepy.
Han Xiaomu said calmly in the back row. There was a man lying in the last row of the car. If you look carefully, you will find that this person is Su Jiang. He seemed to have been knocked unconscious and was lying in the back row like a dead dog. After a while, he opened his eyes with a cry and saw darkness.
Where is this?
He said subconsciously. Then, he felt some pain in his head. He subconsciously touched the back of his head. He made a fist-sized bag and almost cried in pain when he touched it. Then he started to remember what happened. He remembered that because he had dealt with Shin-Yi's parents, he was in a good mood. He asked 2 girls to go to the bar and seemed to have a little drink before leaving. It felt like someone had hit me with a stick. Then when he woke up again, he was here. He looked to the side and looked at the streetlights that were retreating. His expression changed slightly, and he knew that he was in the car. Su Jiang looked inside the car again. This time, he adapted to the light and saw 3 figures.
Who are you? What are you doing to tie me up? Do you know who I am? He yelled. If you say anything more, I will throw you off the highway. The speed is now 140. Let's see if you will be killed. If not, we will catch you and drive you to 180 and throw you again.
Han Xiaomu's the voice sounded calmly. Su Jiang. After a while, he said with a hint of tears.
If you want money, I will give it to you. My family is very rich, and I will give you whatever you want. Not interested.
Han Xiaomu curled his lips and said. Su Jiang was stunned. He was tied up. Didn't you kidnap your own person just for money? Then why are you tying me up for sex? And playing with me?
Then, why did you tie me up?
Su Jiang's voice was filled with tears. Although he was not tied up, he had no desire to do anything, and there was only fear in his heart.
Go to City C,
Han Xiaomu said calmly.
Going to City C?
Su Jiang was stunned for a moment. And then he suddenly thought of Shin-Yi. It took him until the afternoon to ask someone to take action against Shin-Yi's parents.
Are you the people Shin-Yi asked for?
Su Jiang was stunned. He looked at the car, then looked at Han Xiaomu and the others and said,
Impossible. It's impossible for Shin-Yi to have friends who can afford to drive a top-end Q7. What are you going to do? Do what?
It's not stupid. But we were not invited by Shin-Yi. It was you who attacked Shin-Yi. We couldn't stand it. So we just tied you up and sent him over.
Han Xiaomu smiled at him and said,
As for your ending, well, it depends on Shin-Yi's mood. When he left the Magic City, he said he would kill anyone who attacked his parents. Ha ha. He is just a loser. He dares,
he said subconsciously, then felt something was wrong and slowly closed his mouth. Han Liling turned away from the co-pilot and smiled.
Don't worry. I promise you that if he wants to kill you, we will let you die peacefully and not too painfully.
Hearing this, a chill shot up Su Jiang's back and went straight to his forehead. City C. Flowing Fire Bar. Even though it was already 2 o'clock in the morning, the bar was still very hot. From time to time, girls in cool clothes and heavy makeup would be helped out of the bar by the excited eyes of men. There were also some male compatriots standing expectantly at the door, as if they were vaguely expecting a corpse to float out of the bar. Shinny walked into the bar, and heavy music was playing.
Come and draw a dragon with me on the left and a rainbow on the right.
Shinny had a dark face. After walking in, he found a bartender and asked,
Where is Yongjin?
The staff looked at him suspiciously and asked,
What are you doing with Brother Jin? There's something wrong.
Shinny said.
Oh.
The staff pointed to the DJ playing the rhythm on the bar and said,
That's the one playing the DJ and playing the rhythm.
Shinny raised his head and looked over. Above, a DJ was standing there, waving his arms and driving the rhythm of the audience. No wonder Shinsisi said he was famous. It turned out that he was not only a spectator, but also a bar DJ. Lyohua Bar is considered a big bar in City C, so it's normal for people who like to go to bars to know him. A cold light flashed in Shinyi's eyes. However, he did not act immediately, but waited for him to finish. At this moment, his phone vibrated. Shin-Yi turned on his phone and saw that it was a call from a chatty boy. He found a quiet place and walked. He didn't notice that just as he was walking away, the waiter he asked about walked to the counter. On the stage, something was said in Yongjin's ear. Yongjin glanced in the direction where Shin-Yi left, and then jumped off the stage. He called a few people and followed Shin-Yi. When Shin-Yi arrived at the toilet, he finally became much quieter. In the washroom in front of the toilet, a woman wearing a black skirt was lying there. She seems drunk. Next to her, a man was patting her back greenly. Shin-Yi took a look and didn't pay too much attention. He answered the phone and said,
Hey, chatty boy, Su Jiangern is missing.
On the phone, the chatty boy said with a frown.
What?
Shin-Yi's expression changed slightly.
Missing? Yes.
The chatty boy nodded and said,
I originally asked people to check his whereabouts, and I tied him up and brought him to you tomorrow. But it turned out that he went to the bar at night, and then he disappeared.
Shin-Yi frowned.
Boy, are you looking for me?
At this moment, a voice sounded from behind Shin-Yi. Chapter 424 Unscrupulous. Shin-Yi turned around, and after seeing Yongjin, a cold light flashed across his eyes. And then he said,
Talk about boy. I will call you back later to take care of some things here.
With that said, he hung up the phone and looked at Yongjin. Yongjin is wearing a black vest. He must have practiced regularly. He has a good figure and tattoos on his arms. He looks very social.
Brother Jin asked you, Are you mute?
Behind Yongjin, a man dressed as a waiter glared.
It's a child.
Yongjin curled his lips and said,
Heisey, be careful what you say. It won't be good if you scare the shit out of other people's children.
As he said that, he looked at Shin-Yi with a half smile but said,
Kid, I heard that you came to me in a menacing manner?
Shin-Yi said calmly.
You led people to smash up a canteen this afternoon. I am her son. My mother was seriously injured by you and went to the hospital.
Oh, Yongjin said unscrupulously.
There is such a thing. Speaking of which, I made 200,000 yuan by smashing a canteen.
Which is quite cool.
Shin-Yi narrowed his eyes.
TSK. That little look.
Next to him,
a person said with a smile, I also broke something today. What do you want to do? By the way, don't look at me like that. I hate people staring at me the most.
Before he finished speaking, Shin-Yi suddenly stepped out and was in front of him in an instant.
You all deserve to die.
Shin-Yi's tone was cold, and at the same time, he grabbed Heisey's head with one hand and slammed it against the wall next to him. Shin-Yi's action was so sudden that they didn't even react before Shin-Yi took action. Boom! Heisey's head was hit hard against the wall by Shin-Yi. It was said that he hit it hard, but Shin-Yi stopped. After taking the intermediate gene potion, his control of power was almost astonishing. Heisey's face hit the wall. His eyes went dark, and he collapsed on the ground and fainted. The bridge of his nose on his face was collapsed and broken. Their fight instantly caused the faces of the two people next to them to change wildly. The man who was still slapping the woman in the black skirt at the beginning had a look of fear on his face and hid in the toilet. The woman in the black skirt was still lying there, retching from time to time. She seemed completely unaware of Shin-Yi's affairs. Shin-Yi took action, and his speed was very fast. 2. He is also very strong.
How dare you?
Yongjin saw Shin-Yi furious. Just as he was about to curse, he heard a bang. I don't know when. The door to the toilet at the back was closed.
Ah!
At the same time, a scream rang out. Yongjin's scalp went numb, and he saw another person falling to the ground with his face covered in blood. Some people reacted and wanted to attack Shen-Yi. But no matter whether they punched or even hugged Shen-Yi, they could not touch Shen-Yi at all. Shen-Yi was like a slippery loach. As he moved around, one after another, he grabbed their heads and pressed them against the wall. One after another people were falling to the ground. Yongjin's face turned from shock to horror, especially when he saw the people around him falling to the ground one after another. He felt as if his scalp was going to explode. Finally, when the last person beside him fell to the ground, Shen-Yi stood in front of him. His eyes were still calm, and he looked at Yongjin and said, "People like you shouldn't be alive. I don't know how many people will die because of you. And when there is a family turmoil, you don't know how many people you have harmed. And you still get away with it." Yongjin swallowed his saliva and said, "What are you going to do? I want to kill you." Shen-Yi almost squeezed out these words through his teeth. But he knew that he could hit him and beat him half to death. But he couldn't kill him. This is a public place after all. Complete a realistic mission. After you kill him, I can help you erase him. At this moment, a majestic voice suddenly rang in Shen-Yi's ears. "If you complete it, you will get 200 points reward. Do you accept it?" Shen-Yi's brows wrinkled slightly. This is the voice of the system. Can we also have tasks in reality? He was slightly shocked. He had never heard of this before. In fact, Shen-Yi has always thought about many things about the system, and even thought about what controls the system. Their tasks have always been controlled by the system, asking them to kill whomever, and pulling them into this death game. Shen-Yi had even worried before about what they would do if the system assigned them a task to kill each other. After he said this at that time, Chatterbox Boy and Li Yuner both said that he was unreasonable and liked to think nonsense all day long. It would be a pity not to write online novels. Later, he asked Han Xiaomu, and Han Xiaomu said that such a thing had never happened. Slowly, Shen-Yi didn't take it to heart anymore. But now, the system's influence seems to have radiated to the real world. In the real world, there are also tasks that can be done, and the rewards are quite generous. Up to 200 points. Do you accept it? Shen-Yi's eyes flashed with anger at this time. In their opinion, the few dozen days in reality are a time to recuperate. They can practice their guns, spend some days peacefully, and prepare for the next mission. Once accepted, will he be assigned tasks in the future? Shen-Yi looked at Yongjin in front of him. Thinking of his mother in the hospital, he slowly exhaled and said, "Accept! Mission accepted!" The majestic voice sounded again, and Shen-Yi seemed to hear a hint of excitement in his tone. In the past, the system's voice was cold and emotionless. But this time, there seemed to be a strange sense of excitement, and Shen-Yi felt as if he had been tricked. "The mission will be announced in 3 days. Now, you can kill him." The system voice rang again, this time without any mercy. "Call!" An icy look flashed in Shen-Yi's eyes. Yongjin stood in front of Shen-Yi. He clearly felt that Shen-Yi's temperament had undergone earth-shaking changes in an instant. If Shen-Yi before was a fist, then Shen-Yi now was a knife in his eyes. A bloody knife. "What are you going to do?" Yongjin's vocal cords were trembling, and he felt goosebumps all over his body. He looked at Shen-Yi and said, "I was wrong. I was really wrong. I will pay for your mother's medical expenses. I will pay you all. If I pay you extra money, I was really wrong. A person like you deserves to die," Shen-Yi said calmly. Chapter 425 Trembling. Boom. Immediately afterwards, he raised his fist directly. This time, without any hesitation, he punched Yongjin directly on the temple with all his strength. Yongjin's pupils shrank instantly, and his eyes began to become bloodshot. In City C, he has been domineering for many years, destroying countless stalls and bullying countless people. But at this moment, he looked at the young man in front of him in disbelief. This person, who looked like a high school student, actually killed him. Shen-Yi looked at him with calm eyes. It was so calm that Yongjin was a little scary. In 2 months, he got used to seeing life and death. At this time, Shen-Yi's face changed slightly. He saw that Yongjin's body in front of him began to become unreal. After a while, he disappeared directly in front of him, as if this person had never appeared. Just like when Shen-Yi experienced PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds for the first time. After returning to the plane, the foreigner next to him also disappeared. Shen-Yi had no doubts about the system's capabilities. He exhaled slowly and looked at the fainted waiter with blood on his head. He touched the black man again and went to the place where he was washing his hands. The woman in the black skirt seemed to have regained some consciousness at this time, and she stood up unsteadily. Shen-Yi ignored him. He turned on the faucet and washed his hands. Puff. At this moment, he felt a strong smell of alcohol coming over him. And the woman in the black dress hugged him.
I'll go. What's going on?
Shinny swallowed his saliva and said,
Gui. This feeling is not small. Thank you. Thank you for helping me fight these gangsters who tried to attack me.
In his ear, the girl lay there, talking drunkenly, but her voice was beautiful and gentle.
Hey.
The girl in black skirt lay on Shinny's body and hooked her hands around his neck. Shinny coughed dryly, wiped the water on her hands with her skirt, and said with a dry cough,
What? You misunderstood. They didn't attack you. And I didn't help you beat them up. Do good deeds. Leave no name. Sister. I like it.
The girl in the black skirt lay on Shinyi's shoulder and said with a smile,
Let's go and accompany my sister. Let's go have a drink. Don't drink. Don't drink. Beauty. You are really wrong.
Shinny said quickly. Revenge was avenged. He didn't plan to stay in the bar anymore. His mother was still in the hospital. In the toilet. The person who had hid in before heard the movement outside and disappeared. He quietly opened the door. He took a look and saw several people lying on the ground with blood on their faces. He suddenly shrank back and again closed the door. Outside, the girl in the black skirt seemed not to see anyone in the toilet. She stood up, grabbed Shinyi's shoulder with one hand and said,
Naughty. You are not allowed to leave today. You belong to my sister tonight. That's a fart.
Shinyi was speechless.
At this time, he saw clearly the appearance of the girl in the black skirt. She looked about 20 years old. Unlike those girls who entered the bar and put on heavy makeup. She had no makeup on her face. But she had a strange and coquettish beauty. Shinyi frowned. And he pushed open the toilet door. At the door, the man before was hiding there shivering.
Brother, your friend is drunk. Stop letting her pester me and take her back quickly,
Shinyi said. The man's body trembled and he said,
I don't know her. I saw her drunk and planned.
Shinyi understood this guy even before he said it. He's also a body picker. Shinyi frowned, glanced at the beauty in black dress, and sighed.
Hey, I'm such a good person.
With that said, she picked up the girl and carried her towards the outside of the bar. In the bar, heavy metal music is still playing, and countless people are still having fun inside. Shinyi walked to the door and happened to see a taxi stop. Then Shinshin hurriedly got out of the taxi. She saw Shinyi coming out with a woman in his arms. She patted her chest and said,
It's okay. Just be fine. You haven't met Yongjin, have you?
Shinshinsi asked. Shinyi nodded and said,
The matter has been resolved.
Shinshinsi looked at the beauty in the black dress, frowned and asked,
What's going on? The man I met at the door of the toilet wanted to follow me to death. I did a good deed and took him out,
Shinyi said. He put the beauty in the black dress down, patted her red face and said,
Beauty, where is your home? Take a taxi back. Go back?
The girl in the black skirt took 2 steps back and muttered,
No one is allowed to go back until you go back. We will be having fun all night today.
Apparently, she was drunk to the point of unconsciousness.
Forget it. Send her to the house I rent first, and let her live there for one night,
Shinsisi said. After she returned to City C, she rented a house outside. I don't live with my parents. Shinyi nodded, and he took 2 steps. Suddenly, he thought of something, and a chill ran down his spine. He turned around and looked at Shinsisi and said,
You still remember Yongjin?
According to the system, he will erase Yongjin, just like the person who died in the game PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. And no one else will remember this person's existence, unless he is a challenger in the system. But now, the first thing Shinshinsi thought of was to ask how Yongjin was doing. Shinyi didn't pay attention at first, but then he suddenly realized it. Then his pupil shrank slightly and looked at Shinshinsi. Shinshinsi was slightly stunned for a moment, and then he looked at Shinyi, with a trace of doubt flickering in his eyes. Then, she seemed to have thought of something and said,
Sure enough. I said, why are you alone?
Shou's temperament has changed, and it seems that you have also been drawn into it.
As she said that, she looked around cautiously and said,
Let's go to my house first.
Ordinary people are not allowed to know about the system. As soon as Shinshinsi said these words, Shinyi understood instantly. Shinshinsi. He is also a challenger in the system. Shinyi carefully looked at the girl in black skirt he was holding and quickly closed his mouth. Fortunately, the system and PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds were not directly mentioned in their conversation just now. The two hailed a taxi. And 20 minutes later, Shin Yi and the others walked into an apartment in City C. Shin Cece rented a one-bedroom, one-living house. She lived here alone. After briefly handling the beauty in the black dress and putting her on the bed in the room, Shin Cece and Shin Yi closed the door of the room, came to the living room. Both of them looked a little weird. After a while, Shin Shinsi looked at Shin Yi and said,
"No wonder you said you don't do anything you're not sure about. How many times have you taken genetic medicine? How many missions have you experienced?" Chapter 426, Racking One's Brains.
"I just took an intermediate genetic medicine and went through 2 missions."
Shin Yi smiled bitterly.
"Okay. I took the intermediate gene potion after 2 missions,"
Shin Cece said with a half smile.
"Taking the intermediate gene potion, as long as your teammates are not bad, it is not a big problem to survive the novice battlefield. One more time, you can enter the elite battlefield, and the pressure of survival will be relatively less at that time."
Indeed. In the novice battlefield, the only way to survive is through big waves. In the elite battlefield, just completing the task is enough. Relatively speaking, the pressure of survival is smaller. Shin Yi smiled bitterly and said,
"When I entered, my teammates were already in their 3rd novice battlefield. So my 2nd mission was already in the elite battlefield. And the next mission was another death mission." "Huh? Death mission? Are you already on the list?"
Shin Cece looked at Shin Yi in surprise. Shin Yi nodded and said,
"The last one on the list."
As he said that, he looked at Shin Shinsi and said,
"Sister, how long have you been dragged in?"
Shin Shinsi murmured.
"It starts when I move out."
Shin Yi's expression moved slightly. If calculated, Shin Shinsi should have been there for more than a year and nearly a year and a half. He is a very experienced challenger. He frowned and said with some discomfort,
"Then my mother. I've been telling you not to worry about this matter. I just plan to resolve it privately and quietly,"
Shin Cece said.
"It's just that I didn't expect you to become the challenger." "Huh."
In the end, she felt a little helpless. When you are pulled into it, you will not be asked if you are willing, but will be forced into it. In order to survive, you have to rack your brains and complete the tasks assigned to you by the system.
"Sister, are you also in the elite battlefield?"
Shin Yi asked.
"No. The place I am in is a bit higher than the elite battlefield,"
Shin Shinsi said calmly. Shin Yi was startled, then swallowed.
"Don't be surprised. I've been in there for a year and a half."
Shin Cece sighed and said,
"I don't know how long I can last in there now. The more advanced the battlefield, the more difficult it is. Hey, you will understand later."
Shin Yi nodded. Suddenly he thought of something, looked at Shin Shin and said,
"By the way, eldest sister, have you taken over the task in reality?"
While they were talking, they didn't notice that the drunk girl in black dress suddenly opened her eyes on the bed in the room, with a faint smile on her lips.
"A mission in reality?"
Shin Cece shook his head and said,
"This has never happened in the past year and a half." "Why? The system has released it to you?"
Shin Yi nodded and said,
"When I touched Yangjin just now, the system promised to help me erase his existence. But the prerequisite was that I should complete a real-life task. Once successful, it would give me 200 points. "What mission?"
Shin Cece asked.
"I don't know. They said they would tell me 3 days later."
Shin Yi shook his head.
"With your developed physical fitness and skills, as long as you don't meet any challengers, you won't have a big problem completing the real-life tasks. If you have any trouble, you can call me,"
Shin Cece said. After saying this, she took another breath and said,
"Shin Yi, I didn't expect that you would be dragged into this. But you remember, no matter what, you have to live well. Later, this place will be dangerous. It's very high, and you may die if you don't pay attention. Of course, the benefits are also very high. With the deepening of the challenge, you can get everything you can imagine."
Shin Yi took a breath of cold air and looked at Shin Cece with a strange expression. Shin Shinsi sighed and said,
"But none of us know when we will die. It is a cruel world."
Shin Yi nodded in agreement.
"Because of the system rules, I can't share with you anything beyond the elite battlefield."
Shin Shinsi sighed and said,
"But the elite battlefield is also very risky. Try not to have sex with the top 10 people on the list. In direct conflict, most of the top 10 teams on the list are already qualified to enter the high-level battlefield. Or even the top battlefield. The last side mission required us to kill the serious team that was 5th on the killing list. Our team killed him."
"But one of them couldn't be resurrected,"
Shin Yi said with a dry cough. Shin Shin thought.
"In short, improve yourself as soon as possible."
Shin Shinsi shook his head and said,
"In the future, The savings will be exchanged for money. I have prepared a sum of money. If we die, it will be enough to ensure that my parents and your parents will have no worries in this life. If I die, my teammates will send the money home.
Shinny nodded.
Okay. Let's leave a note and go to the hospital. Tell me about your experience on the battlefield during this period.
Shinsisi said. Shinny nodded. Shinsisi found a piece of paper and wrote on it.
Beauty. This is my home. You got drunk at the bar. I originally planned to send you home, but you couldn't remember anything, so I had to take you home. If I'm not at home after you wake up, just leave and close the doors and windows.
After leaving the note, the two left the house and returned to the hospital to continue their vigil. In the evening, Shinny told Shinsisi the experience of these two missions in detail. Shinsisi was a little surprised and speechless after hearing this. What is amazing is Shinny's ability to adapt and survive. And what is speechless? She also felt that Shinny was too shady. While Shinny and the others were in the hospital, Shinsisi was at home. In the bedroom, the beauty in black dress got up. She rubbed her head, then tilted her head and looked outside. The corners of her mouth raised slightly, and she said,
Elite Battlefield. Shinny, I hope to meet you.
With that said, she walked to the door and found the note on the coffee table. He picked it up and took a look at it, then curled his lips and said,
Aren't you afraid that I'll steal something?
As she said that, she shook her head and planned to open the door and leave. Then she thought of something again, walked back, picked up a pen and paper, and wrote a line at the bottom of the note.
Little handsome guy. Thank you for taking care of me. Remember to add me on WeChat. My name is Sun Mingming. I'll be waiting.
You? After she finished writing, she drew another smiling face. Satisfied, she placed the note on the table, opened the door and left. Then she touched her nose and said,
How can we escape fate? Ha ha.
The night passed slowly, and before I knew it, it was the next morning. The next morning, Shinyi's father brought some breakfast to the hospital. After giving it to the two of them, he gritted his teeth and said,
You go back. His grandma. Those gangsters from Liuhua Bar. I will pick them up with a knife at night.
Shin-Yi and Shinsisi looked at each other. Chapter 427 Start making things difficult. Sure enough, his father no longer remembered Yangjin, but only remembered that it was some gangsters from Liuhua Bar who did it.
Dad, forget it. I reported it to law enforcement yesterday. Under the coordination of law enforcement. Many of them were detained.
Shin-Yi said calmly.
Really?
Shin Chungnong asked in shock.
Yeah.
Shin Shinsi nodded and said,
We reported the crime last night, and they were punished over there. So they didn't dare to harass us anymore. That's good.
Shin Chungnong gritted his teeth and said,
It's a pity that I didn't beat these grandchildren. It's a pity.
Shin-Yi showed a faint smile and said,
Then you go back and rest first.
Shin Chungnong said,
I'm here to guard you. I don't have any work anyway. I'll call you if anything happens.
Shin-Yi and Shin-Sisi nodded. Shin-Shinsi smiled and said,
Uncle, don't worry. You have the skills. When the time comes, I will introduce you to a job. The salary will definitely be better than that of the previous factory.
Shin Chungnong nodded. Then he looked at Shin-Yi and cursed.
You boy. You are not living up to expectations at all. Learn more from your eldest sister. You can do nothing but cause trouble all day long. How did his grandma give birth to a person like you?
Thing.
Shin-Yi. The two left the hospital. Shin-Yi did not go home. Instead, he arrived at the house Shin-Shinsi rented. The beauty in the black dress had already left. Shin-Shinsi picked up a piece of paper on the table, saw the message on it, and said in surprise,
Sun Mingming, your name is not bad, and your appearance is not bad.
As she spoke, she rolled her eyes, looked at Shin-Yi and said,
Shin-Yi, let me tell you something serious.
Huh? Shin-Yi looked at him.
Now that we are both challengers, we may die in the mission at any time.
Shin-Shinsi said,
It doesn't matter if I die, but you are the only male in our old Shin family. I think it's necessary to find a girlfriend and keep a wife for the old Shin family.
Shin-Yi gave her a dark look.
I'm not kidding,
Shin-Shinsi said.
The girl last night was pretty good and pretty. You won't suffer. She even left you a WeChat message. Why don't you discuss it with her?
Shin-Yi's lips moved slightly and said,
But I'm still a child. Get out!
Shin-Shinsi was speechless. Naturally, Shin-Yi didn't add her on WeChat. He and this girl just met by chance. After a brief wash, he laid down on the sofa and fell asleep. He slept until the afternoon when he was woken up by a phone call. He picked up the phone and looked at it, and found that it was Han Xiaomu calling.
Hello.
As soon as the call was connected, Han Xiaomu's charming voice came out from the other end of the phone.
Hey, what's the matter?
Shen asked, rubbing his head.
Oh, it's like I can't call you if it's okay.
Han Xiaomu said coquettishly. Shen had goosebumps all over his body.
I'm in City C. I'll give you an address. Come find me, and I'll bring you a big baby.
Han Xiaomu said with a smile.
What big treasure? It can't be you.
Shen asked.
Don't be greedy for me. Hack you. Who is greedy for you?
Han Xiaomu curled his lips and said,
I captured Su Jiang for you. Huh?
Shen Yi's heart moved, and he sat up suddenly.
You caught him when he disappeared?
Shen Yi asked in surprise. Last night, the chatty boy called him, and said that Su Jiang suddenly disappeared out of thin air. It turned out that Han Xiaomu and others took him away.
Didn't you talk about things at home before? I happened to hear it. And as for my sister, I still have some connections. So I checked it out and found this person. The next mission is still a month away. So I stopped by see I'm traveling in the city. And I'll bring someone here for you by the way.
On the other end of the phone, Han Xiaomu said with a smile.
What are you going to do with him? Or just castrate him and send him back? My sister promises you that his family will never dare to touch you again.
Shen Yi. Han Xiaomu is too cruel. But judging from the confidence in her words, her background is probably not too small. I'm afraid it won't be any younger than the chatty boy.
Give me your address first. And I'll talk about it when I get here.
Shen Yi said.
Okay. I'll send it to you via WeChat.
Han Xiaomu nodded. After hanging up the phone, Han Xiaomu sent him an address. Shen Yi got up and washed himself briefly. Shen Shenxi has left and doesn't know what to do. Shen Yi packed up and rushed towards Han Xiaomu's address. Soon, Shen Yi arrived at the address set by Han Xiaomu, which was in an abandoned building in the suburbs. This place has troubled many people in City C. It was originally a property of a developer. Later, the developer went bankrupt, and this place became an unfinished building. It was originally looking for a real estate developer to take over the project and build it, but it seems that never found it. Then, as time went by, this place became deserted. After arriving, he found Zhou Su waiting for him on the roadside. When Shen Yi got off the car, he looked at Shen Yi and said,
Come with me.
Shen Yi nodded. And Su? The two walked into an unfinished building. On the second floor of the unfinished building, Shen Yi saw Han Xiaomu and Han Liling. And of course, Su Jiang. At this time, Su Jiang was hiding in a corner and shivering. His face was bruised and bruised, as if he had been beaten badly. His face was deformed.
Why is he like this?
Shen Yi asked with a frown. Han Xiaomu smiled and said,
When we caught him, he was beaten with a sap. Then when he got here, he actually tried to escape quietly, but was caught by Zhou Su. Then we beat him out of boredom. After the beating, you will be honest. Shen Yi, I was wrong. I was really wrong.
Su Jiang saw Shen Yi. He ran over in an instant, knelt down in front of Shen Yi and said,
I just want them to make your father lose his job and smash you.
The canteen at home. I never wanted to hurt them. I was really wrong. Please let me go.
Shen Yi was delighted. This guy was indeed a model of bullying and fearing the strong. After investigating Shen Yi and finding out that Shen Yi had no background, he started to make things difficult. Now that I realized that I had offended someone I shouldn't have offended, I quickly gave in.
I have investigated this,
Zhou Su said.
He asked someone to contact this place. And it was true that he just asked them to smash your store. It was just that the people here were too harsh, which led to your mother's injury. Just give him a good beating and let him go. I can guarantee you that he will not harass your family again in the future.
Han Xiaomu said with a smile. Chapter 428 Complete the mission. Shen Yi pondered. If this was really the case, Su Jiang would not kill him directly, and the system did not remind Shen Yi this time that killing such a rich second generation might cause some trouble. Shen Yi looked at his deformed face, with a smile on his face and said,
Don't worry. I'm not a vulgar person like you. We have something to say.
The more Shen Yi said this, the more scared Su Jiang felt. Let me go. There was a hint of crying in his voice.
I'll definitely let you go. Don't worry, Shen Yi said with a smile. But we have to calculate the losses. My family's canteen cost 500,000 yuan to open. All our family's property was smashed into it. If you smash it like this, it will directly bankrupt our family.
In addition, my mother's medical expenses, recuperation expenses, mental losses, and surgery all cost more than 500,000 yuan. There are also the expenses for our family's mental losses after my mother was injured.
Next to them, Han Xiaomu and others were speechless. What the HL? A small supermarket can't even cost 500,000. Shinny chuckled and said,
Tell me, how much do you have to compensate me? Is 300,000 enough?
Su Jiang pursed his lips and asked. Shinny was startled. He thought it would be enough to cheat him with 1 million. But he didn't expect that Su Jiang actually asked for 3 million. This guy is indeed a big fat sheep. 3 million, which is equivalent to more than 200 points. It is enough to exchange for an intermediate potion. For him, if he takes it again, it will be another qualitative improvement.
Okay.
Shinny slapped him and said,
You transfer the money to me first, and then you can get out. You? You won't hit me?
Su Jiang asked doubtfully.
You really want me to beat you up?
Shinny grinned and said,
Then I'll satisfy you.
With that said, Shinny took action.
Boom! Boom!
Su Jiang felt regretful in his gut. Why did he talk so much? He was beaten violently again, and his face was swollen. After the call, he honestly transferred 3 million to Shin-Yi with his mobile phone. Then he left here as if he was running away.
TSK. You don't care about me at all?
At this time, Han Xiaomu smiled sweetly and said,
You owe me a big favor.
When it came to the money in Shin-Yi's pocket, it had never come out. He curled his lips and said,
I saved all of your lives. You can't exchange what you owe me in a lifetime. But I don't care. You are all my friends. Let's talk about money.
It hurts feelings.
Zhou Su. Han Liling. Han Xiaomu said with a half smile.
I can't pay it back in my lifetime. So how about I spend my whole life repaying it? Come stay with me tonight. I'll give you a baby?
Shinny curled his lips and said,
Let's forget it. I'm still a child. I can turn you from a boy into a man.
Han Xiaomu smiled sweetly again.
Shinny was speechless.
Usually when he teased Li Yuner would beat her up violently. However, Han Xiaomu was just the opposite. She was too unrestrained, even to the point where Shinny couldn't bear it. He coughed dryly, changed the subject and asked,
What about that? Has the system ever sent you any real tasks?
Han Xiaomu and the other three shook their heads in confusion. At this moment, the voice without any emotion suddenly rang in Shin-Yi's ears.
The mission is ahead of schedule. Real mission. Go to Yanjing. Find Yun Lao-san. And kill him. The mission is successful. 300 points will be awarded. Mission failed. Erase.
Shin-Yi's face moved slightly. The points had changed.
Task reminder. Yun Lao-san is now equivalent to a master who has taken advanced genetic medicine. And you can form a team to go.
In his ears, the sound made Shin-Yi frown deeply. Go find Yun Lao-san? Damn, Yanjing is so big. Where can I find him? Isn't this the same as finding a needle in a haystack? Moreover, the other party is equivalent to a person who has taken advanced genetic medicine, and his body's development level will definitely surpass his own. The most important thing is, who is this person? What if he is a good person? Then, in order to complete the mission, he must kill his mother?
The mission is completed before the next challenge begins.
The majestic voice continued to ring in Shin-Yi's ears. Shin-Yi's expression turned gloomy for a while. He didn't expect that the real mission was actually a murder mission.
What's wrong?
Next to her, Han Xiaomu looked at Shin-Yi doubtfully, and then her expression moved slightly and said,
What? The system's actual tasks have been completed?
Shin-Yi nodded and said,
Well, I'm coming down. Let me go to Yanjing to kill a man named Yun Lao-san.
Yanjing? Han Xiaomu said in surprise.
That just so happens that we can go together. That is my sister's territory. I will ensure that you can complete this task comfortably when the time comes.
Shin-Yi looked at Han Xiaomu and the others in surprise and said,
By the way, I still don't know what you do.
Judging from Han Xiaomu's attitude toward Su Jiang just now, Han Xiaomu's family probably has a very strong background.
I'm from Yanjing.
Han Xiaomu smiled and said,
My family has a small business. The rest is no different from ordinary people.
Shin-Yi believed her. He frowned and said,
Then this matter is still a bit troublesome. Yanjing is so big. After I go there, won't I be looking for a needle in a haystack? How to find it?
Han Xiaomu smiled and said,
When the time comes, sister will help you. When will we set off? By the way, don't you go with your teammates?
Although the system recommended that Shin-Yi find his teammates to go on the mission together, Shin-Yi did not intend to involve them. They spend a month in the world of the system. As long as they complete their tasks, they can at least live peacefully in the real world. What if after this real mission, the system asked him to complete the mission again and again? That means that the peace in reality will be broken.
Forget it. I'll do it by myself.
Shinny curled his lips and said,
I can still walk sideways in reality now. That's true. As long as we don't encounter challengers. It shouldn't be a big problem.
Han Xiaomu said.
It's okay if you meet him. He's too shady.
Zhou Su said, stabbing him next to him. Han Xiaomu covered her mouth and chuckled. After laughing for a while, she looked at Shinny and said,
When do you plan to leave? Go home and deal with it before leaving.
Shinny said,
It will look like 2 or 3 hours later.
Okay.
Then you go back first and see you at the airport.
Han Xiaomu said. After bidding farewell to the two of them, Shinny took a taxi back again. He went to the hospital to see his mother. His mother had passed the dangerous observation period and was transferred to an ordinary ward. According to the doctor, he can be discharged from the hospital in about a month. This relieved the big stone hanging in Shinyi's heart. Chapter 429 Gossip. There should be nothing going on at home. And with Shin Shenxi around, he can rest assured. Although Shin Sisi didn't say it, since she was already active on the battlefield above the elite battlefield, she should be much more powerful than herself. He exited the hospital, called Shin Sisi and said,
Hi, eldest sister. Bang, bang, bang.
On the other end of the phone, bursts of gunfire rang out. Shinny frowned and said,
Sister, are you in the shooting club? Well, let's practice some marksmanship.
Shin Sisi said,
Is something wrong? The real mission system has been released, and I have to complete it.
Shinny took a breath and said,
Is it dangerous?
Shin Sisi asked in a solemn tone.
Do you need me to take action? It's not dangerous.
Shinny said with a smile.
I called you just to ask you to cover me. My mother has just been transferred to the general ward. If I told my father that I was leaving, he would probably be able to get a knife on the spot. Cut me.
Okay.
Then you go first. I'll explain it to your dad.
Shin Sisi said.
Remember to pay attention to safety. If the matter cannot be solved, call me as soon as possible. Do you understand?
Okay. After hanging up the phone, Shinny turned around and took a look, then took a taxi and rushed towards the airport. He only brought his mobile phone and ID card, but no clothes or anything else. He planned to set off lightly and buy some when he got to Yanjing. Soon, he arrived at the airport and found Han Xiaomu, but Zhou Su and Han Liling were no longer there. He asked doubtfully,
Where are Zhou Su and the others?
Han Xiaomu smiled and said,
They still have things to do and have gone home. In fact, this is also the first time for me to meet my teammates in the real world. They asked for a week's leave, and we all got together. Unexpectedly, this time one mission was lost.
Shinny nodded and said,
Okay, let's book tickets and go.
Han Xiaomu nodded with a smile and said,
No one will bother us anymore. It will be our world.
Shinny coughed dryly and said,
Buy tickets first. Buy tickets first.
3 hours later, at the Capital International Airport, Shin Yi and Han Xiaomu walked out of the airport lightly. Han Xiaomu frowned and asked,
You really don't want my help? The system actually asked you to kill Yun Lao-san for no reason. I always think it's possible. What's the secret? It's really unnecessary. I don't want to involve you in real tasks. Otherwise, if there is a first time or a second or third time, you will not be able to live in peace in reality.
Shinny shook his head and said,
If you can, if so, just help me see if I can find this person named Yun Lao-san.
Okay.
Then where are you going?
Han Xiaomu asked.
I asked a friend to drive to pick me up and see you off by the way. I have something to do tonight, and I won't be able to have dinner with you. Of course, if you arrive if you feel bored at night in the hotel, you can ask me to come to your room to play games.
Shinny quickly shook his head and said,
Forget it. I can just go find it myself. You don't want to.
Han Xiaomu said aggrievedly.
That's not true.
Shinny coughed dryly and said,
If you really want to come, then I have no choice but to obey. Xiaomu.
At this moment, a man not far away waved to Han Xiaomu.
Then I'll leave first and wait for my call tonight.
Han Xiaomu said with a smile, then turned and walked towards the man. Shinny touched his nose and didn't pay too much attention. He took a taxi and planned to find a quick hotel to stay first. At the same time, Li Yun'er's home is in the Magic City. A man in a nightgown is sitting in the study, writing something with a pen. Suddenly, the door of the room was pushed open, and a middle-aged man with glasses walked in and said,
Mr. Jiang, Miss Li Yun'er said that she is going to travel for a while, and has already booked a ticket to City C.
City C? The man in the nightgown frowned deeply and said,
If I remember correctly, the boy who used your ID card to stay in our hotel for free for a week is from C City.
That's right. The middle-aged man with glasses frowned and said,
Although Miss Lee Yuner said last time that Shen-Yi was just his ordinary friend, and we didn't embarrass that boy anymore. Their relationship seems not as good as it seems. Simple. If the two of them really have an extraordinary relationship, we will not be able to give an explanation to Mr. Chen at that time. Call Yuner to the study.
The man in the nightgown pondered for a moment and said, Not long after, Li Yuner walked into the study. She was still as beautiful as ever, and her face still had that cold look, even colder than when Shen-Yi first saw her.
Yuner, I heard that you are going on a trip.
The middle-aged man in a nightgown asked with a smile. He is Li Yuner's father, Li Kun.
Li Yuner nodded and said, Well, I want to go out and relax. And you chose City C? You probably want to find that boy named Shen-Yi.
Li Kun asked with a smile.
Yes.
Li Yuner did not deny it. She said calmly,
He is a good friend of mine. His mother is sick. I plan to go over and take a look.
Really? Li Kun said with a smile.
Yuner, it's not that my father is unkind. But as you know, you and Chen Hui are already engaged. It's really not good for you to have contact with other men. It's easy to make some gossip. As soon as you graduate from college, you will get married.
Li Yuner glanced at him and said,
I said, I will not marry Chen Hui. As for those gossips, let them say whatever they want. The engagement banquet is over.
Li Kun said with a frown.
I couldn't resist at that time. I didn't want to be a victim of your business.
Li Yuner said calmly,
I think you know who Chen Hui is. He just eats, drinks, whores, gambles, and does everything. Rich playboy.
After saying that, she said calmly,
If there's nothing else, I'll leave first.
As she said that, she turned around and left.
Stop!
Li Kun shouted, then stood up from his seat. He walked to the door step by step, and then walked out. In the next moment, he closed the door of the room with lightning speed, then locked it quickly.
Dad? You?
Li Yuner was stunned.
You are not allowed to go anywhere. Just reflect at home.
Li Kun's cold snort echoed outside. On the other side, Han Xiaomu and the young man got into a car. After sitting down, the man smiled and asked,
Xiaomu, who was that man just now?
Chapter 430, Silent.
My future boyfriend.
Han Xiaomu said with a smile.
I am just a little young now. I will marry him when he grows up.
What? The man who had just sat in the driver's seat looked blank.
Do you have any objections?
Han Xiaomu asked with narrowed eyes.
No. No,
the man said quickly, but there was a cold light flickering deep in his eyes. Naturally, Shen-Yi didn't know all this. He took a taxi and drove towards the city, looking for Yun Lao-san. He felt was no different than looking for a needle in a haystack. The key was that after the system provided the task, it only provided a name and no other information. Shen-Yi felt that the most difficult part of this task was not to kill, but actually to find it. He found an express hotel, and after checking in, he tried to communicate with the system.
How can I find him if you don't give me any hints?
However, the system had no intention of killing him. Shen-Yi waited for a long time, but did not get a response from the system. He shook his head helplessly, planning to go out to find some food first to fill his stomach. Soon, he arrived at a fast food restaurant. He ordered a rice bowl and found a seat to sit down. At this moment, he saw a guy wearing Meituan clothing walking into the store at the door, and then said,
Boss, order number 97.
The moment he saw this man, Shen-Yi's eyes couldn't help but shrink slightly. He stood up suddenly, took 3 steps and 2 steps at a time, and was in front of the man in an instant. Then he grabbed his shoulders and said,
Brother Jiang, you are actually here.
Yes, this person is actually Jiang Wu. Jiang Wu's body trembled slightly. He raised his head, looked at Shen-Yi, showed a wry smile and said,
What a coincidence.
Shen-Yi looked around and said to the boss,
Boss, I don't want the rice bowl I ordered just now.
With that said, Shen-Yi couldn't help but grab Jiang Wu and drag him towards another better restaurant. Jiang Wu wanted to resist, but now that Shen-Yi had taken intermediate genetic medicine, there was no way he could resist. He had no choice but to be dragged by Shen-Yi into a restaurant. Shen-Yi asked for a private room, then ordered a few dishes, and sat there looking at Jiang Wu without saying a word. Jiang Wu lowered his head, as if in the system world, and still spoke very little. After all the dishes were served, Shen-Yi asked, Why? Yes. During this period, the system prompted Jiangwu several times every day to apply to leave the team. But Shen Yi and others chose to refuse. Jiangwu could no longer be contacted at all. His phone number was cancelled and his WeChat account could no longer be added.
Are you because what the chatty boy said before touched your self-esteem?
Shen Yi said.
He said that for your own good. You know, in that place, you can only survive by becoming stronger. What you earn if you keep exchanging the points you get for money. Sooner or later you will die in it.
Jiangwu smiled bitterly and said,
I know. I just don't want to drag you down. So I chose to leave the team. I know you all regard me as a brother. The next time it is a death mission, you will definitely not want to watch me die.
And then it will create many opportunities for me to kill. And my marksmanship and physical fitness are completely unable to keep up with the elite battlefield. Even if I are given the opportunity, I will not be able to kill too many people, which will only drag you down.
Shen Yi took a breath and said,
Yes, you know that we regard you as a brother of life and death. What about you? What do you regard us as? You have been exchanging money, and you have already exchanged 3 or 4 million. Right. An ordinary family. No matter what the family has, no matter how much trouble it is, it must be enough to get through it. But you are still changing it so far. Are you still unwilling to tell us now?
Jiangwu was silent. Shen Yi was not in a hurry. He just sat there calmly, waiting for Jiangwu's words. After a long time, Jiangwu sighed and said,
Hey, in that case, let me say it. In fact, I also want to become stronger. If I can live, who is willing to choose death? But I really have no choice.
Shen Yi looked at him calmly.
My family owes a lot of money and has to pay it back.
Jiangwu murmured,
If I don't pay it back, my dad, my mom, and my sister may all die. You have a sister?
Shen Yi asked in surprise. Jiangwu was stunned for a moment, then looked at Shen Yi warily and said,
My sister is very beautiful, but I will never introduce her to you. So give up.
Shen Yi, what the hell are you thinking about? Shen Yi asked this question because Jiangwu had never mentioned it before. In fact, Jiangwu rarely mentioned family matters. He hardly spoke at ordinary times. He only spoke half-heartedly about some opinions and stopped mentioning them after being interrupted. The people in his family and his real life are almost never mentioned. In the past, Shen Yi and the others asked him why he kept exchanging points for money. But he always found excuses at random and never talked about it in depth. So Shen Yi never knew that he had a sister just like the chatty boy.
Everyone will die.
Shen Yi frowned and said,
Why? Have you offended someone you shouldn't be offended? Loan sharks? And although you have not taken genetic medicine now, your body has been modified once. No ordinary person should be able to threaten you. Bar!
Jiangwu sighed and said,
Hey, my dad used to be a businessman and opened a factory. Later, the person who was a partner with my father took away a large amount of money, fled abroad, and lost contact. Then the factory's capital chain was cut off, and the workers could no longer pay their wages. That factory was my father's lifelong effort. He happened to know a person who often gambled, and was fooled into it by that person. Inside, he was tricked by people in the casino and owed a lot of loan sharks. The interest compounded. Now, I can no longer pay back the debt. I have no choice but to pay back a little bit.
Shen Yi frowned deeply and said,
Domestic entertainment venues are illegal. Right. You go report it to law enforcement. I have thought about it. But they don't have a specific location, so there is no way to collect evidence.
Jiangwu sighed and said,
And if they don't pay back the money, they will harass me endlessly. And occasionally they will harass my family. People do it. In desperation. I had no choice but to promise to give them a large sum of money every month. At that time, I worked almost 18 hours a day. And it was not until I entered the system world that things became a little better. After the system was transformed, I thought I was very powerful. I wanted to go find them and renegotiate with them. Then, I was beaten up by the people inside.
Jiangwu smiled mockingly. Chapter 431, A Look of Sadness.
What? You have gone through a transformation, and you still can't beat him?
Shen Yi asked in surprise.
After a transformation? He has the physique of a soldier king. Could it be that he is also a challenger?
Jiangwu shook his head and said,
I don't know. Anyway, when I faced him, he knocked me down with one move. His power was so great that I couldn't resist it all. I used all the fighting skills I learned from the chatty boy.
If I don't come out, I have no choice but to continue to pay back the money. Shen Yi sighed. This world is full of light, but in the corners where the light cannot shine, it is still full of decay and darkness.
So no matter how you mention it, I don't want to tell you these things. That person is really powerful. Yunner's family is very rich. And the Chatty Boy's family is also very powerful. In the real world, they can live very well. I don't want them to get involved and cause unnecessary trouble.
Jiangwu sighed. Shen curled his lips and said,
If I were you, I would definitely not make a choice like this. I would not compromise to pay them back their money honestly. Well,
Jiangwu looked up at him and asked,
What do you mean? You also said that the casino and your dad's friend cheated your dad out of this money. Right?
Shen asked. Jiangwu nodded.
If I were you, I would choose to improve myself crazily in the system. And then come back and beat the shit out of your dad's friend and those idiots in the casino.
Shen curled his lips and said. Jiangwu shook his head and said,
It's easier said than done. The boss of that casino is probably also a challenger. And a very senior challenger. So what? It's best to meet him in the system world and then shoot his head open. Your father is definitely not the only one who is tricked by such people.
Shen curled his lips and said,
Hey, my father is not the only one who is tricked by Mr. Yun.
Jiangwu shook his head and said,
I can't help it. He does things carefully and doesn't leave any evidence. Someone didn't pay back the money before. And someone in his family was hit by a car. Or something else. Several people died. This kind of person deserves to die.
Shen said this. His eyes suddenly narrowed and he said,
What do you think the owner of the casino is called? Old San Yun. What's wrong?
Jiangwu asked in a daze.
Huh.
Shen was happy. He had been struggling with how to find Yun Lao San. And it turned out that the key point was here. He couldn't help but laugh. Complete the tasks given by the system and help Jiangwu get out of debt. Calculating this matter, it will kill two birds with one stone. Or is this something the system intentionally arranged?
Why are you smiling?
Jiangwu couldn't help but ask when he saw a smile on Shen lips.
Nothing. Just have a good meal.
Shen said. Jiangwu was speechless. He said it so tragically. But Shen still had time to eat. At this time, Shen mouth opened slightly, and he said with a smile.
After eating, let's send Yun Lao San off.
Magic City. Li Yun'er's home. At this time, she was sitting in the study. After a while, she seemed to have made up her mind. She stood up and walked to the door. He raised his foot and kicked him over. Boom! The locked door was kicked open by her. Where it was locked, the door was broken and sawdust was scattered on the floor.
Little Mississippi sister.
At the door, the eyes of those looking at Li Yun'er almost fell to the ground. They were stammering and felt a little speechless.
Where's my dad?
Li Yun'er asked.
Mr. Li. He has gone to the company.
Li Yun'er glanced at him, glanced at the mansion, and said calmly,
Tell him that I am going on a trip.
After saying that, she no longer cared about the stammering people, turned around and walked out of the door. At the same time, in another place in Yanjing, in a private room of a restaurant, several people were sitting calmly. If Shen were here, he would definitely recognize one of them. This person was the girl in black dress he met yesterday. Sun Mingming. She was sitting there, next to him. And there were 3 other people. These 3 people look young. In their 20s.
TSK. TSK. Looking at Mingming. She must have fully recovered.
At this time, a handsome young man said,
So, can you agree to be my girlfriend? Su Mufeng. Shut up.
Sun Mingming looked at him with her lips raised and said,
Remember, I have no interest in you at all. Hey, I'm so sad. It's the 182nd rejection. I'm so affectionate.
Handsome Su Mufeng said, covering his chest.
By the way, yesterday I met a very interesting person who seemed to be a challenger. But he seemed a bit weak.
Sun Mingming pouted and ignored Su Mufeng. Su Mufeng's eyes widened and he said,
Is he a boy or a girl? Is he beautiful? If he is beautiful,
please introduce him to me. If he is a boy, I will castrate him next time I meet him. You actually find it interesting. This kind of no one is allowed to live in this world. And you, Sun Mingming, can only be my woman. Ignore this idiot Su Mufeng.
Next to him, another man asked,
Tell me what's going on.
As Sun Mingming spoke, Su Mufeng also put her head over and listened with interest. Yes, these 4 people are exactly what Shen has seen. The Lone Star team, which is currently ranked first in the popular list, and Su Mufeng, who is ranked first in the personal list.
What? Mingming, you actually went to a messy place like a bar? I didn't expect you to be such a person. I don't love you anymore. Get out.
Su Mufeng looked sad after hearing Sun Mingming's description. Said,
Su Mufeng, can you please stay away? I get annoyed when I see you.
One of his teammates, Zhang Chunjing, ranked 9th on the list and the commander of the Lone Star team, looked at him with disdain and said,
Tell me what happened next.
Zhang Chunjing asked,
Did he add you on WeChat? Since it is also an elite battlefield, and you got to know him like this, it can be regarded as a kind of fate. Tell him that next time we meet in the game, we can cover him.
Sun Mingming shook her head and said,
The problem is that I, a beautiful woman, took the initiative to leave him a WeChat message and said it was so cute. But he didn't add me. I'm so angry.
Su Mufeng glared and said,
This damn boy actually didn't add Mingming's WeChat account. Mingming, I have your WeChat account. But why do you always ignore me when I talk to you? Su Mufeng, can you please stop being so crazy? I've already told you. I don't like you like this at all. Can you get out of here?
Sun Mingming was speechless.
The 183rd rejection. My heart hurts so much.
Su Mufeng covered her chest again and said,
But it doesn't matter. My love can be seen from the sun and the moon. Sooner or later you will be moved.
Chapter 432. Trembling slightly. Shen Yi's acting skills were quite outstanding. He swallowed his saliva. His body was trembling slightly, and he looked extremely nervous.
Is this world okay?
The driver in front of him grinned and started the car. As the car started, no one noticed, but Shen Yi was calculating slightly in his heart.
Go straight for 20 seconds. Turn left. 30 seconds. Turn left again. 60 seconds. Turn right.
The transformation of his body by the intermediate genetic enchantress is comprehensive. In addition to the improvement of physical development, the improvement of mental power is also the same. If Shen Yi is allowed to study now, he will definitely be a top student with a photographic memory level. He was calculating the route the car would take. He had made plans. If he went there this time, he would take action if there was a chance. If there was no chance, he would first remember the route and then find the opponent's position. Then slowly think of a solution. The van moved forward slowly, and Shen Yi was also calculating bit by bit. At the same time, on the other side, after the members of Meteor Team had eaten, Su Mufeng curled his lips and said,
Xiao Jing, you have to take us to play. This place is your territory. What do you want to play?
Zhang Chunjing asked.
Gambling.
Su Mufeng grinned and said,
Take us to play cards. You can do anything. I am now the god of gambling. Last time I went to Macau, I was not allowed to enter the casinos in the back. I haven't gambled in a long time. Sorry. My hands are so itchy. You won more than 100 million from others. So Uncle Ghost allowed you to enter.
Zhang Chunjing said speechlessly.
I do know a place. But when the time comes, you can take it easy when you go in. That entertainment venue is considered an underground entertainment venue. It's very secretly. I have met the owner of that casino. And he is also a master. Although we are not afraid of him. It would not be good if there is a conflict.
After saying that, he looked at Su Mufeng and said,
You will win if you take your time. I'm not such a person. Don't worry.
Su Mufeng curled her lips and said,
I am the most measured. You have the propriety of your uncle.
Suja's mouth twitched and said,
I feel that geniuses are all perverts. Suja is like this. And Zhengnan is like this. I used to think that Brother Jing was just a Yin. Until last time, he was tricked to death by Zhengnan. Stop talking nonsense.
Zhang Chunjing said speechlessly.
Let's go. Let's go there.
The van kept traveling through the city, and Shen Yi kept recording it. It took nearly an hour. At the back, Shen Yi felt that the other party was deliberately circling the city. It is probably to prevent people from recording routes silently. The corners of his mouth raised slightly. Did he want to stun me? In his mind, he was still recording it.
Isn't it here yet?
He asked at the same time.
Be honest and stop talking nonsense. I'll tell you when I get here.
The man with a dagger at his waist shouted coldly.
I'll beat the shit out of you later.
Shen Yi cursed in his heart and said quickly.
Okay. Okay.
The car drove around for more than an hour, and finally started to
move
smoothly. After about half an hour passed, Shen Yi clearly felt that the surroundings had become much quieter, and it seemed that he had left the city. Soon, the car stopped slowly, and then the door was opened.
Get off the car. Don't take off the blindfold.
A voice rang in Shen Yi's ear. Shen Yi curled his lips and said nothing. He was led to a certain place. After entering, their blindfolds were pulled off. Shen Yi looked around curiously. He found that this place was very strange and large. It seemed to be a huge courtyard with a patio in the middle. Next to the patio, there was a huge Texas Hold'em table. On top of it, there were about 10 people sitting there. Those people are wearing masks. Huh? Shenyi's eyes suddenly fell on a woman in a black dress. He felt that she was slightly familiar, but she was wearing a mask, so he didn't recognize her at first. This woman in a black dress was sitting next to Texas Hold'em poker, and there were 3 people beside her. In the middle was a guy wearing a clown mask. He was wearing a suit and ties, with his legs crossed, looking carefree. He should be fighting alone, with the other 3 people watching around him.
Stop looking around.
Come here. A man with yellow hair kicked Shenyi and said. Shenyi was not angry either. He wiped his butt and was led by the man to the other side of the courtyard.
Third brother. Jiangwu is here again.
After entering a room, Shenyi smelled the aroma of tea, and it seemed that someone was making tea inside.
Oh!
A voice rang out from inside the room.
Ask him to come over. You guys wait at the door. Go in.
The yellow-haired man shouted at the 2 of them. Jiangwu pulled Shenyi and walked into the room with Shenyi. Soon, the scene in the room fell in front of Shenyi, and he saw Yun Laosan at a glance. On the other side, beside the Texas Hold'em poker player, Su Mufeng had his legs crossed with a smile on his face. Next to him, Zhang Chunjing cursed in a low voice.
Hack you. Uncle, you can't win this one. You just sat down for a while, and you won.
It's over 1 million. They are too weak, and I don't want to win.
Su Mufeng curled his lips and said. Zhang Chunjing kicked him quietly, then looked at Sun Mingming next to him, and asked hesitantly.
Mingming, what are you looking at? I seem to have seen the guy in the bar yesterday.
Sun Mingming said.
Isn't he in City C?
Zhang Chunjing asked in surprise. Sun Mingming stood up and said.
I'm going to see if it's true. Don't cause trouble here.
Zhang Chunjing's pupil shrank, and he said quickly.
I'm measured.
Sun Mingming curled her lips.
Huh? The love rival is here?
Su Mufeng glared and said.
Old John, give me a few blows, and I will follow you and have a look.
In another room? Shenyi looked forward. There was a tea set in that place. There were 3 people sitting in front of the tea set. The one sitting in the seat of the honor was a bald man. He looked about 40 years old and looked very strong. He was at least 1.8 meters tall and had a strong back and a strong body. Sitting there was a sinister and fierce look in his eyes. Opposite him, there were 2 people sitting. They looked much younger, probably in their 30s. Their bodies were trembling slightly, and they seemed a little scared. At the same time, there was a man in a suit and leather shoes standing next to him. There were 7 or 8 men in total. He looked like a bodyguard, and he should have some skills. The decoration of this room is quite stylish and antique. Chapter 433, Trembling. Just when Shenyi was looking at Yun Laosan, he also raised his head and glanced at Jiangwu and Shenyi. After his eyes fell on Shenyi, he narrowed his eyes slightly and said,
Who is he?
Jiangwu said quickly.
It's my cousin. He said he wanted to come and see the world. I couldn't resist him, so I brought him here. See the world?
At this time, several people standing next to him showed a smile and said,
Then he will definitely be very impressed later. Wait until I finish handling things here.
Yun Laosan glanced at the 2 people, and then looked at the 2 people in front of him. The 2 people sat there with some trepidation. Yun Laosan made tea. He seemed to be pretty good at it. The quality of the tea was also very high, and the tea was fragrant. He brought 2 cups of tea to the 2 of them and said,
Okay, you can talk? 3. Third brother.
At this time, one of them said,
Actually, I mainly want to ask if you can be accommodating and give it to you in another month. It was agreed that in 1 month, 9 departures and 13 returns. In another month, it will become 1.69 million.
Yun Laosan said calmly.
Of course, I am easy to talk to. If you agree, I can give you another month of grace. This, third brother, there is indeed something going on at home now. Speaking of which, I was also tricked by you in the beginning.
Yun Laosan suddenly narrowed his eyes and said,
What happened at the poker table is not a scam. I can only blame you for your poor poker skills and your greed. If you lose, stop and I won't force you to lend you 1 million. Right. Now that we've agreed, let's follow the rules.
Next to him, Shenyi was secretly stunned. He went out and returned 13 times, which was equivalent to borrowing 1 million, only giving 900,000, and having to pay back 1.3 million. This time, The interest will be compounded, adding another 400,000 yuan a month. This is faster than robbing money. He couldn't help but look at Jiang Wu next to him, feeling slightly horrified in his heart. For such a repayment, the money Jiang Wu earned with his life, even if it was more than 3 million, was definitely not enough.
Here are my rules. Today's date is here. Either you give me money, or I'll accommodate you for a month and pay back 1.7 million. Of course, you can choose not to pay back. But you know the outcome. I can make your family run wild.
Jump.
When Yun Laosan said this, there was endless confidence in his tone.
TSK. TSK.
Shen Yi couldn't help but marvel. He didn't expect that such a person existed in this dark place where the light could not shine. When Jiang Wu heard Shen Yi's voice, his face couldn't help but change slightly. Sure enough, Yun Laosan paused slightly with a teacup in his mouth, and said with a half smile,
Jiang Wu, it seems that your cousin has a lot of opinions on my behavior.
As he spoke, he sighed and said,
Hey, but now that we've arrived, the process will have to go sooner or later.
As the voice fell, two people standing nearby came out, one of whom was holding a wooden stick the size of a wrist.
What rules?
Jiang Wu's expression changed.
You have been here so many times, and you still don't know Third Brother's rules?
At the door, Wang Mao said with a half smile.
Third Brother's rules? In order to make your cousin have off for Third Brother, first of all let him suffer some pain, such as breaking one of his arms or something. Don't your cousin want to see the world? This world is enough,
Wang Mao said with a smile. Jiang Wu's expression suddenly changed wildly.
Put it off.
Yun Laosan ignored so much and said calmly,
Jiang Wu, you have made me very satisfied recently. You paid back more than 3 million yuan in more than a month. Of course, your father owes me money for a long time. The interest on your money is not enough. How much did you bring this time? Not a cent.
At this time, Shen Yi stood up and said with a smile,
What did you say?
Yun Laosan asked with his eyes moving slightly.
I said I won't get a dime this time.
Shen Yi smiled at Lin Laosan and said,
Not only will I not give you a dime, but I will also give back all the 3 million that Brother Jiang paid you back. If you get it back, I can make your death more pleasant. Boy, you are so hacking impatient.
The man holding the wooden stick took a step forward. Yun Laosan's expression was uncertain for a while. Shen Yi acted too calmly, so calmly that it scared him. After all, he was in a shady business. He stared at Shen Yi and asked,
Who are you? I am your father, and you are my son.
Shen Yi curled his lips and said,
I gave birth to such a beast like you, and today I am going to exterminate my relatives out of justice.
With that said, Shen Yi decided to strike first. He shouted in a low voice,
Brother Jiang, these fools in black will be left to you.
He stepped forward almost instantly and was in front of the tea set. He picked up the boiling water and threw it directly at Yun Laosan. At this time, on the roof of the building, a man and a woman were lying there.
This kid is interesting. I like his temper.
An extremely lewd smile appeared on Su Mufeng's handsome face. Sun Mingming curled her lips and frowned.
What's going on with him? It feels like this guy came to take revenge on this boss on purpose. By the way, when I was at his house before, I heard him and his cousin say that the system gave he assigned a real task. It couldn't be this.
Boom. At this moment, a gunshot suddenly rang out.
A gun was fired.
Su Mufeng's eyes flashed with excitement. On the other side, in the hall, as gunfire rang out, the faces of those playing Texas Hold'em poker changed drastically, and Zhang Chunjing suddenly stood up.
Everyone, don't be nervous. Don't be nervous,
the dealer said with a smile.
It's just to deal with some things. It won't affect us. Let's continue.
Zhang Chunjing's face looked unnatural, and he looked over with stern eyes and said,
It must have been the sound of gunfire just now. And if I heard it right, there should be the sound of fighting. I guess someone is ignorant. Third brother must be angry. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter,
the banker continued to say with a smile. At the same time, at Yanjing Airport, Li Yuner came out of the airport cursing and said,
This damn idiot dares not to tell me your address. When I find you, I will definitely break your legs.
However, as soon as he walked out, his eyes paused slightly and fell on a young man not far away. Her expression changed slightly, and she quickly turned to leave.
Yuner.
The young man quickly ran over and grabbed her arm and said,
Uncle said you came to Yanjing and asked me to entertain you well. After all, you are my fiancé. We need to cultivate our relationship well.
Chapter 434 Looking for Teeth Everywhere. He is Li Yuner's nominal fiancé, Chen Hui. Yes, this man is none other than Shinhui, Li Yun'er's nominal fiancé. He was much older than Li Yun'er. He was now 26 years old and a little chubby. He took Li Yun'er's arm and said,
Yun'er, don't be like this. We will get married sooner or later. Let's meet more and get closer.
It's not bad to be close.
Li Yun'er broke away from his arm and curled her lips and said,
Go get close to those women of yours. Shinhui, don't think that I don't know what kind of person you are. It's impossible for me to marry you. Really?
Shinhui smiled calmly.
If you don't marry me, the cooperation between our family and your family will soon be suspended.
Li Yun'er curled her lips and said,
So what? It's none of my business. Just go and stay where you can to cool off.
With that said, she walked directly to the airport where she took a taxi. Shinhui frowned, but did not follow him immediately. He touched his nose and grinned.
Huh? You are indeed a little pepper. After we get married, I will make you obedient to me. You can't escape my grasp.
Li Yun'er arrived at the taxi place, and after getting into a car, she said,
Look for a 5-star hotel in the city center.
At the same time, he took out his mobile phone and started calling Shin-Yi.
Hello. The user you dialed has shut down.
Soon, a customer service voice came from the headset. Li Yun'er hung up the phone and said through gritted teeth,
Damn idiot. When I find you, I will beat you to the ground.
Yes. Shin-Yi turned off his phone. In fact, Jiangwu's cell phone was also turned off. When they got into the van, their cell phones were asked to turn off. Yun Laosan does a very good job in keeping confidentiality. When getting in the car, he will prevent the location of things from appearing, check the whole body, and ask the mobile phone to be turned off. At this time in the room, Shin-Yi suddenly stepped forward, picked up the tea kettle, and threw it directly at Yun Laosan's face.
Boom!
Yun Laosan's reaction was not unpleasant. He quickly climbed up from his position and rolled on the spot. His whole body quickly rolled to the other side, causing Shin-Yi's kettle to empty. A burst of steam rose from the ground. Shin-Yi was unyielding when he gained the upper hand. He climbed over the tea table, rushed towards Yun Laosan, and kicked him directly.
Puff puff!
The two of them kept colliding with each other. Shin-Yi's fighting skills were taught by the chatty boy himself. The chatty boy was born in the military. His fighting skills were all deadly, with each move going straight to the opponent's vital points. But what frightened Shin-Yi was this Yun Laosan. His skills are quite impressive, and Yun Laosan was even more horrified. He was really shocked. He knew very well how he had the skills he had now. But the young man in front of him actually did not fall behind when facing him. Even in terms of strength, there is still a faint transcendence. This is the difference in the degree of development of genetic medicines. In other words, it is also a manifestation of talent. Shin-Yi has only taken intermediate genetic medicines, but the effects of intermediate genetic medicines on developing his potential are equivalent to those of ordinary people taking high-level genetic medicines.
Boom!
Shin-Yi's style of fighting was all about risking his life. He had experienced too much life and death, and he never let go. Every punch went straight to Yun Laosan's vitals. Yun Laosan could only defend passively. Next to him, Jiangwu was fighting against 8. But they were not at all inferior. During this period, 2 people had already fallen to the ground, like dead dogs. The 2 people who were sitting in front of the tea table were now hiding aside. They were hiding fearfully, and everyone was scared to death. Someone actually dared to attack Yun Laosan. Snapped! Yun Laosan kicked out, forcing Shin-Yi back, and then quickly retreated to the front of the tea table. He looked at Shin-Yi with a cold face and said,
Boy, who are you? I told you, I'm your father. I gave birth to your bastard son, and today I'm going to kill all my relatives out of justice.
Shin-Yi laughed evilly, and rushed forward again. The next moment, he saw Yun Laosan moving under the table, then raising his hand. In his hand, there was a sharp weapon, and the dark sharp mouth was pointed directly at him.
I'm going!
Shin-Yi's hair stood on end. He never expected that the other party would actually have a sharp weapon in his hands.
Since you don't say anything, then die here first.
Yun Laosan showed a ferocious smile on his face, and then pulled the weapon. Boom! The sound of a huge sharp weapon resounded throughout the room, and the 2 people hiding in the corner were so frightened that their whole bodies trembled. Gun! In this peaceful era, they had only seen it on TV and in videos. But at this moment, they were experiencing it in person. On the other side, Shin-Yi quickly fell to the right side the moment the opponent opened his weapon. But it was still a little late. He felt something hit his right shoulder violently, just like in the game. Severe pain spread from his right shoulder, and blood flowed out suddenly. Go! Shin Yi yelled. In fact, he was used to this kind of pain. In the game, being hit by a gun was normal. Shin Yi gritted his teeth, rolled on the spot, and hid behind a nearby shelf. The moment Jiangwu saw the gun, his face changed slightly. He kicked the person away and quickly ran to Shin Yi to hide. Looking at Shin Yi's right shoulder with blood pouring out, he quickly asked, "Are you okay?" "It's okay. I'm used to it." "Damn it. The system is going to kill me," Shin Yi scolded. "How come this guy has a gun? Let's withdraw." Jiangwu gritted his teeth and said. Shin Yi nodded. Due to the severe pain, cold sweat broke out on his forehead. The most important thing is that the bullet was embedded in his body, and his whole body felt like he was out of strength. This is completely different from the game. In the game, even if you are shot, the pain will be very real, but your actions will not be affected. "Let's go first. I already remember this place." Shin Yi nodded. Boom! 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 However, at this moment, the sound of sharp weapons resounded. Yun Laosan quickly opened the sharp weapon on their current shelf, and the wooden shelf was hit with sawdust flying. "Jiangwu, it seems that I didn't impress you deeply enough last time. I don't want the money your dad owes me anymore. Just throw your life here today. And your sister. I will catch him and sell her to Countrywide to be made into chickens." Yun Laosan grinned and said, "No, your sister is pretty. I will finish her off first and then sell her to Countrywide." Jiangwu's expression turned extremely ugly. He subconsciously said to Shin Yi, "How to fight now?" Chapter 435 Sudden Surprise. Shin Yi turned sideways and observed. At the door, Huang Mao and the others were guarding there with steel pipes. The men in black were put down to 3 by Jiangwu. But now there are still 5 of them. And there are a lot of footsteps outside. There should be at least a dozen people surrounding them. And I don't know if the other party only has Yun Laosan as a weapon. His mind was spinning. But there was no good way to escape. This seems to be one dead end. "Damn it! This system is trying to trick me to death." Shin Yi hid behind the shelf and cursed. Squeak! At this moment, the door to the room was pushed open, and more than a dozen people rushed in. Some of them had steel pipes in their hands, and some had knives. "I'm hurting you." Jiangwu smiled bitterly. "Speaking of it, I'm the one who got you involved." Shin Yi curled his lips and said, "It's his grandma's fault. I thought that sooner or later I would die in the system. But I didn't expect that I would actually die in the real world. I am still a young child. Surround them up." Yun Laosan snorted coldly and said in a low voice, "Pull 2 people on your back." Jiangwu gritted his teeth. Shin Yi took a breath, and then said in a deep voice, "It's not time to truly despair yet." He rolled his eyes. The current situation was not so desperate compared to the hail of bullets. He was constantly monitoring the room. Boom! At this moment, there was a bang, and Shin Yi was startled. He subconsciously looked up. Suddenly a hole collapsed in the roof. Then 2 people fell from the roof. Who? Yun Laosan's expression changed. Outside on the roof, wood fell to the floor. This courtyard is mainly made of wood. In front of Shin Yi and others, 2 people fell. They all had masks on their faces. A man and a woman. Shin Yi frowned. The man was wearing white casual clothes, while the woman was wearing a black dress. Shin Yi frowned. The 2 people were on the Texas Hold'em table next to them just now, but they climbed onto the rafters at some point. A man and a woman stood over there, wearing masks, and they looked like knights in the martial arts world. It was Sun Mengmeng and Su Mufeng who were hiding on the roof. "Who are you?" Yun Laosan's face was dark, and his gun was pointed at the 2 of them. The man in white casual clothes let out a smile and said, "If I were you, I wouldn't point a sharp weapon at me. Last time, someone pointed a sharp weapon at me. Later, the arm holding the sharp weapon was I suffered a comminuted fracture. Let me go." "Who is this guy?" Next to him, Shin Yi was speechless and said, "This is so pretentious." He looked at the woman, still feeling that her figure looked familiar, but with the mask on, he couldn't be sure who she was. "Yun Laosan." "Right." At this time, Sun Mingming said, "I want to take these 2 people away." "Humph. You just take it away when you say it?" Yun Laosan snorted coldly. "What do you think my Yun Laosan's territory is?" "Hey, I'm just telling you. You have to take action." Su Mufeng sighed into his fist. The other party was holding a sharp weapon, and he didn't seem to be afraid at all. There is still confidence in the tone. Of course, in Shin Yi's opinion, this guy is just showing off.
Stop!
At this moment, a voice sounded from the door. Su Mufling and Sun Mingming turned around and saw Zhang Chunjing walking in at the door. They were originally playing Texas Hold'em poker, but they had been paying attention to the movements of the two of them, and naturally they saw the two of them lying on the roof. It wasn't until the two fell down that Zhang Chunjing felt something was wrong. So he quickly pulled Suja over. Zhang Chunjing took off the mask on his face. Yun Laosan obviously knew him. When he saw him, his face changed slightly and said,
Zhang Chunjing? Is this your friend? What do you mean? Come hit me. Place?
Next to him, Shen Yi was slightly shocked. Zhang Chunjing? He remembered this name. He scanned the list of people. Now he has almost a photographic memory. He can remember most of the people on the list. Ninth on the list, the commander of the Lone Star team. One of the top commanders in the elite battlefield. Nicknamed Silver Fox. Zhang Chunjing. He was suddenly startled. Two people came over from Zhang Chunjing. And with a man and woman in front of him. Wouldn't there be exactly 4 people? Could it be that this is the Lone Star team? Then, his head shook violently. And he thought of a name. Sun Mingming. 13 on the list. One of the strongest free agents in the elite battlefield, and a member of the Lone Star team. Sun Mingming. He thought again of the beautiful woman in black dress in the bar before. And the woman in black dress in front of him slowly overlapped.
When he left the note, I didn't even think about it. After all, the probability of meeting people inside the system is not that high in reality. So I thought she had the same name at the time. I didn't expect that she was actually from the Lone Star team. People.
Shen Yi was horrified. But? Isn't she in City C? Why did I come to Yanjing? And I happened to meet him at this place. Shen Yi felt horrified in his heart. And at the same time his eyes fell on the young man in white.
So, this person is most likely Su Mufeng. Number 1 on the list. Only he can be so confident. So, pretending.
Shen Yi said silently in his heart. Just when Shen Yi's heart was in turmoil, Zhang Chunjing came over. He looked at Shen Yi, who had been hit by a sharp weapon, frowned slightly, then looked at the two of them and asked,
What's going on?
Sun Mingming took a step forward, looked at Yun Laosan, who was holding a sharp weapon, and said calmly,
I want to take these 2 people away. You can try to stop them.
Yun Laosan sneered and said,
Zhang Chunjing, your friends seem to be ignorant. These 2 people broke my rules and attacked me. Are you sure you want to take them away?
Zhang Chunjing's face became uncertain for a while, as if he was worried about something. When Shen Yi saw the scene, his heart moved slightly. Relying on the ability of the Lone Star team, he knew that it was impossible for the Lone Star team to be afraid of Yun Laosan. So the person he was afraid of must be the person behind Yun Laosan. It is almost impossible for an ordinary person to develop his body to the point where it is like taking advanced genetic medicine. Then behind Yun Laosan, there is likely to be a challenger to the system. Did the challenger of the system bring out the genetic medicine and give it to Yun Laosan? Then why did the system give itself a task to kill Yun Laosan? Shen Yi's mind kept spinning, and it was a bit difficult to understand.
I must take him away,
Sun Mingming said forcefully. Chapter 436, Breaking the Face. Zhang Chunjing smiled bitterly, then shrugged and said,
Hey, there's nothing we can do about it. She said so. What do you mean?
Yun Laosan narrowed his eyes and said,
Are you planning to break up with me? It's okay if you understand it this way,
Zhang Chunjing said with a smile.
I'll give you 2 choices. First, let us take the person away safely. Treat this matter as if it never happened. And you will do the same to him in the future. We don't care about anything. Secondly, you have a weapon in your hand. And there are so many people who can choose to fight us.
While talking, he and Suja took a step forward, standing in front of Shen Yi and Jiang Wu. And beside Su Mufeng and Sun Mingming, the 4 of them stood together, and a sense of confidence suddenly rose.
Is this the Lone Star team? Number 1 on the list?
Jiang Wu exclaimed from the side.
But, why do they want to help us?
Shen Yi was also slightly surprised. He probably knew what was going on. Sun Mingming was drunk before, and felt that she had saved him once. She probably came to repay the favor this time. He kind of wanted the people from the Lone Star team to help him kill Yun Laosan, so that he could successfully complete the mission. But obviously, judging from Zhang Chunjing's reaction, even if they are the Lone Star team, they are still somewhat wary of the people behind the other party. In this world, there is only one possibility that can make everyone in the Lone Star team fearful. The person standing behind Yun Laosan is also a challenger, and it is very likely that he is at the elite battlefield level or above. Inside the battlefield, This type of people has exceeded the level of development of advanced genetic medicines for their bodies. Being able to survive is already a pretty good result for Shen Yi. Before that, he and Jiang Wu were facing almost a dead end. The 4 members of the Lone Star team stood in front. They just stood there with a terrifying aura. Yun Laosan's expression became uncertain for a while. After a moment, he looked at Shen Yi and said,
"Who are you? The person who took your life. I just can't stand what you did. That's all. Also, if you dare to attack the people in Brother Zhang's family, I will rush to attack the people in your family. You have done a good job keeping it secret."
"No matter how good it is, I can still find out."
Shen Yi licked his lips and said, "This time it was considered a failure. Based on Yun Laosan's behavior, he would definitely do something to Jiang Wu's family."
"How dare you?"
Yun Laosan's face flashed with anger.
"Why don't I dare?"
Shen Yi grinned and said,
"If you dare to touch a hair on Brother Zhang's family, I will repay you twice as much."
To deal with such people, tit for tat is the best option. The members of the Lone Star team looked at Shen Yi in surprise. And Zhang Chunjing said calmly,
"Old San Yun, it's time for you to make a choice."
Yun Laosan stared at Shen Yi, and after a moment he said,
"You said you just took them away, and you don't care what they do next." "Of course it is,"
Zhang Chunjing said. Yun Laosan then gritted his teeth and said,
"Okay, then I'll give you some face. Get out of the way and let them out."
Jiang Wu quickly helped Shen Yi up. Su Mufeng turned his head, looked Shen Yi up and down, curled his lips and said,
"Not as strong as me. Not as handsome as me. Ming Ming is used to handsome guys like me. And I will definitely not like you. I'm not worried. There's something wrong with this guy's brain."
Shen Yi glanced at him speechlessly. Blood had stained his entire clothes. The pain still continued. This is different from the game. After being shot in the game, as long as you draw up the bloodline, you will no longer feel the pain. But in the real world, the pain still continues. "Let's go." Zhang Chunjing took a deep look at Shen Yi and walked outside first. Sun Mingming walked past Shen Yi and blinked at Shen Yi, with a hint of smile in her eyes.
"Thank you,"
Shen Yi said.
"Come out with us first. I have something to ask you,"
Sun Mingming said. Everyone around him got out of the way. When Shen Yi walked to the door, he saw Wang Mao who had brought him here before. He narrowed his eyes and kicked him suddenly. Ah! His power was so great that the yellow hair was kicked directly by Shen Yi and flew out. It hit the ground hard.
Brush! Brush! Brush!
Next to it, a large group of people quickly raised steel pipes and gathered around. Shen Yi grinned and said,
Sorry. This person is a bit arrogant and couldn't hold it back."
Zhang Chunjing's head hurt a little. He found that Shen Yi was also a troublemaker. And even though he could leave, he actually wanted to kick someone in revenge.
"What? Do you want to take action?"
Su Mufeng's eyes lit up.
"Let them go."
Yun Laosan growled in the room. Shen Yi smiled, and then followed the 4 people again, and walked out swaggeringly. When he walked out of the gate of the courtyard,
Shen Yi was slightly surprised. This place was actually a dirt road, and it seemed to be in a deep mountain and old forest.
Hiding it deep enough.
Shen Yi sneered.
"Get in the car."
Zhang Chunjing walked towards an Audi Q7. Shen Yi's heart moved slightly. This Lone Star team seemed to have driven here by themselves, which meant that in addition to the people who were brought here, some people knew the location of Yun Laosan. After getting in the car, Shen Yi and Jiang Wu sat in the back row. Jiang Wu gritted his teeth and asked,
"Hold on. It shouldn't be far from the city, and you can get to the hospital soon."
Suja was driving, and at this time, Sun Mingming took off his mask, rummaged in the car, and then came over with a dagger and tweezers.
"What are you going to do?"
Jiang Wu's face changed slightly.
"Of course I'm helping him get the bullet."
Sun Mingming curled her lips and said,
"Do you really want to go to the hospital to get the bullet out? Aren't you afraid that the hospital will report the case then?" "Brother Jiang, it's okay,"
Shen Yi said. Sun Mingming came closer and took off Shen Yi's clothes. His body was already covered in blood.
"Can you bear it without anesthetic?"
Sun Mingming asked.
"Try your best."
Shen Yi smiled at him. Sun Mingming nodded, put his hands on Shen Yi's chest, then found the wound and let out a slight breath. In front of Shen Yi, Su Mufeng took off his mask, revealing a handsome face. He turned around and said enviously,
"Mingming, I want to be touched by you too. How about I give myself a shot? And then you can help me too."
"Let me take it."
Shen Yi was about to faint. He discovered that this guy not only liked to show off, but was also a psychopath. Sun Mingming ignored him. After finding the sharp weapon, her pupils shrank. The dagger came closer and instantly inserted into the eye. Her force was not strong, and it happened to be at the deepest position. Chapter 437 Displeasure. The next moment, she moved her left hand, and then the tweezers went deep, clamped the sharp tool, and suddenly pulled it out. Ah! The pain in his heart made Shen-Yi almost faint. He subconsciously grabbed Su Mufeng's hand on the back of the seat in front of him, pulled it over, and bit it hard. Ah! Su Mufeng didn't react at the first time. His hand was bitten hard by Shen-Yi, and he screamed. At this time, Shen-Yi felt that the thing he was biting was not right, and he quickly let go of his mouth. Su Mufeng withdrew his arm and took a look. Tears almost fell down his face and said, "Your uncle. If you just want to get a sharp weapon, what are you talking about? Is that the case?" Shen-Yi had no time to pay attention to him. On his right chest, blood was pouring out crazily, as if he didn't want money. Severe pain flooded his nerves. Bang! Sun Mingming took out a packet of something like powder and slapped it directly on Shen-Yi's wound. The pain was more painful than detonating a bomb. Shen-Yi couldn't help but tighten his hands. It took him several minutes to recover from the pain. This is a healing medicine that can be redeemed in the system. It is worth 20 points. You should be able to recover in about 3 days, Sun Mingming said. Because of the pain, Shen-Yi's forehead was already covered with cold sweat. Jiangwu quickly wiped Shen-Yi's face. Sun Mingming found some white bandages in the car, helped Shen-Yi up, and began to wrap them up for him. Next to him, Su Mufeng glared at Shen-Yi and said, "Are you a dog? Take a sharp weapon and scream so hard that you will bite out all the blood." Sorry. Shen-Yi coughed dryly, and then said to Sun Mingming, "Thank you." A smile appeared on Sun Mingming's pretty face. Soon, she finished bandaging, and then looked at Shen-Yi and said, "The reason why I rescued you is that I have a question to ask you. If the answer is not satisfactory, I will immediately give it to you. Send it back to Yun Lao-san." Huh? Shen-Yi's expression changed slightly. At this time, Sun Mingming's eyes became a little cold and she said, "I remember when I left. I left a note asking you to add me on WeChat. Why haven't you added me yet? I remember when I left. I asked you to add me on WeChat. It's been a day now. Why haven't you added me yet?" Sun Mingming was sitting there, wiping the blood on her hands with toilet paper, because he lost a lot of blood. Shen-Yi's face turned pale at this time. He was a little stunned. Could it be that Sun Mingming saved herself just to ask herself this question, rather than repaying a favor? As a person with fairly good emotional intelligence, Shen-Yi certainly wouldn't say that he didn't add it on purpose. He quickly said, "Note? What note? I didn't see it. Didn't you see it?" Sun Mingming was startled, then nodded and said, "Oh, that's understandable." As she said that, she wanted to touch the phone, but looking at the blood on her hands, she frowned and said, then added later, "Okay." Shen-Yi nodded. Su Mufeng curled his lips, glared at Shen-Yi and said, "Boy, don't have any ideas about Mingming. I tell you, Mingming is my woman. You can't even think about her. Otherwise I will beat you to death. By the way, you are Challenger. You should have heard of my name. I'm here. Su Mufeng." I don't know why, but she always feels that there is something wrong with this guy. He keeps talking about things and nothing. When he thinks about it carefully, he seems to be a bit mentally retarded. Ahead, Suja smiled and said, "Mufeng, don't scare people." While they were talking, they looked at Shen-Yi and Jiangwu and found that both of them were relatively calm. Yes, first of all, they had guessed the identities of these 4 people before. Secondly, they had even captured Zhengman, who was second on the list, so they were not so surprised by the number 1 on the list. Sun Mingming looked at Shen-Yi, then at Jiangwu and said, "When I was at your home last time, I heard you say that your 3rd mission was a death mission?" "Yeah." Shen-Yi nodded and said, "The 3rd time is a death mission." Sun Mingming frowned, looked at Jiangwu and said, "I just took a look at his skills. His physical quality just went through a transformation when he first entered the system. Can you pass the death mission with him?" Jiangwu's face turned slightly red. Shen-Yi adjusted his sitting posture. His face was still pale, but there was a trace of displeasure on his face, and he said, "Of course I am sure. I'm quite confident." Zhang Chunjing said with a half smile, "The death mission is one of the most difficult tasks within the system. Eating chicken is a prerequisite, and the elite battlefield requires at least a team of top 5 people. Are you from a team like this? How confident are you when facing them? By the way,
You were on the list after 3 games. Is it because you killed a member of the serious team?
Shen Yi's pupils shrank slightly. He didn't expect Zhang Chunjing to be able to guess these things. Of course, he didn't deny it. Nodded and said, "Yeah." He didn't reveal much. Although Sun Mingming saved him once. He didn't know the purpose of the Lone Star team. The Lone Star team is not their ally. So Shen Yi will not reveal too much about his team. When he nodded, the expressions of Zhang Chunjing and the others changed slightly. Although they had some guesses, their expressions changed slightly when Shen Yi confirmed it. After a mission, he entered the elite battlefield. And for the second time, he destroyed the serious team and lost one person in the team. The third mission is directly a death mission. This experience is part of the trend of the rise of super strong rookie teams. Just like the process of their rise. The car traveled for about 20 minutes and finally walked across the dirt road and onto a smooth asphalt road. At this time, Zhang Chunjing took the initiative and said,
"Brother, are you interested in forming an alliance?"
Both Shen Yi and Jiang Wu had expressions of surprise on their faces. Number 1 on the list. The Lone Star team actually wants to form an alliance with them. He felt a little weird.
There are advantages and disadvantages to forming an alliance with us.
Zhang Chunjing said calmly.
The advantage is, if we are matched on the same battlefield, then as long as you find us and help you get through the death mission, it shouldn't be very difficult.
There was endless confidence in his tone.
Of course, there are also disadvantages.
Zhang Chunjing said,
the other 9 teams in the top 10 are our enemies. If they form an alliance with us, they are likely to be hostile to them. Don't rush to answer us.
Sun Mingming said,
you can go back and think it over with your teammates. Of course, if you refuse, I will kill you.
Chapter 438. Standing aside and watching. Shen Yi. After a moment, he said,
I can't figure out why. Logically speaking, our strength is not very strong. And there are many reasons for entering the list. You should have noticed that I don't even have advanced genetic medicine. I have taken it. With your strength, it should be quick to go to the high-level battlefield. Why do you want to form an alliance with us? Have you never taken advanced genetic medicine?
Sun Mingming and the others were startled.
The gene potion is probably about the same as Su Mufeng in developing his body's potential. When Su Mufeng took the intermediate gene potion, his physical abilities were almost the same as those of those who took the high-level gene potion.
Suja swallowed his saliva and looked at his eyes. He said with a hint of envy. At this time, Zhang Chunjing explained.
The reason for forming an alliance is very simple. We are optimistic about your potential and think you will have a chance to enter the top 10 in the future. As for going to the high-level battlefield, we don't know when. If you can go up there, you probably have to stay in the elite battlefield for a while. When you get to your accommodation later, you can contact your teammates and discuss it with them. Don't worry. Mingming owes you a favor. And I'll pay it back this time.
Zhang Chunjing said.
If you don't agree, we won't embarrass you for the time being. But we will never be lenient if you encounter them within the system. I'll discuss it with my other 2 teammates later.
Shen Yi nodded. Su Mufeng and the other 4 nodded. Then Sun Mingming looked at Shen Yi and asked,
by the way, why did you come here and start a fight with Yun Lao San? Have you ever read martial arts novels or movies?
Shen Yi exhaled. Although the pain was still there, he got used to it. What do you mean? Su Mufeng frowned.
I am the kind of hero who fights for justice and wields a sword in the world. Bullies like Yun Lao San will be punished by everyone.
Shen Yi said proudly.
I believe you. You idiot.
Sun Mingming glared at him and said. Shen Yi didn't explain too much. Zhang Chunjing and Yun Lao San knew each other. But Shen Yi didn't know the relationship between them. If Zhang Chunjing was actually Yun Lao San's side, he wouldn't be able to cry. At this time Zhang Chunjing said.
No matter what the reason is, I don't recommend that you take action against Yun Lao San. Your teammate owes him a little money. Right? As long as you form an alliance with us, I still have some face to fight with him.
Let's talk about it. I believe the interest exemption is not a big problem.
Shen Yi narrowed his eyes and said.
Why? Are you afraid of the person behind him? Or are you and him together? How could they be a group? You are right.
Zhang Chunjing said.
Yun Lao San is not a challenger. He bought the genetic medicine from a team within the system. And the price he spent was several times higher than that of several other teams within the system.
Times.
Shen Yi's eyes moved slightly.
That team was once number 1 on the list. And its name was Tian Shao Team.
Zhang Chunjing said.
When they were in the elite battlefield, we had just reached the top 20. And then, they went to the advanced battlefield. Then we only came to the top of the list later. They are not the same group of people as us. As you know, money in the real world can also be exchanged for points in the system. 13,000 points can be exchanged for 1 point. However, in the real world, there is no such genetic medicine. They use the points to exchange the genetic medicine from within the system. Sold in the real world.
Zhang Chunjing said.
Do you know how much they can sell for primary genetic medicine?
Shinny shook his head and said.
How much? 5 million.
Zhang Chunjing said calmly. Shinny took a breath. From Zhang Chunjing's conversation, this person from Tianzhao team is equivalent to a middleman. But this middleman makes too much money. This is equivalent to a 10-fold increase. Shinny took a breath and said,
this Tianzhao team is just a purchasing agent. And it's so damn profitable. They can earn hundreds of points just by flipping something for 50 points. This seems like a hacking rule. What a way. No.
Zhang Chunjing said.
No one knows what the system will do. In fact, when they were first in the rankings, they kept changing teammates. I guess it was because of doing such a thing that the system arranged for them. The task is quite difficult. So even though we know this method, we have never tried it.
Shinyi's heart moved slightly. If you put it this way, the task assigned to you by the system is to get rid of Yun Lao San, a person who has taken genetic medicine? In other words, am I equivalent to a thug hired by the system? Zhang Chunjing said.
Of course. No matter what. They are much stronger than us in actual strength. Yun Lao San has a very good relationship with them. If something goes wrong with Yun Lao San, they probably won't stand idly by. So, I don't recommend that you take action against Yun Lao San, although he is indeed full of evildoers.
After saying this, he paused again and said,
what is certain is that this Tianzhao team is definitely better than us. I suspect that they have already been on the Earth ranking. Of course, because we are still in the elite battlefield and do not have the authority to go check the ranking on the land list.
The ground list is the ranking of advanced battlefields. According to Zhang Chunjing, this Tianzhao team is probably one of the most powerful ones in the high-level battlefield. Sun Mingming also looked at Shen Yi and said,
forget it. Anyway, you are just asking for your teammate's debt problem. Lao Zhan said that he will help you and waive the interest. So don't provoke Lao San Yun.
Shen Yi shook his head. A look of justice appeared on his pale face and said,
no. I must eliminate harm for the people. This is my chivalrous spirit. You don't understand.
At the same time, he was scolding the system in his heart.
I'm sorry. Uncle, you are a cheating thing. What kind of mission have you arranged for me? His grandma. Even if he has a gun on his body, there is actually a high-level battlefield team behind him. As background.
Next to him, Jiangwu also had a bitter smile on his face. Shen Yi thought for a moment and decided to trick the Lone Star team members into joining him. He looked at Su Mufeng and said,
you said, what is the purpose of us being promoted in the system? With great ability, we have to bear great responsibility. Think about it. In the real world, are you the same as those on TV? A martial arts master. A martial arts master should be a chivalrous and righteous man. That's bullshit.
Zhang Chunjing curled his lips and said,
everything we do is just to make ourselves and our families live a better life. No one knows when someone will die. We are still dominant in the elite battlefield. Yes, but when you enter a high-level battlefield, you are just like cannon fodder. Staying alive is the most important thing.
Chapter 439, Jealous of Evil as Much as Hatred.
Hey, what a pity.
Shen Yi shook his head and said,
I thought that the dignified Lone Star team should be jealous of evil. But it seems that I was wrong.
Su Mufeng glared and said,
isn't he just Mr. Yun? Lao Zhan. Turn around. I'm going to twist off his head now. Shut up.
Zhang Chunjing shouted. At the same time, he looked at Shen Yi and said,
Shen Yi, everyone has different ideas. If you want to die, we will not stop you. But we will not get involved in this matter. I've thought about it. If you agree to form an alliance with us, we will only form an alliance. Only within the system. Hey, I'm so cowardly.
Shen Yi sighed and wanted to use the provocation method. Zhang Chunjing ignored him. He drove into a single-family villa in the city. Su Mufeng raised his eyes and said,
I'll go. Lao Zhan. Your house is okay.
Shen Yi and Jiangwu also showed envy.
If you stay in the elite battlefield for a while, you will have everything.
Sun Mingming said.
Later, when you have taken all the advanced genetic medicines, you will find that the points do not have much effect at all. You can only change money.
Shen Yi,
get off the car.
Zhang Chunjing said.
Go to the room to clean up. And then you can call your teammates to discuss.
Jiangwu helped Shen out of the car. Then I went to the toilet and simply washed away the blood on my body.
Walking to the lobby of the villa, Zhang Chunjing threw a piece of clothing to Shen and said,
"Just wear it. It may be a little too big. Thank you."
Shen nodded and put the clothes on himself. He found that the people in the Lone Star team, except for Su Mufeng, seemed to be pretty good people. Of course, after getting along for a while, he discovered a problem. In the Lone Star team, Su Mufeng was the most powerful and their ace, but his status seemed to be the lowest. He would get in trouble with the other three if he said a word. A squirt. Of course, what he said was all useless nonsense. After putting on her clothes, Sun Mingming leaned over with a smile and said,
"Okay, now you can add WeChat."
Shen nodded, took out his phone and turned it on. The phone was just turned on. A WeChat reminder sounded.
Ding dong! Ding dong! Ding dong!
They were all said by Li Yuner. Shen swallowed his saliva and looked at the screen of his mobile phone, which displayed the last sentence said by Li Yuner.
"Idiot! You're done. I'm going to castrate you. Idiot! I've already come to Yanjing. I've already gotten off the plane. And you still haven't replied to my message. You're doomed."
After posting a lot, she seemed really angry in the end and sent a message.
"Idiot! You are finished. I will kill you."
Jiangwu was next to Shen and saw a lot of news. He glanced at Shen sympathetically and said,
"Why are you provoking her? If she wants to come, just let her come."
Shen coughed dryly. At this time, Sun Mingming came closer. She held up her phone and said,
"Okay, just scan it for me."
Shen raised his phone, scanned it, and after adding friends, Sun Mingming nodded with satisfaction and said,
"Okay, you can go discuss it with your teammates."
Shen nodded and said,
"Wait a moment. Give us some time."
Having said this, he glanced at Sun Mingming quietly and said,
"If they don't want to, you won't really turn your back on them right away. Right? What do you think?"
Sun Mingming looked at him and grinned. Shen looked around and had already made up his mind. If the result of the discussion later was no alliance, then he would leave immediately. He dragged Jiangwu to a room, and no one from the Lone Star team stopped him. After entering, Shen quickly entered the team's group, and then sent a video request to the two of them. The call was quickly connected. The first person to connect was Li Yuner. Her hair was a little disheveled, and she was sitting on the bed. Her pretty face was extremely cold. She didn't say anything, just looking at the camera. Shen had a creepy feeling, and he said with a guilty conscience,
"Sister Yuner is good."
Li Yuner still didn't speak, just staring at the screen. His eyes were cold. If eyes could kill, Shen felt like he had been cut into pieces by 1,000 cuts. At this time, the chatty boy also got through. He was sitting on a boss chair, which should be his company's office.
"Let me go! What's going on? Yuner, are you playing the role of a female ghost? You scared me,"
the chatty boy said as soon as the call was connected. Li Yuner still didn't speak, just looking at the camera.
"Talk, boy. I didn't have time to tell you just now. I found Brother Jiang and successfully persuaded him to come back,"
Shen said.
"Really or not? Where did you find this guy? I'm going to beat him up during the next mission."
The chatty boy cursed. Jiangwu was standing next to Shen. At this time, he squeezed over and coughed dryly.
"I'm sorry, chatty boy. There's a reason for everything."
Shen briefly explained Jiangwu's situation. Of course, he did not mention that he went to Yun Laosan for revenge. He did not want to involve Li Yuner and the talkative boy in the actual mission. After hearing this, the chatty boy said,
"Hey, that's all. Give me the grandson's address. His grandma's. There is such a scumbag. I won't deal with him. Don't worry."
Shen smiled and said,
"Brother Jiang and I have already taken care of this matter."
During the whole process, Li Yuner didn't say a single word, just sitting on the bed and looking at the camera with cold eyes. At this time, she suddenly asked,
"Idiot, are you injured?"
Shen was shocked, but said with a smile on his face,
"No. Is there something you're hiding from us?"
Li Yuner asked.
"Your face is pale. It looks like you've lost too much blood. I also saw a bandage on your shoulder. Did you come to Yanjing? What's the matter?"
Shen Yi's heart moved slightly. Li Yuner's current analytical ability is really strong.
"This is the beauty effect that comes with the phone,"
Shen Yi quickly explained.
"By the way, we met the Lone Star team."
He changed the subject. The chatty boy's eyes moved and he said,
"Lone Star team? The Lone Star team that ranks #1 on the list?"
"Including Li Yuner." Her eyes moved slightly, and she said,
Did you fight with them? That's not true. When I was in a bar in City C, I met a member of the Lone Star team. And then I met him again in Yanjing. He knew that we were also challengers and proposed the idea of forming an alliance with us.
Shinny said.
Lone Star team has formed an alliance with us,
the chatty boy said with a look of confusion on his face.
This is unscientific. They said they are optimistic about our potential,
Shinny said. Chapter 440, The Color of Anger.
What do you think of their people?
The chatty boy asked.
If we come into contact with him, except for Su Mufeng who looks like a lunatic, the other people are pretty good. As for their character, we haven't come into contact with them much. It seems like they are pretty good now,
Shinny said. The chatty boy pondered for a while, and then said,
Well, I still believe you. You can judge for yourself whether they are worthy of an alliance. I trust your judgment.
After 2 consecutive experiences with Shen Yi's command, he didn't even know that he had the faint taste of becoming the core of this team. Of course, on these matters, he would always ask the chatty boy who has more worldly experience. But now, the chatty boy lets him take control. Shen Yi took a breath and said,
If it was my own choice, then I would probably agree. Now it seems that there is no harm in forming an alliance with them. I'm fine,
the chatty boy said.
I'm still a little busy here, so I'll hang up now,
he said, and hung up the phone directly.
That's okay for me,
Li Yuner said, then looked at Shen Yi and said,
Now, give me the address.
Before Shen Yi could speak, Li Yuner added,
Shen Yi, I know something must have happened to you. Don't use words like beauty to deal with me. You are injured, and it is not serious. You are in Yanjing, there must be something going on. Have you forgotten what I said to you on the phone before? We are friends of life and death. We are always worthy of my support. I will always trust and rely on you. No matter what difficulties there are, I am willing to face them with you. This will be the case in this life. I hope you will be too. If you have any difficulties, please tell me so that I can face them with you.
Li Yuner looked at the camera and said calmly. Shen Yi was startled, with a strange impulse in his heart. Next to him, Jiang Wu felt the same way. He sighed and said,
Tell Yuner. He's right. We are all comrades in arms, and we will face everything together. Okay.
Shen Yi smiled bitterly and said,
I'll send you the address. We'll talk about the details after you arrive. I'll be there in a minute.
Li Yuner narrowed her eyes slightly and climbed up from the bed. Shen Yi hung up the phone and sent the address. Just after sending it, Shen Yi felt a little uncomfortable. He looked at Jiang Wu and said,
Brother Jiang, I feel a little uneasy. I always feel that Sister Yuner will beat us up later.
Jiang Wu swallowed his saliva and said,
Me too.
The two of them talked and walked towards the hall. Seeing the 2 people coming out, Zhang Chunjing asked,
How is it? Have we discussed it?
Shen Yi nodded, glanced at the 4 of them and said,
They agreed to form an alliance.
Zhang Chunjing smiled and said,
In that case, we can talk about our mutual friends and enemies.
After saying this, he said with a hint of embarrassment on his face,
As I mentioned just now, the top 10 on the list are mostly our enemies, including the Sirius team. They have an undying grudge against you. Next time we meet, we can work together to kill them.
Having said this, he looked at Shen Yi and asked,
What about you? Apart from the Sirius team, are there any allies or enemies?
Shen Yi nodded and said,
As for allies, there is one team, the Rose team. As for the enemy, apart from the Sirius team, there should be one more person. Zheng Nan!
Upon hearing Zheng Nan, the eyes of the 4 members of the Lone Star team changed instantly, and anger flashed across them. I was tricked once by Zheng Nan.
Have you become enemies with him too?
Sun Mingming asked with a slight movement in her eyes. Shen Yi scratched his head and said,
It can be considered a feud. We killed 3 of his teammates, and then he begged to be our prisoner. I was not willing. Later, he followed us and entered the top 10. After the mission was completed, he turned his face and disowned him, saying that I despised him and actually didn't want him to be my prisoner. He said that he would kill me the next time he met me.
As Shen Yi's voice fell, the 4 members of the Lone Star team froze.
You? Killed 3 of his teammates?
Zhang Chunjing said in shock.
He? Still begging to be your prisoner?
Suja's expression was dull.
How did you do it?
Zhang Chunjing swallowed. The corner of Shen Yi's mouth twitched, and there was a thunder in his crotch. This bee is too pretty. If a man wants to hide a mine in his crotch, it can only be hidden in his underwear. Wouldn't he feel anxious about cutting it? After hearing the conversation between the two, Shinyi curled his lips and said,
Top 20? Then this elite battlefield is just like this. Their team was beaten by us, and they were running around. After killing 3 of them, this person immediately surrendered.
The corner of Zhang Chuanjing's mouth twitched slightly. After a moment, he looked at Shinyi and said,
You must have tricked them. Your frontal strength cannot be stronger than theirs. Even if Shennan changes teammates. According to the system's matching system will definitely match him with 3 very powerful lone wolves. At least people who have taken high-level potions. You can't beat him head-on.
Then, he smiled again and said,
However, if you can trick Zhengnan's team, it will be quite good for you. If I am not wrong, your team should also be a trickster.
The corner of Shinyi's mouth twitched slightly. He coughed dryly and said quickly,
Other than that, there shouldn't be any strong enemies. Of course, some people may be killed by us, and they may regard us as enemies.
Zhang Chunjing nodded and said,
I hope we can have a happy cooperation in the future. Of course, the most important reason why we cooperate with you is that you can enter a more advanced battlefield. What are the conditions for entering the advanced battlefield?
Shinyi frowned slightly and asked,
Logically speaking, you teams in the top 10 are far ahead of the others. You shouldn't stay in the elite battlefield. Yes.
Zhang Chunjing looked at Shinyi, grinned and said,
What are the conditions for entering the advanced battlefield? You have just entered the elite battlefield, and you are already thinking about the advanced battlefield?
Shinyi shook his head and said,
Just asking.
Zhang Chunjing smiled and said,
Since you asked, it doesn't matter if I tell you. There are 3 challenges for entering the advanced battlefield.
Zhang Chunjing said,
The first is to enter the top 10 in the player list, and the second is to kill more than 3,000 people in the elite battlefield.
Shinyi's heart moved slightly. Entered the top 10 in the rankings, with a total of more than 3,000 kills. These 2 conditions are not difficult to say. According to Shinyi's current style of play, they can only kill more than 100 people in one mission. Calculating, it will take them more than 20 times to achieve this condition. Chapter 441 Chivalrous Heart. Of course, with their own improvement, this number of kills will definitely be able to reach more in the future. Most of the top 10 teams on the man list can kill about 200 people in one mission. After all, they can kill 60 or 70 people alone. This means that as long as the team ranks among the top 10 in the rankings, these 2 conditions are not difficult.
What about the third condition?
Shinyi asked.
Trigger the hidden mission.
Zhang Chunjing said.
As for what this hidden mission is,
I don't know. I have dealt with the team in the advanced battlefield, but they never mentioned a word about it.
Shinyi's heart moved, and Shinshinsi thought the same thing before. She didn't mention much about the advanced battlefield. She just said that she was on a higher level battlefield than the elite battlefield. She didn't mention anything else. But considering the relationship between Shinshinsi and Shinyi, Shinshinsi shouldn't have kept it secret to him to this extent. It probably must be restricted by some treaty within the system.
It's this bullshit hidden mission that keeps us from triggering it. We've been in the elite battlefield for almost a year.
Su Mufeng scolded from the side. Shinyi curled his lips and said,
Aren't you just trying to survive? Wouldn't it be better not to trigger the hidden mission? You can walk sideways in the elite battlefield. You don't understand.
Su Mufeng curled his lips and said,
The highest authority that can be exchanged for elite battlefield is about 800 points. Only after entering the advanced battlefield can we get higher authority. Only then can we continue to become stronger.
Shinyi curled his lips and said,
So what Zhang Chunjing said just now about just wanting to live is all nonsense. You don't want to become strong. And you just want to become stronger. You don't have any chivalrous heart. Hey, to put it bluntly, you are poor. I am still different from you. I have a chivalrous heart, and I will eradicate all injustices in the world.
Su Mufeng's face turned slightly red. He didn't know whether it was anger or something. He glared and said,
Isn't he just Yun Lao-san? Lao Zhan. Drive me over now. His grandma's. I will twist his neck off.
Zhang Chunjing glanced at him and said,
Su Mufeng. Don't go crazy. Get away.
Su Mufeng was very dissatisfied. But after hearing what Zhang Chunjing said, he stopped talking. It can be seen that although Su Mufeng is their ace and their god of war in this team, the real brains is actually Zhang Chunjing. Seeing that the deception failed, Shinyi curled his lips and said,
Forget it. Can you provide me with information about Yun Lao-san? I want to eliminate harm for the people. This is a trivial matter.
Zhang Chunjing said,
He actually only has 4 places to stay in Yanjing, which is also where he plays gambling games. In fact, his gambling games only allow about 10 people to participate at a time. It is not a large casino. If you want to go find him, I don't object to provoking the high-level battlefield team. But don't take us with you. When you want to go find him, just ask me, and I'll tell you the address.
That's fine.
Shen nodded. If he wanted to go to Yun Lao San again, he had to be fully prepared. The opponent had a gun in his hand, and the number of people was not small. Moreover, he was injured after all, so he had to wait for his injuries to heal before he went to see Yun Lao San again.
Ding dong!
While they were talking, the doorbell suddenly rang at the door. Zhang Chunjing frowned and said,
No one should know where I live. Did any of you order takeout? It should be my teammate.
Shen coughed dryly and quickly ran to the door and opened it. At the door, Li Yuner stood there looking pretty in a white dress.
I came here because of a coincidence. The system assigned me a real-life mission, which is to kill Yun Lao San. The reason why I don't want to tell you and the chatty boy is because I don't want your reality to be involved in this.
Shen explained in a few words. Then he said,
I will tell you the specific things later. I will take you to meet the people of the Lone Star team first.
Li Yuner's voice softened slightly and she said,
Is the injury serious? Fortunately, I'm a little used to the world inside the system. But there is no first aid kit in the real world. So I will keep bleeding and have a little pain. Other than that, it's fine.
Shen chuckled and said,
Come in first.
He took Li Yuner into the room. As soon as they entered, Su Mufeng and the other's eyes lit up slightly. Su Mufeng swallowed her saliva. A smile appeared on her face and said,
Beauty. H. Lo. You are Shen Yi's teammate. Right. Shen Yi is my brother. My name is Su Mufeng. You must be famous. I am the number 1 on the list. 1. Nicknamed Meteor. Because it is as bright as a shooting star and lights up the entire elite battlefield.
Hence the name. My personal average kills per game.
He began to introduce himself to Li Yuner. Next to him, Zhang Chunjing couldn't stand it anymore. He kicked Su Mufeng away, and then said to Li Yuner,
Beauty. Don't listen to what this guy is talking about here. The truth is, my name is Zhang Chunjing. I am alone. Captain of the Star Team. 9th on the list. Nicknamed Silver Fox. I miss you.
Su Mufeng ran over and said,
What? Now that we have formed an alliance, I will be your strongest supporter from now on. So Beauty, please add us on WeChat.
Suja also ran over and said,
Su Mufeng, you scumbag. Didn't you say that you will love Ming Ming until death? Hello, Beauty. My name is Suja. I am single and rich.
Su Mufeng had a puzzled expression on his face and said,
Ming Ming? Who is it? Why haven't I heard of it? Don't slander me.
Shen Yi and Jiang Wu were stunned. This guy from the Lone Star team is so capable.
Can you shut up?
Sun Mingming said from the side with her face red with anger.
You scared everyone.
With that said, she approached Li Yuner and said,
Hello. My name is Sun Mingming. Please ignore these scum.
However, after doing this, Shen Yi saved the trouble of introducing them. He said to several people,
This is our teammate, Li Yuner, the team star. There is mainly only one woman, and the 3 of us have no chance.
Select.
Li Yuner came back to her senses at this time, glared at Shen Yi, and then said to several people,
Hello.
The few people got to know each other briefly, and after talking to each other for a while, Zhang Chunjing answered a phone call, then pouted at the other 3 members of the Lone Star team, stood up and said,
Well, we have something to do, and we have to leave.
Shen Yi nodded and said,
Okay, let's go too.
After bidding farewell to the Lone Star team, Li Yuner asked at the door of this villa community,
Tell me, what exactly is going on?
Chapter 442, Think Long Term. Shen Yi nodded, and then told Li Yuner exactly what happened. After listening, Li Yuner's eyes froze slightly and said,
In other words, it was that Yun Lao San who hurt you like this. Right. Yeah.
Shen Yi nodded.
When will you go find him again? There are still 27 days until the next mission starts. We still have enough time.
Li Yuner said.
Let's take a long-term view after I recover from my injury.
Shen Yi breathed out.
Brother Jiang, let me stay at your house these days.
Shen Yi looked at Jiang Wu and said,
It's quite expensive to stay in a hotel.
Jiang Wu looked at Shen Yi warily and said,
No, I will never let you see my sister.
Li Yuner also said quickly,
Yes. No. You have to stay in the same hotel with me. What if you sneak away again by then?
Shen Yi had no choice but to follow Li Yuner back to the hotel after being cured. In order to prevent Shen Yi from slipping away, Li Yuner let Shen Yi live in the same room with her. Of course, Shen Yi slept on the sofa. Unknowingly, 3 days flew by. I have to say that Sun Mingming really did not favor Shen Yi. The layer of medicated powder he applied to Shen Yi had a very good therapeutic effect. After 3 days, Shen Yi could no longer feel the pain in his chest. He took off the bandage and cleaned it. After a moment, I found that the wound had completely healed. These 3 days have been relatively stable. Perhaps out of fear that Shen Yi would really take revenge on his family. Yun Laosan didn't do anything to Jiang Wu's family. This world is like this. If you deal with bad people, you must be more ruthless than him. 3 days later, through the Lone Star team, Shen Yi received a piece of news that made his heart very heavy. The Tianzhou team was coming to Yanjing, and together with Yun Laosan. Having the senior team beside Yun Laosan means that Shen Yi has no chance to take action. All they can do is wait for the Tianzhou team to leave. In the hotel, Shen Yi and Li Yuner were sitting there at this time. Li Yuner frowned and said,
"There are only 24 days left. I don't know how long this Tianzhou team will stay. What will happen if the mission cannot be completed? If you fail to complete the task, you will be eliminated."
Shen Yi exhaled.
"If the Tianzhou team never leaves, we have no chance to take action,"
Li Yuner asked anxiously. Shen Yi frowned. If that time comes, he will probably ask his cousin. He can't just watch him die. Of course, if the Tianzhou team was stronger than his cousin's team, he wouldn't let Shen Sisi get involved. At the same time, in the Magic City, in the mansion of Li Yuner's family, in the study door has been repaired. In the study, Li Kun rubbed his temples with a look of exhaustion on his face.
"Mr. Jiang."
At this time, the assistant with glasses walked into the study and said,
"Miss, I have been staying in this hotel during this time. And,"
after saying this, he swallowed and said,
"and Shen Yi is also in Yanjing. And they stayed in the same room in the same hotel." "What?"
Li Kun's expression changed.
"Ha ha. Whether you deserve it or not depends on how much value it can bring to your company."
At this moment, a woman's voice rang out.
"Brother, you said you are not short of money. In this life, even in the next life, you will have enough money. Why do you have to sacrifice Yuner's marriage to earn more? Is this necessary? What do you? A woman? No."
Li Kun raised his head and glanced at a beautiful middle-aged woman at the door.
"No matter how poor a poor boy is, your family can't afford to support him?"
a middle-aged woman said at the door.
"Isn't it okay if Yuner likes it? You must go to the Chen family. Who is Chen Hui? There are people on the internet every day, there are tidbits about him, and a certain internet celebrity. So you would entrust your only daughter to such a person? I told you. You are a woman and don't understand. I am too lazy to tell you anything,"
Li Kun said, then stood up and paced back and forth, not knowing what he was thinking. On the other side, in Yanjing, in the hotel, Shen Yi looked at Li Yuner, who was a little nervous, and said,
"Sister Yuner, don't worry. Later, if there is no other way, I will take a risk. Things are far from over yet. In a desperate situation. Just wait patiently and see when the Tianzhou team will leave."
As he spoke, he looked at Li Yuner and asked,
"How long will you be traveling this time?" "I can travel as long as I want,"
Li Yuner said coldly. Shen Yi nodded and said,
"Okay. In order to survive within the system, we still have to seize the time to train our marksmanship. Later we will find a shooting club that has PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds firearms. We also have to make contact during this time. Of course, someone bets that the gun is the best and can earn some money to exchange for points." "Okay."
Li Yuner nodded. The next period of time was quite peaceful again, and they stayed in this hotel. Of course, Li Yuner has always been paying for the housing. Shen Yi and Li Yuner lived together for a short time. Their daily life was to go to the shooting club to train, then eat, return to the hotel, and sleep. Life is a bit monotonous. Before I knew it, another half-month had passed. There are only 9 days until the next mission starts. During this period, Shen Yi will contact the people from the Lone Star team every day. Judging from the information provided by the Lone Star team, the 4 people from the Tianzhou team have been staying in Yanxiao. Jing. They don't seem to have any intention of leaving. This made Shen Yi quite passive. Of course, he was not too anxious. There were still 9 days left, so there was no chance. On this day, he came to the shooting gallery as usual, but today he came alone. Li Yuner, Han Xiaomu and Sun Mingming had made an appointment to go shopping. Women's friendship comes quickly. During this period, Li Yuner, Sun Mingming, and Han Xiaomu only had an occasional meal, but they quickly established a sisterly relationship. Even though Shen Yi felt that their relationship was very fragile, When he arrived at the shooting gallery, Shinny whistled at the beautiful woman at the front desk and said,
"Hi. Shall you?"
In the past half-month, Shinny can be said to be a big customer of the shooting club. His daily consumption is more than 10,000, and he is practicing his marksmanship crazily.
"Here we go again."
The girl at the front desk smiled at Shinny. Shinny was about to tease him. At this time, a person suddenly appeared in front of him and looked him up and down. He is a young man, in his mid-20s, wearing casual clothes. The clothes look expensive at first glance, and he is a bit chubby. Shinny recognized him at a glance. Chen Hui. Chapter 443, Wariness. The famous rich second generation has a lot of tidbits on the internet every day, such as entering a hotel with a certain anchor, make an appointment with a certain internet celebrity for dinner, or something like that. The women around me are constantly changing. But he didn't know why Chen Hui suddenly appeared in front of him. Could it be that he was from the Tianzhou team? Yun Lao had asked him to take revenge on me? Shen Yi felt a sense of wariness in his heart. He looked at Shen Yi and said with a half-smile,
"Shen Yi. Right. Is something wrong?"
Shen Yi raised his eyebrows.
"Chen Hui."
The person in front of him said calmly,
"Let me introduce myself. I am Li Yuner's fiancé." "Fiancé?"
Shen Yi chuckled and said,
"Just you? Changing girlfriends every day? Does Sister Yuner like you?" "Brother. Stop it. Everyone is busy."
Chen Hui wasn't angry either. He looked Shen Yi up and down and said,
"It doesn't matter whether I'm working with an internet celebrity or not. That's because I have the capital."
At this point, he sneered,
"I don't know what your relationship is with Li Yuner. I don't want to ask too much about what happened between you two before. But please stay away from my fiancé. Do you understand? You can understand this as my warning."
Chen Hui said lightly.
"If I see you with her again, you will be miserable." "Ha ha."
Shen Yi laughed.
"Do you think I'm kidding you?"
Chen Hui asked with a smile.
"Maybe you don't understand my methods well enough."
Shen Yi shook his head and said,
"I don't care if you are joking. Not to mention whether you are Sister Yuner's fiancé. So what? Is a scum like you worthy of marrying Sister Yuner? I know you have some money. Maybe for some reason. Sister Yuner has to marry you. But remember, as long as you dare to marry her, I will destroy your wedding."
As he spoke, he licked his lips and said,
"You can also interpret this as my warning." "That's right."
After saying this, Shen Yi smiled at him and said,
"A good dog doesn't block the way." "Huh."
Chen Hui looked at Shen Yi and said,
"I don't know how many years no one has dared to talk to me like this. I wonder who gave you the courage. Liang Jing?"
As he said that, he narrowed his eyes slightly and said,
"For Li Yuner's sake, I won't do anything to you this time. But if I see you appearing with her again, you will definitely be finished." "Really?"
Looking at Chen Hui, who was about to leave, Shen Yi said calmly,
"I also did not fight you for the sake of Sister Yuner. If you dare to say that Sister Yuner is your fiancé outside in the future, falls into my ears, you will be finished too."
For Li Yuner, he must have a little heartbeat. Of course, he restrained himself very well, and did not let this heartbeat expand too much. More importantly, he regarded Li Yuner as his comrade in arms. When he was commanding, he rarely asked Li Yuner to do many dangerous things. The talkative boy did the pulling, and Li Yuner was usually in a relatively safe gun position. Although he has always called Li Yuner Sister Yuner, to a certain extent, Shen Yi protects her as a younger sister. It was impossible for him to let Li Yuner marry a scumbag. Even if the chatty boy knew that Li Yuner was engaged to Chen Hui, Shen Yi would definitely react like this. Li Yuner never mentioned Chen Hui to them.
"Inquire carefully when we see him later,"
Shen Yi said secretly in his heart. He touched his nose and walked towards the locker room. There was silence in the locker room. It was still relatively early at this time. The club usually started to have more people in the afternoon. Shen Yi sat down and changed his clothes. He put aside Li Yuner's matter, took out his mobile phone, and thought about it carefully. I took out my cell phone. I found Shen Cici's number and dialed it. He originally wanted to wait until the Tianzhou team left, but something changed later. If Yun Laosan suddenly ran away, Shen Yi wouldn't even have to cry. He planned to test Shen Cici to see if their team was confident in dealing with Tianzhou. At the very least, they had to involve the people in Tianzhou's team, and then give him a chance to defeat Yun Laosan alone. The call was dialed, and on the other end of the phone, Shen Ci heard bursts of gunshots. Apparently, Shen Ci was also in the shooting club.
"Hey, you've been here for more than 20 days, and you're finally willing to call me?"
Shen Ci asked.
"What? The mission is completed? Sister Cici, do you know the Tianzhou team?"
Shen Yi asked.
"Huh?"
Shinxinsi asked suspiciously.
This team still knows. What? Have you met them? Or they are selling genetic medicine to you. Don't buy it from them. If you have the money, go to the system yourself. Wouldn't it be nice for him to exchange points while doing it?
Shinyi shook his head and said,
No. Is your team as good as theirs?
Shinxisi said proudly.
Them? They are nothing in our eyes.
After saying this, her eyes moved slightly and she said,
What? Did you provoke them?
Shinyi took a breath and said,
It's not like I offended them.
After Shinxisi learned that Shinxisi's team was stronger than Tianzhao's team, Shinyi told the whole story. After hearing this, Shinxisi nodded and said,
Okay, I'll contact my teammates and come find you in the afternoon.
After hanging up the phone, Shinyi felt slightly relieved. He changed his clothes and walked into the venue. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Shinyi walked out of the shooting club. In front of the club, there was a car parked in the back seat with the windows rolled down. Shinxisi waved to Shinyi in the car and said,
Get in the car.
Shinyi was already stunned. Outside the car window, beside Shinxisi, there were 2 girls. Each of these 2 girls has short hair, beautiful appearance, and a capable look. The other one looks very quiet. But no matter who she is, she can be called a beauty. There was a man sitting in the driver's seat. His eyes were like those of an eagle. He glanced at Shinyi. His killer-like look made Shinyi's heart tremble. Shinyi got on the passenger seat and said, Shinxinsi,
Let me introduce to you this short-haired beauty, the commander and brains of our team, Hu Ling. You can also call her Sister Ling. This.
He looked at the quiet-looking girl and said,
The breakthrough player of our team, Tranquility. Hello. 2 beauties.
Shinyi coughed dryly. Don't look at the 2 girls. They are soft and weak, but they are the existence of high-level battlefield. They are much stronger than the Lone Star team. Shinxinsi looked at the last driver, and then smiled.
This is the strongest combat force of our team. Mo Xioi, our sniper, the murderer.
Chapter 444 Glib Tone. Mo Xioi glanced at Shinyi and said nothing. He just nodded slightly as a greeting. Shinyi felt uncomfortable all over. This guy was cold, as if everyone owed him millions. The key is that the aura about him, like a cold killer, makes Shinyi quite uncomfortable.
Xioi, don't scare Cece's brother,
Hu Ling said with a smile.
By the way, little brother Shinyi, I heard Cece said that your 3rd mission is a death mission. This speed is okay. It should be you will be able to enter the advanced battlefield soon. Come to the advanced battlefield. My sisters will protect you.
Shinyi scratched his head and said,
Well, it's okay for you to call me brother, but you can't call me younger. I'm really not younger.
Hu Ling and the other 3 were stunned for a moment. Then Shinxisi came to her senses. She patted Shinyi on the head and said,
Boy, you are going to die. Who did you learn to have a glib accent from?
Shinyi muttered. Wenjing covered her mouth and smiled softly.
Can you please stop scratching your head?
Shinyi smiled bitterly.
Stop talking nonsense,
Shinxisi said.
Where are the people? Let's go find them now.
Shinyi nodded. Zhang Chunjing had already told Shinyi where Yun Laosan was today. It was in an abandoned Taoist temple near Yanjing. Of course, it is not considered abandoned. Yun Laosan renovated that place. And there are indeed a few Taoist priests inside. But there is no incense. It has become a place for gambling for generations of Yun Laosan. A gambling game is opened in a Taoist temple, which is really unimaginable to ordinary people. Shinyi gave the address to Mo Xioi. Mo Xioi glanced at it, his eyes still calm, and he silently started the car. Soon, the car left the city and drove into a jungle near the eyes. There was a dirt road in the jungle. Yun Laosan really did an excellent job at hiding himself. Along the road, at regular intervals, there were people watching. They would stop the car and give the code. The secret code Zhang Chunjing told Shinyi. So they had a smooth journey along the way. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Shinyi and the other 5 finally arrived at the Taoist temple. Before getting off the car, Shinyi's cell phone rang. And it was Li Yuner who called. Shinyi hung up the phone silently. After all, he still didn't let Li Yuner get involved in this matter. After hanging up the phone, Shinyi turned off the phone to himself. Through the car window, he looked at the people at the door of the Taoist temple, exhaled and said,
Let's go!
In the shooting club. At the entrance of the club, Li Yuner had already changed his clothes. And Sun Mingming and Han Xiaomu were also beside him. These 3 girls often came to train together during this time.
The call was hung up.
Li Yuner's face changed slightly and she said,
Maybe he is. He quietly went to find Yun Laosan again.
With that said, she called Jiangwu and said,
Brother Jiang, are you and Shinny going to find Yun Lao-san? Oh?
Jiangwu shook his head and said,
No, he didn't contact me. I'm at home now.
She looked at Sun Mingming and said,
Mingming, tell me where Yun Lao-san's address is. He has a weapon in his hand. I'm worried that something will happen to Shin-Yi.
Sun Mingming frowned and said,
Don't worry. I'll call Brother Jing and ask. Only he knows the specifics.
With that said, she quickly called John Chunjing. This time, John Chunjing also hung up the phone directly. Shin-Yi had told John Chunjing not to tell the Yuner.
Didn't answer.
Sun Mingming let out a breath and said with a hint of worry on her face,
I'm afraid Shin-Yi really went to find Yun Lao-san.
Li Yuner suddenly panicked and said,
Team Tianzhao is still here. He had to kill Yun Lao-san. He didn't want us to be in danger. So he decided to go quietly alone. This damn idiot.
Sun Mingming's face also became uncertain for a while. She gritted her teeth and said,
Let's go find Su Mufeng and the others. Okay,
Li Yuner said quickly. She didn't even bother to change her clothes. And the three girls went out in a hurry. At the same time, a high-end restaurant in Yanjing. This restaurant serves Japanese food, all of which are very high-end ingredients. The per capita consumption is quite high. Usually, a meal will cost tens of thousands of yuan. This restaurant is specifically targeted at wealthy families. In a private room in the restaurant, Qin Hui was sitting there with his legs crossed and a hint of pride on his face. Opposite him, three men were sitting, looking at him calmly with indifferent expressions. If Shin-Yi were here, he would definitely recognize these three people as the serious team who had a grudge against him. In order to survive and make themselves stronger, people within the system will also find ways to improve themselves in the real world, such as going to a shooting club to practice shooting like the chatty boy. For example, keep making money in the real world. Money can be exchanged for points, and points can be exchanged for potions to improve yourself. There are many ways to make money. People within the system. In the world of ordinary people, their fighting power is much higher than that of ordinary people. So many people inside the system come to the real world. And in order to make money, they either choose to be bodyguards for rich people or go get some dirty punches. Of course, some people also choose to be killers. For example, the serious team. Killers make money quickly. And for these people, it's pretty easy.
I wonder what we are going to do this time.
Ho Lang asked with a smile next to Tian Lang. Qin Hui touched his nose and said with a smile,
This time I will make a big deal. 10 million. Do you dare to take it? Is there an order that our brothers dare not take?
Sirius said disdainfully. Qin Hui lit a cigarette and said with a smile,
I just like your confidence.
As he spoke, he pushed a check over, then grinned and said,
The target this time is in Shanghai. And this is his photo.
As he spoke, he took out another photo and pushed it over. When the members of the serious team saw the photo, their expressions changed slightly. Qin Hui clearly caught their expressions, smiled and said,
It seems you know him? We know him.
Zhong Sheng said with murderous intent in his eyes.
More than just knowing him. I can't wait to peel him off. We have been looking for him for nearly a month. I wonder what grudge you have against him.
At this time, Ho Lang asked curiously. Qin Hui smiled slightly and said,
The old rule is, don't ask the reason. I will pay, and you will contribute. You shouldn't ask about other things. It's true that I asked more.
Ho Lang smiled. Then my eyes fell on the photo. In the photo, there's a burly man wearing a battle uniform. He has a sharp weapon on his shoulder. Exactly. Chatty boy. Chapter 445 ready to move. On the other side, Shin-Yi and the others jumped out of the car. After getting off the car, Mo Xioi lit a cigarette. At the door, Shin-Yi saw an acquaintance. It was Huang Mao from before. He was kicked by Shin-Yi before, but Shin-Yi did not kill him. He was not seriously injured. At this time, he actually came to the Taoist temple to see the door. When Shin-Yi saw him, he also saw Shin-Yi. Then, he saw Shin-Yi smile at him. He felt that all the hairs on his body stood up. And he yelled,
Third brother! That guy is here again!
In the Taoist temple, under the statue of the patriarch of the three Qing dynasties, there is a Texas Hold'em table with many people sitting on it, including Yun Lao-san. However, at this time, he did not sit in the main seat of the banker, but sat on the side with his head bowed. In front of him, for people were sitting.
Hey! I won't play anymore! I won't play anymore!
At this moment, opposite him, a man wearing a mask said with a bitter smile,
I have lost more than 4 million. Yun Lao-san, you a few friends must be cheating. How can every hand be a straight flush? What the hell are you talking about?
Yun Lao-san glared and said,
Do you want to die?
The man's expression changed slightly, and he shrank his neck. Dare to be angry but dare not speak. Beside, there were also people who were ready to make a move. At this time, a man sitting in front of Yun Lao-san said with a slight smile,
Come to gamble. Just have fun. It doesn't matter whether you win or lose. I think you still have a lot of money. Take your time and play. Don't be in a hurry.
But I really don't want to play anymore.
One of the men gritted his teeth and said,
My company's capital turnover is not enough. So I took out a loan after hearing someone's advice and wanted to make a comeback. If I continue to lose, my company will go bankrupt. That doesn't seem to have anything to do with me.
The person in front of Yun Lao-san laughed. Yun Lao-san glared and said,
That's right. You don't understand the rules here? Come on. Unless 3 or more people lose all their chips, the game will not end. How can you force anyone to continue gambling?
The man's tone was trembling.
I didn't ask you to come either.
Yun Lao-san glared and said,
When you come, you have to follow my rules.
At this moment, a loud roar rang out.
Third brother. That guy is here again. Boom. Boom.
At the same time, 2 figures floated past, flew in from the outside, and hit the card table hard. Shinny stood over there and shouted,
Yun Lao-san, you are a scoundrel who gambles illegally here and lends money at usury. Everyone gets it and kills you. Today, I will do justice to God and take your dog's life. Wearing a white t-shirt, he stood there proudly, looking like a righteous hero. At least that's how Shinny felt. He felt that in the eyes of those people inside. He should be the angel who saved them.
Is this the kid?
At this moment, a masked man next to Yun Lao-san asked. Yun Lao-san nodded and said,
Yes.
The speaker stood up, walked towards the door, and then looked at Shinny. In an instant, Shinny felt a great pressure. He felt that he had no power to resist in front of the person in front of him. He was too much beyond the people who took advanced genetic medicine. Is this the pressure brought by people on the advanced battlefield? Shinny swallowed his saliva. After entering the advanced battlefield, what can you get? Under the mask, Shinny could see the man's squinted eyes. He looked at Shinny and said lightly,
They are all from the same place. I was optimistic about the Lone Star team and gave John Chunjing a face. Not too much.
I've made things difficult for you. But I didn't expect you to come to my door and live. Isn't that good?
Humph. Shinny sneered.
Yun Lao-san, this old dog, has countless blood on his hands. Countless families have been broken because of him. And he has harmed countless people. I, Shinny, will never allow such a person to continue living in this world. I want to bring him to justice.
Hey, the masked man sighed and said,
Then you choose a way to die. Yun Tianzhao.
At this moment, a cold voice rang out.
Would you like to touch him with a finger?
Yun Tianzhao. Shin-Yi felt a slight movement in his heart. His surname was also Yun. He probably had some blood relationship with Yun Lao-san. Not just the relationship between the buyer and the seller. That's why the Tianzhao team takes such good care of Yun Lao-san. Yun Tianzhao's expression changed slightly, and he turned his head to look at the door. At the door of the Taoist temple, the 4 of them were standing there.
Shinshin CC.
Yun Tianzhao's face changed wildly under his mask, when his eyes fell on the face of Emoshioi, who was leaning against the wall and smoking. He couldn't help but take a step back, as if he had seen a devil.
If you dare to move, you will die.
Emoshioi exhaled a puff of smoke and said, this was the first time Shin-Yi heard Emoshioi speak. Just like his character, his tone was cold and stiff, but it has a sense of certainty.
His grandma's. This is the highest level of pretentiousness.
Next to him, Shin-Yi said with envy in his heart, yes. He just stood there, smoking, and said a simple word, which made Yun Tianzhao take a step back. The other 3 members of the Tianzhao team also stood up at this time. They looked at Emoshioi as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Yun Tianzhao's expression changed wildly. He swallowed his saliva and wanted to say something, but he didn't dare to speak. Emoshioi said calmly,
don't interfere. Let Yun Lao-san and Shin-Yi fight in a one-on-one fight. Life or death depends on it.
Shin-Shin-Si opened her mouth and wanted to say something. At this time, Shin-Yi nodded and said,
that's right. Mr. Yun, come out and challenge me to a duel. No sharp weapons are allowed.
Yun Tianzhao gritted his teeth and said,
Emoshioi, We are also allies with the Qian team. Yun Laosan is my younger brother. Can you give me some face?
Mo Xiui took another puff of cigarette, raised his head and glanced at him. His eyes were cold, and he didn't speak. Hu Ling stepped forward at this time and said calmly,
You know the grievances between the Qian team and us.
And you dare to tell them?
Aren't you afraid that we will kill you now?
The expression on Yun Tianzhou's mask became uncertain for a while. Yun Laosan took a step forward and said,
Brother, let's fight one-on-one. I may not lose to this kid.
Yun Tianzhou gritted his teeth and said,
This is what you said. We won't interfere. But we hope you won't interfere either.
Mo Xiui stopped talking. There was a trace of worry in Shen Xixi's eyes. She was just about to go up and say something to Shen Yi. At this time, Shen Yi suddenly moved. Chapter 446 Worries about the future. He could see that the people in the Tianzhou team were very afraid of Shen Xixi. Without any worries, what he had to do now was to beat Yun Laosan to death here. That's all. He pounced directly on Yun Laosan. Clenching his fists, he leaned forward and punched straight to Yun Lao's third door. After all, Yun Laosan had taken high-level genetic medicine. When he saw Shen Yi rushing towards him, he reacted quickly and quickly fought. Neither of the two high-level battlefield teams took action. Shen Xixi's face looked a little anxious. He was worried about something unexpected happening to Shen Yi. If that time really comes, she doesn't care what the agreement is or whether it involves real tasks.
Your brother's talent seems to be quite good.
Hu Ling stood next to Shen Xixi and said,
Judging from Yun Laosan's physical fitness, he should have taken high-level genetic medicine. However, due to his own reasons, the high-level genetic medicine is not suitable for him. The transformation of the body is limited. But your brother, I remember you said, he just took the intermediate genetic medicine. And he is no worse than this Yun Laosan.
Shen Xixi curled her lips and said,
That's natural. It doesn't matter whose brother he is.
Mo Xiui was still standing against the wall, still expressionless, but you could see that there was a trace of fluctuation in his eyes. At the same time, in a certain internet cafe in Yinjing, Su Mufeng and others were pulled out by Sun Mingming's ears.
Okay, don't you dare hang up on me.
Sun Mingming glared at Zhang Chunjing and said,
Oh, Grandma, Shen Yi asked me not to tell you. Defend? Defend? My ears are about to fall off.
Zhang Chunjing said with a sad face. Sun Mingming didn't care so much. He held Zhang Chunjing's ear with one hand and Su Mufeng's ear with the other hand, as if he was holding two dogs.
No, Mingming. Why did you pull my ears when he hung up on you? I was so unjust.
Su Mufeng screamed.
Sorry. I'm used to it.
Sun Mingming let go of Su Mufeng, then looked at Zhang Chunjing and said,
Tell me Yun Laosan's address.
Mingming. Zhang Chunjing said seriously,
This matter involves the high-level battlefield team. I am doing it for our own good.
Li Yuner said quickly.
Just tell me the address. That's it. You don't have to worry about the rest.
Zhang Chunjing smiled bitterly and said,
Okay, Mingming. Let go first. I will take you there. I hope the people from the Tianzhou team can give me some face. He should be fine. The people from the Tianzhou team will give me some respect. As long as he's not dead, it should be no problem to save him.
Zhang Chunjing said this, then looked at Su Mufeng and said,
By the way, when the time comes, don't say anything.
Su Mufeng pouted and said,
Am I the kind of person who causes trouble?
Several other people were too lazy to pay attention to him, and the car moved forward slowly, heading straight to the scene. At the scene, Shen Yi's eyes were filled with murderous intent. After the brief contact, Yun Laosan could only defend passively. Yes, he has taken high-level medicine. In a real fight, he will not be worse than Shen Yi, but he lacked a fierceness. With the experience of 2 missions, Shen Yi, who crawled through a hail of bullets, beat Yun Laosan by an unknown amount in terms of momentum. When he fights with a life-threatening style. No defense at all. Yun Laosan was okay at first. Shen Yi punched him, but he was still able to carry the punch back to Shen Yi. However, he was far behind in terms of ability to resist punches and fierceness. Later, when Shen Yi punched him, he had no choice but to block it, which put him at a complete disadvantage.
I don't want Jiangwu's money anymore. I'll pay him back all the money he gave me during this period and forget about it.
Yun Laosan felt that something was wrong. He defended himself and whispered in a low voice.
Huh? What I want is your life. People like you deserve to die.
Shen Yi sneered and punched Yun Laosan's temple again. Every time he punched, there was a gust of wind. Besides, many people from Yun Laosan were watching. but none of them dared to move. They all hid aside and shivered. Defense will always be broken down at some point. Suddenly, Shen Yi whipped out his whipped leg and kicked Yun Lao San into the wall next to him. Before he could react, Shen Yi suddenly stepped forward. He picked up a chair on the ground, hit Yun Lao San's head hard and smashed it down. Boom! Yun Tianzhao's expression changed, and he shouted, "Didn't you say that the use of weapons is not allowed? It said that guns are not allowed. And it didn't say that stools cannot be used. Why don't you study Chinese well?" Shen Yi curled his lips. As for Yun Lao San, he was knocked unconscious by this blow. The whole person took 2 steps back and shook his head. At this time, Shen Yi stood up again and stepped forward. He grabbed Yun Lao San, made a fist with his right hand, and punched Yun Lao San with all his strength, straight to Yun Lao San's temple.
Third brother.
Yun Tianzhuo's face changed wildly. Boom! At this moment, Shen Yi punched Yun Lao San hard on the temple.
Nowadays, Shen Yi's punch may be as powerful as 1,000 pounds. Yun Lao San's whole body stiffened. His eyes quickly filled with blood, and he staggered back.
Plop!
At some point, he suddenly fell backwards. And at the same time, a majestic voice sounded in Shen Yi's ears.
"The mission is completed, and you will be rewarded with 300 points, which will be paid when the next challenge mission starts. Third brother."
At this moment, Yun Tianzhao's roar suddenly sounded. He took off his mask, revealing his appearance, which was very similar to Yun Lao San. His eyes were staring at Shen Yi. At this moment, no one dared to express their anger. Died. Yun Lao San is dead. Yun Tianzhou looked at Shen Yi intently, as if he wanted to eat Shen Yi alive. Shen Yi knew that the moment he killed Yun Lao San, there was inevitable hatred between him and Yun Tianzhou. But he had no choice. Not to mention that Yun Lao San did many evil things. He felt happy when he killed. And there were systematic reasons. If Yun Lao San didn't die, he would be the one who died. Facing Yun Tianzhuo's eyes, Shen Yi shuddered his shoulders and said,
"Look at you. You and Yun Lao San are the same as Hack. What Yun Lao San is doing now is probably under your instigation. As a man of justice, I shit. If I couldn't defeat you, I would have killed you with a knife."
In fact, it is not impossible for him to say so. Yun Lao San is probably Yun Tianzhao's money-making tool. Most of the money he earns here will fall into Yun Tianzhao's pocket. And then Yun Tianzhou uses the money to exchange for points in the system. If this is really the case, then Yun Tianzhou is more damnable than Yun Lao San.
"Shen Yi!"
Yun Tianzhou stared at Shen Yi and said,
"Very good. Very good."
Chapter 447 unscathed. After saying that, he looked at Mo Xiui and the others and said,
"Mo Xiui, Shen Si, I remember this grudge. We have a long way to go."
Mo Xiui was still leaning against the wall. He seemed to be very addicted to smoking. At this time, he lit another cigarette. He did not pay attention to the people in the Tianzhou team, nor did he attack the people in the Tianzhou team. Instead, he glanced at Shen Yi. He said calmly,
"Let's go, Buzz."
At this moment, the sound of a car rang, and the car quickly stopped at the door. And then, several people ran in quickly.
"Shen Yi!"
When Li Yuner saw Shen Yi, her expression calmed down and she asked,
"Are you okay?"
Shen Yi shook his head and said,
"It's okay. The matter has been resolved." "Resolved?"
The members of the Lone Star team were startled, and then looked at Yun Lao San, who was lying on the ground not far away and was not breathing. Their expressions changed. Shen Yi really killed Yun Lao San under the nose of the Tianzhou team and got away unscathed? How did he do that? At this time, Zhang Chuanjing's eyes fell on the faces of Shen Sisi and others not far away, and his expression suddenly changed wildly.
"Setting Sun Team!"
Zhang Chuanjing's voice was filled with endless shock. Next to him, Shen Yi's expression changed slightly.
"Setting Sun Team!"
should be the name of Shen Sisi's team, and judging from Zhang Chuanjing's voice, this team is probably quite famous. However, Shen Yi did not have permission to see the rankings on the land list, and Shen Sisi was unwilling to mention it to him before. It seemed that there was some secret, so he knew nothing about the high-level battlefield. He looked at the Lone Star team and found that the faces of the Lone Star team members were not normal. Everyone seems to know it. Shen Yi was thinking that at the level of the Lone Star team, he should be able to open some permissions, such as knowing about some advanced battlefield matters. Zhang Chunjing looked at Shen Si and the others in shock, then at the 4 people from the Tianzhou team standing next to them, and finally at Shen Yi and said,
"So, You invited the people from the Setting Sun team over, right?
Just when Shinigami was about to answer, suddenly, he saw Su Mufeng move. Su Mufeng passed through several people and walked all the way to Emoshioi, who was standing against the wall. He raised his head and said lightly,
"You are the number 1 Emoshioi on the Earth rankings, right?"
Emoshioi gave him a cold look and took a puff of his cigarette.
"Me, Su Mufeng,"
Su Mufeng said calmly.
"When I go to the advanced battlefield, the top spot on the Earth rankings will definitely belong to me."
Shen Yi's heart trembled again. No wonder this person is pretending like this. He is number 1 on the Earth rankings. Such a person is undoubtedly something that Shen Yi cannot even think about. In fact, even if Su Mufeng ranks first on the list, it is still a ceiling for Shen Yi now. He didn't expect that his cousin's team would actually have someone who ranked number 1 on the Earth ranking. In his shock, the expressions of Zhang Chunjing and others changed drastically. They never expected that Su Mufeng would actually go and provoke Emoshioi. Emoshioi threw the cigarette in his hand on the ground, extinguished it, and then turned his head. From the beginning to the end, he did not look at Su Mufeng, but just left 2 words lightly.
"Fool!"
Shin Shinsi looked at the people in the Tianshao team and said calmly,
"You can come to us if you have anything. This debt can be settled on us. If you blame this debt on other heads, I can guarantee that Qian team can't protect you."
After finishing speaking, he looked at Shen Yi and said,
"Come with us."
Shen Yi nodded. He looked at the Tianshao team and frowned slightly. Li Yuner breathed a sigh of relief at this moment. Next to her, Han Xiaomu looked at Shen Yi with flickering eyes. Shen Yi's real identity is that of an out-and-out ordinary person. At this moment, she found that she couldn't understand. She was number 1 on the Earth ranking, but she was number 1 in the super battlefield. How could Shen Yi be able to hire such a person? Come! This was completely beyond her expectations. In reality, many people have very high backgrounds, such as herself, whose family can be called a wealthy family. But he has experienced the system and knows what the people in the system are like. He is number 1 in the land rankings. This person alone is better than any other wealthy family. After walking out of the Taoist temple, Emoshioi was already sitting in the driver's seat. Shin Shinsi looked at Shen Yi and then asked,
"Come back to City C with us? Are you leaving now? Don't you want to have a meal first?"
Shen Yi asked in shock. Shin Sisi shook his head and said,
"Our next challenge is about to begin."
Shen Yi was startled. Then he nodded, pursed his lips and said,
"Sister, please pay attention to your safety. Don't worry."
Shin Shinsi smiled and said,
"Your sister and your sister's teammates are really awesome."
Shen Yi smiled slightly. Indeed, with the first place on the land list, their team is probably among the top 10 on the land list, and may even be among the top 3 on the land list.
"I won't go back now. My mother is about to be discharged from the hospital. If nothing else happens, I may stay here until the mission is over before going back,"
Shen Yi said. Shin Shinsi nodded and said,
"Okay, then you should pay attention to yourself. We will leave first."
With that said, she got into the car, started the car, and left slowly. Shen Yi and the others also got into the 7-seater car of the Lone Star team. After getting on, Zhang Chunjing looked at Shen Yi in shock and said,
"Damn it, brother. You can do it. You actually invited the Setting Sun team here. What the hell are you doing?"
"How did we meet? Setting Sun team?"
Shen Yi asked in surprise.
"That's not right. How can you see the ranking on the ground list? Entering the top 10 on the human list is equivalent to being a reserve team for the advanced battlefield. You only need to complete those 3 conditions to enter the advanced battlefield, so you can see the top 20 rankings on the local list."
Zhang Chunjing said, "Can only see the top 20? Shen Yi didn't know what the system was thinking. No wonder Zhang Chunjing said before that he suspected that the Tianzhao team might be a team on the ground list. But he was not sure. It turned out that they could only see the top 20, and the ranking of the next 80 was unclear. Shen Yi frowned and asked,
"Where are they ranked? You don't know?"
Zhang Chunjing looked at Shen Yi, then exhaled and said,
"Second on the ground list. Team Setting Sun. Emoshioi. Number 1 on the ground list. Nicknamed Rintu."
When he heard this name, Shen Yi's expression changed slightly. "Massacre of people. This name is too domineering."
Hu Ling, number 7 on the Earth ranking, is nicknamed Female Zhuge. Shen Si, number 13 on the Earth ranking, is nicknamed the Witch. Wen Jing, number 17 on the Earth ranking, is nicknamed Blood Angel.
Shen Yi took a breath. Then, his expression changed slightly and he said,
All of them are in the top 20 on the Earth ranking. But the team is only ranked second on the Earth ranking?
Chapter 448 passed by in a flash. John Chunjing nodded and said,
Yes, because all the members of the Chi-Yin team, who are number 1 on the Earth ranking, are among the top 10. And their commander is the second on the Earth ranking. In fact, the command in this game is far better than the battle strength is much more important. And the same goes for the human rankings. If it weren't for Zheng Nan, who often betrays his teammates to protect himself, and if he had always been in a fixed team, then our ranking might be below him.
Thinking of Zheng Nan, Shen Yi curled his lips. This guy really has nothing to do with masters. The car started and slowly drove into the city. Shen Yi called Jiang Wu and informed him that Yun Lao-san was dead. When Jiang Wu heard the news, he was quite confused. That night, he found Shen Yi and he was drunk. Shen Yi was not in a hurry to return to City C. He was ready to stay in Yanjing for a full month. So when he was in the shooting club, he applied for a membership card. The membership card would give some money, which was equivalent to a discount. And there were also, he had to spend a few days' worth before he could finish it. Li Yuner had no intention of leaving. There are still 9 days until the next death mission starts. The time is not very long either. The following days were relatively uneventful. I just went to the shooting studio to train, sleep, and shoot every day. Of course, they occasionally play PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. The tactics here can also be trained. The points are exactly the same. In the live version of the game, the map is just much larger. They will go here to see how to attack and defend certain points. What is the best route when transferring? Etc. Unknowingly, 9 days pass by in a flash. A month between missions has also passed. At this time, in the hotel, they have rented this suite for a month. At this time, Shen Yi, Li Yuner and Jiang Wu were sitting in the hotel. At this time, they were all looking forward to it, but also a little uneasy. Jiang Wu could finally use his points to exchange for some potions, and he could also start to improve. But the premise is, he had to survive this death mission. This death mission is really too deadly for him. His personal ability is among the lowest level in the elite battlefield.
Do-do-do.
At this moment, Shen Yi's cell phone suddenly rang. It was the chatty boy calling. Shen Yi answered the phone, smiled slightly and said,
You chatty boy. We are going to meet soon. Why are you so anxious to call me? Someone is chasing me.
The chatty boy said in an anxious voice.
What?
Shen Yi stood up suddenly. He turned on the loudspeaker, and Li Yuner and others also heard the chatty boy's voice. Boom, boom, boom. Continuous crashing sounds resounded, and the chatty boy's face changed wildly.
They drove 2 cars and hit me on the national highway now, trying to force me to stop.
What else did Shen Yi want to ask? At this moment, a majestic voice suddenly sounded in his ears.
The mission begins.
At the same time, a dizzy feeling emerged in Shen Yi's mind. Their third challenge mission has officially begun.
Huh?
Shen Yi breathed out and looked to the side. Next to him, 3 people were standing there, including the talkative boy. At this time, the talkative boy still had a trace of cold sweat on his face. Shen Yi quickly leaned over and asked,
What's going on? How come someone is chasing you?
The chatty boy took a breath and said,
In the past few days, I always feel like someone is following me.
Huh? Shen Yi's expression changed slightly.
Then how could you be hunted down? Didn't you take precautions?
I'm too confident,
the chatty boy said.
I have a special background, strong investigative ability, and have been transformed in it. I originally thought that some enemy at home found me. So, I deliberately gave a loophole today. I drove to the national highway. Sure enough, I saw them driving 2 cars and following them. I went to a deserted place and pretended to get out of the car to smoke. I planned to teach them a lesson and asked them, Who is it?
Shen Yi and others were speechless. Your relationship crisis is actually delivered to your door by yourself. It's like a sheep entering a tiger's mouth. Shen Yi frowned and said,
Are they very powerful?
The chatty boy nodded and said,
Yes. After I parked the car, they also came down. The 3 of them also came down. They were wearing masks and hats, so they couldn't see their faces clearly. But there was a strong aura about the 3 of them. The aura, the kind of aura crawling out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. And the figure is somewhat familiar.
Huh? Shen Yi's face changed slightly.
The figure looks familiar?
Shen Yi frowned and said,
Have we met in the system? Yes. They look a bit like the 3 people from the serious team.
The chatty boy said.
So without thinking about it, I got in the car and planned to escape. Then they drove and hit me directly, trying to force me stop. This is going to kill you. Serious team?
Shinny couldn't help but his eyes move.
You mean the people from the serious team are chasing you? They have indeed begun to take revenge. And they are in reality.
The chatty boy shook his head and said,
This matter is not that simple. It is very difficult for ordinary people to check my information. Although I have 3 companies under my control, none of those companies have my name. It is very difficult for ordinary people to check it.
It's very difficult to check. After the last incident, I investigated these 3 people by their names. But I couldn't find any information about them either. What should we do?
Leonor said with a slight expression on her face.
Even if we survive the death mission, you will be killed by the 3 of them after we go back.
The chatty boy gritted his teeth and said,
This will happen in 1 month. I hope I can get enough points this month to improve my skills. Actually, it's not without a chance.
Shinny exhaled and said,
If the serious team is also in this mission, and if we kill him before they complete the mission, then the danger of the chatty boy will be solved.
The eyes of several people lit up slightly, and the chatty boy gritted his teeth and said,
It is so difficult to destroy the serious team. What we must admit is that they are stronger than us. And much stronger. Forget it. Don't think so much. Let's make preparations first. Those who want to exchange points should do so first,
said the chatty boy. Shinny nodded. He really planned to change to a high-level gene potion. He can exchange more than 500 points now. But the only ones that can be injected are advanced gene potions and advanced sniper potions. Chapter 449 and a loss. He has taken both primary and intermediate levels of these 2 potions. Only after taking these 2 can he take the more advanced ones. Shinyi's plan is to exchange for advanced gene potion. Bolt Sniper is very effective when breaking point. But genetic medicine is a transformation of the body. And the improvement is an all-round improvement. Taking genetic medicine, he can be more comprehensive. The sniper marksmanship can be practiced. In fact, judging from their previous training in the shooting club, Han Xiaomu felt that Shinyi's sniper level was already top-notch in the elite battlefield. If he takes genetic medicine, his bolt sniper level will definitely improve. Not to mention directly becoming the best. The top group of people, but not too different. In the elite battlefield, he will be a quasi-top sniper. Shinny walked into the Pillar of Light, exhaled, spent 2.6 million to exchange for the advanced gene potion, and then he directly chose the injection. He could feel that his body had been rapidly transformed again, and his 5 senses had once again been improved in all directions. Moreover, this promotion was different from the past. Shinyi felt like he was enlightened. He felt that his whole person had become much lighter. In a daze, he felt that his understanding of the world had changed. This feeling is mysterious and mysterious. Very strange. He walked out of the Pillar of Light. And at this time, the chatty boy also walked out. He said with a smile on his face, Hey, I have also taken high-level genetic medicine. In fact, outside, only genetic medicine has an effect on improving the body. What kind of firearms ability is of little use in the real world? After all, most people don't have guns. Now that I have taken advanced genetic medicine, even if I fail to kill them in the game, I still have a chance to get out. He kept his points from last time and planned to come in and exchange them directly for advanced gene potions this time. He used it directly after redeeming it. Shinny leaned over and asked, Chatty boy, after you injected the medicine, did you feel that mysterious feeling? It's as if your whole body is light and airy, as if you have a new understanding of the world. The chatty boy looked at him with disdain and said, What the HL? Why the H? Do you act like a magician? Shinny frowned, and then said with a smile, Yes, I guess only geniuses like me feel this way. Yuter, Xiao Jiang, where are you? The chatty boy asked. Li Yuter nodded and said, I exchanged some points, but I didn't exchange them for items. I will wait until I come out to make the specific exchange. Last time I exchanged the potion for the advanced sniper rifle, and the bodybuilding technique has also come to the end. If it goes well as so, I should be able to reach great success in cultivation. By then, my body will be equivalent to taking advanced genetic medicine. Shinyi's eyes lit up slightly. She had previously spent 180 points to redeem a skill. Practicing it to a great level was equivalent to taking an advanced gene potion. In this case, the team is equivalent to 3 people who have taken advanced genetic medicine. Their fighting power, no worse than the original Rose team. Li Yuter frowned and said, Wait a moment. With that said, she walked into the light pillar again. And Su? He came out with 2 bottles of medicine and said, This is the primary rifle medicine. The primary sniper rifle medicine. You take it first.
This is equivalent to 100 points. Li Yuner is indeed a rich woman. Jiang Wu's expression changed and he said,
I can't do that.
Li Yuner shook her head and said,
Take it first. Think of it as loan to you. And then return it to me after the mission is over.
This improvement was actually quite huge for Jiang Wu. He gritted his teeth and said,
Okay.
The chatty boy exhaled and said,
Preparations are complete.
The voice fell, and a majestic voice resounded in their ears.
This mission, Elite Battlefield, Death Mission, Map, Miramar, Desert Map. Number of people, 2,000. Kill one person for 3 points. And fall to the ground 3 points will be deducted once. 50 points will be awarded for winning the chicken. 40 points for 9th place. And so on. 5th to 10th place will all be worth 10 points.
Mission requirements: enter the elite battlefield, fight chicken, and get 35 kills per person. Success: 100 points will be awarded. Failure: obliterate. As the majestic voice fell, the dizzy feeling emerged in Shen Yi's mind again. At the same time, in another team, also in the White Jade Square, Zheng Nan's figure emerged.
It's his grandma's fault. I hope the system will match me with some good teammates this time. Don't be a bunch of idiots who can't even lead me.
Zheng Nan cursed. At this time, a sneering voice rang in his ear and said,
It's just based on your ability to sell your teammates. What's the use of giving you the best teammates?
Zheng Nan's Sun Sheng looked over. His eyes lit up slightly and he said,
Oh, it's not bad this time. I was actually matched with a player who is ranked 19th on the list.
In front of him stood a man with long hair and dressed like an artist. His name is Hu Yin. He is 19 on the list of people, and his nickname is Fox. He is also a top commander on the elite battlefield. Cunning and versatile tactics. Next to them, there were 2 people standing. They were much weaker. Looking at the 2 famous masters in front of them, both of them felt a little at a loss. Of course, the 2 of them are also veterans, who have experienced many challenges.
It's okay. Just follow me, and I'll keep you alive,
Zheng Nan said with a smile.
What level of potion have you taken? We have all taken advanced potions. I am a sniper,
one of them said.
I have taken advanced genetic potions and advanced bolt sniper potions. We were on the same team before. And he has taken advanced rifles and advanced genes. I have taken 2 types. And my level is quite good. If you come out alive this time, I guarantee that you can take the 3rd one,
Zheng Nan said cheerfully.
Then our team, with my commanding ability, has a top 10 combat effectiveness.
Next to him, Hu Yin glanced at him and said nothing. He didn't like Zheng Nan very much, but he had to admit that Zheng Nan's commanding ability was better than his. Zheng Nan smiled and said,
I hope I can meet that boy this time.
Thinking of this, he looked at the others and said,
Do any of you like men? If so, I will give you a man this time to keep you happy for a month. Get out!
Hu Yin stared at him. At the same time, on the other side, on the desert map, is the island prison. Above the prison, there are already many people running around the map. They stand together in groups of 4. Looking around. Chapter 450 Random Thoughts.
This mission. Is it so difficult? Over there are Team Sirius and Team Langthorn. 2 teams in the top 10.
Someone took a breath and said,
It's over. Their 2 teams actually entered the same battlefield. I'm afraid it's going to be over this time. Yes, they are allies. And both teams are in the top 10. I'll go. Look over there. The 3rd team on the list has also appeared.
Not far away, 4 figures slowly emerged. 2 men and 2 women, with a hint of coldness on their faces. After appearing on the island, they looked around and saw something not far away. The Sirius team and the Cold Thorn team narrowed their eyes.
Ha ha. The Sirius team is very lucky. After 1 person died, Hichio, the 58th person on the list, was actually given as a substitute.
One of the members of the shivering team snorted and spoke. Yes, after 1 member of the Sirius team was killed. The latest person they brought in was number 58 on the man list. In other words, as long as they cooperate, the strength of the Sirius team will not be compromised in any way.
I'm going to go crazy this time. It's over. Among the top 10 on the list, 4 teams actually appeared on the same map. Fortunately, I'm not on a death mission. Otherwise it would be over this time.
At this moment, there was an uproar among the crowd. In the middle of the square, 4 figures slowly emerged. As soon as they appeared, they attracted everyone's attention. 3 men and 1 woman. The man is handsome, and the woman is beautiful. It is the number one on the list. Lone Star Team. Everyone's eyes fell on Su Mufeng. The man number one on the list. The strongest man in the elite battlefield. Handsome and strong. He naturally attracted the attention of countless women.
It would be great if I could be in the same team as Su Mufeng. It seems that if we become his prisoner, it won't be a big problem for us to enter the top 10. And we can get along with Su Mufeng day and night for a month. And maybe even sleep with him. I'm a little excited just thinking about it.
All kinds of talk was going on among the Lone Star Team. They looked around. When they saw the three teams of Sirius, Lung Ci and Han Zhan, their faces moved slightly.
I don't know if that guy Shen Yi is on this map. If he is on this map, they might be in some trouble. They are on a death mission. There are actually 3 teams in the top 10 here. And there are 4 with us. I've also seen one of the top 20 teams. And I'm afraid there are still people at other spawn points.
Zhang Chunjing said. Sun Mingming looked around, trying to find Shen Yi and the others. She shook her head and said,
It shouldn't be there. Otherwise their death mission would be too perverted. The desert map itself is a test of marksmanship. The stronger the team, the better, the bigger.
At the same time, just in the north of the map, at a small farm, the figures of Shen Yi and the others slowly emerged.
Boy, if you are caught by me this time, you are finished.
He walked up to Shen Yi and said heehily,
Don't let me meet you later.
I will be finished if I do.
Shen Yi sighed and said,
Hey, you white-eyed wolf. Last time you followed behind us and survived. But this time you actually want to retaliate for kindness. Hey, hee. You don't care about that. You'd better pray that you don't meet me.
Zheng Nan said with a smile.
I have already thought about it, and will prepare 3 strong men for you to make your chrysanthemums bloom every day.
Shen Yi shrugged his shoulders and said,
Really? Then let's jump to Lion City. Do you dare to come?
Lion City, also known as City L on the desert map, is also the largest city on the desert map. Of course, Shen Yi was talking nonsense.
Do you think I will believe you? You old fool.
Zheng Nan said disdainfully.
You are just 4 noobs anyway. I will definitely kill you if we meet you this time.
Shen Yi shrugged his shoulders, looking indifferent. Now their team's frontal strength has been greatly improved. In frontal confrontation, although it is not as strong as those super teams, it is not as weak as before. Especially the chatty boy. After taking high-level genetic potion and having enough experience with firearms, he should be a relatively powerful person in the elite battlefield now.
But be careful. Don't accidentally fall into my hands again.
Shen Yi chuckled and said,
If it falls into my hands this time, it won't be as exciting as last time. Humph. Zheng Nan, will fall down on the same person twice in a row? Just wait. I will beat you to death later.
Zheng Nan laughed and said. Shen Yi chuckled and ignored this guy. At the same time, he looked around to see if he could find his allies. Lone Star Squad or Rose Squad. If they can be found, and they have 3 teams with 12 people, it will be relatively easy to fight. If they only have a team of their own, it will be quite difficult to fight. Shen Yi watched for a while. His expression moved slightly, and he saw about 20 people gathered not far away. They were dressed in yellow clothes and looking around. Yellow Army. Most of the members of the Yellow Army are foreigners. The people in this battlefield come from all over the world and of all races. Shen Yi didn't know how this system worked. Just when Shen Yi was thinking wildly, the feeling of dizziness reappeared, and he appeared on the plane. Shen Yi quickly opened the blue interface and looked at his route. Their route this time started from the military base, went down to the northeast, passed through Little E City, the mine, the Lion City, and finally ended at the airport island, Place Falls. In addition, these 4 routes intersect. None of them spoke. As the flight progressed, some people were already parachuting. At a certain point in time, Shen Yi saw the 24 people in yellow clothes disappearing from the plane. His face looks a little ugly. This time, the Yellow Army appeared. This group of people who formed an illegal team. If you include the locations of several other birth points, there may be dozens of people. This is a quite terrifying thing, because Shen Yi and the others want to eat chicken. If this group of people were allowed to occupy a destiny point, it would be impossible to capture it no matter what. He exhaled, calmed down his mood and said, Go here. He marked several warehouses and unfinished buildings on the western edge of the Lion City and said,
According to the allocation of resources, we should be able to collect enough things from one warehouse to one unfinished building. We will directly collect a few things, and then go quickly move over and grab some.
Target shooting is the best choice for those who want to win the chicken and get a very high kill. This was indeed what Shani had in mind at the beginning.